The instructor in charge of their training was strict. Thanks to Lu Weigua's support, he paid special attention to Shi Tingyu's progress. Learning martial arts was very hard. Lu Weigua was worried he might be too harsh on her, so he handed her over to the cultural troupe for training. Once her physical strength improved, it would be much easier to teach her self-defense and fighting skills. The instructor watched as a few people ran laps on the track, his gaze sharp. In the first lap, everything was fine, but by the second lap, differences started to show. Shi Tingyu kept her pace and breathing steady and continued running. She hadn't exercised in a long time, but she hadn't forgotten how to run properly. By the third lap, some people had already started to drag their feet. A few people in the fourth group can no longer run and can only walk. Only Shi Tingyu is still biting her teeth and running. At first, it's normal to suffer a bit, but it will get better later. Not far away, beside the 400-meter obstacle wall, Lu Weigua is looking sternly in Shi Tingyu's direction, his eyes fixed on her without blinking, his brows never relaxing. Feng Wei, standing nearby, watches him amusingly and asks, "Are you so reluctant? Then why do you let your sister-in-law train? Or you could train her yourself." Xiao Lu isn't the type to let things slide. The Xiao Lu Feng Wei mentions is the instructor training the new soldiers of the arts troupe. Lu Weigua doesn't lift his head and replies, "You don't understand." Feng Wei's mouth twitches. He notices that since Lu Weigua got married, he's become a bit hard to understand. Over there, Shi Tingyu finishes her 5 laps first and is now slowly walking. Instructor Lu glances at her and nods secretly. Then he looks at the few people halfway through their 4th lap, frowning so tightly that he could trap a fly. Once everyone has finished their 5 laps, some running, some walking, Instructor Lu blows his whistle to gather everyone. He looks at them and sternly says, "First, I want to praise Comrade Shi Tingyu. With incredible perseverance, she completed 5 laps of 2,000 meters. Let's give her a round of applause." Shi Tingyu feels embarrassed, her face flushing red. Her social anxiety flares up again. Fortunately, she's steady. Despite feeling awkward, she stands straight and proud. After praising Shi Tingyu, Instructor Lu begins to criticize them seriously. "What's wrong with you all? You've been training for several days, and look at how you run. Is that running? Even old ladies run faster than you." The group feels a bit ashamed. Their stamina isn't as good as Shi Tingyu's, nor do they have her perseverance. They initially thought that having an outsider as a comparison would make their performance look better today. But unexpectedly, it's the newcomer who stands out. Instructor Lu doesn't care about that. He says, "Your running results are invalid this time. Run again in 10 minutes. Then he looks at Shi Tingyu. "Shi Tingyu." She reflexively responds, "Yes." A hint of a smile flashes in Instructor Lu's eyes. He clears his throat and says, "Good. Quick reaction. A bit of a soldier's demeanor. You pass this run. Rest for half an hour." "Yes." Shi Tingyu, relieved to get a break, instantly relaxes. Lu Weigua sees them starting to rest and walks over with his large tea jar. Shi Tingyu, who is sitting on the ground resting, looks surprised as the man approaches and asks, "Why are you coming over?" Lu Weigua handed her a teacup. "We're on break from training. Here, have some honey water." Last time, Shi Tingyu shared a small jar of wild honey she made, and Lu Weigua took it to his office to drink. Shi Tingyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. After running and sweating, her throat felt hot, so now she needed to hydrate. Commander Lu and the members of the art troupe noticed Lu Weigua approaching. Commander Lu knew what Lu Weigua usually looked like, but seeing him now holding a child was a new and interesting sight. The art troupe members were more afraid of Lu Weigua. Seeing his fierce expression, Shi Tingyu was surprisingly not afraid at all. Shi Tingyu almost finished all the water in the cup in one go. Lu Weigua gently wiped the water from her mouth and asked softly, "Do you want more?" Feeling the eyes on them, Shi Tingyu hurriedly said, "No need. You should go back to training." "I'm fine here." Lu Weigua looked at her, then finally took the teacup and left. His break time was almost over. Seeing that she was adjusting well, he felt relieved. In the next few days, Everyone realized what physical exhaustion really meant. No matter what activity, as long as Shi Tingyu participated, she always finished on time and with quality. Now, Shi Tingyu had become their benchmark. During breaks these days, they often saw Lu Weiguo come over. The members of the art troupe weren't sure if they envied Shi Tingyu for having such a caring husband or felt sorry for her having such a fierce man. Overall, their impression of the legendary Commander Lu was beginning to change. This man was fierce, but his personality was good. People shouldn't judge by appearances. Shi Tingyu didn't expect this kind of effect. Feng Wei watched his old partner, from initial shock to numbness. Old Lu's masculinity seemed to have been worn down by his younger sister-in-law. But luckily, she hadn't neglected her work. That reassured him. One day, while Shi Tingyu was doing obstacle runs, Commander Lu called her over. She looked up and was surprised to see Lu Weiguo there too. She stopped her training and ran over, panting, and asked, "Instructor, what's wrong?" Commander Lu signaled for her to ask Lu Weiguo. Lu Weiguo took her aside and whispered, "There's something important above that needs your help." Shi Tingyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. What could be so important that the troops asked her for help? Could it be drawing? Thinking this, she simply asked, "Do you want me to draw a picture?" Lu Weiguo didn't expect her to guess correctly. Last time, the special agent case has been confirmed. Wang Ming has been controlled and is being interrogated. Interrogation naturally involves some methods. Lu Weiguo glanced at Shi Yueying, worried she might not be able to handle the harsh details. Shi Yueying remained calm. As a portrait artist, she was professionally trained and tested. Lu Weiguo continued. He revealed one person, but he only saw half of the person's face, and that half didn't have any obvious features to focus on. Zhao Tuan thought of you. Zhao Tuan heard that some police can create accurate portraits based on descriptions. He saw your previous work and was very impressed, so he wants to try with you. As a police artist, Lu Weiguo didn't know much about Shi Yueying, and he had never seen anyone like her before. It was the first time Zhao Tuan mentioned her. Shi Yueying was willing to help the team catch the spy. She said, "Yes, but I need to see the person and hear their description before I can decide if I can draw it." Lu Weiguo took Shi Yueying to the interrogation room. Wang Ming was in the inner room of the interrogation area, separated from the outer room by a wall with a glass window in the middle so they could see inside. After entering the outer room, they didn't go further inside. Wang Ming looked unwell, with a tired expression, pale face, and no visible injuries. Zhao Tuan saw Lu Weiguo and Shi Yueying arrive and waved at them. Next to Zhao Tuan, there were two chairs. Lu Weiguo and Shi Yueying sat down as he indicated. Zhao Tuan spoke kindly, "Comrade Shi, this time I'll trouble you." Shi Yueying nodded. The inner room of the interrogation area was occupied, and they only needed to listen from outside. Shi Yueying lowered her voice and asked, "Can I go see through the glass?" Although they could hear sounds, they couldn't see expressions clearly. When creating a portrait, the describer's expressions and emotions could give her helpful clues. Zhao Tuan stood up, went to the door of the interrogation room, and pulled open a metal panel on the door, revealing a small rubber window. Without needing further instructions, Shi Yueying walked over. Zhao Tuan smiled and thought to himself, "This comrade still has good judgment." Lu Weiguo also followed along. The small window at the door is quite high, about 1.7 meters tall, suitable for an average man. She stood in front of the door and couldn't see inside very well. Lu Weiguo softly said, "Wait a moment. I'll find something for you to stand on." Soon he brought some red bricks. After stacking 3 bricks, Shi Tingyu could step on them perfectly. Inside, the interrogator repeatedly asked Wang Ming to describe the person's appearance. Wang Ming looked directly at the other person and said, "He is wearing a high-collared shirt that covers below his nose." I could only see his eyes. The interrogator asked, "Do you remember what kind of clothes he was wearing?" Wang Ming seemed to think for a moment and replied, "I don't remember anymore." The interrogator continued asking questions, but the answers didn't change much from before. Shi Tingyu frowned, watching every small expression on the other person's face carefully. When the interrogator had no more questions, she stepped down from the bricks. Zhao Tuan looked at Shi Tingyu with hope. Shi Tingyu remained silent. She picked up the nearby paper and pen and recorded useful information from their conversation. After making sure she hadn't missed anything, she carefully spoke. Zhao Tuan, Wang Ming's words are not trustworthy. Zhao Tuan looked at her in surprise. Xiao Shi, tell me more carefully. Shi Tingyu glanced at Lu Weiguo, who nodded at her. Then she said, based on some of his small expressions, Wang Ming is lying. Although she hadn't heard of microexpressions before, Zhao Tuan understood the term from its literal meaning. Since becoming a portrait artist, Shi Tingyu had studied microexpressions specifically. She explained, people don't usually lie the way most think, by avoiding eye contact. Liars often need to use eye contact to judge if others trust what they say. Especially for someone with strong mental resilience like him, this is even more true. Zhao Tuan thought about the scene when they questioned Wang Ming. As Shi Tingyu said, Wang Ming had been paying close attention to the interrogator's eyes. Wang Ming, as a platoon leader in their military district, definitely had good mental strength. Shi Tingyu continued, and there's more. When Wang Ming answered questions, his eyes would involuntarily glance to the upper left, which indicates he's making up what to say. When recalling memories, people usually look down to the left or right. Small microexpressions flashed quickly. Both the questioner and respondent were thinking about their next words, making it hard to catch these fleeting signals. Especially in today's times, some knowledge about interrogation is not systematic or comprehensive. Many people rely on their own experience. Are there any other important points about microexpressions? Zhao Tuan seemed to discover something new and eagerly wanted Shi Tingyu to explain clearly. He couldn't help but think to himself that intellectuals are truly different. During the political review, the leaders knew that Shi Tingyu had studied abroad at university. Shi Tingyu thought for a moment and shared some common meanings of microexpressions she knew. For example, a person who is lying may be able to keep a calm face, but their nostrils tend to enlarge. When lying, people need more energy and oxygen, which causes their nostrils to flare. Enlarged nostrils can also become bloodshot and itchy, so liars often touch their noses. Another example is that liars usually avoid mentioning their own name or the names of related people. They tend to detach themselves from the lie. So, if someone repeatedly omits I during a conversation, it might mean they are not telling the truth. Also, when someone is interrupted and finds it hard to continue with what they wanted to say, or needs prompting to proceed, it often indicates lying or that they haven't experienced what they are talking about but heard elsewhere. Shi Tingyu explained many such microexpressions. Zhao Tuan went from listening attentively to hurriedly taking notes. Actually, Shi Tingyu's explanations are not unknown to them. They just haven't summarized and organized this knowledge like she did. What she just shared could be compiled into a guide for others to learn from. The people in their military district have experience, but lack systematic knowledge. Having learned almost everything they needed, Shi Tingyu tore off the paper she had written on and prepared to go back and draw the portrait. Zhao Tuan quickly stopped her, saying, Xiao Shi, since Wang Ming is lying, can you still create a portrait based on his lies? Shi Tingyu smiled slightly. I didn't say everything he said was false, and when he described that person, he often emphasized things that were opposite to the facts. I'll go back and take a look first. Zhao Tuan nodded as if he understood but wasn't entirely sure. Shi Tingyu said, if you find any useful information during your interrogation, please have Weiguo bring it to me. Finally, Lu Weiguo followed Shi Tingyu out. On the way back, Lu Weiguo kept glancing at Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu smiled softly. What are you looking at? Lu Weiguo replied, I'm watching how impressive my wife is. Shi Tingyu felt she should explain herself. These are some psychology materials I saw abroad. I thought they were interesting, so I kept them. Lu Weiguo trusted her completely. Even if she was lying, he couldn't tell. Based on the current information, can you draw a portrait? He asked. Shi Tingyu bit her lip and honestly replied, we won't know until I try to draw it. Some details only come together when I start sketching. Right now, she could only make a rough sketch, maybe about 60% accurate. If Zhao Tuan later received more useful information, she could make the drawing closer to the real person. After returning home, Shi Tingyu locked herself in her room. Lu Weigua didn't dare to disturb her. Seeing that she was fine, he went back to the training camp to continue his practice. Meanwhile, Instructor Lu received orders from above. Shi Tingyu was temporarily told to stop training. When she resumed training, she would report in person. Instructor Lu followed orders without question. He knew Shi Tingyu must have something urgent to handle, and it wasn't a personal matter. Otherwise, as a military wife, she wouldn't be notified by higher-ups about her leave. Later that evening, after Lu Weigua finished training and returned, Shi Tingyu still hadn't come out of her room. Seeing this, Lu Weigua gently pushed the door open to look inside. The room was filled with various sketches. Some only had outlines without features, some only had eyes and noses, others only had mouths with no eyes, nose, or mouth. All kinds of sketches were scattered around, while his wife was busy drawing lines with a pencil. He quietly closed the door and went to pick some vegetables from the garden, then headed to the kitchen. Today, he was cooking. The sounds of cooking in the kitchen woke Shi Tingyu. She looked at the time on her watch. Almost 6:30 p.m. Smelling the faint aroma of cooking from outside, she put down her drawing and stood up to stretch. At this moment, she also noticed the room was a mess. She quickly tidied up the scattered items, sorting and stacking them neatly on her desk. As she opened the door, she saw her dog, Wei Jian, sitting at the entrance, wagging its tail at her. Shi Tingyu gently patted the dog's head and told it to go play, then headed straight to the kitchen. Inside, a man was standing by the stove, holding a spatula and cooking. The stove wasn't very tall, but he looked very tall standing there. Shi Tingyu chuckled softly and said, "Let me do it." Lu Weigua looked up at her and asked, "Is your portrait finished?" Shi Tingyu shook her head. "Just roughly done." Lu Weigua watched her turn her wrist and quickly urged, "It's fine as long as I see it. You should go move around a bit. You've been sitting all day." Shi Tingyu didn't argue and started to move around in the courtyard. Next to her, the young swordsman also mimicked some movements, making Shi Tingyu laugh non-stop. Lu Weigua was cooking while watching Shi Tingyu, a smile flashing in his eyes from time to time. After dinner, Lu Weigua didn't let Shi Tingyu wash the dishes. He told her to rest well. That night, he didn't bother her at all, even when they went to bed. Shi Tingyu wasn't sure whether to feel happy or regretful. The portrait was finished 3 days later. Shi Tingyu handed the portrait to Lu Weigua, saying, "There are 3 images here. I number them 1, 2, and 3. Let the interrogator show them to Wang Ming in order, and tell me his reaction after he sees each one." Wang Ming's description was too vague. This time, the portraits should be somewhat similar. She didn't paint full faces, but parts of them. Since they couldn't get more specific information, they decided to take the initiative and use the portraits to provoke a reaction. Lu Weigua remembered everything and hurriedly took the portraits to the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Shi Tingyu went back to report to Instructor Lu. Everyone saw Shi Tingyu and felt relieved. They had thought that since she hadn't come these days, they could relax a bit, but it turned out not to be the case. As soon as Shi Tingyu left, most of them didn't meet the standards, and Instructor Lu looked very unhappy. When Shi Tingyu was there, she still had a good attitude toward those who met the standards, but now her face was always grim. Their days became even harder. Now that Shi Tingyu was back, the girls were much more enthusiastic than when she first arrived, except for Lu and Chang. But they hadn't been happy for long before Shi Tingyu was called away again. This time, it wasn't Lu Weigua, but Feng Wei who came for her. Shi Tingyu guessed it was probably something in the interrogation room, so she followed him without hesitation. Everyone inside was crying out inwardly, when would this miserable life end? Feng Wei indeed took Shi Tingyu to the interrogation room. When Zhao Tuan saw her, he greeted her with a big smile, but his voice was still low, as he was mindful of Wang Ming inside, not letting their conversation be overheard. "Xiao Shi, after thinking it over, I believe it's better for you to see the reactions yourself. I worry that our focus might be different from yours, which could affect your performance." Shi Tingyu nodded, and this time no one needed to tell her. The red bricks outside the door had already been stacked neatly. The interrogator inside received a hint and began showing Wang Ming the portrait of Shi Tingyu. When Wang Ming saw the first portrait, which lacked a nose and mouth, his pupils involuntarily shrank. His hand on the table suddenly clenched for a moment, only this brief moment, and he quickly returned to normal, but Shirtingyu caught it. It seems the eyes in the drawing look quite similar. Even if not perfect, they are about 6 or 7 out of 10. Next came the second and third portraits. Shirtingyu understood Wang Ming's reaction at the back. She knew roughly where to improve her drawings. The interrogator asked, "Do you think the portrait sent here later will become more and more like the person, so that eventually you can tell who they are just by looking?" Wang Ming glanced upward and spoke slowly. "I don't know who you had draw these portraits, but honestly, the eyes, nose, and mouth, they don't look like the real person at all." "That's impossible." The interrogator seemed to be angered. Wang Ming's lips curled up for a moment, but then quickly relaxed. His mouth is clearly a big mouth, with thick lower lips. "The one you drew is completely opposite." Outside the door, Shirtingyu heard the other person's words and smiled. It was obvious they were lying, trying to make the portraits look like someone else. The interrogator subtly asked more questions about Wang Ming's description of that person. Shirtingyu carefully analyzed and finally returned with a sheet of paper filled with notes. This time, she was confident she could make the portrait about 80 or 90% similar. Shirtingyu worked quickly and finished the drawing by early afternoon. She took the portrait to the interrogation room. Zhao Tuan had been following this case and hadn't gone anywhere else. Seeing Shirtingyu return so quickly, he was a bit surprised. Shirtingyu smiled and handed the portrait to him softly, saying, "Tuan Zhao, this is the final version." Zhao Tuan looked at the portrait and was deeply impressed. He didn't recognize the person in the drawing, but he was sure that if the person stood in front of him, he would definitely recognize them. "Do you think this final version looks about 80 or 90% like the target person?" "Probably about 80 or 90%, Shirtingyu replied. Zhao Tuan was excited by her words. He asked her to stand next to him, then turned around and handed the portrait to a young soldier nearby, instructing, "Take this portrait inside to Cheng Zi and let him show it to Wang Ming." Little warrior took the portrait, saluted, and then went inside. Zhao Tuan and Shirtingyu were standing in a spot where they couldn't see inside. When little warrior came out with the door, Shirtingyu moved back to the door to look inside again. Cheng Zi received the portrait, but didn't show it to Wang Ming right away. Instead, he looked at it himself first. His eyes focused on the portrait, but his peripheral vision was on Wang Ming. Wang Ming, who had brought the portrait in, was tense and looked completely different from before when he seemed half dead. He used to seem relaxed, but now his eyes were fixed on the portrait. Seeing this, Cheng Zi understood something. He said, "It seems you really want to see this." Wang Ming lowered his eyes and looked at his fingers, saying, "You're overthinking it." Shirtingyu saw his reaction and also understood what was happening. Wang Ming's actions showed he was avoiding his feelings. He probably didn't want to face what was coming. Cheng Zi turned the portrait toward him and said, "This person should be the one you mentioned, the one whose face isn't clear." Wang Ming's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He slowly raised his eyelids. The simple black, white, and gray portrait seemed to step into his eyes like a beam of light, making his pupils tighten involuntarily. At this moment, Wang Ming's heart was filled with shock. He hadn't said much, and his description was vague, but how could someone draw it so accurately? Only those who had seen the real person would know how much the portrait resembled the actual person. He didn't understand where the problem was. Could it be that someone else revealed the person's identity? No, imposible. They communicated directly, one-on-one. How could anyone else know? Wang Ming was silent for a long time. Cheng Zi said, "You seem quite surprised. It looks like the portrait was drawn very well." Wang Ming tried to act calm and coldly said, "I don't understand what you're talking about. How could someone who has never seen the person draw them so accurately? I just think the drawing is nice, but it seems impossible." Cheng Zi chuckled softly. "Haven't you noticed you're talking more than usual today?" He usually kept his words brief, but this time he spoke much more. Wang Ming's face twisted briefly, but quickly returned to normal. When Cheng Zi asked more questions, he refused to speak again. But that was enough. Without Shirtingyu speaking, Zhao Tuan standing by the glass could tell from his expression that the portrait was definitely accurate. Shirtingyu came down from the red brick at the entrance. Zhao Tuan looked at her with a smile and said, Xiao, this time, thanks to you. When we catch the person, you'll get the main credit. Shi Tingyu modestly replied, It's nothing. I was just doing my duty. Zhao Tuan increasingly thought that Xiao Lu's wife was a good match. In the past, for Xiao Lu's marriage, we leaders worried a lot. You say Xiao Lu is such a good person, but those women first look at appearances. The key is Xiao Lu himself isn't bothered about it. Actually, many times people think he's fierce at first, but if he were more active and interacted a few more times, things could work out. But as the old saying goes, flowers that bloom late smell the sweetest. This time, that guy really got a good opportunity. Xiao Lu's looks are undeniable. Definitely the most beautiful in the family compound, talented and good character. Only heaven seems to favor honest people. Honest Lu Weigua. Shi Tingyu left Zhao Tuan with a fatherly smile and returned to Officer Lu to continue training. As August 1st approached, the camp's atmosphere became lively. Usually, soldiers finish training exhausted, but now everyone's face shows a smile, and they walk with energy. Besides training, soldiers also set aside time to rehearse performances. Yes, on the festival day, not only the cultural troupe will perform, but also the soldiers. Soldiers come from all over the country, full of talent. Many can play instruments, sing, and dance. During festivals, they become especially lively. Recently, Lu Weigua's face has been faintly smiling when he returns home. Clearly, he's also happy about the festival. Shi Tingyu thought about whether to prepare a small gift for him, because life should have some ceremony. But before she could prepare the gift, Lu Weigua kept asking her to design a poster style. Before the festival, they planned to make a festive wall poster. The soldiers admired Shi Tingyu's previous mural for the elementary school, and now they remembered her, joking around and asking Lu Weigua to learn from her. They're not ungrateful. They just want her to help make the poster and share ideas or inspiration. Shi Tingyu took out a piece of paper, sketched a few strokes, and divided the paper into sections. Then, in some blank spaces, she drew simple patterns saying you can find someone in your unit who can draw and paint to create some designs with a military flavor. Lu Weigua nodded. It only took Shi Tingyu about 10 minutes to fill a sheet of paper. Lu Weigua kept looking at her delicate, smooth hands and found it very amazing. Her pen moved very obediently in her hand, and even simple sketches she made were hard for others to copy. Shi Tingyu said, You can fill in the text inside yourself. Lu Weigua nodded and, full of confidence, took the paper and went to the camp. The soldiers saw the draft and felt very sure of themselves. They believed their camp would win the August 1st wall newspaper contest this time. Soon, August 1st arrived. The whole camp was decorated with red banners and flags. That day had no training. After breakfast in the morning, Lu Weigua went to a meeting at the camp. It was a celebration meeting for the holiday. After the morning meeting, the camp organized a tug-of-war and basketball game. Family members were allowed to join these events. The children were very excited. Shi Tingyu also went to the camp with Song Jiejie and Damao. From afar, she saw Lu Weigua waiting at the camp gate. Song Jiejie joked and looked at her. All right, Xiao Lu is here to pick you up. Go quickly. Shi Tingyu didn't hesitate and ran happily toward Lu Weigua. Lu Weigua nodded at Song Jiejie and then took Shi Tingyu inside. This was her first time participating in a holiday event, and she really liked the lively atmosphere. Everyone was very friendly. Almost no one in the camp didn't know her. Whenever they saw her, they would call out Saozi, sister-in-law. Those dark and red faces looked very festive. Originally, Lu Weigua wasn't going to join the tug-of-war, but he couldn't resist the teasing from his fellow soldiers. He looked at Shi Tingyu and asked, Should I go? Go ahead, I'll cheer for you. Suddenly feeling motivated, Lu Weigua took off his formal jacket and handed it to Shi Tingyu. Ifu, hold this for me, he said. Seeing him go, his wife quickly called over their neighbor, Zhang Jin, the camp commander. They stood side by side, one nearly 2 meters tall, the other about 1.75 meters. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion weren't sure if having their camp commander join was good or bad. But Damao saw his dad come up and cheered excitedly, Dad, go for it. Shi Tingyu also wanted to cheer for her husband, but since everyone was watching, she didn't dare to be too obvious, especially not to compete with the kids. Lu Weigua and 2nd Battalion commander stood at the front. As soon as the signal was given, both sides immediately exerted their strength. Shi Tingyu watched Lu Weigua's arm tense up, veins bulging, feet pressing into the ground, and the muscles on his legs flex with power. She felt like her eyes were about to sparkle. The soldiers cheered one after another, and the family members nearby also shouted loudly. Shi Tingyu joined in shouting, "Go, Weigua!" The cheers around were loud and noisy, but Lu Weigua could clearly hear her voice among the noise. She seemed a bit excited, her voice higher than usual, but it didn't sound harsh to him. Instead, it made him feel full of strength. Suddenly, she pulled hard, and the rope moved a few inches toward Battalion 1. Seizing the moment, everyone pushed with all their might, shouting loudly. The rope from 2nd Battalion kept moving until it crossed the line. A deafening cheer erupted. The soldiers of Battalion 1 looked very happy. Lu Weigua looked at Shi Tingyu, who gave him a big smile. She silently mouthed to him, "You're amazing." Lu Weigua felt his heart warm. Damao looked a bit disappointed, almost crying. In the end, the 2nd Battalion leader carried someone and spun around twice. Damao immediately forgot about the game and broke into a smile. There was another basketball game later, but Lu Weigua didn't play. It was the team from the physical training unit. In this era, the physical training unit was a bit different from those in later times. Many top athletes at the national level now come from these teams. Their skill level was obvious, and watching the basketball game made Shi Tingyu very happy. Especially when she saw someone dunk, her shout was as loud as the soldiers. Seeing her excited, Lu Weigua couldn't help but ask, "Do you like watching basketball?" Shi Tingyu nodded quickly. In later times, which girl didn't like watching boys play basketball? Lu Weigua thought maybe next time he should also play, because his wife had never looked at him that way before. Other family members weren't very interested in the basketball game. Unlike the many movies and cartoons about basketball in later times, nowadays, people rarely pay attention to this sport. Many sisters-in-law didn't understand the rules, and naturally weren't very interested. On a hot summer day, Lu Weigua covered Shi Tingyu's head with his shirt and handed her a water bottle. He watched her gulp down the water, then got up and filled another bottle. Sister-in-law Zhang looked on, giving a side-eye to Battalion Commander Zhang. Zhang Jin touched his nose and quietly got up to pour water for his wife and son. Xiao Lu managed to raise the standards of the women in the family compound, making them expect more from their husbands. Everyone had lunch at the cafeteria. After lunch, the family members returned to the compound because the camp was hosting a party in the afternoon. Some important leaders would attend, and it wasn't suitable for them to go together. They could look forward to the performance the next day. After returning home, Shi Tingyu took a bath with spiritual spring water and prepared some food for Wei Jian before resting. She planned a small surprise for Lu Weigua today, so she started preparing ingredients: flour, eggs, milk, sugar, and so on. She wanted to make a small cake for Lu Weigua. She put the batter into a small basin and baked it in the bread oven, finally feeling a bit more relaxed. Without a mixer, she had to beat the batter by hand, almost exhausting herself. The smell of the cake was very strong and delicious. Soon, the yard was filled with the sweet aroma of baked cake. This time, she really made the neighbor's child cry with envy, though Damao's tears were from the corner of his mouth. "Mom, isn't my aunt making something delicious again?" Aunt Zhang shot a glance at Damao, wanting to deny it, but the tempting aroma kept wafting into her nose. Damao sighed and looked sad as he said, "Mom, why is Uncle Lu so lucky? My aunt is so capable. He always gets to eat good food. Then when you grow up, you should marry a capable wife like Uncle Lu." Damao shook his head. "I probably can't. Uncle Lu is tall, and I won't grow taller later." Aunt Zhang almost choked on Damao's words. He was still worried about his height. She didn't bother with him and went to wash clothes by the well. The smell of the cake was so tempting that Damao couldn't hold back anymore. He dragged a big chair to the wall and placed a small stool on top. Seeing that the height was almost right, He climbed up, showing half his head to look at the place under the corridor of the yard where the bread oven was. That was where the delicious smell was coming from. Wei Jian was the first to notice Demao. He barked loudly at him. Demao made a shushing gesture and said, "Wei Jian, don't bark." But Wei Jian didn't listen and barked even more happily. Shirtingshu came out and saw a half-head sticking out from the wall.
Der med ushejlig smile der her.
But then he realized he wasn't tall enough for her to see his crooked smile. Finally, he tiptoed and barely showed his face, wearing a silly smile filled with innocent childhood purity. Shirtingyu was amused and laughed. "Demao, go down quickly, don't fall, and I'll bake some for you later." Demao nodded excitedly, but in the next moment, he was picked up by his mother. "Stinky kid, who told you to climb the wall?" Shirtingyu also heard the noise and called over the wall, "Sister-in-law, don't hit the kid." Hearing Shirtingyu's words, sister-in-law didn't continue hitting him. Through the wall, Shirtingyu could still hear her scolding. After the cake base was baked, Shirtingyu shaped it into a square. The edges she cut off were quite large, but in this era, it didn't seem shameful to give away. She placed a few pieces of the cake base on a plate and took it next door. When she heard the doorbell, Demao ran the fastest. Seeing the cake base in Shirtingyu's hand, his eyes almost popped out. Being polite, he didn't shout for it but waited for Shirtingyu to enter the house first. Sister-in-law saw the plate in Shirtingyu's hand and blushed a little. Demao was such a glutton. "Young lady, kids don't understand things. I'll teach him a good lesson later," she said. Shirtingyu quickly replied, "It's just kids' nature. Besides, I heard you scolding him next door for a while." Demao nodded silently. After all, his aunt understood him. "This cake base is a bit broken because I cut it. Please don't mind. It's a festival today, so I thought the kids could try some," Shirtingyu said. She wasn't someone who liked small talk or to push things off, so she simply placed the plate on the stone table by the well and left. Sister-in-law glared at Demao but didn't chase after her. After clearing the plate, she picked some cucumbers from her vegetable garden and sent them to Shirtingyu. Lu Weiguo returned before dinner. As soon as he arrived, he smelled the sweet aroma filling the yard, similar to the scent of a traditional cake. Shirtingyu saw him come back and asked, "Was the show good?" Lu Weiguo nodded. "It's the same show as before, but the atmosphere is better." Shirtingyu looked at him and asked with a smile, "Are the performers and the cultural troupe good-looking?" Lu Weiguo looked at her strangely and honestly said, "I don't know." Now Shirtingyu was confused. "You didn't watch it?" "I did, but on stage, they painted big red faces, so I couldn't see clearly." When Shirtingyu stepped forward, she raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "You're quite observant, even knowing how to draw a big red face." Lu Weiguo noticed that the person in front of him seemed a bit awkward. A smile flickered in his eyes. He reached out and hugged her around the waist. "Well, I can only see a big red face. But even if I see it clearly, they're not as good-looking as you." Shirtingyu was amused by his words and kissed his lips. "All right, put me down." Lu Weiguo happily set her down. After she stood steadily, he leaned down and kissed her lips again before finally letting her go. Shirtingyu asked Lu Weiguo to serve the food. She went to her room. When Lu Weiguo brought the food into the main hall, she came out carrying a cake. The cake was a soft green color, with darker flower petal decorations underneath. On top of the cake, the characters August 1st were written in cream. Next to the writing, there was a three-dimensional rifle. The rifle was the darkest part of the cake, resembling ink green. Just this shade of green, Shirtingyu had mixed many vegetable juices to get it. Lu Weiguo felt like his eyes couldn't take it anymore. He put the food down in front of her, reached out to help her carry it, but hesitated, worried he might accidentally damage such a beautiful cake. "What's this?" Shirtingyu said, "This is the cream cake I made. I had limited ingredients, so I could only make it like this. Happy Army Day." Lu Weiguo didn't know how to respond at first. He just awkwardly said thank you. Shirtingyu looked into his eyes and saw that his eyes were a little red. She didn't say anything about it. She placed the cake on the table.
"Come, eat."
"After dinner, we'll have some cake together." Lu Weiguo nodded and sat beside her, like a big dog. After dinner, Shirting-yu used a knife to cut the cake into small pieces. The August 1st characters remained intact on the piece she gave to Lu Weiguo. "Here, this one's for you." Lu Weiguo took the cake, staring at it intently. He thought, this cake is really beautiful. The desserts she makes are just like her, sweet and pretty. The whole cake was a bit much, so Shirting-yu cut 3 pieces and placed them on plates to send next door to Lu Weiguo. In this hot weather, wasting leftover cake would be a shame. She thought Demao would like it. It turned out, not only Demao liked it, but also Captain Zhang and his wife liked it very much. "What is this?" "It's so beautiful," said Mrs. Zhang, feeling like her eyes weren't enough to look at everything. Few people at this time have seen a cream cake. Lu Weiguo's face shows a smile, with a hint of pride. He rarely acts so unrestrained. "This is my wife's doing. She made it to celebrate the holiday with me." In that moment, Captain Zhang felt a bit jealous. But seeing his wife and son, he thought they were doing well too. He put down the cake and went back. The person who brought the cake left, and finally, little Mao started to act. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, took a piece, and put it in his mouth. The cream was just the right sweetness, smooth to taste. The soft, fragrant cake base balanced the richness of the cream, making the flavor rich and addictive. Delicious. Little Mao had cream all over his mouth, his big eyes wide with delight. Captain Zhang also took a piece and ate it. The taste was surprisingly good. Seeing her husband silent and enjoying it, Sister Zhang also tried a piece. The sweet flavor almost made her swallow her tongue. After swallowing the cake, Sister Zhang sincerely said, "Little Lu's wife is really talented. Little Lu is so lucky." Little Mao said, "We're lucky too." Sister Zhang was surprised but then laughed. It was true, they were lucky to be neighbors with Xiao Lu and his wife. Initially, Shirting-yu thought the cake might be leftover, but in the end, it was all eaten up. After dinner, everything was cleaned up. The two washed up and went to bed. Tonight was a beautiful night. They were deeply in love, and naturally, passion was high. The next morning, Shirting-yu slept until the sun was high. Today, Lu Weiguo was off work, which was rare. In the afternoon, they could go to the camp to watch a cultural performance. This time, family members could watch together. In the morning, there was nothing urgent, so Shirting-yu didn't rush to get up. With Lu Weiguo taking care of her, she wasn't worried. They lingered in bed for over half an hour before Shirting-yu finally got up. After washing up, she started lunch. Lu Weiguo cooked it, and although his cooking wasn't as good as Shirting-yu's, with ingredients grown in the space, the taste was pretty good. While eating his own cooked dishes, Lu Weiguo was very surprised. "Wife, do you think my cooking is getting better?" Shirting-yu didn't expose him and nodded confidently. "Yes, you've improved." Lu Weiguo sighed. "It seems I need to practice cooking more often." The afternoon performance started at 2 o'clock. As it neared, people in the family yard could see many heading toward the camp. Most of the performances now are model plays. Since this show is also for family members, it's not as serious as yesterday's performance. Some soldiers also come on stage to perform. No matter how good or bad the show is, the audience's cheers never stop. Lu and Chong wasn't qualified to participate this time and could only do chores backstage. Hearing the lively laughter outside, she felt a bit disappointed. But thinking that if she practiced hard, she would be able to perform on stage someday, her mood improved. After the show, everyone left. Lu Weiguo started pulling weeds and watering the yard again. The next day, the holiday ended, and Lu Weiguo went back to work. Shirting-yu continued her physical training. Her training was paying off. She felt more energetic and less lazy than before. Even her voice sounded stronger. 2 weeks later, on the 15th of August, the family courtyard's loudspeaker announced that someone was being called. The voice was familiar. It's the soldiers standing guard at the gate of the family courtyard. "Family members whose names are called, please come to the gate to pick up your packages. Your packages have arrived." I will say it again. "Family members whose names are called, please come to the gate to pick up your packages." Next, the soldier read out about a dozen names, including Shirting-yu's. The courtyard usually received the most letters and packages. Unlike state-owned factories that mostly hired locals, the the military camp had people from all over the country. Their families often worried about them, and they frequently received letters and packages from home. Postmen came almost every few days. When Shi Tingyu reached the gate, there were already 7 or 8 people waiting. The person in front called out their name, and the postman found the letter or package. When it was Shi Tingyu's turn, others had mostly arrived too. Shi Tingyu. The postman read her name while searching for her letter. Finally, he found one among a pile of letters and handed it over. Yes, this is it. From the Beijing art publishing house. The military families around were a bit surprised. Most letters and packages they received were from home, but this was the first time they saw something from this publishing house. Someone who knew Shi Tingyu asked from the Liu family, "What kind of place is this Beijing art publishing house?" When she heard the letter, she didn't know its contents or whether her manuscript had been approved, so she didn't say much. She casually replied, "It's nothing, just ordered some books and magazines there." Some people believed her, others doubted. Some knew about Beijing Art Publishing House and asked if she had submitted any work for publication. She just smiled and didn't say whether she had submitted anything or not. If she said she had submitted and it wasn't accepted, she was worried it would become a topic of gossip among the neighbors. If she said she hadn't submitted, but it was accepted later, people might think she was lying. She asked one of the women holding a package, sister-in-law, "Did your family send you more things again?" That sister-in-law heard this and happily shifted her attention, smiling cheerfully. "Yes, I told my mother-in-law many times to keep some food for ourselves, but they insist on sending more. Sometimes I get a bit tired of it." Others around started chatting about it. "Just be content. If my mother-in-law were half as good as yours, I'd be smiling in my sleep." "Exactly. My mother-in-law is nice, but she doesn't send things as often as yours. When will you bring your mother-in-law over to stay for a couple of days?" "Yeah, then my mother-in-law can see how a real mother-in-law should behave." The sister-in-law liked hearing such compliments and responded with a few more words. Talking about mothers-in-law is a topic women never avoid. These sisters-in-law always had endless things to say about their mothers-in-law, and everyone's attention was successfully diverted. By the time they finished chatting, most people had left. At this moment, she returned home and eagerly opened the publisher's letter. "Dear Comrade Shi, thank you for trusting our publishing house and sending your valuable manuscript. We have carefully reviewed the illustrations for Loyal Dog and unanimously agree it can be published. There are a few matters we need to confirm with you. 1. The initial print quantity. We admire your artwork. The story is inspiring. The lines are smooth and natural, and the colors are harmonious and bright. Therefore, the initial print is set at 100,000 copies. If the sales are good, additional print runs can be arranged later. 2. The retail price after publication. Black and white comics typically sell for 0.12 to 0.18 yuan each, while colored ones average between 0.2 and 0.8 yuan. The final price can be discussed by phone. Our contact number is XXXX. 3. The royalty payment method. Options include a one-time purchase or a royalty percentage. Please contact us by phone for details. You can also send your requests in writing and hope for a reply. The Beijing Art Publishing House wishes you good health. August 7, 1975. This is information I found online about the pricing of picture books. After reading the publisher's letter, Shi Tingyu began to think deeply. She doesn't know the current rules for publishing books, but from the letter, she can see the publisher's sincerity. The prices mentioned are similar to what she heard before. However, she is unsure whether the publisher and the author will sign a publishing contract now. After all, copyright law won't be enacted until 1990. But since negotiations are possible, she can write down her requests. From the tone of the letter, Shi Tingyu is sure that the publisher is quite satisfied with her work. She can clearly express her ideas to the publisher. The worst case is that her book won't be published. If that happens, she can wait a few years or 10 years until the comic book market revives and then publish again. Having made up her mind, Shi Tingyu takes out paper to write a reply to the publisher. Her request is simple. She wants to sign a publishing contract. According to future tax rules, she asks for a 10% royalty. As for the initial print run, She has no objections. Currently, the comic book market is slow, so she trusts the publisher's budget and considerations for the quantity. After reviewing the letter once more, Shirtingyu puts the letter into an envelope, waiting to send it the next day when she takes a bus to town. That evening, after Lu Weiguo returns from training, he hears Shirtingyu talking about the approval of her comic book. Lu Weiguo is very happy for her. He has always believed her comic book could be published, especially since she draws so well. But he doesn't know much about publishing, so he can't help her. After sending the letter, Shirtingyu begins to wait for news. It isn't until the local elementary school starts that she confirms the details with the publisher. The publisher agrees to her signing the contract and her 10% royalty request. In the end, each comic book is priced at 0.5 yuan. Shirtingyu calculates that after the first print, she will receive 5,000 yuan in royalties. That is definitely a large sum. She remembers seeing a report that in the 1950s and 60s, someone who drew comic books received as much as 8,000 yuan in royalties. At that time, it was considered a huge amount. Shirtingyu and the publisher communicated only through letters to finalize the contract. By the time both sides agreed, more than a week had passed since the school started. One day, the loudspeaker in the residential area announced again, "Comrade Shirtingyu, your remittance slip has arrived. Please come to the gate to collect it." Shirtingyu immediately thought of her royalty payment. She put on a coat and went out. At the door, there was a mail carrier riding a bicycle, and nearby were a few military wives holding packages. The mail carrier saw Shirtingyu approaching and smiled, saying, "Comrade Shir, here is your remittance slip. Please sign it." Shirtingyu took the slip and looked at it. It clearly showed a transfer of 5,000 yuan. The mail carrier was actually quite curious. He wondered what kind of book the person had published to be worth so much. A few of the wives glanced at Shirtingyu, but she subtly blocked their view. Still, they saw the zeros on the slip. They all exclaimed in surprise. Shirtingyu quickly signed, stamped, and took the remittance slip. Once she left, the wives gathered around the mail carrier and asked questions. "Who sent the money to Major Lu's wife? I saw so many zeros." "Comrade mail carrier, where did this remittance slip come from? This is a large sum of money." The mail carrier didn't expect these women to ask so many questions. He was worried they might think something inappropriate, especially with a tense situation. So he just said, "This money is from the Beijing publishing house's payment for her manuscript." The wives looked at each other in surprise, thinking, when did Major Lu's wife start publishing books? What surprised them even more was the amount of the payment. That much money for just one book. What if she published several more? That would be incredible. After returning home, Shirtingyu took out 2 ribs from the space and prepared to celebrate tonight. Although she had signed the contract a few days earlier, she hadn't received the money yet. Now that she had it, she could celebrate. Lu Weiguo came back and saw a table full of delicious dishes, surprised and asked, "Is today a special day?" Shirtingyu, in a good mood, asked guests. Lu Weiguo thought for a moment, going through birthdays, anniversaries, festivals, and even lunar calendar dates, but none seemed special. He was a bit confused. Shirtingyu laughed at his expression and then took out the remittance slip, handing it to him. "Take a look." When Lu Weiguo saw the slip and the amount, he was very surprised. "Is this the payment for the manuscript of Loyal Dog?" "Yes," she said, her eyes shining brightly, eager for praise, as if saying, "Praise me, praise me. I'm ready." Lu Weiguo sincerely sighed. "My wife is really amazing." Feeling happy, the two of them enjoyed a joyful meal together. The first story was quite successful, and Shirtingyu has started thinking about a second story about a loyal dog. However, because school has started, there is less time available. One day, she finally had a rest, but there were things to buy at home, and she had to go to town. Lu Weiguo saw this and said, "Since I also have the day off today, I'll go. You've been working late at night lately, so take this time to get some more sleep." He actually wanted to say that she didn't need to make herself so tired and that she could leave one of her 2 jobs. But he noticed she was starting to enjoy it. Although busy, she looked lively every day, so he didn't say anything. As long as she was happy, that was enough. When Lu Weiguo arrived at the supply truck, it wasn't yet time, and people were starting to come over one after another. Usually, the army wives who saw him would try to avoid him, but this time, they were all very friendly. They asked him questions one after another. "Little Lu, I heard your wife published a book? That's impressive. Captain Lu, you're so lucky. No wonder they say flowers bloom late. Even if you married late, your wife is worth the wait. Captain Lu, did Teacher Shi earn a lot from this book? It must be at least 4 figures. Oh wow, books are so valuable. I must have my daughter learn well from Teacher Shi, so she can publish a book someday. You wish. Your daughter's exams are always at the bottom." Lu Weiguo was overwhelmed. The power of these wives' chatter was truly astonishing. He didn't say a word, worried that if he spoke, the discussion would only get more intense. Until Xiaomeng, the driver, came out of the camp with a water bottle, Lu Weiguo finally relaxed. Since the supply truck always brought quite a few people, some arrived early, some late, Xiaomeng decided on a fixed time to leave, so he wouldn't have to wait around for everyone. With his schedule, Xiaomeng wouldn't be waiting in the truck all the time. He usually came just before the vehicle was about to leave. When Xiaomeng opened the door of the driver's cabin, Lu Weiguo quickly stepped up with his long legs, looking somewhat eager. Xiaomeng followed closely behind. Lu Weiguo shot him a glance. "Next time, come earlier." Xiaomeng was confused. He usually arrived at this time too, but he didn't dare ask or say anything. When they reached the department store, Lu Weiguo got out. He went straight to the bicycle counter. Seeing the 26-inch bicycle, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was still there. After Shi Tingyu signed the contract, he had been thinking about what gift to give her. "Usually, I think about buying her a bicycle because it's hard for her to go out. But I can tell she doesn't like the big bikes, so I want to buy her a lighter one. This 26-inch bike is new and very popular. I managed to get this one through connections." "Comrade, I want to buy that bike," Lu Weiguo said simply. The salesperson replied, "That one is already reserved." Lu Weiguo showed a proof of reservation he had obtained earlier. "This is the one I reserved." The salesperson checked the proof and confirmed it was valid. Then she pushed the bike out for him. This 26-inch bike costs 164 yuan and requires a bike ticket, which is more expensive than the big bikes and hard to get without connections. After paying and getting the ticket, Lu Weiguo temporarily stored the bike at the counter, then went to buy other things, and finally left carrying the bike. The women's bike in his hand was so light it felt like a piece of cotton. Passing by outside, many young women turned their heads to look. At first glance, they thought, "Wow, that bike is really nice." At the second glance, they thought, "Wow, that soldier is tall and has a great figure." At the third glance, they thought, "Wow, he's so fierce. Are you sure he didn't steal that bike?" Lu Weiguo kept his gaze straight ahead and strode quickly toward the gathering point. By then, many people were already there. Seeing him carry a women's bike, they looked at him curiously. "Hey, Commander Lu, you bought a bike? Don't you already have one at home?" Lu Weiguo replied calmly, "That one is too tall for my wife to ride." The women nearby looked at each other, feeling a bit awkward. They had seen men caring for their wives, but not like this. "Little Lu, listen to your sister-in-law. Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. Having one bike is enough. Why buy 2? Their family was one of the few in the compound with a bicycle. Now that Lu Weiguo had 2, their advantage was gone. Lu Weiguo glanced at her. If only her eyes didn't reveal so much jealousy, he might have thought she was just being kind. "Don't worry, sister-in-law.
My wife can earn money," he said.
As soon as he spoke, some women nearby couldn't help but laugh. Everyone knew what they were thinking. There aren't many big conflicts in the compound, but small disagreements happen often. People come from all over, with different backgrounds, so misunderstandings are common. There are good moments and there are bad ones. Sister Lu, who is speaking, is one of those people. If you ask what bad things she might do, she would never dare to do anything serious, but she cannot stand seeing others do better than her family. When you become successful, she can't help but feel jealous and uncomfortable inside. If you fall on hard times, she might even show some kindness to help you. Sister Lu is also a very conflicted person in the housing compound, and many military families who have interacted with her know this well. For example, when Teacher Shi received his payment, Sister Lu made many sarcastic remarks. When she saw Lu Weiguo buy Teacher Shi a nice bicycle, she became even more jealous. However, Lu Weiguo is also sharp-tongued, and he hit her right where it hurt. Seeing Sister Lu's expression, it was quite unpleasant. Sister Lu was pushed back and looked unhappy, but because she was afraid of Lu Weiguo's cold stare, she didn't dare to continue. Meanwhile, Sister Lu fell silent, and the other sisters also stopped talking. After getting on the supply truck and returning to the gate of the camp, Lu Weiguo carried his bicycle and walked back to the family housing. Along the way, he attracted many glances. Shi Tingyu was inside her room painting when she heard the sound of a sharp voice. She came out and saw that Lu Weiguo had returned, carrying not only the things he bought, but also a stylish women's bicycle. Shi Tingyu was a bit surprised and stepped forward. "This bicycle is?" He put the bicycle down and said, "I bought it for you." "For me?" Shi Tingyu looked up at him, clearly surprised. "The bicycle at home is a bit big, and it's not very suitable for you to ride," he explained. Actually, he had noticed earlier that his wife cared a lot about her image. She was somewhat resistant to the 28-inch bike. But that didn't mean she didn't want a suitable means of transportation just for herself. So when he heard there was a women's bicycle available, Lu Weiguo took an interest. He exchanged for the bicycle tickets and arranged to buy one through connections. Shi Tingyu didn't expect this man to notice. She felt a warm feeling inside. In a moment of excitement, she said, "Let's go. I want to take a ride and see how it feels." Lu Weiguo put the things he bought into the main hall, then pushed the bicycle and took Shi Tingyu to the playground of the organizational elementary school, which was large and perfect for riding. The security guard knew Shi Tingyu wanted to try the bicycle, so he let her in without hesitation. Shi Tingyu took a quick look around, and then got on the bike. Lu Weiguo followed behind her, paying close attention, worried she might fall. Shi Tingyu can ride a bike. Of course, she's not afraid. "Actually, I can ride a bike," she told Lu Weiguo. Lu Weiguo didn't say he believed her or not. He just kept his attention fully on her. He thought that since his wife didn't like riding a big bike, she probably couldn't ride at all. He had no idea that her riding skills were learned in her later years. In that moment when Shi Tingyu got distracted, she bent the handlebar to the side, but she quickly stabilized it. As she continued pedaling, she found she couldn't pedal anymore. She looked back and saw Lu Weiguo's big hands firmly holding the back of her bike. Shi Tingyu. She really could ride. "Let go, I really can ride," she said, pushing off the ground with one foot. Only after she was sure she was steady did Lu Weiguo loosen his grip. Once he let go, Shi Tingyu took the chance to pedal hard and ride far ahead. So, she rode in front while Lu Weiguo ran beside her. When she was tired of riding, she stopped and said to Lu Weiguo, "Weiguo, get on, I'll give you a ride." Lu Weiguo wanted to refuse, but seeing her hopeful face, he swallowed his words. When he realized what he was saying, he just said, "Okay." The bike Model 26 is shorter than Model 28. Lu Weiguo sat on the back seat, his long legs hanging without a place to rest. At first, Shi Tingyu wobbled a little when she started riding, but she quickly steadied herself. Once she was steady, riding became much easier. But poor Lu Weiguo, sitting on the back, felt his legs get sore from hanging. Finally, as Shi Tingyu rode past the school gate towards home, he suddenly braked with his legs. His long legs firmly on the ground felt really good. Shi Tingyu realized she couldn't pedal anymore. She looked back and saw him using his legs to brake again. Seeing his crab-like leg position, she felt a bit guilty silently. She said, "I'm tired. You get off and walk for a bit." Lu Weiguo secretly let out a big sigh of relief. He moved so quickly to get off that it was shocking. "Shi Tingyu, don't you want to pretend a little?" Her bike wasn't very fast, so Lu Weiguo caught up easily when he walked a bit faster. While riding, Shi Tingyu turned to talk to him. "This bike is pretty good. I like it a lot. It would be even better if it had a basket in front." Lu Weiguo looked at the empty, bald front of the bike and nodded. "I'll make one for you when we get home." Shi Tingyu was very surprised. Do you know how to make that? Lu Weiguo nodded softly, looking at her with an expression that suggested he thought most people would understand. Shi Tingyu thought to herself, sorry, I didn't know much about this. Lu Weiguo is a practical person and has always paid close attention to Shi Tingyu's matters. Taking advantage of today's day off, he went out and returned holding a bundle of processed willow branches. Where did you get these? Shi Tingyu asked. Lu Weiguo mentioned a person she didn't know. He said, Old Luo's family has been skilled in this craft for generations. I learned from him. His family lives nearby, and when they have free time, they make some crafts with willow branches. If someone in the community needs something, they ask him to sell it. Actually, buying and selling like this was a quiet agreement, as doing business openly could lead to trouble. He didn't take the willow branches for free. He paid some money. Old Luo didn't want to accept payment, but Lu Weiguo insisted, so he had no choice but to accept. After all, this was how the family made a living. Although Lu Weiguo's hands were rough, they were well-shaped, with clear, long bones. If well cared for, they would be perfect for handcrafts. He held the soft willow branches and kept weaving them in and out, creating a small basket at the bottom. Shi Tingyu crouched nearby, watching Lu Weiguo with admiration. His hands were so skillful. Look at the basket bottom, he wove, dense and beautiful. Every willow branch was neat and orderly, making even a perfectionist want to praise him. Once the base was ready, he took it to his bicycle and compared it to the handlebar, making sure it was the right size before moving on. Weaving a small basket didn't take long for an experienced person. From start to finish, Lu Weiguo spent a little over an hour. Once the basket was finished, Lu Weiguo took some wire and pliers, fixing the basket onto the handlebar. After securing it, Shi Tingyu looked around and thought, it actually matches quite well, with a bit of a rustic, countryside feel. For this perfect basket, Shi Tingyu tiptoed and kissed the man, saying, Weiguo, you're really amazing. Lu Weiguo felt that as long as she said so, he would happily do anything she asked. With a bicycle, Shi Tingyu could go to the town or nearby villages to buy fish, riding whenever she wanted. This not only freed her from time constraints, but also helped her stay active. Since school started, and she had to work, Shi Tingyu's daily physical training had stopped. Now, after work, Lu Weiguo was teaching her some combat techniques and strategies for overcoming opponents with strength differences. Some of her moves made her a little embarrassed. Lu Weiguo said, these moves are very useful in dangerous situations. Shi Tingyu thought that was natural. When a man is attacked in sensitive areas, it's an unbearable pain. Lu Weiguo actually finds teaching quite difficult, not because his wife isn't smart enough, but because he feels sorry for how tired she is. She needs to work daily, draw after work, and now she's also practicing martial arts. He feels tired just thinking about it. But Shi Tingyu insists. She always says, endure hardships to become a better person. Halfway through September, Lu Weiguo brought news to Shi Tingyu. The person you drew a portrait of has been caught. Shi Tingyu was surprised. Such quick news? Perhaps her expression was too obvious, because Lu Weiguo said, catching the target was very important because of your portrait. The arrest was kept secret. Since Wang Ming could infiltrate the army, it's possible other spies were also mixed in. The operation was not made public. Everyone involved in the arrest had been carefully checked to make sure no enemies were among them. With Shi Tingyu's portrait in hand, the enemy was exposed, while they remained hidden, making the operation smooth. After hearing Lu Weiguo's description, Shi Tingyu looked at these soldiers with new respect. Today, there are no cameras everywhere or advanced systems matching faces, so catching someone so quickly was very impressive. 2 days later, Lu Weiguo returned from training and pulled a stick from his pocket. Shi Tingyu looked carefully and realized it was a rolled-up banner. It had 4 gold-embossed characters. Outstanding military family member. How come I have this? Shi Tingyu asked. Lu Weiguo spoke very seriously. This is an honor from the organization. You played a key role in this spy operation. Shi Tingyu suddenly remembered what Zhao Tuan had said earlier, that she would be the one to get the credit if they caught someone. Zhao Tuan really kept his word and awarded her a small red flag. Fortunately, it was at home. If it had been outside, she would have blushed. Just when Shi Tingyu thought her reward for the credit was over, Lu Weigua took out 20 large union bills from his pocket. 200 yuan. Is this also a reward? She asked. Lu Weigua placed the money into Shi Tingyu's hand. This is a material reward for you. Zhao Tuan said, we get allowances for our missions. Even though you're not a soldier in our camp, you can't just settle for a banner. Shi Tingyu counted the money and split half, giving it to Lu Weigua. Here's your pocket money. Next time, thank Zhao Tuan for me. Lu Weigua pushed the money back into her hand. I don't need it in the camp. Just keep it. Shi Tingyu replied, if you have social events outside, it's awkward to go without money. And next time, if you want to buy me a gift, you'll have to borrow from your comrades? Lu Weigua felt uncomfortable because of her words. He had borrowed money from his comrades to buy the bike. He could have asked his wife for money, but that wouldn't be a surprise. So he borrowed from his friends and paid them back after getting his salary. Later, when he didn't have enough money to pay his salary, Shi Tingyu found out. She initially thought he saved up his small savings for the bike, so she didn't ask much. When a man buys you a gift, don't argue about money, or there might be no more surprises next time. Lu Weigua paid honestly when he handed over the money. If she hadn't occasionally given him some money, he'd be completely clean. Of course, if the family couldn't afford it, saving was necessary. In the end, Lu Weigua still took 100 yuan. After dinner, Lu Weigua remembered something and told Shi Tingyu, don't tell others about the banner or catching the spy. Shi Tingyu kept her lips tight and nodded obediently, indicating she wouldn't say anything. Lu Weigua couldn't help but pat her head. Sometimes his wife was so cute that he couldn't resist giving her a gentle squeeze. The request for secrecy was for Shi Tingyu's safety. Jinling has many spies, and the few they caught were just a few small cats. Who knows if making a big deal out of it for recognition might alert others who could retaliate. Shi Tingyu also valued her life. The next day, during her break, Shi Tingyu rode her bike with Wei Jian and went out. Today, she planned to go to the post office to withdraw the money from the remittance slip and deposit it. Wei Jian was over 6 months old now, roughly entering puberty, and it was time to let him experience being around people. Usually, Wei Jian was very active and needed walks, but riding the bike was a good way to exercise him without extra effort. Every time she visited the military dog base, squad leader Li would always praise Shi Tingyu for raising dogs. Once, Wei Jian was the weakest physically in the base and had a disability. Now, looking at Wei Jian's strong body and noticeably taller height, squad leader Li was amazed. When they reached a slightly flatter road, Shi Tingyu stopped her bike and let Wei Jian sit on the back seat. Wei Jian sat properly on the seat, and Shi Tingyu rode slowly. They made a peaceful pair, a girl and her dog. Occasionally, passers-by would stop to watch the scene. In crowded places, Shi Tingyu would put a leash on Wei Jian and let it down. At that moment, people noticed that the dog's front leg was actually disabled. Some said the girl was too soft-hearted to keep a dog with a disability. They thought all the food was wasted on such a dog. Perhaps because the passers-by's looks were too obvious, Wei Jian's eyes looked a bit sad. Wei Jian was a smart dog, so it could sense some human emotions. Shi Tingyu didn't like the pity or disdain in people's eyes when they looked at Wei Jian. She gently patted Wei Jian's head and said, Wei Jian, you're great. Look at how you train with your brothers and sisters every day. They can't compare to you. Wei Jian seemed to understand her words, and its eyes shone brightly, as if she was its whole world. Shi Tingyu put the leash in her hand and slowly rode toward the post office. When she arrived, she parked her bike and locked it. She then took Wei Jian inside the post office. Wei Jian followed closely, walking well-trained and obedient. At 6 months old, Wei Jian was almost 2/3 the size of a full-grown dog. Kunming dogs are naturally tall and strong, and Wei Jian's current size looked quite intimidating. However, most people in the post office were adults, and seeing Shi Tingyu holding the dog with a leash, they weren't afraid. Maybe because Wei Jian's right front leg was disabled, they didn't see it as a big deal. The staff at the post office initially wanted Shi Tingyu to tie the dog outside. But when they saw the obedient dog sitting quietly by her feet, with a leash in her hand, they said nothing. Shi Tingyu handed over her ID and remittance slip and said, "Comrade, please take the money from the remittance slip and deposit it into this passbook." The staff didn't pay much attention at first, thinking it was just a few hundred yuan. But when they saw the amount on the slip, 5,000 yuan, they were shocked. Wow, that's a full 5,000 yuan. In today's world, where even 10,000 yuan accounts are rare, this girl was practically a semi-millionaire. Surprised, but the staff quickly helped handle the situation, and even the smile on her face became warmer. After tidying up her passbook, Shi Tingyu thanked the staff and was about to leave. Suddenly, a sharp female voice came from the doorway. "Robbery! Catch the thief!" Shi Tingyu felt the leash in her hand suddenly tighten. It was because the sword-like dog suddenly straightened up. The sword is a descendant of military dogs, with a natural desire to fight evil and protect the good. When it sensed danger, it seemed to awaken its bloodline. If it weren't for the leash holding it back, it would have rushed out immediately. Even so, it whined anxiously, looking at Shi Tingyu with a hint of eagerness. Suddenly, she thought of the protagonist in her drawing. It was a clever dog, knowing from a young age that it was different from other dogs, and thus eager to show itself and prove its worth. In that moment, the sword and the protagonist of Loyal Dog, Feng, became one. Originally, the dog's form was based on the sword, and now she could truly feel its resilience and desire. Shi Tingyu made a quick decision and untied the leash. It seemed like a long time had passed, but from the moment the sword wanted to chase out to ensure release the leash, only a few seconds had gone by. The thief was still running on the street, and the surrounding people didn't dare to confront him directly. Occasionally, some brave ones tripped him, so the chase wasn't as fast as expected. As soon as the leash was released, the sword charged out. Because of the force, it lost balance and fell on its chin, but it quickly got up and ran after the thief. Watching this, Shi Tingyu's heart tightened. Everyone's attention was on the thief, when suddenly a dark blue figure dashed past them, kicking up a gust of wind. By the time people reacted, the sword had already leapt up and bit the thief. The thief screamed in pain, caught on the ground. The sword held onto the man's arm, its sharp eyes fixed on him as he struggled and wailed on the ground. If the thief moved even a little, the dog's teeth would bite even deeper. Soon, the thief and the sword were surrounded by the crowd. People looked at the thief who had been tackled by the dog and praised the dog's bravery. "This dog looks like it has a leg problem, but I didn't expect it to catch a thief so well. This build doesn't look like a small local dog." Someone knowledgeable chimed in. "It looks a bit like a military dog." People around didn't really know what a military dog looked like. They just kept nodding in agreement. At this moment, Shi Tingyu also ran over. Seeing the man struggling under the sword's mouth, Shi Tingyu quickly told the people nearby, "Please, gentlemen, help hold this thief down. I'm worried my dog might bite him if he struggles too much." Seeing some hesitation, Shi Tingyu stepped forward and put a leash on the sword, saying, "My dog is trained and won't hurt anyone." The man who previously said the dog looked like a military dog was the first to step forward, holding the man down and shouting, "We have so many people here, and the dog's owner is right here. What are you afraid of?" Hearing that, everyone started to act. 2 more men came over and held the thief down. Shi Tingyu patted the dog's head and said, "Sword, let go." The dog immediately released his grip after receiving the command. Everyone watched in amazement. At this time, the owner, who had been screaming earlier, also ran over. Seeing the thief being held down by several men, she kicked him a few times. While kicking, she scolded, "Young people with hands and feet doing such things. Aren't you ashamed? I told you to steal. I told you to steal." The thief, already bitten by the dog, was still trembling from the shock. Now, after being kicked a few more times, he cried with tears and snot. The owner, satisfied after kicking him, turned to Shi Tingyu, who was holding the dog and trying to squeeze out, and pulled her back, repeatedly thanking her. "Thank you so much, young lady. If it weren't for you, I think I would have lost all my money today. Your dog is really clever. Don't go yet, I must thank you properly." As she said this, The owner suddenly remembered her money was still on the thief. She started to search him. Suddenly, outside the crowd, they heard the sirens indicating the police had arrived. Since the post office was in a busy area and there was a nearby police station, someone had already called the police, so they arrived quickly. The owner grabbed Shirtingyu's hand and headed toward the police. "Officer, we caught the thief. My money is still on him." Shirtingyu felt a bit awkward being pulled along by the owner, with a helpless expression. People might think she was the thief. The police had sharp eyes and quickly spotted the man on the ground. They and their colleagues went over to take the thief into custody. Now, Shirtingyu couldn't leave even if she wanted to. As the owner of the dog that caught the thief, she had to go with the police to the station. Fortunately, the police station wasn't far away. She rode her bicycle to the post office entrance to meet them. The brand new 26-inch women's bicycle immediately caught many people's attention. Besides her, the sword and the owner's older sister, 3 male friends also went along to help. The owner was quick-witted and praised the sword highly. A few police officers were also very interested in the sword. Although the sword had a disability, its appearance was truly like a purebred Kunming dog. Although not yet widespread, police officers still knew the breeds of police dogs. "Comrade Sher, your dog looks quite impressive," an old police officer said with interest. Shirtingyu also didn't hide it. "This is a puppy from the military dog training base. Because of its disability, it couldn't train, so I adopted it." Everyone thought, no wonder they say that dragons produce dragons and phoenixes produce phoenixes. This military dog's offspring also have a brave heart. The owner's older sister's surname was Qin. Her family worked at the railway bureau. She came to the post office to withdraw money. Her younger sister was getting married, and she was preparing money as a gift. She didn't mind giving her sister the money, since her sister was kind and married into a good family. But if it got lost, it would be like losing a part of herself. Sister Qin took out a large bundle of money and handed it to Shirtingyu. "Comrade, you keep this. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have gotten my money back." Shirtingyu kept refusing Sister Qin. "You really don't need to. It's not a big deal. It's just that my dog, the sword, caught the thief." In the end, Sister Qin generously cut 10 jin of meat at 0.73 yuan per jin, totaling about 7.30 yuan. Shirtingyu couldn't refuse to accept it. "Take this meat home and give the sword a meal later." Shirtingyu really couldn't turn down such enthusiasm from the older sister. Finally, the 10 jin of meat was placed in a small basket on the front of her bike. Shirtingyu didn't expect that the first time using this basket, it would hold 10 jin of pork. As for the thief's injury, it was nothing serious. Nowadays, catching thieves sometimes resulted in minor injuries, which was considered normal. With this 10 jin of meat, Shirtingyu didn't buy any other meat products. Perhaps because of everyone's praise, the sword looked very happy and confident, full of fighting spirit, radiating self-assurance. After catching the thief, Shirtingyu clearly noticed that the sword seemed braver than before. While Lu Weiguo was resting, the two took the sword to the military dog base. The sword walked very quickly, and the only phrase from the future that could describe it was, "I want to go to work. Working makes me happy." If Lu Weiguo hadn't been holding the leash, Shirtingyu probably couldn't keep up with the dog's speed. At this moment, Sergeant Li was giving the military dog a bath. When he saw Lu Weiguo and the others, he wanted to salute. Lu Weiguo waved his hand and said, "It's break time. We're all brothers here. You can continue washing it. Don't let it get cold." Sergeant Li nodded and gently rinsed the dog's body. Once it was clean, he dried the dog with a towel. Unlike in later times, there were no special dryers for military dogs, so he could only give commands for the dog to stay still. Fortunately, the dogs listened well, and since the weather was warm, their fur dried quickly. Lu Weiguo released the leash of Wei Jian, who ran ahead confidently. He looked at Shirtingyu with eager eyes. "Woof woof." Shirtingyu, feeling a bit helpless, stepped forward. Sergeant Li also brought over the well-bathed military dog, Bingba. Shirtingyu hesitated and asked, "How about Bibi?" It wasn't that she was shy, she just didn't want to lose in a competition. She had competed a few times before and lost to Wei Jian, which made the military dogs a bit depressed afterward. Now, with confidence, Wei Jian was unbeatable. Sergeant Li clenched his teeth and said, "Let's race." Lu Weiguo looked amused and said, "How about you try being a full-grown dog?" This time, Sergeant Li refused firmly. If a grown dog knocked him down, he'd need a lot of psychological help. Now these grown dogs could work directly. In the end, Wei Jian still competed with its siblings. They ran through obstacle courses, refused food, and bit targets. All performed excellently. Sergeant Li started to regret a little. "Sister-in-law, if Wei Jian wasn't already yours, I'd want to take it back and make it an official worker." Wei Jian, which had been proudly lifting its head, suddenly turned and looked at Sergeant Li. Then it quietly hid behind Shirtingyu. It liked its current owner. Between work and the owner, it would definitely choose the owner. Sergeant Li's face turned green. "I was just saying no need to dislike it so much." Wei Jian responded with a loud woof. Having shown off enough, Wei Jian thought it was time. It ran over, grabbed the leash, and sat beside Shirtingyu. It clearly meant, "Owner, let's go home." Shirtingyu took the leash, put it on Wei Jian, and then said goodbye to Sergeant Li. Lu Weiguo followed behind his wife, watching the dog and her, feeling very happy. September 20th. It was a good day for the people in the residential area, because the supply and marketing cooperative had finally opened. This supply and marketing cooperative is located in Jujia village, the same village where Shitinjiu and others went to buy fish before. The cooperative can't be set up only for the military district. It also needs to serve the nearby villages. The military base is in a remote area and is a sensitive military zone. Having the cooperative there would make it hard for people to come and go without risking security. So, the final decision was to place it in Jujia village. Jujia village is not far from the base and close to other nearby villages, making it a good location. Before, families had to go to the town to buy things, but now it's much more convenient. On the day the cooperative opened, many people rushed in, and the sales staff were busy all day. Since it was new, some counters still hadn't hired staff yet. These positions were quickly filled by the military district. Many military wives needed jobs, and this was a good opportunity for them. Lu Wenchong heard this news and felt a strong desire to try out as a sales clerk. Since joining the cultural troupe, she hadn't performed on stage even once. She realized that many people in the troupe, especially the younger ones, were still being trained as backup performers, and newcomers like her wouldn't get a chance to perform easily. It was even harder to meet officers or other important people. Around August 1st, the troupe was very busy. After finishing their performances for the military district, they had to visit other local units to show support. Some units were very remote, and they had to stay with local families. Every time they performed, they had to carry their equipment, which was exhausting. Those who performed on stage were better off, but many of the supporting staff, like her, had to do the heavy lifting to prevent injuries. She deeply missed her days working at the Women's Federation publicity office. She had thought about returning, but she knew her departure hadn't been graceful, and Director Lu definitely wouldn't take her back. The cultural troupe wasn't a place she could join or leave whenever she wanted. Without the publicity office and the troupe leader's approval, she couldn't leave. She couldn't go back to the publicity office, and she could only watch as her sales job slipped away. All she hoped for now was to get on stage soon, so life would be easier. When the troupe returned to Jinling Military District again, it was almost National Day. That day, Lu Wenchong went back to her brother and sister-in-law's home and saw her older brother. She couldn't hold back her tears. Although Lu Wenbin didn't quite like his sister's lofty ambitions, since she was his biological sister, he saw her crying so hard and thought she must have been wronged outside. He asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Wenchong sobbed and said, "Big brother, I don't want to stay in the cultural troupe anymore. This isn't performance, it's just doing chores." Lu Wenbin frowned. "What are you talking about? The cultural troupe is a good job. Many people are eager for this chance. Who wants this chance?" Lu Wenchong's mood completely collapsed. "We work every day in the army unit, bouncing on the road, doing everything ourselves. This isn't a cultural troupe, it's a labor team." Lu Wenbin felt a headache. He's in charge of ideological work and didn't expect this job to fall on his sister. The work in the cultural troupe is still good. You're not on stage yet, but once you are, it will be much better. Look at the girls in the village who are the same age as you. None of them are as decent as you now. If you tell people you're in the cultural troupe, they'll look at you with more respect. Plus, once you're on stage, you'll meet more talented people. Maybe your future marriage will happen then. After giving her a hopeful outlook, Lu Wenbin also gave her a reality check. And remember, you secretly signed up for the cultural troupe without director Lu knowing. If you leave the troupe, can you still expect to be accepted back? You might end up losing your job and have to go back to farming in the village. Thinking about that possibility, Lu Wenchang's face turned pale. She's the most beautiful girl in the village, and the most promising. She absolutely couldn't accept returning to the village. Seeing that his sister listened to him, Lu Wenbin heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, his professional skills were still useful. Next to them, Su Qiaoyue rolled her eyes. If she weren't related to her sister-in-law, she would have mocked her harshly, judging her based on her appearance and attitude. Lu Wenchang took half a day to recover from her breakdown and regain her confidence. Meanwhile, Shi Tingyu received a letter from the Beijing City Art Publishing House, along with 5 comic books of Loyal Dog. When she heard the broadcast telling her to pick up the package, everyone looked at the thick parcel as if they could see the money inside through it. When Shi Tingyu carried the parcel and left, the women around started a gossip, chatting about it eagerly. Xiao Lu's wife's package was so thick. How much do you think it costs? Captain Lu is really lucky to have a wife who can make money. There's quite a lot inside that package. At this moment, Jiang Yun, who was coming to pick up the package, overheard their conversation. She didn't want to deal with these people, but after taking a few steps, she couldn't help but stop. Hey, sisters-in-law, publishers usually send payment by bank transfer. They also send the proof of payment by mail. Who would send money openly in an envelope? With that thickness, if it really was money, how much would it be? Who would be crazy enough to send so much cash in an envelope? The sisters-in-law looked a bit embarrassed. Jiang Yin glanced at the postal worker and asked, "Comrade, do you think I'm right?" The postal worker nodded quickly. Yes, that's right. With a professional helping to clarify the rumors about Shi Tingyu receiving a huge payment again, the gossip was stopped before it even spread 2 meters. Jiang Yun turned and left, keeping her achievements hidden. Back home, Shi Tingyu opened the package. She immediately saw a brightly colored picture book cover. On the cover was a drawing of a sword she had made. Next to the sword was a national flag added by the publisher. It was a classic symbol of loyalty and patriotism. She looked inside and saw that the first batch of printed picture books looked pretty good, not as rough as she had imagined. The colors were slightly different, but with current printing technology, it was acceptable. The pages aligned well, which made Shi Tingyu very satisfied. In September 1975, she received her first comic book since crossing over. That feeling was almost as exciting as when she first published her art collection before crossing. After finishing the comic book, Shi Tingyu looked at the publisher's letter. The letter said that Loyal Dog had been released on schedule according to the contract and was available in Manhwa bookstores. The main distribution was in big cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and some provincial capitals. Jinling was also included. They would track sales, and if it sold well, they would arrange for reprints. When she signed the contract, the royalties for the first print and reprints were different. The first print's royalty was 10%, and reprints paid 12%. Now, with the publishing industry slowing down, her success in publishing was thanks to choosing a good topic. After reading the publisher's letter, Shi Tingyu felt very emotional. Who would have thought she could publish a book during such turbulent times, and with royalties too? Shi Tingyu thought for a moment and planned to visit Manhwa Bookstore over the weekend to check the sales of Loyal Dog. She was very confident in her picture book because, due to the pandemic, people's mental nourishment was lacking. Once published, her book could be very popular. That's why the Beijing publisher was willing to print an initial batch of 100,000 copies. They believed these could sell well. When Lu Weiguo returned, Shi Tingyu was busy drawing. The publication of her first story made her very excited, and she needed something to do to feel at ease. Her favorite thing was drawing. Lu Weigua entered the room, leaning on the desk with both hands, and gently asked, "Why are you working so hard today?" Shi Tingyu put down her brush and instinctively reached into his clothes, touching his familiar abs, which made her feel happy. The publisher sent a letter. They sent 5 sample copies. Loyal Dog is now available at Xinhua Bookstore. Lu Weigua placed his hand on her restless hand and smiled. "That's great news. When I rest, I'll take you to see it at the bookstore." Shi Tingyu nodded. She had also planned to go see it herself. Seeing that she had no intention of continuing to draw, Lu Weigua picked her up. "To celebrate, I'll cook today." Shi Tingyu kissed him and said, "Let me do it. Today is a happy day, and good dishes will make it even better." Lu Weigua couldn't help but think silently, was his cooking being disliked by his wife? In the main hall, Shi Tingyu got down from Lu Weigua's arms. Their home was just a wall away from the 2nd Battalion leader's house. The door to the main hall was usually left open. If someone from the opposite side shouted across the wall, it could be a bit awkward. Shi Tingyu went to the kitchen to prepare the food, and Lu Weigua followed closely behind. Wei Jian looked at the two of them once, and then obediently returned to his nest. That night, Shi Tingyu cooked squirrel fish, Beijing-style shredded pork, the 3 salt vegetables, and corn and pork rib soup. She also made the small pancakes for the shredded pork herself. The pancake dough included milk, giving the pancakes a light, milky aroma. When paired with freshly sliced small cucumbers, it was very fresh and tender. Lu Weigua was very supportive of her cooking. No matter how much or how little she made, he never left leftovers. But no matter how much he ate, his stomach never seemed to bulge. Shi Tingyu often used this as an excuse to touch his abdomen. Every time she touched him, he would become very excited, and at night, their passion would flare up. Tonight was no different. When Shi Tingyu's hand started acting unruly, Lu Weigua felt a bit restless, but he kept his feelings hidden. Shi Tingyu once thought her trick didn't work anymore. The man who used to blush easily now, after their marriage and a lively life together, had become quite charming. But after she was carried into the bathroom by the man for some playful fun, she realized he was still the same man who didn't easily fall for teasing. He had just learned to hide it. Later, she became smarter. She knew that while people's expressions could be faked, their bodies could not. After teasing him, she could tell from his body's reactions. She found this very interesting and never tired of it. Lu Weigua looked at his wife nestled in his arms, full of affection. He knew about her little hobbies. He also indulged her, or rather, he enjoyed it very much. So he paid extra attention to his own figure, determined to make her unable to resist him. Shi Tingyu always had a weakness for Lu Weigua. Women who haven't experienced certain things might not understand how intoxicating it is to have a partner who adores your appearance and figure. On some short video sites, people often post pictures of handsome men and ask, "If your husband looked like this, when would you come home?" When she first saw those, she didn't feel much. But since being with Lu Weigua, she sometimes wanted to comment in those sections, saying she didn't want to get out of bed. On a day off, Lu Weigua took Shi Tingyu to the Xinhua Bookstore in the city. The Jinling Xinhua Bookstore isn't very big, just a 2-story building. Outside, there's a sign with the words Xinhua Bookstore, and on the 2nd floor's exterior wall, there's a large red 5-pointed star. They went inside, and everyone around seemed to breathe more easily. The sight of this beautiful woman with a tough-looking man was quite surprising. Lu Weigua was used to such attention. Shi Tingyu looked at his expressionless face and tugged at his sleeve. Lu Weigua turned to look at her, and she gave him a sweet smile. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. What others thought didn't matter. As long as his wife didn't dislike him, that was enough. Inside the bookstore, there were rows of trapezoid-shaped glass display cases, and behind them, tall wooden bookshelves lined the walls. The glass cases were filled with various books, and the wooden shelves behind them were also packed with books. Besides books, many traditional New Year pictures were hanging on the walls. Most of the items were portraits of great people. Lu Weigua saw a comic book called Loyal Dog inside a trapezoid glass display case. Its colors were harmonious and bright, making it look more attractive than some small storybooks nearby. "Comrade, I want one of these." Lu Weiguo called the clerk and pointed to the comic in the case. The clerk saw his military uniform and then took out the Loyal Dog comic. "This is the latest edition, 5 Mao per book." Lu Weiguo paid happily. Shi Tingyu glanced at him and thought he didn't need to buy it. They already had copies at home. But seeing how the man held the book, she said nothing more. Lu Weiguo flipped through the book, which looked just like the one he saw at home. He put the book into his pocket and asked, "Comrade, is this new book selling well?" The clerk couldn't help but roll his eyes. "This is the latest comic published by a publisher in Beijing. Do you see the display case next to me? It's already sold out." Lu Weiguo looked at the nearby display case. Sure enough, the spot for Loyal Dog was empty. Afraid they wouldn't believe him, the clerk continued, "I can't lie to you. This book isn't printed in large quantities. Once it arrives at our store, there won't be many left. If you come a day later, it might be gone. Kids and adults both like it. If you buy it, you won't lose. After you read it, you can also let your children see it." Lu Weiguo didn't know why, but he suddenly replied, "We just got married and don't have children yet." The clerk looked surprised.
No wonder.
He looked tough, and even being a soldier, it was hard to find a partner. His age had already grown quite a bit. He wondered how such a handsome comrade beside him saw him. Having gathered all the information he needed, Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo left. Outside the Xinhua bookstore, Shi Tingyu felt relieved. She was reassured that the picture books sold well. Although she already had the money, she still hoped for a reprint.
"Let's go home," she said.
Lu Weiguo, however, said, "It's rare for us to come to the city. How about we go see a movie?" In the past 2 years, movies weren't just the 8 model operas anymore. Some films from North Korea had also been introduced. When new movies first came out, people had to wait in long lines to buy tickets. Shi Tingyu had never seen a cinema from this era, so she agreed. Lu Weiguo looked happy. He and Shi Tingyu met through an introduction and got married. They didn't have a dating period because time was tight. During weekdays, he is quite busy and always feels guilty about her. This time, he wants to take her to experience what couples usually do. Many people are watching movies tonight, but this time is still okay. They bought tickets at the box office. 2 small green tickets about the size of a postage stamp, costing a dime each. The movie is a North Korean film called The Flower Girl. Lu Weiguo also bought her a bag of roasted sunflower seeds and a bottle of soda. Shi Tingyu had never eaten this kind of paper-wrapped sunflower seeds before, so it felt quite new. Modern cinemas are not as good as those in later years, but they have their own charm for this era. After watching for a while, they saw some older kids sneaking around, hiding and moving around. Lu Weiguo noticed her confusion and explained softly, "Many of these kids are using old tickets to sneak in while ticket checks are busy. Now, someone is probably checking tickets." Shi Tingyu was surprised to learn about this trick for the first time. Sure enough, shortly after, a ticket inspector came over, checked their tickets, and then left. Shi Tingyu was munching on sunflower seeds, and Lu Weiguo held the paper bag for her, spreading her handkerchief on his lap to collect the shells. When the movie showed the scene where the landlord's wife burns the girl's eyes with medicinal residue, the theater was filled with sobs. Shi Tingyu also silently shed tears, watching the scene. Lu Weiguo felt better. Having seen much death on the battlefield, he could endure such scenes. But seeing Shi Tingyu's tear-streaked face, he secretly felt a bit regretful. He thought he should have chosen a different movie. He reached out and gently wiped her tears, but his fingertips, hardened by years of gun training, caused her delicate face some pain. Not knowing what to do, he suddenly saw the soda in his hand and offered it to her, saying, "Drink some soda." Shi Tingyu was still emotional, and his words broke the mood a bit. But she didn't mind too much. Lu Weiguo's behavior was already good, much better than women in later years who would cry over TV dramas and say the men's words were fake. Seeing his wife finally stop crying, Lu Weiguo let out a deep sigh of relief. But he was too happy too soon. Not long after, a tear-jerking scene appeared again, and Shi Tingyu's tears started flowing once more. He looked around, then gently held her head and leaned it on his shoulder, saying something that made Shi Tingyu very annoyed. Lu Weiguo said, "All these movies are made by people, they are fake. When Shi Tingyu heard the rain, she immediately got up from his shoulder and sat upright in her seat. Lu Weiguo looked at his empty arms, confused about what had gone wrong. A worker behind him couldn't stand it anymore and patted Lu Weiguo on the shoulder, saying, "Comrade soldier, let me give you a tip. When a female comrade is watching a movie, you can pass her a tissue, but you shouldn't say that what's inside is fake." Lu Weiguo turned around, wanting to ask why. The man in a factory uniform looked at his fierce expression and immediately leaned back, repeatedly saying, "Sorry, sorry, sorry." Lu Weiguo. He silently turned back again, deciding to give up. Since he was holding a tissue and had some sunflower seed shells, when Shi Tingyu started crying again later, he offered his hand. As for his military uniform, it wasn't suitable for wiping his wife's tears. Shi Tingyu seemed to forget what had just happened and leaned back on his shoulder again. Lu Weiguo was surprised and looked back, wanting to ask the older worker if he had any tricks left, feeling that his approach might work. But he didn't expect the seat behind to be already empty. Lu Weiguo. When they returned home, it was already after 4 p.m. And standing at the door was a man. Shi Tingyu looked at Wei Jian in surprise and asked, "Brother Wei, how come you have time to come over?" Wei Jian moved his stiff legs and smiled. "Not much, just came to see you. I also brought some things and asked you to help send them to Professor Shi and the others. Consider it a small token of my appreciation." Shi Tingyu looked at Wei Jian's natural smile and felt a warning bell ringing in her mind. For some reason, she sensed an inexplicable sense of danger from him. Lu Weiguo looked at the items next to Wei Jian: baby formula, malt extract, and some canned food. All good things for visiting relatives and friends. Shi Tingyu quickly thought and opened the door to let him in. "Brother Wei, you're too polite. My parents are in reform, so it's not appropriate to send things there." Wei Jian smiled and said, "It's nothing. I don't lack these things. When Professor Shi was at the Research Institute, he treated me very well. I just want them to suffer a little less." Hearing this, Shi Tingyu felt strangely calm inside. If she had thought just now that Wei Jian might have bad intentions, now his words revealed much more. If Wei Jian considers her parents to be close mentors and elders, then hearing that they won't even help send a few things to friends must make him feel both upset and angry. But he didn't show it. Instead, he managed his expression perfectly and smiled as he exchanged greetings with her. He led Wei Jian into the main room, while Shi Tingyu went to pour water for the other person. Wei Jian's eyes kept looking at the wall of the main room. When Shi Tingyu brought the water over, he quickly stood up to take it. "Xiao Yu, no need to be busy. I just came to drop off a few things. I'll leave after sitting for a bit." Shi Tingyu was sure that the other person wasn't just here to deliver a few things. He invited, "Brother Wei, if you have no plans tonight, why not stay here for dinner?" Wei Jian quickly declined. No, I have some work at the Research Institute to take care of later." Just as Shi Tingyu thought the other person was about to leave, Wei Jian seemed very interested and asked, "Hey, Xiao Yu, this house looks pretty nice. I think it's better than living in an apartment." This time, Lu Weiguo spoke up. "It has more space, making activities more convenient." Wei Jian nodded, then looked at Shi Tingyu again. "I remember the paintings on the wall of the government elementary school were painted by Xiao Yu, right? Your house looks good, but the walls are a bit empty. With your skills, it would be nice to add some paintings for decoration." Lu Weiguo's sharp eyes suddenly looked at Wei Jian. Wei Jian's body stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, as if he hadn't noticed Lu Weiguo's gaze. Before Shi Tingyu could speak, Lu Weiguo seemed to feel a pang of jealousy. "Comrade Wei seems to know a lot about my wife." He said this and reached out to hold Shi Tingyu's hand. Shi Tingyu held his hand back. Wei Jian saw all of this clearly. The initial wariness in his heart eased. He smiled openly and said, "Captain Lu, there's no need to be so petty. I see Xiao Yu as a little sister. Usually I just hear Professor Shi and others talk about her." Shi Tingyu tightened his grip on Lu Weiguo's hand. Lu Weiguo knew that what the other person said couldn't be trusted. Shi Tingyu knew how Xiao Yu was. He would never talk about his daughter to a young man like that. He was a father who loved his daughter very much. In his eyes, a son-in-law was almost like an enemy of class. The reason he could accept Lu Weigua so quickly was because of the circumstances. For his daughter's future, he could put aside his initial hostility towards her husband. Such a father wouldn't speak about her in front of other men. Lu Weigua seemed to be convinced by Wei Jian's words and loosened his grip on his wife's hand. His face relaxed as well. So that's how it is. Seeing that Lu Weigua was no longer staring at him so intensely, Wei Jian shifted the conversation back to Shi Tingyu. Little Rain, can I see your other paintings? Besides the murals, I haven't seen your artwork. I heard you've held exhibitions in the U.S. before. Your work must be really good. If she were an ordinary proud girl, she might have been swayed by his compliments. Shi Tingyu lowered her eyes, a hint of sadness in her gaze. Brother Wei should know. In this current environment, I don't dare to paint much. The murals were only done because the principal asked me and assured me it was safe. She sighed again. You know about my parents being sent away. I finally didn't have to be sent away, so I didn't dare to use my art supplies. That's why there's nothing left of my paintings at home. Wei Jian's eyebrows furrowed briefly, then quickly relaxed. No need for formal works, just some practice sketches are fine. I'm just curious and want to see. Shi Tingyu replied, Brother Wei, I really don't have any. If you don't believe me, ask Weigua. Usually I'm busy exercising and with school work. Weigua can't help me much at the camp either. Look at this vegetable garden and the dog. I have to take care of everything myself. There's no time to draw anything. Having said that, Wei Jian couldn't say more. He looked at the time and said, It's getting late. I should go back. Next time I have free time, Little Rain, you must draw me a painting. I'll buy it at your usual price. I really like your work. Shi Tingyu made a big promise, no problem. Once the environment improves, I'll definitely paint you a piece. As for the money, there's no need to worry about that. Wei Jian took a deep breath. His goal for today hadn't been achieved, and he felt a bit frustrated. Staying longer wouldn't be very meaningful. After saying goodbye to the young couple from the Lu family and leaving the yard, Wei Jian's expression darkened. His main purpose this time was to see Shi Tingyu's paintings. Recently, a minor officer from their secret service was caught. According to the information he received, the military district had arrested the suspect based on a portrait. When he first heard the news, his first thought was Shi Tingyu. He wanted to see her paintings to confirm if her style matched the portrait. But unexpectedly, Shi Tingyu skillfully avoided giving him a clear answer. He also didn't dare to show his suspicion too openly, afraid that the other person might become suspicious. After all, Lu Weigua was not someone to be taken lightly. Suddenly, he remembered the look Lu Weigua gave him earlier, and a wave of fear swept over him. Reflecting on their recent conversation, he felt as if he had been exposed. Has Shi Tingyu never truly trusted him? When she looked at the paintings, she kept making excuses, which didn't seem like the reaction of someone who trusts him. Moreover, she seemed very reluctant to send packages to Professor Shi, which isn't a typical attitude for a daughter. Thinking this way, his face turned pale, and he hurried his steps to go back. After Wei Jian left, both Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua looked unhappy. Wei Jian needs to be thoroughly investigated. His identity is suspicious, Shi Tingyu said. He was just testing me. Lu Weigua nodded. This was not his biggest concern. When Wei Jian came to see Shi Tingyu's paintings today, he felt something was wrong. If Wei Jian genuinely liked her paintings, why didn't he ask to see them when they first appeared? Now he suddenly wants to see them. He suspected Wei Jian was here because of the portrait of the secret agent leader. He was testing whether her husband was the person in the portrait. Thinking of this, Lu Weigua felt uneasy. He stood up and said, Wife, you stay at home. I need to go to the camp. Shi Tingyu didn't hold him back. She said, All right, go quickly. This is more important. Lu Weigua put on his shoes and hurriedly left. Zhao Tuan saw him leave and looked surprised. Aren't you off today? Why are you back? Lu Weigua told Zhao Tuan about Wei Jian coming to his house today. Zhao Tuan, I suspect Wei Jian's identity is suspicious. Zhao Tuan frowned and said, From what you said, Wei Jian's behavior does seem strange, but without evidence, we can't say he's guilty. If he were an ordinary person, We could arrest him first and investigate later. But Wei Jian works at the Weapons Research Institute, so arresting him isn't simple. Lu Weiguo paced in the team leader's office and finally said, but gathering evidence takes time. If we can't arrest him now, we should at least keep an eye on him. We can't do nothing. I understand your point, but dealing with the Weapons Research Institute is complicated, Zhao Tuan replied. He trusted his soldiers, but Wei Jian was different. He wasn't just an ordinary researcher. He had results to show for his work. Based on just a suspicion, he couldn't give orders without explaining to his superiors. This military district is not controlled by him alone. Wait a moment, I will ask the leadership for instructions. Lu Weiguo had no choice but to hope that Zhao Tuan could persuade the leaders to send someone to temporarily detain Wei Jian. Even if they couldn't detain him, at least they should keep an eye on him. Until Wei Jian left the house, he seemed unaware that he had been exposed. But that was the situation at the time. Who knew if Wei Jian would realize he was exposed after leaving his home? Zhao Tuan's trip took about an hour. By the time he returned, it was almost dark. How did it go, Captain? Lu Weiguo asked anxiously. Zhao Tuan looked upset. Just when Lu Weiguo thought the plan had failed, he said, capturing him isn't possible. I convinced the leaders to have someone keep watch on him first. Lu Weiguo said, then send someone quickly. I suspect Wei Jian might realize he's being watched when he gets home. If he finds out he's exposed, catching him will be much harder. Zhao Tuan didn't hesitate. He looked at Lu Weiguo and said, since you and your wife found out about this, you are in charge of watching him. If this plan succeeds, it will be a great achievement. If Wei Jian is innocent, it's not Lu Weiguo's fault. In Jinling, spies are a very sensitive issue. If someone suspects something and doesn't report it, that could be dangerous. After receiving the order, Lu Weiguo quickly went to make arrangements. Every second counted, as Wei Jian could escape at any moment. By the time everything was arranged and he returned home, it was already after 8 p.m. Only then did he feel his stomach growling with hunger. Shi Tingyu saw him come back, but didn't ask about Wei Jian. Instead, she went to the kitchen and brought warm food to the table. When the meal was served, Lu Weiguo reached out and held Shi Tingyu in his arms, unable to resist kissing her. Wife, I'm sorry. I left you to eat alone again. Shi Tingyu hugged his waist and softly said, it's okay. I was just worried that irregular eating might harm your health. Whether they could eat together didn't matter to her as long as he was well. Lu Weiguo smiled and said, next time I go back to my hometown, I'll burn some incense at my ancestors' graves to thank them for blessing me with such a good wife. Shi Tingyu couldn't help but punch him lightly. Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to burn incense, they might criticize you harshly. She was now very sensitive about these things. Just then, Lu Weiguo's stomach growled loudly. Shi Tingyu hurriedly urged him to eat, staying by his side. After he finished all the food, Shi Tingyu was very satisfied. Lu Weiguo ate dinner late, so he went to bed a bit late. During this time, he and Shi Tingyu packed away all the sketches and related items. They knew Wei Jian was after the sketches, so it was better to hide them. Better safe than sorry. At midnight, Shi Tingyu, half asleep, seemed to hear someone knocking at the door, accompanied by the sound of a sharp sword. She tried to open her eyes and saw the man beside her getting dressed. For a moment, Shi Tingyu was alert and asked, what's wrong? Who's at the door? Lu Weiguo leaned down and kissed her on the lips. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. Shi Tingyu wasn't so easy to fool. She grabbed his clothes and asked seriously, be honest. Lu Weiguo sat by the bed and gently patted her head. Be good. Nothing's wrong. After Wei Jian left, we have people watching here. There should be some movement on that side now. Shi Tingyu let go and looked worried. Be careful. Lu Weiguo nodded, closed the door, and left. Outside the courtyard gate, a young soldier was waiting. When he saw Lu Weiguo come out, he quickly stepped forward and whispered, Captain, Wei Jian is missing. Tell me the details, Lu Weiguo said with a frown. The soldier looked frustrated. When you ordered us to watch Wei Jian, we split into two groups, one watching the dorms at the Weapons Research Institute, and the other watching the institute itself. Who knew? He continued. The people watching the Weapons Institute said it was already past 11, and no one had come out. We went inside to check, but Wei Jian wasn't there. The dorms have been empty all along. The professors and scholars at the institute work very hard. They often stay up all night doing research. China has already learned the hard way that falling behind means getting beaten. The more effort they put in, the more their weapons improve. It's common for researchers to work overnight when they make progress, especially when they're close to a breakthrough. If it weren't for the need to avoid alerting others, they wouldn't hesitate to check the institute late at night or even in the early morning. They're afraid of alerting the enemy. After thinking for a moment, Lu Weigua said, split into groups and go to the institute to find out if Wei Jian has any friends or family. See if he's gone to someone's house. Also, send people to check the main roads with military dogs. He had a feeling that Wei Jian probably ran away. As soon as they left his house, the other side likely realized they had been exposed. It was not even 5 o'clock then, but now it is almost 12, passing 7 hours in between. People say he might not be in Jinling anymore. The young soldier received the order and wanted to leave. Lu Weigua called him back, saying, first, ask the Research Institute if they have recently issued an introduction letter for Wei Jian. Getting an introduction letter from the Research Institute is not easy. They mainly issue these to technical personnel. Usually, unless necessary, they won't give out such letters. Without an introduction letter, the other person can't get on the vehicle, unless they find a contact person and manage to get a fake letter. Sure enough, the young soldier went to the Research Institute and reported that they hadn't issued any introduction letter for Wei Jian in the past year. Lu Weigua then returned home, left a note for Shi Tingyu, and took out the sword. The sword had met Wei Jian before. Its sense of smell is sharper than that of most military dogs. During competitions at the military dog base, it always leads the search, finding things quickly and accurately. Lu Weigua handed the leash of the sword to the young soldier beside him, then re-entered the institute. He locked the gate from inside and climbed over the wall. Only then did he take the sword from the young soldier and follow him to the family courtyard of the Research Institute. The young soldier quietly entered Wei Jian's house to retrieve his clothes. Lu Weigua's gaze involuntarily shifted toward Shi's house. Shi's house was sealed. Usually, he avoided taking Shi Tingyu there because he was worried she would be upset seeing the house. He took a few steps toward Shi's house and suddenly noticed her in the window. Frowning, he remembered being present when Shi's house was sealed and was sure the window was closed then. He handed the sword to his subordinate and went to Shi's house. The Red Committee's seal was still on the door. Using a flashlight, he carefully examined the seal and noticed an additional layer at the edge. He reached out and peeled back some of it, revealing the same sealing paper underneath. This discovery made him more alert. Why would the Red Committee put up 2 seals? He returned to the outside of the window, looked at the nearby wall, and quickly climbed onto the balcony of the first floor. He moved lightly and reached the window of Shi's house. One hand grasped the window sill, and the other carefully opened the window along the. He then turned over and climbed inside. The flashlight illuminated the interior, which had been completely transformed. The furniture inside the house was gone, and the empty house had a strange feeling. The floor was actually pried open, and even the bedboards showed signs of being moved. When the Red Committee came to take things, it wasn't like this. Clearly, someone had entered the house after sealing it, as if searching for something. He reached out and brushed off the dust on the ground, indicating that some time had passed since anyone entered. He went downstairs, casually grabbed some dirt to put in his pocket, then re-entered the house. He used the sand in his pocket to cover his footprints by blowing on it with his mouth until his tracks disappeared. Only then did he restore the window to its original position. Back downstairs at Wei Jian's house, Li Jian was already sniffing the clothes with the military dogs. When he saw Lu Weigua return, Li Jian wagged his tail eagerly, clearly having picked up a scent. After the dogs finished sniffing, Lu Weigua led them to search around. Li Jian ran at the front efficiently. Now, with fewer cars and most people traveling by bike or on foot, tracking was easier. Eventually, Li Jian led them to an old, empty house. From the outside, it looked like a rundown old home. There weren't many people around. Several scouts approached to check, then returned and said, "Captain, the house is empty now. Based on the activity marks, they left not long ago." The small soldier holding Wei Jian's clothes let the dog sniff again. This time, the dogs were circling in place. Usually, this means the scent has disappeared from the area. At that moment, a nearby scout came over and said, "Captain, there are tire tracks here. It's from a car." No wonder the dogs had trouble tracking. The scent from the vehicle was strong and could mask human scent. Plus, the car was moving fast and the people didn't stay long, making it hard to follow. Lu Weiguo looked at Li Jian and said, "Come here, Li Jian." The dog ran over, and under Lu Weiguo's instructions, it sniffed Wei Jian's clothes again. It seemed a bit anxious, like a student trying a test. After a while, it barked a few times toward the north and ran in that direction. Lu Weiguo's eyes lit up with excitement. "Follow it." This tracking was much slower than before. Li Jian needed some time to carefully determine the direction. After more than an hour, they finally followed Li Jian to Zhujia village. Almost as soon as they reached Zhujia village, Lu Weiguo realized Wei Jian's plan. Zhu family village is near the lake. He doesn't have an introduction letter, so he can't take the train. To leave Jinling, traveling by water is a good option, and it's harder to track that way. He sent 2 people to find the team leader to see if anyone needed to borrow a boat. Meanwhile, he and another person continued to follow the sword. When the team leader was awakened, he saw 2 soldiers in uniform at the door and was very surprised. This situation probably meant something serious was happening. As for what these soldiers asked about, he didn't know anything. They had gone to bed early. Based on what the scouts found at the old house, the people there had left not long ago, so they probably arrived at Zhu family village not long after. At that time, everyone in the village was sleeping. "I know which families have boats. I'll take you to find someone," the team leader said after understanding the situation. Most villagers are fishermen, but few have boats capable of long trips. The best boats belong to Lu Wang's family. The village chief and 2 others went straight to Lu Wang's house. As soon as they knocked, Lu Wang's wife came out, muttering, "Didn't he just leave? Why is he back? Did he forget something?" The team leader said, "I'm the team leader. Is Lu Wang home?" She looked surprised, quickly opened the door, and 2 young soldiers hid behind her. "Is the team leader here for something with my husband? He left less than 10 minutes ago. What was he doing out so late at night?" the team leader asked. Lu Wang's wife didn't hide anything. Someone had an urgent matter tonight, and since they couldn't buy a ticket, they asked Lu Wang to take a boat to the neighboring city. Hearing this, the team leader felt a knot tighten in his stomach. If Lu Wang really took someone out, trouble might be coming. That money was hard to earn. He didn't explain much and said, "All right, since Lu Wang isn't home, I'll ask someone else for help. You can go inside." Lu Wang's wife scratched her head and obediently went back inside. As soon as the door closed, the 2 young soldiers came out. The team leader said, "Lu's boat is near the small dock. I'll take you there." The small dock was just a platform built by the village years ago for villagers to wash up. When they reached the dock, Lu Weiguo and the others were already there. About 30 meters from the shore, a small civilian fishing boat was heading toward the center of the lake. The sound of the diesel engine, along with barking dogs, disturbed the peaceful village. The military dogs kept barking at the boat. In the night, the lights on the boat flickered. Lu Weiguo quickly decided, "Captain, please help us borrow a boat." The captain didn't hesitate and went to knock on the door of the nearest house. The closest house was Zhu Yu's. He also had a boat, but it wasn't as good as Lu Wang's. The noise of the engine and the barking dogs had already disturbed Zhu Yu's sleep. When the captain knocked, he got up immediately. Hearing that they wanted to help soldiers, Zhu Yu agreed without hesitation. Most people nowadays are honest. Even if they have small faults in daily life, they understand what's important when it comes to serious matters. On Lu Wang's boat, Wei Jian and Lu Wang saw the people and dogs on the shore. Wei Jian looked worried, and Lu Wang was also startled. From the shore, someone kept shouting, "People on the boat, listen up. Turn back immediately. Turn back now." Seeing Wei Jian, who looked gentle and refined, Lu Wang asked loudly. Comrade, what's going on? I just want to make some money. You can't trick me. It was Wei Jian who showed him his work ID first, so Lu Wang agreed to take him to the neighboring city. Wei Jian's calm eyes suddenly turned fierce. He pulled out a small knife from his clothes and pressed it against Lu Wang's waist. If you want to stay alive, obediently open the boat for me. Lu Wang was startled. He tried to struggle, but the tip of the knife had already cut his clothes. The cold blade pressed against his skin, making him shiver. Realizing his situation, Lu Wang's face turned pale. Okay, I'll open it. He stumbled back to the steering wheel, his hands trembling. All he wanted was for the people on the shore to come and save him quickly. Since the fishing boat had just left the small dock, it was moving slowly. Lu Wang intentionally slowed down, worried that Wei Jian might turn on him or get distracted by the shore. For a moment, Wei Jian didn't notice anything wrong. But soon, he realized the problem because the pursuing fishing boat was getting closer. His knife moved closer to Lu Wang's body, causing him pain and blood to flow. Don't play tricks on me, or I'll deal with you. Lu Wang was truly scared now, but he didn't want to die. Seeing Wei Jian's attitude, even if they reached the destination, Lu Wang worried he might be killed to silence him. So he sped up, but it seemed like he hadn't actually increased his speed. The boats were getting closer. Wei Jian grew anxious. He reached out to stab Lu Wang. He didn't plan to kill the other person, at least not now. With Lu Wang in his hand, he also had a hostage. The soldiers wouldn't ignore the villagers' lives, so he just wanted to make the other side lose their ability to act. They say that soldiers and civilians are one family. He wouldn't underestimate the villagers' genuine respect for soldiers. It would be bad if this guy stabbed him in the back later. Lu Wang saw the other person trying to attack, and at a critical moment, he tightly held Wei Jian's hand that was holding the dagger. Lu Wang works hard fishing all year round, so he has strong muscles. In a life-or-death moment, he suddenly showed incredible strength. Even Wei Jian, who knew martial arts, couldn't handle him for a while. The two of them just kept struggling like that. The Zhu family's fishing boat soon arrived nearby. Lu Weigua picked up a wooden board on the boat, quickly laid it across to Lu Wang's boat, and without hesitation, ran over along the board. Seeing that the person was Lu Weigua, Wei Jian didn't have time to think. He kicked Lu Wang away and turned to jump into the lake. It's early October and the early morning lake water is still a bit cold, but he didn't have time to think. He just swam as hard as he could. Lu Weigua also jumped in after him, along with Captain Da and Zhu Yu. They all knew how to swim since they grew up in Zhu's village. They were much faster than Wei Jian. In no time, the three of them had surrounded Wei Jian. Wei Jian's legs kicked in the water as he waved his dagger. Captain Da and Zhu Yu didn't dare get too close. It's hard to fight in the water, and Lu Weigua was worried about Captain Da and Zhu Yu getting hurt, so he hesitated. Seeing this, Captain Da decided not to go further with Zhu Yu and instead submerged underwater. Lu Weigua caught a glimpse of their movements, and his eyes lit up. He also dove underwater. When Wei Jian saw Lu Weigua dive, he knew things were bad. He wanted to react, but it was too late. Underwater, someone was pulling his legs down toward the lake bottom. He was caught off guard, choking on water, and instinctively waved his arms. Lu Weigua seized the moment, grabbing his dagger-holding hand and punching him in the stomach. The water's resistance was strong, so this punch didn't do much damage, but it made Wei Jian loosen his grip due to pain. His dagger was taken away, and Wei Jian was drowning, struggling constantly. He was good at swimming, but couldn't match the fishermen who had dealt with the lake all their lives. Soon his struggling weakened. Lu Weigua was worried he might drown him, so he quickly signaled to Captain Da and Zhu Yu. The two understood Lu Weigua's meaning. One of them grabbed Wei Jian's arm and pulled him to the surface of the water. Once out of the water, Wei Jian coughed violently twice. In the next moment, Lu Weigua struck him with a hand chop, knocking him out. The squad leader and Zhu Yu helped Lu Weigua carry Wei Jian onto the boat. Lu Wang only had minor cuts on his skin and was not seriously hurt, but he was frightened and felt weak in his hands and legs. In the end, the squad leader took his boat back. When the two boats reached the shore, nearby villagers had already gathered to watch. Flashlights flickered on the shore. Under the light from the fishing boat, everyone saw Lu Wang's blood-stained clothes. Lu Wang's wife shouted and ran over Old Lu. "Old Lu, what happened to you?" At this moment, the squad leader got off the boat. Hearing Lu Wang's wife, he said irritably, "It's just minor cuts. Take him to Dr. Zhu to get checked and bandaged. We need to be more careful when making money." Luckily, he didn't cause a big mistake this time. When he was sailing, he knew the other side was dangerous and slowed down. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him harshly. Lu Wang's wife quickly agreed. Lu Weiguo looked at the squad leader and realized he was subtly trying to cover for Lu Wang. This could be considered aiding the enemy. Helping enemy agents escape is a serious crime. But considering Lu Wang's later behavior and the help from the squad leader and Zhu Yu just now, Lu Weiguo decided not to pursue Lu Wang's matter. He only told the squad leader, "I will report Lu Wang's situation to the higher-ups. When the time comes, he might need to come back to the camp with us to explain." Hearing this, the squad leader sighed in relief and said repeatedly, all right, comrade. Once he's bandaged, I'll send someone to take him back early tomorrow. If anything is missing, just come to Zhujia village and find me." The camp knew a bit about the squad leader from Zhujia village and trusted his character. So they didn't insist that Lu Wang return immediately. After all, Wei Jian was caught. Any further questions could be asked of Wei Jian. Lu Weiguo led people to Wei Jian back to the camp. The usually quiet camp immediately became lively. Zhao Tuan hurried back to the camp. After hearing Lu Weiguo's report, he finally felt at ease. He had been uneasy all night, worried something might happen to Lu Weiguo. Fortunately, the suspect was caught. Zhao Tuan tiptoed and patted Lu Weiguo on the shoulder. "Thanks for your hard work. You've made another great contribution this time. This is what I should do," Lu Weiguo said. Wei Jian was clearly aiming for his wife. Both publicly and privately, he would do his best. Zhao Tuan turned around and sat on his office chair, inviting Lu Weiguo to sit and talk. He sighed and said, "In a few days, my transfer order will come through. Someone else will take over my position. Chun Chong will be promoted to deputy regiment commander, and you will also be transferred away." Lu Weiguo roughly knew about these things. Zhao Tuan continued, "Chun Chong is very familiar to you all. He is honest and straightforward. Reaching this position isn't easy. You should all treat him well." Lu Weiguo suddenly felt a bit sad. Since coming down from the battlefield, he had been under Zhao Tuan's command. The sudden change of personnel made him a little uncomfortable. But seeing Zhao Tuan still worried about the places he left, he gave him a reassurance. "Don't worry, we won't slack off." Zhao Tuan smiled, then looked a bit lost in thought. "Originally, I thought that with your military achievements, you should take over my position. But you married the daughter of the Shi family, so I wasn't worried about you. Just remember to keep a good attitude." He was worried that Lu Weiguo, being young and ambitious, might clash with Shi Tingyu over the promotion. He also worried that Lu Weiguo might feel resentful toward Chun Chong, causing trouble later. After all, they used to be at the same rank, but now Chun Chong was above him, which no one would be happy about. Especially since Lu Weiguo's skills and achievements surpassed Chun Chong's. If the person sitting above wasn't his superior, Lu Weiguo would probably roll his eyes at him. "What are you thinking? Chun Chong is capable, and he has more military experience than I do. He is honest and upright. It's good for him to move up. I have no complaints. Besides, when I got married, I was already prepared that I wouldn't be promoted for a while. I have a good relationship with my wife. You don't need to worry." Hearing this, Zhao Tuan finally relaxed. "Don't rush. These chaotic days will soon end. Once everything is settled, what's meant to be yours will be yours. Kid, just be patient. I believe Professor Li and the others will be back soon." Lu Weiguo felt a surge of hope inside. Whether he got promoted or not didn't matter much. As long as he worked hard, he would eventually move up. He was happy because his father-in-law and mother-in-law's difficult days would soon be over. When that happened, his wife would be very happy. Zhao Tuan gave a few more instructions before sending him back to rest and granting a morning off. It had been a tiring night. Lu Weigua felt very relieved to have Wei Jian under Zhao Tuan's care. This should be the last major matter Zhao Tuan handled before leaving. Lu Weigua returned to his quarters after washing up. When he arrived home, Shi Tingyu was still sleeping, but her sleep was restless. To reward Li Jian, Lu Weigua didn't go to bed immediately. Instead, he went to the military dog base and bought some large bones, boiling them for Li Jian to enjoy as an extra meal. As long as it was paid through official funds, a few times was okay. The military dogs also worked hard during the recent arrest mission, and Sergeant Li was preparing special food for them. Lu Weigua was also there. Usually, he wouldn't have such meat bones. After getting the bones, Lu Weigua went home. He put the bones in a pot and simmered them over a coal stove. After estimating the time, he went to his room to sleep. As soon as he lay down, Shi Tingyu woke up. Seeing him return, her memories of last night flooded back instantly. Her hand touched him, asking, "How are you? No injuries, right?" If Wei Jian really was a spy, then this operation was dangerous. Lu Weigua held her wandering hand and smiled, saying, "You're taking advantage of me." Shi Tingyu paused for a moment, then realized what he meant, and shot him a glare. "I'm talking seriously." Lu Weigua took her hand and kissed it gently, conceding, "All right, you're serious." "I wasn't." Shi Tingyu was a bit annoyed by him. Lu Weigua lifted the thin blanket, gently carrying her onto himself, then wrapped her in the quilt. He patted her back and said, "Wei Jian was caught, so don't worry." Shi Tingyu looked up in surprise, but Lu Weigua's large hand pressed her back into his arms again. His love was right there, making him happy. Though she couldn't lift her head, Shi Tingyu's mouth kept talking. "What's really going on?
Can you tell me?"
Wei Jian's situation involved Shi Tingyu herself. She was part of the incident, so there was nothing to hide. He recounted how Wei Jian escaped and was caught again. Shi Tingyu frowned. "Do you really think Wei Jian is a spy? I always feel something's off." Lu Weigua listened carefully to her words. She wasn't just an ordinary family member unaware of enemy agents. When she sensed something was wrong, he also paid attention. Shi Tingyu thought for a moment and said, "The last time, I drew the portrait of the spy's young leader, so we suspected he was here to test whether I was the portrait artist. But now, hearing you say Wei Jian has research results, if he's a spy, how could he have research results? Shouldn't they destroy our research results?" Lu Weigua frowned, and his hand, which had been gently patting Shi Tingyu's back, gradually slowed down. "Are you saying he stole someone else's work?" Shi Tingyu nodded, then shook her head, her hair brushing against Lu Weigua's chest, making him feel numb. He suppressed his nervousness and looked at Shi Tingyu, wanting to hear her thoughts. If he really stole someone else's work, why hasn't any news about it come out? Has the person who was stolen from taken no action? She had seen many stories about spies in her later life. She said, "Some spies are from abroad. They use outdated products as a way to get into our important research institutions. Our country's technology is indeed behind foreign countries now." Wei Jian has no study abroad experience, and he's still young. Did he really develop this on his own? Could it be that the work was from an outdated foreign product? Lu Weigua's eyes widened involuntarily. Their thinking was too limited. Jinling used to be the main base for the party state, and most spies here were also from the party state. Plus, Wei Jian had been secretly investigating the portrait, so they automatically assumed he was from the party state. They never considered another possibility. Shi Tingyu looked at him and said, "Those involved often can't see clearly, but outsiders can." And she added, "He might also have connections with spies from abroad." She had read many reports about double agents before. Lu Weigua didn't expect this situation. He sat up, feeling like he wanted to run outside. Shi Tingyu pinched his chest, making him grunt softly before stopping. Wei Jian had already been caught, so it didn't matter if a few hours passed. In the end, Lu Weigua didn't get out of bed. He needed to rest first, or he'd be too dizzy and fuzzy-minded the next day. Looking at the sky outside, Shi Tingyu guessed she wouldn't sleep either and was about to get up, but Lu Weigua hugged her tightly.
"Sleep with me,"
Shi Tingyu said, "It's late already." Lu Weigua looked at his watch on the bedside table. "It's only 5 o'clock. You can sleep a little longer." Unable to resist his insistence, Shi Tingyu felt sorry for her busy husband and curled up in his arms to sleep. The woman who had just said she needed to get up because it was late was already peacefully asleep in just a few minutes. Seeing her defenseless expression, Lu Weiguo felt his chest tighten. When Shi Tingyu fell asleep, the wake-up call sounded, but she didn't wake up. Lu Weiguo instinctively woke up. He put on his pants, went to the kitchen shirtless, and took out the big bone. Li Jian's tail wagged happily. Seeing this, Lu Weiguo said, "Li Jian, sit." Li Jian perked up its ears and sat straight away. He placed the bone into Li Jian's food bowl, which still had lots of meat on it. Li Jian drooled as it looked at the bone. But it still sat properly. Lu Weiguo felt very pleased and praised, "Good. The bone is too hot now, wait a bit before eating." Li Jian seemed to understand and barked at him. But the food made it drool more, and with a bark, it splashed saliva onto Lu Weiguo's hand. Lu Weiguo shook his head helplessly and quickly went to wash his hand. If he did this, his wife might complain about him. Once the food cooled down enough, Lu Weiguo let Li Jian start eating. Li Jian ate the meat and bone it earned through hard work, looking very satisfied. Lu Weiguo was not idle either. He cooked millet pumpkin porridge on the coal stove. Millet and pumpkin weren't special, but his wife loved eating them. He also cooked some pancakes on the stove, low heat. The first 2 pancakes were a bit burnt, so he ate them himself. The next few looked better, and he placed them on a plate. But when he was mixing the dough, he didn't get the proportions right, so the dough was a bit less. He looked around for something else to make and saw a bag of Grandma's vegetables in the kitchen cabinet. This vegetable was given by a lady from Hunan province, just because her grandson asked his wife for a tomato. His wife could eat spicy food. He chopped some chili, took 2 eggs, and stir-fried them with Grandma's vegetables. It would be good with porridge. When everything was ready, Lu Weiguo went to wake Shi Tingyu. She probably didn't sleep well last night, or she would have woken up by now. When Shi Tingyu heard Lu Weiguo calling her, she looked at the time on her watch, almost 7:30, and suddenly sat up quickly. "Take it slow," Lu Weiguo said, helping her up. "Getting up too fast can make you dizzy." Shi Tingyu hurriedly said, "There's not enough time now. I haven't made breakfast yet." As she spoke, she suddenly looked at Lu Weiguo and asked, "Didn't you have morning training today?" Lu Weiguo nodded. "Zhao Tuan told us to rest for half a morning." Shi Tingyu relaxed and no longer looked so anxious as before. After washing up, she saw the breakfast on the table and happily started eating. Lu Weiguo's pancakes weren't very good. Dough not rising properly, filling not well prepared, and the heat not quite right, sometimes burnt or undercooked. But Shi Tingyu ate with great enjoyment. This time, Lu Weiguo's porridge and Grandma's stir-fried vegetables were tasty. She drank 2 bowls. When it was almost time, Shi Tingyu packed her bag and prepared to go to school. Lu Weiguo washed the dishes and tidied up the vegetable garden and flowers before stopping. Staying at home was boring, so he decided to go to the military area. At the military area, they were questioning Wei Jian. When he arrived, Wei Jian hadn't given any statement yet. Zhao Tuan saw him and asked, "Aren't you supposed to rest at noon? Why are you here?" "I took my wife to work and being alone at home is boring, so I came over." Zhao Tuan glared at him. "You're just a busybody." Lu Weiguo smiled and approached, sharing his analysis of Wei Jian from last night. Zhao Tuan's face grew more serious as he listened. He called out the person conducting the interrogation, whispered a few words in his ear, then let him continue. This time, Wei Jian admitted to being a secret agent for the party and country. When the interrogator came out, he looked surprised and uncertain. "Commander, I asked him about his research results as you said, and then about going abroad." His face changed a bit. It was around that time Wei Jian also admitted his identity. It felt like the other person was trying to abandon the ship to save himself.
Keep digging.
Zhao Tuan was increasingly convinced of what Lu Weiguo had just told him. Wei Jian's identity was not simple. But no matter how they questioned him later, there was little progress. Zhao Tuan and Lu Weiguo came out, and Zhao Tuan sighed, "You're quick-witted." Lu Weiguo shook his head. "My wife noticed it." Hearing Lu Weiguo mention Shi Tingyu, Zhao Tuan was surprised, then said with admiration, "It's a pity she isn't in the military. Someone like her with such keen observation skills would be a great asset." "My wife isn't interested in that," Lu Weiguo replied. "She loves painting and is passionate about it, but she's not very interested in other things." Zhao Tuan said, "Not being in the military doesn't matter. She's capable. Next time, let her give a lesson to our soldiers in the interrogation room. Her theories on microexpressions and her new ideas for solving cases are very valuable for them to learn." Lu Weiguo feels conflicted. The trouble with Wei Jian started because Shirtingyu helped draw a portrait. This time, Wei Jian was caught. If Wei Jian hadn't been caught, her wife might have been exposed. Being targeted by spies is very dangerous. Zhao Tuan saw what he was thinking and said, "Don't worry. We will make sure the people in the class are trustworthy. You can also sit in on the class, and if anything happens, you'll notice it right away." Lu Weiguo didn't agree immediately. He said, "I'll ask my wife's opinion after she gets off work." Zhao Tuan didn't refuse this. Good talent deserves such respect. Before they could go back, people from Zhu family village arrived. The team leader led the group, with Lu Wang and Zhu following. Lu Weiguo had already told Zhao Tuan about yesterday's events. This time, Zhao Tuan brought people he personally trusted. Thanks to the team leader and Zhu Yu, Wei Jian was caught quickly. Zhao Tuan planned to reward both of them, and even the outside military dog, Jian, would get a reward too. When Lu Wang arrived at the military camp with the village chief, he looked pale. His injury that day wasn't serious, but he lost a lot of blood. He was also worried that sending someone to the neighboring city might get him in trouble. He hadn't rested well during the few hours at home. Seeing Zhao Tuan and Lu Weiguo, Lu Wang's eyes filled with tears. "Comrade soldier, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't know he was a bad person. He even showed me his work ID. He's from your research institute. I really didn't know I couldn't send him." Zhao Tuan comforted him. "I already know what happened. We managed to catch the other person because of the efforts of the team leader and Zhu Yu. You also made the right choice later, so we won't pursue this matter." Lu Wang quickly wiped his tears, smiling and crying at the same time. "Really? That's great." The team leader couldn't bear to look at him and said, "Even if you want to make money next time, you need to be more careful. This time, you recognized your mistake, and the leaders are being generous and forgiving. But next time, luck might not be on your side." Lu Wang hurriedly agreed repeatedly. When he arrived, the team leader had already told him to be honest and clear about everything. Zhao Tuan raised his hand to signal them to be quiet. The team leader, used to big scenes, was not afraid. He patted Lu Wang's arm and told him to be quiet for a moment. Lu Wang immediately fell silent. Zhao Tuan said, "We should also thank Captain and Comrade Zhu Yu for their help this time. Later, I will ask someone to send a letter of praise to your commune and village to thank you for your cooperation." The captain quickly responded humbly. They were genuinely helping, otherwise, who would risk clashing with spies? Hearing about the praise letter, they were truly happy. In this era where honor is highly valued, receiving a letter of praise makes everyone feel proud. Even being mentioned by the commune leaders might help their team be recognized as an outstanding team. Zhao Tuan also arranged for someone to give Lu Wang a moral talk, not to criticize, but to help him be more cautious in the future when facing similar situations. When they were about to leave, the logistics department gave the captain and Zhu Yu each a military-style water bottle. They were so happy they smiled from ear to ear. Lu Wang looked on with envy. These were official military water bottles issued directly by the camp. If he carried one around the village, it would surely impress everyone. The rewards for the villagers had been delivered, and the reward for the Wei Jian, sharp sword, team was also secured. Zhao Tuan approved that Wei Jian could train at the military dog training base alongside other military dogs anytime. Although Wei Jian couldn't officially become a military dog, mainly because it didn't want to, its training was beneficial. If similar situations happen again, Wei Jian could still help out. Moreover, the camp also provided Wei Jian with some military supplies like feeding bowls and leashes, similar to those used for military dogs. Although these weren't much for Shirtingyu, who was well off, for many others, it was a sign of honor. Li Jian seemed to realize it was being rewarded and had become especially spirited in the past few days. While training at the military dog base, it worked very hard. Its conditions weren't as good as other military dogs, but it had a special spiritual spring that others didn't, so both its intelligence and physical fitness were slightly better than average, and its training results were surprisingly good. The young soldiers at the training base couldn't help but whisper to Sergeant Lee, "Sergeant, do you think we were a bit hasty to give Li Jian away?" Sergeant Lee glared at them. "What nonsense are you talking? Do you think Li Jian could have achieved anything here? Haven't you seen how Li Jian was as a puppy? If it weren't for comradeship, Li Jian wouldn't be as capable as it is now." He always believed Li Jian's excellence was closely related to the care from the camp commander's wife. Now, people raise dogs without starving them. Just look at how Captain Lu's wife takes care of her dogs. Proper food pairing should be nutritious and healthy. She exercises daily, takes regular baths, and trains and plays sports with her dog. She also often chats and shares her feelings with her dog. It seems she is more attentive to her pet than many people are to raising their children. Just by looking at the dog, you can tell. When she hears she's going back to the military dog base, she immediately hides behind her owner. Isn't that reaction obvious enough? This time, the dog has also become quite famous in the residential area. However, Li's squad leader and others don't know that the dog's fame is just beginning. Recently, Shi Tingyu has been busy. Besides sending the dog to the military dog base, she spends her free time training with Lu Weiguo. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, her physical health is excellent. As she trains, her strength keeps increasing. Now, she can even hold her own against Lu Weiguo in a few moves. Of course, only a few moves. Lu Weiguo also trains her to run away quickly. He hopes that if she ever faces danger, she won't risk fighting the enemy directly. Staying safe is the most important thing. Shi Tingyu doesn't say much. She follows whatever training Lu Weiguo gives her. She also notices that her body has become much firmer recently. Her once flat stomach now has healthy abs, and she looks lively and full of energy. Lu Weiguo is very happy with his wife's current condition. She was healthy before, but she always seemed lacking in energy. Now, seeing her like this, he feels very pleased. One day after school, Shi Tingyu returns home and sees 3 young boys gathered in front of her house. More precisely, 2 are peeking through the door, and 1 is standing nearby. The boy standing is Ma Mao from next door's Zhang family. The other 2 are students she has taught before, but she doesn't know which families they belong to. When they see Shi Tingyu approaching, they all instinctively straighten up. Even though she is a gentle teacher, children still naturally feel a bit of awe when they see her. "Is there something you're doing here?" Shi Tingyu looks at the 3 boys. Ma Mao, who is closer to her, speaks first. "Andy, they're here to see the dog, Li Jian." Everyone in the neighborhood knows that Lu Weiguo's dog played a big role in catching a spy. Many are curious, but in the end, it's just a dog. Their curiosity will fade after a while. Only the soldiers' families might care a bit more. But for the children, it's a different story. The children love small animals and grew up in a family compound where they often saw military dogs. They really liked these dogs, especially Li Jian, who is a disabled dog and has done things that normal military dogs can't do. This makes him very special in the children's hearts. Many curious kids in the family compound want to see Li Jian, but few have actually come to visit. 2 children look at Shi Tingyu with hopeful faces. "Teacher, can we go in and see Li Jian?" One asks. The other adds, "We won't cause trouble, just want to see Li Jian." Shi Tingyu doesn't stop them. She opens the door and lets the 3 children into the yard. Li Jian, who had already heard the noise, sees the visitors and wags his tail at Shi Tingyu. Damao recognizes him and pays no attention. As for the other 2 little ones, they don't pose any threat. The 2 children are so excited when they see Li Jian that they feel like they can't walk anymore. They look at him like they're seeing their idol, their faces bright red with excitement. Damao, being friendly, greets Li Jian casually. Shi Tingyu introduces the 2 new kids to Li Jian, knowing that Li Jian can understand. After giving him some spiritual spring water a few times, Shitinjia notices that Wei Jian is unusually smart for a dog and can understand many words. She observes this and realizes it's the effect of the spring water. Sure enough, after hearing the introduction, Wei Jian wags his tail at the two children and relaxes his alert look, though he still seems a bit aloof. Shitinjia gives each child a big white rabbit candy and then asks Wei Jian to play with them. Wei Jian, never mind, it's just a few kids. Near his doghouse in the corridor, there are his toys. Based on some dog toys from the future, Shitinjia asks Lu Weigua to make a wooden frisbee, and she also brings a towel and a small ball to tease him. Wei Jian goes to his nest, picks up the small ball, and places it in front of the children. The two kids look at each other, wondering what he's going to do. Damao has seen Wei Jian and Shitinjia play with balls before. He picks up the ball from the ground, mimics Shitinjia's way of throwing it, and tosses it out. Wei Jian's eyes lock onto the flying ball, and he runs after it. When the ball lands, he leaps up and catches it. Damao smiles proudly. See? That's how my auntie usually plays with Wei Jian. The other two little ones are eager to join in. The taller boy, Sun Xiongdong, asked Damao for the ball. He mimicked his style and threw the ball out, then shouted to Wei Jian, chasing wind. Go quickly. Wei Jian was about to run out but suddenly stopped, looking confused with a big question mark over his head. Who is chasing wind? Damao crossed his arms and angrily said, You called Wei Jian by the wrong name. Wei Jian is upset now. Sun Xiongdong felt a little embarrassed and apologized to Wei Jian. Wei Jian, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Wei Jian looked at him, then took the ball and stopped playing with him. Sun Xiongdong chased after Wei Jian and explained, Wei Jian, listen to me. I really didn't do it on purpose. Chasing Wind is a dog from a comic book I read. It has bad legs like you, but it's very brave and strong. I think you are just like it. Wei Jian perked up his ears, and the proud look on his face softened a little. Sun Xiongdong's words caught everyone's attention. Damao asked curiously, What comic book? Is it good? Are there comic books about military dogs? Do the dogs look like Wei Jian? The kids kept asking questions one after another. Sun Xiongdong said simply, Wait for a moment. I'll go home and bring my comic book to show you. Since their homes were nearby, Sun Xiongdong's family home was not far, and no one stopped him. When Tingyu came out, she noticed one child was missing and asked, Where is your other little friend? Damao raised his hand and said, Auntie, Sun Xiongdong went home to get something. He'll be back soon. Tingyu nodded, knowing where the children were. They were all in the big yard, so nothing bad could happen. Nowadays, parents tend to be relaxed. As long as the kids come home for dinner, it's fine. Sometimes kids play so long they forget the time, and you can hear their mother calling loudly. Soon, Sun Xiongdong came back with a comic book called Loyal Dog. He ran all the way here, his face flushed from exercise. He placed the comic book in front of Damao and the others. Look, the cover shows Chasing Wind. Doesn't it look just like Wei Jian?
Damao looked carefully, amazed.
It really does look similar. Even the injured leg is the same.
See here?
Damao pointed at the cover where Chasing Wind's injured leg was shown. It's just like Wei Jian's. Wei Jian's dog had pushed into the space between Damao and Sun Xiongdong. When he saw the dog on the cover, his eyes lit up, and he barked happily. Damao gently touched its head and nodded with approval, saying, Do you think it looks just like you? Wei Jian barked, Woof, woof. That's it. It had seen this book in the owner's room. With the comic book, the little kid's interest was caught. The three children and the dog gathered around the comic, with Sun Xiongdong responsible for flipping pages and reading the words aloud to Damao, who couldn't read. Soon, they were captivated by the story in the book. But the more they looked, the more they thought the character Chase Wind looked like Wei Jian. At this moment, Tingyu came out and saw them gathered around, so she went over to look. To her surprise, they were actually reading Loyal Dog. Hearing the noise, Damao lifted its head from the book and asked, Auntie, did you draw this book? When the family courtyard was talking about Tingyu making a lot of money from publishing, he had overheard some discussions. Because it was about her, he paid more attention. Now, seeing that Chase Wind looked so much like Wei Jian, He guessed that the comic book was probably drawn by his aunt. Shirtingyu didn't expect Mao to have such insight. Her publishing was not a secret in the community, so she didn't hide it. Yes, I drew it. As soon as she said that, Sun Xiongdong and Xin Jibing looked at her in shock. Then their eyes turned to admiration. The children's enthusiasm for comic books was hard to imagine. They secretly admired anyone who could draw comics. Now that the real person was right next to them, they couldn't help but feel excited. Sun Xiongdong stammered, "Teacher Shi, is this really true?" Shirtingyu took the comic book and opened the cover page, pointing to the author's name, which was clearly her name. Sun Xiongdong and Xin Jibing, who were in 3rd grade, knew her. They never paid attention to the author's name when reading comics. They were completely absorbed in the story. Now that they saw her name, they realized that their art teacher was the creator of the comic. They felt like a great master was right beside them. Although they didn't understand what a master was at that moment, they felt very excited. "Teacher Shi, you're amazing. I really like Chase Wind. I think he's a divine dog." Shirtingyu smiled. "Thank you for liking it. Although your family bought you the comic, and you can read it whenever you want, don't let it interfere with your studies." Sun Xiongdong nodded seriously. If his parents said that, he would definitely argue back. But now, it was his teacher and the comic's creator speaking. How could he not listen? The sword stood tall beside her, listening to the conversation between a few people. The dog in the book was indeed her. Although her name had been changed, that didn't matter. At that moment, she felt very proud. She was thinking about when she could prove herself again and have her owner help her publish another book. Until the parents of the children called them, and the 2 kids, who had heard the faint voices, went back home. On their way, they kept talking about the chase and the sword. After the 2 children spread the word about the chase and the sword in the comic books, many kids knew about it. Sun Xiongdong's comic book became very popular among the children. Some who couldn't get a copy begged their parents to buy one for them. But when they went to the Xinhua bookstore, they found that the Loyal Dog comic was already sold out. The clerk saw that more people were asking than usual and could only say, "When the comic was sold out before, we contacted the publisher to get more copies. But printing takes time, so if you keep asking, you probably won't get it." The children could only leave disappointed, even though they came happily with their parents. Then someone heard that Shirtingyu, the author, still had some books and went to buy one. Shirtingyu saw a few women standing at her door after school and felt uneasy. Earlier at school, many teachers had asked her whether she still had the comic books. The office staff and other teachers from different offices were there, so she had to come up with an excuse. She said the publisher had sent her some copies before, but she had already sent them back to her hometown to give to relatives. But then, who should she give the books to, and who shouldn't get them? The teachers sighed in frustration. Lu Xiaohong was the same. She quietly told Shirtingyu, "Teacher Shi, you don't know, my daughter Yuya keeps begging for your comic book. She's been pestering me so much I have a headache. Last time I took her to the bookstore, they were already sold out." Yuya was her 9-year-old daughter in 2nd grade and also Shirtingyu's student. Shirtingyu could only smile awkwardly and say, "I don't know the exact situation either." When the school bell rang, Shirtingyu felt she could finally relax. But when she reached her door, she saw those women blocking her way. Seeing her approach, they smiled and said, "Oh, Teacher Shi, you finished school. Thank you for your hard work." The others also followed suit. Yes, nowadays children are very naughty, and teachers have a hard time managing them. Teacher Shi is tired. Teacher Shi should rest more in the future. This friendly and understanding small talk made Shirtingyu, who was used to living in the residential compound, feel awkward and shy again after a long time. She awkwardly smiled, greeted everyone, and asked, "Aunties, do you need something from me?" The women looked at each other. Then the first one said, "We don't have any other business. We just want to ask if you still have comic books. Our children like to read them. If you do, could you sell us some?" People who come here to buy comics usually come from well-off families and spoil their children. Since she already refused to sell books to the school teachers, Shirtingyu wouldn't sell to others either, so she used the same excuse as before. The aunties looked at each other again. unsure if Shi Tingyu was telling the truth. Shi Tingyu was good at reading people. Seeing their doubt, she said directly, "Aunties, I really don't have any books left. Those are free samples sent to me by the publisher. If I could sell some for money, I wouldn't be foolish enough to keep them gathering dust." They thought that made sense. If it were them, they would probably keep one as a souvenir, but anything they could sell, they wouldn't keep. Seeing that there were no books to buy, the aunties left. But as they left, they looked worried, and their children started to make a fuss at home. That night, Lu Weigua came back and mentioned this to Shi Tingyu. He said, "Honey, today someone asked if we still have comic books at home." Shi Tingyu looked nervous and asked, "You didn't tell them we gave them away, did you?" If he had, it would have been a mistake. She didn't expect that these parents would go so far for their children. The aunties asking her wasn't enough. They even asked Lu Weigua directly. Seeing her nervous look, Lu Weigua felt relieved and said, "Other than giving Feng Wei the comic book we bought from Xinhua Bookstore, I told them I didn't know anything else." Actually, when Feng Wei came to ask him, he found it strange. He knew Feng Wei wasn't short of money. The 5-cent comic book wasn't expensive, so it was odd for him to ask for it now. After asking, he found out that the comics at Xinhua Bookstore were sold out and Feng Wei's children really wanted to read them, which left him helpless. That's when Lu Weigua gave him the book. When a second person came asking if they had any comic books, he became more cautious. He simply said he didn't know and mentioned that his wife was responsible for the book issue. That was enough to send a few people away. Won't Feng Teach accidentally reveal something? Shi Tingyu was a bit worried. Lu Weigua was very confident. "Don't worry, Lao Feng is sharp. He's good at reading people. If the family members in the courtyard didn't get the book, he definitely won't say anything." Now Shi Tingyu felt relieved. Lu Weigua looked at his wife and said with some emotion, "My wife is now famous." Shi Tingyu replied, "I haven't been unknown myself." Lu Weigua stepped forward, hugged her, and said with a smile, "That's true. My wife's beauty is unmatched." When she first arrived at the courtyard, it caused quite a stir. Shi Tingyu rolled her eyes at him and thought to herself, "Those days are hard to forget." Thinking about what the people in the courtyard discussed back then, she still feels uncomfortable when she recalls it. At that time, she didn't even want to go out. When walking past others, she always felt they were talking about her. It was very upsetting. Lu Weigua knew his wife's personality well and didn't continue this topic. He washed his hands and started cooking with her. The next morning, while Shi Tingyu was eating with Lu Weigua, the radio suddenly started playing. The postman came to deliver letters and packages. When Shi Tingyu heard her name, she was about to get up and leave, but Lu Weigua stopped her. He picked up his bowl, drank a few sips of porridge, and said, "You keep eating. I'll go get it." Then he went to the room to get Shi Tingyu's seal and ID and left. If it was just a letter, it was fine, but if it was a package, she might need those items. When Lu Weigua reached the door, the security guard saluted him. A few of the sisters-in-law also greeted him. Since the incident with the comic book, they had been trying to overcome their fear and started chatting with Lu Weigua. For the children, they weren't afraid. Lu Weigua was a bit surprised but nodded at them. However, his face no longer looked as gentle as when he was with his wife. Lu Weigua mentioned Shi Tingyu's name, and the postman found a letter, handed it to him, and said, "Comrade, this is Comrade Shi Tingyu's letter." Seeing it was from the Beijing art publishing house, Lu Weigua didn't look closely. He signed, stamped, and took it. After he left, the sisters-in-law couldn't help but sigh. "Little Lu is so diligent, unlike my family. When I ask him to pick up a package, he doesn't even lift his eyes. My family is the same. At home, he's like a big boss. Who says not? I need to go home and talk to my family member about this so he can study hard with Xiao Lu." Lu Weigua didn't realize that his appearance had caused many men at home to be scolded. When he got home, he handed the letter to Shi Tingyu. Seeing that the sender was a publishing house, she probably guessed what it was about. She opened the letter and saw that it was about the reprint of Loyal Dog. This time, the print run was surprisingly high. The reprint doubled the original, from 100,000 copies to 200,000 copies. When they signed the contract initially, The royalty rate for the reprint was 2 points higher than the first print, which is 12%. This time, she received a royalty fee of 12,000 yuan. The letter also urged Shi Tingyu to continue working on the second story of the book. They hoped she would keep submitting her work to their publisher, and the royalty terms could be negotiated. After reading the publisher's letter, Shi Tingyu took a deep breath. She looked at Lu Weiguo and said, "Loyal Dog is being reprinted, and I can get 12,000 yuan this time." Lu Weiguo was surprised. "That much?" Shi Tingyu explained, "The print run this time is twice as large as last time. Originally, she could earn 5,000 yuan, but now it's increased to 12,000 yuan. Seeing that his wife still looked a bit stunned, Lu Weiguo comforted her. "It's okay. This is what you deserve. If you sold paintings alone, you'd earn much more. Don't worry." Shi Tingyu wasn't being particular. She just felt the money was a bit too eye-catching, especially given the current times. Now, few people are millionaires, and she had earned this much just from a reprint. She knew she couldn't let this news spread. But she also remembered some reports from her previous life. Before the Cultural Revolution, authors' royalties were quite high. For example, the translator Qian Chuanqi from Shanghai once earned 8,000 yuan for translating a poetry collection. Back then, workers' wages were even lower than now. It was like earning enough to buy a courtyard house. Thinking of this, she calmed down again. No worries as long as neighbors don't find out. The next day, Shi Tingyu went to the post office and called the publisher to confirm she had no objections to the reprint quantity and royalties. After paying the fee, she sent the sample copies the publisher had sent her to her parents, saying she no longer needed the book and kept it at home, just in case it got discovered. She also sent the finished second story of Loyal Dog to the publisher. If there are no issues with the second story, then another income will come in soon. This time, Shi Tingyu bought some art supplies for herself. The paints at home are nearly gone, and she needs more paper. So this time, she bought more supplies all at once. She put half in her space and kept the rest on display. Now that the National Day holiday has passed and the weather is getting colder, she thought that winter is coming soon. She plans to buy some clothes to send to her parents. When they were sent away, they couldn't bring many things. Some thicker clothes were later bought by her Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu after they settled in. Those clothes were new when bought, but by the time they arrived at the barn, Aunt Lu had patched them with old clothes. Seeing the good clothes turn into rags made Aunt Lu feel very upset. She can't just buy clothes for her parents. She needs to consider both sets of elders. There are too many things, so she plans to wait until Lu Weiguo has a day off to go shopping together. She still doesn't know her parents' sizes. On the way back, Shi Tingyu brought some art supplies and fruits. She has been growing many fruits in her space, and now they are ready to eat. This time, she took out more. There are also chestnuts. The wild chestnuts ripen earlier, and she took some of those too. When she returned to the family compound, people often greeted her. Shi Tingyu responded to everyone one by one. People were envious or jealous when they saw what she carried, but no one was gossiping like when she first got married. Back then, buying some meat would cause rumors of wastefulness. Now everyone knows she makes money from her books, so they can't say much about her food. In short, if you can earn money, you are strong. Lu Weiguo came home and smelled the sweet aroma of roasted chestnuts. When he entered the main room, he also caught a faint fruity scent. He asked Shi Tingyu in the kitchen, "Honey, did you buy chestnuts?" She replied, "Yes, they are still roasting in the bread oven." Lu Weiguo went to check near the oven, then returned to the room and saw several bags of fruit on the table. He was surprised to see large, juicy strawberries, rare and precious. He thought to himself that his wife was really lucky. After changing shoes, Lu Weiguo carried the strawberries to the water well and washed them. These things can't be left uneaten. They must be eaten first. After washing, the strawberries looked even juicier and more tempting. He carried a plate of strawberries into the kitchen and put one into her mouth. The strawberries were from the space, very sweet and rich in flavor. One bite made her feel more energetic. Shi Tingyu swallowed the strawberry, and Lu Weiguo handed her another. Shi Tingyu said, "You should eat too." Lu Weiguo didn't reply but kept feeding her strawberries. In the end, Shi Tingyu still ate them. Seeing that Lu Weiguo only fed her and didn't eat any himself, she reached out and put one in his mouth. The taste was sweet and fragrant. Lu Weiguo felt that all the other fruits he had eaten before were not as good as this. The flavor was amazing. But when she kept feeding him, he refused to eat anymore. These strawberries are rare. We might not find them again next time. You should eat them all. Shi Tingyu felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She said, these are bought to eat. There are so many. I can't finish them all at once. They might spoil if I wait. If you want to eat, just buy more next time. You can always find them. Seeing her anxious look, Lu Weiguo's narrow eyes showed some warmth. He leaned toward her and said, then feed me. She was speechless at his clever remark and chose the biggest strawberry to put in his mouth. Then she said, all right, I need to cook now. Don't cause trouble here. Lu Weiguo ate the strawberry and secretly enjoyed the moment before leaving. After dinner, they each ate the remaining strawberries. The roasted chestnuts hadn't been touched since they were prepared. Even after eating, Shi Tingyu still wanted to try the flavor. Lu Weiguo peeled the chestnuts for her. Challenging to peel, she enjoyed eating them as he peeled. Finally, feeling guilty, she took a chestnut from his hand and put it into his mouth. Lu Weiguo chewed and praised, my wife's feeding tastes better. The chestnuts I usually eat don't have this flavor. Shi Tingyu felt a bit guilty, thinking maybe her chestnuts weren't ordinary. Seeing Lu Weiguo enjoying them, she started peeling her own chestnuts and then fed them to him, saying, if you like them, bring some to the camp. You can enjoy them during your rest. Lu Weiguo smiled and said, I'll just eat at home. He dared not bring these to the camp because they would disappear instantly. At the Lai County Steel Factory dormitory, Lu's parents received a package from the Jinling Military District. The package was small and felt like a book. Lu Daming opened it and found 5 comic books inside. Lu's mother looked curious and asked, why did the second brother and his wife send comic books? Are they for Xiaozhen? Lu's father examined the comics and said, probably not. They all look the same, and if you buy them, you wouldn't buy identical ones. At that moment, Lu Jian came over. When he saw the comics in his grandparents' hands, he cheered happily. Grandpa, Grandma, are these for me? Lu's grandma quickly lifted the books a little higher. Don't damage them. These are from your second uncle and his wife. We don't know for sure if they're for you. If they aren't for Xiaozhen and he accidentally damages them later, that would be troublesome. Hey, Lu's father suddenly found a letter underneath the books. There's a letter here. The elderly couple put on their reading glasses and looked at it. Seeing they weren't paying attention to him, Lu Jian wiped his hands on his clothes and gently flipped through the comics. When he reached the title page, he saw the author's name, Shi Tingyu. He was in first grade now, and the name Shi Tingyu was simple enough for him to recognize. If he remembered correctly, his grandparents once mentioned that his second aunt's name was Shi Tingyu. He could remember his second aunt's name even though he had never met her, probably because her name was different from many people's names nowadays. Most people's names now are things like Diani, Erni, Dia, Arya, or Ping Chui Feng, like his mother, Qin Ping, or his grandma, Qin Xiaofeng. When the name Shi Tingyu appeared, he immediately felt something different. He even thought her name was pretty. At that moment, Lu's father and mother also learned from the letter that the book was drawn by his second aunt, and they felt proud. Seeing Lu Jian already reading, they didn't stop him this time, only saying, this book was drawn by your second aunt. You should treasure it. Lu Jian didn't lift his head and replied, Mom, I know. He treasured it very much, and even wanted to show it off to his friends. Lu's father and mother, knowing from the letter that the books belonged to them, didn't stop Lu Jian from taking one. They carefully wrapped the remaining books in plastic bags and placed them in a cabinet. They had thought about giving one to the in-laws next time they visited the village, but worried that their current status might make it seem inappropriate to keep a comic book, so they abandoned that idea. After returning home, Lu Jian first showed off to his parents. When Qin Ping found out that the comic was drawn by Shi Tingyu, she was momentarily stunned. So, her sister-in-law was this talented? Her background is already impressive, and now she has published a book, which makes her feel a bit insecure deep inside. Thinking about the new year, she wonders if her younger brother and his wife will come back. If they do, she wonders how to act, so she doesn't seem too different from her sister-in-law. Lu Jian doesn't understand his mother's thoughts. He is completely absorbed in the comic book. When he encounters difficult words, he occasionally asks his father. Eventually, Lu Jiangwo simply starts reading the comic book with him. He also reads the words on the next page for Lu Jian. Entertainment is scarce these days, and comic books are rare, so they are very attractive to both adults and children. Qinping looks at the two men in the family, one old and one young, feeling very sad. Men, she thinks, are truly carefree. Shi Tingyu doesn't realize that she has already sent the sample book back, and her sensitive sister-in-law has started to feel insecure and imagine things. She is now listening to Lu Weiguo talk about Wei Jian. Wei Jian has been detained for nearly a month, and it's almost November. Only now has he started to reveal some information. It turns out that when he suspected he might be exposed, he didn't go back to the research institute but planned to pick up some items from the contact office and escape. The contact office he mentioned is the same house the military dogs found earlier. It's usually empty, but if there is any message to pass, they leave it there in advance. Wei Jian is from the research institute, and they keep a close watch on him. Devices like radio transmitters are definitely not used there to avoid leaks. He was planning to escape to the United States, giving up his spy identity to focus on helping Old Me. But he didn't expect Lu Weiguo to ruin his plan. He hasn't had time to send out the news about Shi Tingyu's portrait. The last captured leader was a spy from the other side, and Wei Jian had already planned to give up that identity, valuing his own life more. In the rush, he only took money and essential items and didn't have time to send the message. As for why he abandoned the other side and not Old Me's, Wei Jian explained that China no longer has a safe place for spies, and many of their people here are struggling. He initially accepted the American offer for personal gain, choosing whichever side benefits him most. If he can successfully escape to the US, his good days will begin. Many people at that time believed that foreign countries had better moons. In their eyes, the US was a developed, wealthy country, a symbol of prosperity. Tingyu doesn't know how to describe Wei Jian anymore. He cares only about profit and has no morals. She asked Lu Weiguo, "Do you think the person who reported my parents was him?" Lu Weiguo thought about the strange situation when they arrested Wei Jian and the oddness of the Shi family house. He said, "I'll ask my people later. Do you know if your father-in-law and mother-in-law have any research results?" Tingyu truly didn't know. When she traveled here, her parents had already been reported, but the authorities had suppressed the news at the time. And in her memory, she doesn't think this matter was ever mentioned. Thinking of her parents, she said, "They are patriotic people with strong feelings. Even if they have research results, they wouldn't share them with me easily." Thinking of her elegant yet firm father-in-law and her gentle but strong mother-in-law, Lu Weiguo felt that her words made sense. They would ask them about this when they returned home for the new year. After all, the floor of the Shi family house had been pried open, showing how much the enemy valued this. If they couldn't find the items for a long time, he worried that his father-in-law and mother-in-law might be in danger. He just hoped these twisted days would end soon and that they would be cleared of charges so things could go back to normal. Lu Weiguo and the others were just thinking about when her parents could come back. On November 3rd, the People's Daily published an article about the movement to counter the rightist reversal, as more and more people were being rehabilitated at the end of the year. Because of this movement, the country was once again in chaos. Tingyu knew that this campaign to counter the rightist reversal would last until next spring, but Lu Weiguo didn't know. He kept trying to comfort her. He repeatedly assured her that the Lu family would take good care of her parents and her in-laws. Hearing this, Tingyu was both touched and at a loss for words. In the end, to make her happy, Lu Weiguo took her to the department store in the city during his break to buy clothes. He bought some winter clothes for her parents. Seeing this, Tingyu also bought a set of clothes for Lu's father and mother. As for her married uncle's family, Lu Weiguo said they didn't need anything since they had already moved out after marriage. But Tingyu still decided to buy a new outfit for Lu Jian and also picked a wool scarf for Lu's wife and a pair of leather shoes for Lu's brother. During the new year, Lu Weiguo and his family planned to return to their hometown. According to Tingyu, it's customary to bring a gift when meeting someone for the first time. Lu Weiguo felt deeply moved when he saw how much she cared for his family. He often heard his comrades talk about their wives, how they argued with their mothers-in-law. For example, his mother would act one way in front of the comrades, and a different way when they weren't around. Or how his wife didn't get along with her mother-in-law. Sometimes she would show respect when others were present, but when alone, she would call her old and useless. He was amazed by these stories. Such a good family, now acting like enemies. He believed his parents were good people, as shown by how his eldest sister-in-law managed her household. After they married, they lived separately, just sending some respect money each month. His sister-in-law was capable of running her own home. Seeing his wife act like this, he was even less worried about their future relationship. Everyone was sincere in their feelings, except for especially strange people. They bought a lot of things this time, and Lu Weiguo and his wife packed everything to send to the post office. Shi Tingyu originally planned to send some money to Lu's parents. They were Lu Weiguo's parents and helped take care of her parents who had been sent away. Now that she and Lu Weiguo were doing well and earning enough, she wanted to send some money to her in-laws too. But Lu Weiguo said no need. My older brother and I give the same respect, and my parents wouldn't want more. Plus, if my brothers found out, it wouldn't be good. Hearing this, Shi Tingyu gave up the idea. She didn't want to disturb the harmony and peace of the Lu family just because of a sudden impulse. Before leaving, Shi Tingyu called her brother, Shi Muhan, at the post office. They had bought clothes, so there was no need for him to prepare anything for her parents. Sending too many things might cause trouble. Shi Muhan felt a bit guilty when he heard his sister was ready. As the eldest son, he hadn't taken responsibility for caring for their parents, but his sister was already making arrangements. Knowing her brother felt burdened, Shi Tingyu said, I'm not short of money now. You should save your salary to get married. Shi Muhan thought she meant the money from their parents, so he didn't say much. But he felt a little guilty inside. Shi Tingyu didn't think much of it. Their parents' situation was special, and too much attention might do more harm than good. Shi Muhan often had to go on missions in the military. Because their parents were sent away, it affected him somewhat. With so many eyes watching, he couldn't do much. Even her, a daughter-in-law from outside, was judged for her family background, and it had been discussed for a long time. And what about Shi Muhan? After finishing her call with her sister, Shi Muhan looked a bit tired and sad. Shin Ziming was the first to notice that he wasn't feeling well mentally. As someone who had worked with him for many years, he felt responsible to care about him. Have you been through something lately? You don't look well. Shin Ziming sat down on his bed. Shi Muhan replied, It's nothing. You don't seem like you're okay, Shin Ziming said. You only looked like this after receiving that call. Did something happen at home? He then remembered that Shi's parents had been sent away, and the only person who might have called him was Shi Tingyu. Thinking of this, his heart tightened, and after a moment of hesitation, he couldn't resist his curiosity and asked, Did something happen to Siyu? Is her life after marriage not good? Shi Muhan looked at him and didn't miss the worry and anxiety in his eyes. It reminded him of the time they went on a blind date, and his heart grew cold. Xiaoyu is very happy after marriage. She's very content, and her husband really likes her. Shin Ziming felt mixed emotions, whether to feel proud or jealous. That beautiful girl was drifting further away from him. Since he missed the last appointment, his family kept trying to set him up with someone, but he didn't want to see anyone or be with anyone. His relationship with his family became tense. He was a political officer, but when it came to Shi Tingyu, he didn't know how to handle his feelings. In the end, his rational side won, and he suppressed his feelings, focusing on comforting Shi Muhan. Maybe Shi Muhan found him annoying or didn't want to talk about his family, because in the end, Shi Muhan forced himself to stay strong and saw him off. That day, during a day off, the Zhao Group family hosted a small gathering at their home to say goodbye to familiar friends. In a few days, a new commander from another military district would arrive, and they were also preparing to leave Jinling. They say, an army camp is solid, but the soldiers come and go. It was just a saying before, but now everyone felt it deeply. Shi Tingyu arrived early to help the commander's wife, along with Lu Xiaohong, Su Qiaoyue, and others like Aunt Zhang and Aunt Feng. The men and their families were all soldiers under Zhao's command. Since their direct leader was being transferred to another military district, these old subordinates also came to see him off. Shi Tingyu and her friends didn't come empty-handed. She brought some chestnuts and vegetables from her family's garden. Aunt Zhang smiled and said, "Your vegetables are the tastiest. We grow vegetables too, but ours are not as good as yours." Exactly. Captain Lu once gave us some vegetables, and he kept talking about how delicious they were for a long time. The captain's wife was surprised and said, "Really? I must try some then. Today is a lucky day for me." Shi Tingyu smiled and said, "I usually can't tell the difference. Maybe it's because of the seeds." Everyone didn't investigate further, as it's common for the quality of homegrown vegetables to vary. Since they didn't often get to eat such fresh vegetables, they didn't notice much difference. Everyone agreed that Shi Tingyu was a good cook. Since she was helping out, she didn't hide her skills. It would look bad if she was shy. She offered to cook, but the captain's wife felt a bit shy. Shi Tingyu said, "You handle the side dishes, and I'll take care of the cooking. It's easy and light work. Sisters, don't mind if I seem lazy." The captain's wife smiled happily and kept saying, "Oh, such a cultured person. Always so polite. She's the one doing the hard work." In the end, amid everyone's praise, Shi Tingyu took the position of head chef in the kitchen. A few other wives helped prepare the side dishes. When they started cooking, the wives stayed nearby, watching and ready to help, also learning some cooking skills. After scallions and garlic released their aroma, Shi Tingyu added the chopped vegetables to the pan, and soon the kitchen was filled with a rich smell. Lu Weiguo was a bit worried about his wife and quietly went to the kitchen when no one was looking. Inside, Shi Tingyu was waving a spatula, cooking. Seeing the side dishes nearby, he asked, "Do you want me to help?" Everyone was startled to see him. When they recognized Lu Weiguo, the captain's wife quickly said, "It's little Lu. You don't need to help here. Go have tea with Lao Zhao and the others." Sister Feng and Sister Zhang were more familiar with Lu Weiguo. Sister Zhang even lived next door to Lu Weiguo's family and knew well how the couple interacted. She teased, "Sister, you wouldn't know. Little Lu is just caring for his wife." Even though Lu Weiguo usually had a cold face, he couldn't help but blush a little now. He was just worried his wife might be too busy. Shi Tingyu glanced at Lu Weiguo and said, "I'm busy enough here. You can go chat with your comrades." Lu Weiguo didn't go. He saw those comrades every day and didn't feel the need to chat. He walked over to the captain's wife who was tending the fire and said, "Sister-in-law, you go and arrange other things. I'll light the fire." Seeing that Lu Weiguo was not very polite, the captain's wife moved aside to let him take her place. The other sisters-in-law saw this and simply smiled without saying anything. Feng Wei noticed Lu Weiguo was gone and asked, "Where did Lao Lu go?" The captain's wife had just finished washing some fruit and brought it out, saying, "You mean Xiaolu? He's in the kitchen lighting the fire for his wife." Feng Wei was surprised for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh loudly. Zhao Tuan also started laughing, saying, "I didn't realize Xiaolu was so clingy before." Feng Wei replied, "That's because you haven't seen him with his wife. Lao Lu really knows how to care for people." The captain's wife admired Lu Weiguo and said, "You all should learn from Xiaolu. Only by caring for your wife can your family be happy." The others nodded in agreement. Since they were at Zhao Tuan's place, they didn't dare to argue with the wife. Lu Weiguo often helped Shi Tingyu light the fire before, working well with her. Sometimes, just from her words, he knew whether to make the fire bigger or smaller. The sisters-in-law watching nearby were amazed. They couldn't help but compare Lu Weiguo to their own husbands. Their husbands, who seemed quite good before, now looked a bit inferior. As each dish was served, the aroma spread, making everyone lose focus. The sisters-in-law helped wash the dishes and serve the food, mostly guided by Shi Tingyu's glance. Shi Tingyu was really just cooking. When all the dishes were ready, the captain's wife felt a little embarrassed and said to Lu Weiguo and his wife, Xiao Lu, this was originally meant to be a meal for you, but unexpectedly, it ended up tiring you both. Lu Weigua said, "It's okay, no trouble." Of course, he meant himself, not his wife. He wasn't insisting on helping just because he had to. He just felt sorry for his wife being tired. He wasn't used to her working nearby while he watched. Whether the work was heavy or light, whenever she was working, he wanted to be with her. Even if he couldn't help much, he wanted to be with her. Now it was getting late, and everyone was hungry from the delicious smell. When the dishes were served, Zhao Tuan quickly asked everyone to start eating. He also expressed special thanks to Shirtingyu. Her cooking was truly delicious, and everyone praised her nonstop. The captain's wife kept praising her. Lu Weigua served a lot of food onto Shirtingyu's plate, and Zhao Tuan looked on with a happy smile. He was originally worried that Xiao Lu and his wife might have disagreements over the promotion, but now it seems he can rest easy. After dinner, everyone chatted, and Zhao also told them about the new commander, who would soon take over. This time, the person taking my position is Han Onbong, who is transferred from the northwest. He also comes from the battlefield, is strict in discipline and fair. He can be a bit blunt with his words. He doesn't hold back when criticizing, but he has a good heart. When he heard Han Onbong's name, Lu Weigua's eyes lit up. On the battlefield in Yu, he knew this commander. They had fought together once, and their personalities matched well. Then Zhao mentioned that the 3rd Battalion commander, Chen Chong, was promoted to deputy commander. Originally, the deputy commander would go on an external assignment with Zhao, but Chen Chong's position as battalion commander was filled by someone transferred from another military district because the current company commanders didn't have enough experience. It would take about a month for the new person to arrive. Details were still unclear. Having explained everything, Zhao dismissed them. He only stayed behind with Lu Weigua and his wife. Shirtingyu was a bit confused. She understood why Zhao wanted to keep Lu Weigua, but she wondered why she was also being kept. Zhao asked them to sit down, and then first talked about Lu Weigua. "Weigua, your work in catching spies has been outstanding. You've also helped quite a bit since you were young. Before I leave, I want to commend you. Keep up the good work in the camp. You will definitely get this position someday." Lu Weigua nodded. "Don't worry, Commander. I will work hard." Zhao nodded happily and patted his shoulder, then turned to Shirtingyu. "Xiao, about the last time I asked Weigua to give lessons to the soldiers in our camp, how are you thinking about that?" Shirtingyu remembered what Lu Weigua had told her before and replied, "I have no problem with it." At that time, Zhao only mentioned it casually. After Lu Weigua asked her about it and they discussed it, they forgot about the matter because of the interrogation of Wei Jian. Zhao was busy with his own work then and didn't bring it up again. Hearing her response, Zhao smiled. He was a person who cared deeply for the country and was willing to try anything that benefited it. He looked at Lu Weigua and said, "You can handle the selection for lessons. I'll have the 2nd Battalion commander assist you." Lu Weigua had no objections. He trusted the people he personally chose. The lessons were scheduled for December, as selecting the right person takes time. Shirtingyu had no objections to this either. After the two of them returned home, Shirtingyu began preparing materials for a lecture to the soldiers. She took advantage of her work breaks to organize some knowledge she had learned that might be useful in the military, then bound it all into a booklet to use as teaching material. During the process, she consulted Lu Weigua about parts she was unsure of. Both of them were very satisfied with the final materials. That day, Shirtingyu heard the announcement calling for someone to pick up the package. She checked the time and guessed that her royalty payment should have arrived, so she took her ID and went to the gate of the family compound. Sure enough, the mail carrier handed her a remittance slip. "Teacher Shi, here is the remittance slip from Beijing Art Publishing House along with a letter." Shirtingyu took the letter and quickly looked at the amount on the remittance slip, 12,000 yuan in total. This time, she was clever and blocked the curious eyes around her, quickly signing for it. Even without seeing the amount, everyone around knew it wouldn't be small. Among the people in the family compound, Shirtingyu was definitely the one making the most money. Some people had once mocked Lu Weigua for only marrying her because of her family background, saying he was just looking at her face and married a woman who would hold him back. But now, Everyone envied Lu Weigua for being lucky enough to find a treasure. The mail carrier looked at a few military wives with a mysterious expression, guessing how much her royalty might be. Some said around 800 or 900 yuan, others said about 1,200. One person even guessed 5,000. He thought to himself, 5,000? You all underestimate teacher Shi. When Shi Tingyu got home, she opened the letter. It was about the publication of the second story of Loyal Dog. The publisher estimated an initial print run of 200,000 copies for the second story, and the royalty rate was based on the reprint of the first story, which was 12%. The price of the picture book was the same as the first, 50 cents. Once Shi Tingyu agreed, the printing process could begin. This meant she could earn another 12,000 yuan from the second story of Loyal Dog. So far, the two stories of Loyal Dog had brought her a total income of 29,000 yuan, almost equal to their family's savings over 4 years. Shi Tingyu looked at the numbers she had calculated, feeling a bit uneasy. She wondered if she was publishing her comics too often. Maybe she should wait a couple of years until the overall situation improved. She believed that with these 2 comic books, the reprint fees would be enough for her to live comfortably for a long time. The big event is past, and she can now continue her stagnant painting career. By then, she will definitely earn more than from comic books. When Lu Weigua returned, Shi Tingyu showed him the remittance slip and shared her plans. Lu Weigua's mood visibly improved. That's good. You are too tired usually. Shi Tingyu didn't feel tired. She felt fulfilled. During their break, Lu Weigua took Shi Tingyu to the town post office to deposit the money from the remittance slip into their savings account. The postal workers recognized them as a familiar couple. They rarely see such large amounts of money transferred, especially since Shi Tingyu had come to deposit money twice in just a few months. The process was smooth because they knew the routine, so it was quick. They also bought some fruit in town to take home, as tonight the new Captain Han was hosting a dinner. Captain Han's family had moved in a few days ago, and they should have finished settling in before hosting guests. This time, Shi Tingyu didn't go. They usually invite only the main person, not family members, and last time Zhao's family was an exception because Zhao was invited for a work-related reason. Since Zhao was invited, they decided to invite others' families too, to avoid gossip. They had known each other for years, and now that some were being transferred, it was a good chance to say goodbye. Captain Han's house was a small courtyard. Captain Han and his wife were city folks, tired of cramped apartments. In their previous military district, they also lived in apartments. Now, during their transfer to a new camp, they chose a small courtyard in a family housing area. Their courtyard was not far from Lu Weigua's house, just 2 rows behind. The layout was similar, but slightly larger. When Captain Han saw Lu Weigua, he smiled and walked over, grabbing his arm and patting it. Good kid, you still look strong. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Lu Weigua rarely smiled. Since I came back from the battlefield, it's been over 2 years. He returned from the battlefield in August 1973. Captain Han sighed with emotion. Time flies. It's been over 2 years. Seeing you makes me think of our days on the battlefield. Lu Weigua also felt nostalgic. Captain Han was 40 this year, sturdy and big, looking like a bear. His large hand was like a fan, and he shared a similar straightforward temper with Lu Weigua. The team leader brought his son over and introduced him to Lu Weigua, saying, "This is my useless little boy, Han Wei." Then he added to his son, "Xiao Wei, this is Uncle Lu." Han Wei looks very much like the team leader. At 15 or 16 years old, he is already about 1.8 meters tall, strong, and wears glasses, which happen to be for nearsightedness. Han Wei adjusted his glasses and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Lu." Lu Weigua nodded and looked at Han Wei, who appeared calm. He was a bit surprised because most people who meet him for the first time are usually afraid. This kid is young but quite brave. The team leader saw Han Wei's muddy hands and frowned. "Wash your hands properly. We have guests at home. Don't keep messing with that mud." Han Wei didn't say anything and turned to go back inside. The team leader didn't see Lu Weigua as a stranger and couldn't help but complain a little. You know, he's a good kid, healthy too. It's a pity he doesn't want to join the army. He just graduated from high school this year and has been staying at home playing with mud every day. He doesn't even try to find a job. My wife and I are worried. We've even spanked him, but it didn't help. Lu Weigwa didn't expect Han Wei's situation to be like that, but he still said, kids at this age are often rebellious. If you can't discipline him, try talking to him. Find out what he really thinks. I think Xiao Wei has his own ideas. He doesn't seem like someone hopeless. The team leader, used to having a quick temper, was determined. When his son was born, he always wanted him to join the army. As the boy grew stronger, he became more convinced of that plan. But now that his son was older, no matter what he said, he refused to join the army. All those years of hope suddenly shattered by his son's words, and he felt quite upset inside. Father and son argued every few days, small fights every 3 days, bigger ones every 5. But he still listened to Lu Weigwa's advice somewhat. Right now, it wasn't the time to scold the boy, so the team leader said, let's not talk about the kid. Come inside and sit. We haven't talked in a long time. Lu Weigwa followed the team leader into the house. The team leader, looking a bit puzzled, finally asked after holding back for a while, you became a company commander 2 years ago. With your experience and military record, you should have been promoted by now. Why haven't you heard anything? Lu Weigwa didn't hide it and told him about his marriage. The team leader was unsure whether to congratulate his brother on getting married or to feel sorry that he hadn't been promoted because of it. Lu Weigwa understood Captain Han's intentions and smiled, saying, whether I get promoted or not doesn't matter to me. As long as I'm still in the camp, I'm happy. My wife is very kind, and I feel lucky to have met her, like my family's ancestors are blessing me. Captain Han laughed at his words. You, kid, seem very happy with your wife, he said. Then he added, I didn't know you were married, and I didn't invite your wife this time. You should go home now and check on her. Don't let her do all the work. Bring her here for a meal and to meet everyone. Lu Weigwa knows his wife well. She's a bit shy and doesn't like socializing much. Since she's the only woman here, she might feel uncomfortable. So, he politely declined Captain Han's kind offer. My wife has probably finished cooking now. We also have a dog at home. Let's wait for next time. When I have more time, I'll bring her here to meet everyone. Captain Han understands Lu Weigwa's personality and knows he's sincere, so he didn't insist. Instead, he kept saying, all right, it's settled. Next time, make sure to bring your wife along. While they talked, others started arriving one after another. Seeing how Lu Weigwa and Captain Han interacted, everyone felt relieved. It seemed they knew each other, which was good. As the saying goes, a new leader often makes changes, but having someone familiar around helps. Although Zhao had already shared some information about Captain Han, they hadn't met him personally, so they still felt a bit unsure. Now they felt reassured. They weren't afraid of their leader, just worried about trouble. The camp's atmosphere was pretty good, and they didn't want a new leader to ruin it. Lu Weigwa knew both sides well and introduced everyone clearly. Both groups appreciated him. Captain Han was new here and unfamiliar with Jinling Military District. Having Lu Weigwa, an old acquaintance, helped him a lot with his work. The people who used to work under Zhao also learned about Captain Han through Lu Weigwa's introduction. Now, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Lu Weigwa isn't very talkative, but both sides needed his help to smooth things out. He worked hard all week. During the meal, Han's wife called Han Wei out of his room. He still had mud on his hands. When Sister Han called him to eat, he went to wash his hands. Sister Han looked into his room and saw the easel and the half-formed clay sculpture on the desk. It's not that she, as his real mother, favors her son. She genuinely thinks his paintings are quite good and the clay sculpture looks like him. Before, he had painted her and old Han, and they really looked like them. But old Han thought their son made him look ugly in the painting. According to him, what is he painting? A bear? His son quickly replied, Dad, don't you look in the mirror? That comment caused a big fuss, and now they argue every day. Her white hair has started to grow. Han Wei washed his hands and went into the main hall. In the hall, there was a large round table, and the guests had already taken their seats. Lu Weigwa looked at him and said, Xiao Wei, come sit here. Han Wei looked at Lu Weiguo and sat next to him. Lu Weiguo was sitting in the main guest seat. Leader Han thought it wasn't appropriate for Han Wei to sit next to him and wanted to change his seat, but Lu Weiguo's gaze stopped him. Lu Weiguo introduced the people who came to eat. Han Wei greeted each of them. They didn't seem like troublemakers. Seeing this, Leader Han understood Lu Weiguo's intention. He was introducing his son to someone. During the meal, Han Wei grew to like Uncle Lu very much. Although he looked very serious and tough, he always said things that touched his heart. Overall, he was much better than his father. Sister Han's cooking wasn't as good as Shirtingyu's, but she was generous with the ingredients and served plenty of meat and dishes. In this lean time, everyone still ate happily. After dinner, it was already past 8 p.m. No one stayed long and soon said goodbye. Leader Han saw everyone off and helped Sister Han clean up. Han Wei looked around and also helped. Seeing this, Sister Han smiled and said, "Xiao Wei is more cheerful today than usual." Leader Han muttered something but didn't say anything unpleasant. Back home, Lu Weiguo found that Shirtingyu had already finished washing up and gone to bed. He checked the stove in the kitchen and saw that the coal balls hadn't been changed yet, so he decided to boil some water. When the water in the aluminum kettle boiled, he poured it into the thermos. They had 2 thermoses in total. One was full, so he filled the empty one with water, mixing it with some cold water for washing up. After washing up, Lu Weiguo used tongs to replace the coal in the stove and sealed the bottom before going to bed. Shirtingyu saw the man come to bed, shifted slightly, and curled up in his arms. It was almost December and the weather was getting colder. When Lu Weiguo was with her, the bed was always warm. Now that she was alone in bed, it wasn't as warm without him. Fortunately, it wasn't the coldest part of winter yet. Lu Weiguo was tall and almost wrapped her completely in his arms. She felt warm and almost fell asleep. In her drowsiness, she felt someone kissing her. When she opened her eyes, she saw her husband burying his face in her neck and kissing her. She was no longer sleepy. Lu Weiguo saw she was awake and held her tightly, saying, "Wife, let's do some exercise to stay warm." Shirtingyu loved his playful look. After they started their happy life together, they grew closer and more in sync. Every time they made love, it was so wonderful she became a little addicted to his body. They both felt deeply satisfied and relaxed. Shirtingyu was exhausted, her arms weakly resting on his slim waist. Her fair skin was dotted with a little blush. Her eyes were moist, and she made soft, adorable sounds. Lu Weiguo was tempted by her appearance, but also felt a bit sorry for her softness. He helped her wash up, and after she got into bed, she fell asleep. Just before sleeping, she thought that a passionate, shared experience was the best way to fall asleep. Lu Weiguo finished tidying up and then got into bed, holding her in his arms. They couldn't talk about what they had planned anymore. The next morning, Lu Weiguo woke up before the morning call. He saw the remaining buns from yesterday in the kitchen. Mimicking Shirtingyu, he sliced the buns, dipped them in egg, fried them until golden on both sides, sprinkled some salt and pepper, and took them out. Then he made a bowl of simple noodles with a side of spicy radish. Breakfast was ready. Just then, the morning call sounded. Lu Weiguo went into the room and saw that his wife was indeed awake. "Wife, wake up and eat." Shirtingyu's mind was blank for a few seconds before she slowly woke up. After a quick wash, she went to the dining table in the main hall. Seeing the breakfast on the table, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Did you make all this?" Lu Weiguo replied, "I saw you cook before, so I tried it. I didn't expect it to turn out this way." Shirtingyu's eyes carried a smile as she listened to the rain. She beckoned him with her finger. Lu Weiguo lowered his head, and she cupped his face, giving him a gentle kiss on the lips. "My man is really amazing." Lu Weiguo felt a bit proud from the compliment. Shirtingyu let go of him and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" She saw only one bowl of noodles. "I'm waiting until after morning training to eat," she said. If she ate now, she might get a stomach ache during the training. Shirtingyu didn't insist. Under the man's watchful gaze, She finished the noodles, which were flavored with spicy radish strips, and she also ate several pieces of crispy, salted bread. After the man left, she cleaned up all the bowls she used. The weather was getting cooler each day, and Lu Weigua didn't let her go swimming much anymore. Now she wore thick clothes, all washed by Lu Weigua every evening when he returned. He was strong, and the heavy clothes felt light in his hands, like cotton. Usually, after washing clothes, Tingyu wished she had someone to help bring them out with her. But in Lu Weigua's hands, he held both ends of the clothes and pulled them up and down with force, making the water inside splash out. When hung up, they wouldn't drip water anymore. His efficiency was impressive. So now Lu Weigua mostly did the laundry. After finishing morning training, Lu Weigua came home to find his wife had already prepared the noodles. His training was at a fixed time, and he arrived just as the noodles were ready. Tingyu watched Lu Weigua eat and chatted with him casually. They didn't have much time to talk during the day because they both worked. At night, after going to bed, they were passionate, so there was no time for chatting. Lu Weigua finished eating the noodles, wiped his mouth, and seeing it was still early, he mentioned the dinner at Captain Han's house from yesterday. Next time we have free time, I'll take you to meet them. Tingyu nodded. Lu Weigua then thought of Captain Han's children and sighed. Kids are really hard to raise. If not handled well, both the children and the parents can have a tough time. Tingyu agreed completely. Children aren't just born. Raising them involves not only caring but also educating. Seeing his wife's expression, Lu Weigua asked carefully, "Wife, do you like children?" Tingyu thought for a moment and said, "I like pretty, obedient children." Lu Weigua was silent for a moment, pondering a question. If they had children in the future that looked like him, what should he do? My son is easy to talk about, but if I had a daughter with a face like his, I wonder how she would find a partner in the future. Tingyu noticed Lu Weigua was silent and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you want children?" After they got married, she would usually go wash immediately after intimacy. Probably because of this, her periods have been very regular over the past few months. She never thought much about having children, nor did she do it on purpose. She just couldn't stand feeling sticky and needed to wash quickly to feel comfortable. Lu Weigua held her hand and shared his true thoughts. "I do want children, but I feel now isn't the right time." He said, "I didn't think about having children before, but last night I started to consider it. I want to wait until I become a squad leader. Then I will have fewer missions and can stay with you from pregnancy through childbirth. It won't be too late to have children then. Women don't find it easy to have babies." Tingyu was a bit stunned, not expecting him to think this way. Suddenly, she looked him up and down and asked, "Since you didn't want children so soon, why did you?" "Last night?" Lu Weigua blushed deeply at his wife's straightforward words. Facing her direct gaze, he whispered in her ear, "I couldn't control myself." Tingyu's face also turned red. She thought Lu Weigua had a point. She was okay with waiting to have children. At least then, he could be with her during pregnancy. She said, "Let's wait a bit longer to have children." She was still young and had many years before reaching the age of high-risk pregnancy, so they could delay having kids. Thinking this, she decided she needed to start using contraception from today. "Next time, I'll be more careful," Lu Weigua said hesitantly. He wasn't sure if he could control himself at the crucial moment. Seeing his expression, she recalled how men often lose control at critical moments, and her face flushed with embarrassment. That night, the two tried again. In the end, Lu Weigua managed to stop just in time, sweating all over, but Tingyu couldn't stop herself. She instinctively held him, and he finally gave in. They looked at each other, and finally, Tingyu spoke. "Maybe we should forget about contraception?" It wasn't that he couldn't control himself, it was her. Lu Weigua looked at her frustrated face and chuckled softly, then picked her up to wash up. In the following attempts, Lu Weigua managed to stop at the right moments. But Tingyu still felt a bit unsure. After many experiments and explorations, their life became quite harmonious. One day, after school, Tingyu saw a person standing at the mural on the school gate wall. The person was quite tall and strong, wearing glasses. When looking at his face directly, Tingyu realized he was just a teenager, about 15 or 16. Han Wei felt someone watching him. He looked up and was immediately attracted by Shi Tingyu's beauty. Of course, he wasn't interested in her romantically. He just thought her face was very beautiful and suited for a portrait. Shi Tingyu nodded at him and then left. Behind her, he could hear students saying goodbye as they finished school. They said, "Goodbye, Teacher Shi."
Han bay puss. Kom för sent.
Teacher Shi? If he had heard correctly, the teacher who painted the mural was probably named Shi. Could it be the beautiful teacher he just saw? He had loved painting since he was young. No one knew how shocked he was when he saw this mural. He had been standing there for over 2 hours. From the color choices to the sense of space, everything amazed him. He realized there was such a talented person hidden in this big courtyard. Time flew by, and it was almost time for Shi Tingyu to give her lesson to the soldiers. Lu Weigua decided to take this chance to visit Captain Han's house. Captain Han and his wife had asked many questions. They didn't have empty hands, but they also didn't want to buy expensive gifts since Captain Han was now Lu Weigua's superior. If someone saw them, they might gossip. So, Lu Weigua made the decision to bring some vegetables from his garden and some small cookies that Shi Tingyu baked. Mrs. Han saw Shi Tingyu for the first time. She was stunned by her appearance and forgot to refuse the gifts. Only when Shi Tingyu started calling people did she come back to herself. Seeing what they brought, she said, "Oh, you came and you bring things? Old Han will definitely say something if he sees this." Lu Weigua said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. These vegetables are from our own garden, and the cookies were baked by my wife. We didn't spend any money." Mrs. Han felt relieved, but she also thought the gifts looked good. She couldn't help but say a few words. "These are good things. It's not like you said they cost nothing. Making cookies requires sugar and flour." She didn't know how to make cookies, but she knew they needed sugar and flour, so it must have cost quite a bit. While the three of them chatted in the yard, inside the main hall, Captain Han's angry voice was heard. "You little brat, you've gone too far. Today you must throw away these mud pies. Look at what you've done to your room." Sister-in-law Han immediately knew something was wrong and hurried to the room. Before reaching the main hall, she saw the floor covered with smashed mud. Lu Weigua and Shi Tingyu exchanged glances. Shi Tingyu signaled with her eyes that perhaps it would be better for them to leave now. Lu Weigua said, "Wait for me in the yard. I'll go inside and check." Captain Han has a hot temper. If he gets really angry, sister-in-law won't be able to stop him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Shi Tingyu heard sister-in-law Han's anxious voice inside the room. "Old Han, what are you doing? Talk to the kid nicely." When Lu Weigua entered, Captain Han was about to hit Han Wei with a belt. Sister-in-law Han was already unable to hold him back. Seeing this, Lu Weigua quickly stepped forward and pulled Captain Han away. "Old Han, what are you doing? Can't you talk things out calmly?" Captain Han struggled to break free from Lu Weigua's grip. He was no longer in his 20s or 30s. Maybe he could have fought with Lu Weigua when he was younger, but now he couldn't win. With Lu Weigua's intervention, Captain Han finally put away the belt. It wasn't because he felt embarrassed in front of his friends. He simply couldn't win against the person trying to stop him. Shi Tingyu stopped and thought for a moment, then decided to go inside. She placed the things she brought on the table in the main hall, then approached the door and looked inside. At this moment, Han Wei was kneeling on the ground, picking up a painting and a poorly shaped mud sculpture that had been smashed. Sister-in-law Han quickly helped him tidy up when she saw this. When Captain Han saw Shi Tingyu entering, he guessed her identity. His expression softened, and he said, "Sorry, the kid is stubborn. Sorry to embarrass you, sister-in-law." Shi Tingyu shook her head politely and exchanged a few words with him. Then she went over to Han Wei and sister-in-law Han, bending down to pick up one of the paintings. The painting depicted a group scene of training in the military camp. It was clear that the painting was made with care and had a lively feel. Han Wei looked up at Shi Tingyu, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. This was Teacher Shi, who painted murals. Seeing himself so messy, he felt a bit ashamed. Shi Tingyu keenly noticed the boy's wounded pride. She handed him the painting and, when he was red-eyed, said, "I can tell you love to draw. Your paintings are very lively. With proper training, you will improve even more in the future.
Anton lukt greit förlåt Shitingyu.
She thought that old Han was a bit too harsh today. No matter what, education is important, but he shouldn't have hurt his child's feelings. She could see that her son was truly upset this time, more than any of old Han's previous scoldings or punishments. Shi Tingyu's words were a kind of affirmation for her son, hoping that others' praise could make him feel better. Han Wei took the drawing handed to him by Shi Tingyu and asked in a deep voice, "Really, Teacher Shi? Do you really think I drew it well?" Shi Tingyu smiled slightly and said confidently, "Of course. I am the school's art teacher, so you can trust my professional opinion. I believe you. Your mural paintings are especially good," Han Wei said without hesitation. Captain Han looked at his son, and then at Shi Tingyu, and quietly asked Lu Weigua, "Is your wife a teacher?" Lu Weigua nodded. "She's an art teacher at the elementary school." "Is what she said true? Does that little boy really have talent?" Captain Han asked uncertainly. "I don't think she would lie," Lu Weigua replied, knowing his wife quite well. Hearing this, Captain Han murmured, "I've seen the paintings he made for me. They make me look like a big bear, and the skill isn't very good. If he doesn't learn something else and keeps messing around with this stuff every day, how'll he make a living in the future?" Lu Weigua glanced at him. "Aren't you the one who looks like that bear?" Captain Han's eyes widened in disbelief. "Nonsense. I am brave and wise." Shi Tingyu overheard their conversation and smiled, saying, "Sometimes, when drawing, people tend to emphasize each bone and muscle too much, so the drawings often don't look as good as real people. But understanding the bones and muscles is the foundation of portrait drawing. Once his skills improve, his work will be much better." Han Wei was surprised. That was true when he drew. He started drawing in middle school. One day, he found an art textbook at a scrap yard and began teaching himself. Because of the Cultural Revolution, the school environment was chaotic and academic focus was less strict than before. If teachers said something harsh, those unruly kids would often cause trouble. So, as long as the children didn't turn bad or get involved with the Red Guards, Han Wei's parents didn't stop him from drawing. They thought it was just a passing hobby. But later, he became more and more obsessed with drawing and also liked sculpting with clay. According to Han Wei, that was clay modeling. This year, Han Wei is already 16 and has finished high school, but now he does nothing and spends every day drawing and molding clay at home. Any parent would be upset about this. Especially Han Tuanzhang still hopes his son will join the army. According to him, with such a physique, not joining the army would be a real waste. A few days ago, Han Wei saw Shi Tingyu's wall painting. Not sure if he was inspired, but he locked himself in his room to draw. Usually, he ignores everything else, and even meals require multiple reminders. After 2 days of this, Han Tuanzhang couldn't hold back anymore, which led to the earlier scene. Shi Tingyu knows that people who do art tend to be very focused and unaware of outside matters. But in this environment, it's clearly not very realistic. Like Han Tuanzhang as a father, he can't see his son's future clearly and feels worried. However, since guests are present now, it's not the time to scold the child. Han Tuanzhang decided to go along with Shi Tingyu's suggestion and eased up. With Lu Weigua and Shi Tingyu mediating, tonight's dinner atmosphere was quite good. It wasn't as tense anymore. But seeing how strongly Han Tuanzhang opposed his son's obsession with drawing, Shi Tingyu didn't say much. He was afraid that a careless word might worsen the father-son relationship. After dinner, Lu Weigua and Shi Tingyu left. The remaining 3 members of the Han family sat facing each other. Han Tuanzhang thought that their family couldn't go on like this, so he asked a question he had been wanting to ask for a long time. "Xiao Wei, tell your dad what you really think. You're already 16, not a kid anymore. Have you thought about what path you want to take in the future?" Han's wife also couldn't help but speak up. "Yes, Xiao Wei, we can't support you forever. When you grow up, you'll need to start your own life. If you keep drawing without a plan, how will you live?" Han Wei was silent for a moment and said, I don't know. After all, he didn't study art professionally, so he didn't know what kind of jobs could come from drawing. Actually, he graduated from high school, which isn't low. But if he's from a rural area, he might just go back and receive re-education from the local farmers. Because they learn labor skills. If he could be recommended to go to university, that would be another option. In the city, only children with household registration in the local area are usually recommended for jobs by the neighborhood committee, but now it's competitive. Everyone is vying for positions, and it's hard to say when he might get one. Han Wei just graduated from high school this summer. At that time, there were rumors that leader Han was going to transfer away, so the assignment of work for Han Wei was put on hold. Han Wei himself didn't want to go, so he stayed at home every day drawing and sculpting with clay. Now, in Jinling, they want Han Wei to find a stable job, but he is completely focused on painting and refuses to consider other options. This has caused more family disagreements. Han Wei's sister-in-law thought of Shi Tingyu. She said, "Maybe I should ask Xiao Lu. Isn't she an art teacher? Let her help ask if the school is still hiring art teachers." Leader Han thought this idea was good, but Han Wei hesitated. He loved painting, but he wasn't sure if he could be a good art teacher. Plus, he was only 16 and lacked confidence in himself. In the end, Leader Han decided, when I have time, I will visit Xiao Lu's house and ask her about her daughter-in-law. He then looked at Han Wei and said, "You should come along too." Han Wei nodded, secretly admiring Shi Tingyu, who was very talented in art. The next day, when Han Wei's sister-in-law went shopping, she overheard people talking about Shi Tingyu. Just the day before, Shi Tingyu had received payment from the Beijing art publishing house for her second story, Loyal Dog. No one knew the details of the first or second stories. They only knew Shi Tingyu had received money again. Even after a day, people still talked about it with interest. Han Wei's sister-in-law was confused and asked, "Are you talking about Captain Lu's wife? What about the payment?" Everyone was surprised. Who in the compound didn't know Shi Tingyu had published a book? Someone recognized Han Wei's sister-in-law, knowing they had just moved in a few days ago, and didn't know about Shi Tingyu. They told her that Shi Tingyu was talented in cooking, had won awards for murals, and had appeared in newspapers. The main point was that she had published a book. She whispered mysteriously, "You probably don't know, but I heard her payment was over 1,000 yuan at once." When the remittance came, someone saw it, and it was quite a big deal. Han Wei's sister-in-law was amazed, so Xiao Lu's wife was so impressive. She even heard that the Women's Federation Publicity Office was competing with the school to hire her. She envied her very much. Listening to all these rumors about Shi Tingyu while shopping, Han Wei's sister-in-law was a bit distracted. After returning home, she looked at her son still drawing in his room and couldn't help but feel amazed. She thought that being good at drawing could really lead to a bright future. In the evening, Captain Han came back and saw his wife full of enthusiasm. When he asked, he learned that she had heard many stories about people who succeed through painting. She mentioned that Shi Tingyu's book had made a lot of money. Captain Han sighed and asked, "Do you think everyone can achieve such success?" His wife, not knowing the full details, looked at him with curiosity. Captain Han knew some of Shi Tingyu's background because Lu Weigua had mentioned it during a dinner. Later, he looked into Shi's family and learned more about her. Lu's wife and her family used to live abroad. She graduated from a proper foreign university and even held art exhibitions there. She's a real young artist. Our Xiao Wei learned to draw on his own. But how does he compare to her?
He knew more than that.
When he handed over work to Zhao, he also learned about Shi Tingyu's role in catching spies through her portraits. Hearing Zhao talk about how Shi drew spy portraits without ever meeting the targets, he was still amazed. Could someone really have such skills? His own son Xiao Wei's drawings of their parents didn't even look like them, so how could he compare? Of course, the spy portrait was a military secret, so he didn't tell his wife. But that didn't stop him from admiring Shi Tingyu's artistic skill. His wife suddenly felt a bit down but quickly cheered up and said, "I don't expect Xiao Wei to publish books or make money from painting. I'm happy if he can be an art teacher at a primary school." Captain Han shared the same thought. He didn't believe Xiao Wei would become famous through painting, but maybe he could be an art teacher. Of course, he planned to ask Shi Tingyu about it. As for why he didn't ask the principal, it was because of his friendship with Lu Weigua. Lu's wife was an art teacher at a primary school. If the school didn't need an art teacher, and because of his position, they might have put Xiao Wei in. That would be taking Lu's wife's job. So he wanted to check with Shi Tingyu first. That night, after dinner, Captain Han took Xiao Wei quietly to Lu Weiguo's house. They went after dinner, so they wouldn't disturb anyone who might be eating. When they arrived at the gate, they heard the sound of a dog barking in the yard. They didn't know that Lu's family kept a dog. At this moment, Shi Tingyu called out to Li Jian, "Li Jian, go open the door." Li Jian excitedly rolled up and ran toward the big door. It wasn't that Shi Tingyu was unwilling to open the door, but usually Li Jian was eager to do these chores because he loved working. Li Jian had grown almost as big as a full-grown dog. He stood on two legs, placing his front paws on the door, and carefully pushed the latch out of the hole. Once the latch was open, he immediately jumped away from the door. The door was pushed open from outside. Captain Han saw the tall, strong Li Jian and couldn't help but praise, "What a good dog." Han Wei was a bit frightened by the unrestrained dog. Li Jian looked so mighty. Using the light from the corridor bulb, Han Wei saw Li Jian yawning with his big mouth open, revealing sharp teeth that looked quite intimidating. When Shi Tingyu saw the visitors, she greeted, "Captain Han and Xiao Wei are here. Come in and sit." Captain Han smiled kindly and awkwardly said, "It's so late, and you're still bothering you. Where's old Lu?" At that moment, Lu Weiguo stood up from by the water well in the yard. "I'm here," he replied. Captain Han and Xiao Wei looked toward the sound and saw Lu Weiguo washing clothes by the well. Lu Weiguo's clothes were almost done. He was about to rinse them again. He pressed the clothes against the water in the well and told the two, "You go inside and sit. I'll be done soon." Soon, the water in the basin was almost ready. He put the clothes into the basin, rinsed them, and within a few minutes, he wrung them out and hung them to dry. Lu Weiguo wiped his hands and went into the main room. He saw his wife preparing tea for Captain Han and his son. He casually took the teapot and handed the brewed tea to the Han family. Captain Han had never seen Lu Weiguo like this before. His eyes were full of curiosity. He knew Lu Weiguo as a brave soldier on the battlefield, strict and cold on the training ground, with excellent military skills. Seeing this domestic side was the first time. Lu Weiguo didn't think there was anything to hide about this. He looked at Captain Han with a questioning gaze. "What are you looking at me like that for?" Seeing his straightforward expression, Captain Han felt a bit defeated. He wasn't the type to beat around the bush. After taking a sip of the hot tea, he grimaced and asked Shi Tingyu, "Sister-in-law, you're an art teacher at the Jigan Shaoxue. I want to ask if your school is still hiring art teachers?" The Korean group kept waving their hands and said, "I'm just asking first. If they need me, I'll let him try at the school. If not, I'll find another job for him." Hearing this, Shi Tingyu understood their concern. She smiled and said, "Our school really does need an art teacher. I'm currently teaching 5 grades alone. If Xiao Wei can come, it would be a big help. But the final decision still depends on the principal." In Shi Tingyu's view, although Han Wei's paintings weren't masterpieces, he could still be a good elementary school art teacher. Knowing that if her son took the art teacher exam it wouldn't interfere with Shi Tingyu, Han group leader felt relieved. He planned to have his wife take their son to the school the next day to try out. Shi Tingyu suggested, "Maybe Xiao Wei can go with me tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Han group leader had no objections. This was better than his wife going alone. She didn't know much about the school, and it was all unfamiliar to her. "All right, I won't be polite with my sister-in-law. Please, sister-in-law, take my son to try it out tomorrow morning." After finishing the questions, Han group leader took Han Wei home. On the way back, both of them walked happily. When they got home, Han group leader told his wife that Xiao Wei could try out the next day, and she was very happy. Late at night, she started preparing. "Xiao Lu's wife helped us so much. Tomorrow morning, let Xiao Wei bring some things over." Han group leader hurriedly stopped her. "Don't bother. If you bring things, it might not be good. Wei Guo and I are close friends from the battlefield. They wouldn't mind a little gift. He's under my care now, and I definitely can't let my good brother down. There will be plenty of chances to repay them later." Hearing this, Han's wife also calmed down and stopped worrying. Meanwhile, Han group leader talked to Han Wei about work matters. The boy was usually shy and focused on painting, so he didn't understand much about social skills. At this time, he needed to learn some lessons about how to behave and interact. This time, Han Wei rarely argued with his father. He listened very carefully. Han's wife thought for a moment and said, "If Xiaowei is going to take the art teacher exam, should he bring his paintings?" Han group leader replied, "Yes, bring them just in case." Han Wei quickly went to his room to organize his paintings, choosing the best few to take. Han group leader couldn't help but shout into the room, "Don't bring that one you painted for me. If you do, you might not pass the exam." Sister Han reached out and patted his back gently. "What's wrong? That painting can't be passed on to you?" Captain Han smiled, not taking his wife's little effort seriously. "I'm just doing this for his good." The next morning, Han Wei took his painting to the Liu family. At that moment, Lu Weigua and Shi Tingyu were having breakfast. Seeing Han Wei come over, Shi Tingyu quickly called someone to sit down. Han Wei politely greeted both of them. Lu Weigua asked, "Have you eaten breakfast? If not, you can eat here with Uncle." Han Wei shook his head repeatedly. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. I already ate at home before coming." Hearing this, Lu Weigua stopped asking more and peeled a boiled egg for Shi Tingyu, placing it in her bowl. He then started eating on his own. Han Wei watched how they interacted, feeling quite surprised. His dad had never peeled an egg for his mom before. Someone was waiting nearby, so Shi Tingyu ate a bit hurriedly. Lu Weigua said, "Eat slowly, it's still early." Han Wei felt a little restless. He had planned to come even later today, since Teacher Shi said the class started only in the morning. But his parents, worried he'd be late, hurried him to leave early, which made Teacher Shi eat breakfast uncomfortably. He thought he should say something, so he spoke up, "Teacher Shi, take your time eating. I came early this time." Hearing this, Shi Tingyu slowed down her eating, but still ate faster than usual. After finishing breakfast, Shi Tingyu picked up her bag and lesson plan, ready to leave. Lu Weigua quickly grabbed a scarf and chased after her, helping her put it on. "Now it's December, wear your scarf so you don't get cold." Han Wei felt like he'd been fed something strange, just feeling full after breakfast. Shi Tingyu took Han Wei to school. Today, they arrived early and no other teachers were in the office. She placed her things on her desk and took Han Wei to the principal's office. The school's principal, Ren, was always the earliest to arrive. When colleagues asked why he came so early, he always replied that he couldn't sleep because he was getting old. On the way to the principal's office, Shi Tingyu explained the school's facilities to Han Wei carefully. Han Wei listened attentively and remembered everything. This was what his dad meant: listen more, do more, speak less. Inside the principal's office, Principal Ren was cleaning. When he saw Shi Tingyu, he warmly invited her to sit down. He also brewed a cup of hot tea for Shi Tingyu and Han Wei. Teacher Shi arrived very early today. "Who was the person next to you?" asked Principal Ren as he handed tea to Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu replied, "This is Han Wei, the new kid from Leader Han's family. He just finished high school and is very talented at drawing. He wants to see if he can become the school's art teacher." Principal Ren became interested. The school really needed more art teachers. The art classes mostly depended on Shi Tingyu, so having a new candidate was great news. He saw Han Wei holding a piece of paper and asked, "Young comrade Han, is this your drawing? Can I see it?" "Of course," Han Wei said, quickly handing over his drawing. Principal Ren carefully looked through the drawings. Although he hadn't studied art himself, he could tell good work when he saw it. These paintings weren't as good as Shi Tingyu's, but they looked quite decent, much better than the substitute teacher Zhang Yu had been. Seeing the young Han Wei, Principal Ren decided to test him further. He pointed to a fragrant camphor tree outside the office and said, "Draw this tree for me." Han Wei glanced at Shi Tingyu, who nodded, so he picked up his paper and pen and started drawing. He learned to draw from textbooks on his own. His method wasn't very organized, but he drew smoothly and confidently. Principal Ren and Shi Tingyu didn't disturb him. They sat at their desks drinking tea and talking about students. When most of the teachers and students arrived, Han Wei finished his drawing. He handed it to Principal Ren. Knowing this was a key moment. Principal Ren looked at Han Wei's drawing and nodded with satisfaction. It was quite good, more than enough to teach elementary school students. Finally, Principal Ren assigned Han Wei to teach art for grades 1 and 2, while Shi Tingyu continued teaching grades 3 to 5. Han Wei smiled happily, finally showing the lively spirit expected of someone his age. Since Han Wei had little teaching experience, Principal Ren moved him to Shi Tingyu's office, while Jiang Yu was transferred to the neighboring office. Han Wei didn't have a formal class on his first day. He stayed with Shi Tingyu, watched her teach, and took notes very seriously. Everyone at the school was curious about the new teacher. However, when the younger students found out that Han Wei would be their new art teacher, some of them started crying. "I don't want Teacher Shi to leave. I don't want Teacher Shi to leave. Teacher Shi, don't go." There was one child, then two, and soon the classroom was filled with the sound of crying. Han Wei was completely at a loss. He had never faced so many children crying at once. In the end, Shi Tingyu managed to comfort everyone and settle them down. Back in the office, Han Wei felt very discouraged. His confidence was shaken like never before. Shi Tingyu said, "The children don't have bad intentions. Once they get to know you better, they will gradually adapt." Han Wei thought that now he was working on his own and couldn't rely on his parents or elders like before. He had to earn the children's trust himself. While Shi Tingyu was preparing lessons, Han Wei was thinking about how to gain the children's favor. After asking Shi Tingyu for advice, he decided to spend one class teaching the children how to mold clay figures. This was usually something younger children liked. That day after school, he went to dig up a lot of yellow clay. According to Teacher Shi, this type of yellow clay is sticky and can be diluted with water to make a mud slurry. When left in the sun, the water evaporates and the top layer of fine clay becomes a good basic material for making clay figures. When he used to mold clay figures himself, he didn't know any of this. He just dug up some sticky soil and started. His main goal was to better understand space and structure, so he didn't need high-quality clay. It was at this moment that he realized how fortunate it was to have a good art teacher guiding him. Captain Han finished his work at the camp and hurried home to his family courtyard. He didn't know yet if his mischievous son had been accepted into the teaching position. Before he even entered the house, he heard voices from afar. "Wife, is Xiaowei back?" When he finally entered the courtyard, Sister Han said, He's back. Your loud voice is so loud, the neighbors all heard it." Captain Han wasn't offended. He smiled and said, "I'm just worried. How's that mischievous boy doing? Did he get the job?" Hearing this, Sister Han smiled and replied, "Yes, he got it. Today he started teaching at the school. He's teaching first and second graders. For now, he's being assisted by Sister Lu's daughter. Once he's familiar with everything, he'll teach alone." Captain Han let out a sigh of relief and strode quickly toward Han Wei's room. When he entered, he saw his mischievous son still playing with mud.
Commander Han.
"Have you gotten into trouble with mud again? You're a teacher now, why are you still playing with mud?" Commander Han couldn't hold back and asked. This time, Han Wei didn't react as quickly as before. He carefully explained the reason for playing with mud. When he heard it was for an important matter, Commander Han didn't say anything harsh. Instead, he thought to himself, will this kid lead others astray? The school is for teaching, not for playing in the mud. I hope he doesn't turn the students into kids who love playing in the mud. He worried that parents might come looking for him. But seeing his son's serious expression, he decided to wait and see how things develop. After all, he had finally found a meaningful task, and he didn't want to discourage his enthusiasm. Meanwhile, after dinner, Lu Weigua took Shi Tingyu to the camp. The night in Jinling in December was cold and gloomy, with temperatures around 2 or 3 degrees Celsius. When the wind blew, the chill felt like it was sinking into his bones, making him want to curl up under a blanket. Most people from the north find it hard to imagine how cold it can be here. Lu Weigua put his military coat on Shi Tingyu and casually wrapped her in his arms. He was tall and almost wrapped her completely, which made Shi Tingyu feel quite warm. There were no streetlights here, only the flickering glow of flashlights guiding the way ahead. In winter, the residence courtyard was quiet at night. Hardly anyone came out. The two of them walked in silence, not meeting anyone else. Today was Shi Tingyu's first day teaching soldiers. The soldiers had been carefully selected by Lu Weiguo in advance. When they entered the camp and saw the classroom, she saw over 50 people sitting inside, all sitting straight and alert with bright eyes. On the wooden desk at the front, there was a pen and a notebook neatly placed. Having taught elementary students before, Shi Tingyu felt a bit uncomfortable seeing the scene. Lu Weiguo closed the classroom door behind them. The wind stopped, and Shi Tingyu felt her body warm up. She wanted to take off her military coat, but Lu Weiguo stopped her, saying, "Keep it on, don't catch a cold." So she didn't continue. The people in the seats sat very straight, but their eyes kept flickering between Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo, showing excitement that couldn't be hidden. Even if Shi Tingyu had learned some criminal investigation skills and microexpressions during her portrait artist training, she could tell what these young men were thinking just by their expressions. She cleared her throat and tried to imagine these disciplined soldiers as school students, thinking about her first day teaching. She said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Shi, and I am Shi Tingyu. From now on, I will teach you courses on criminal psychology and microexpressions. Of course, I am not a specialist in this field. I can only share some of my own experiences, hoping they will be helpful to you." As soon as she finished speaking, the soldiers below started clapping. The uniform applause made Shi Tingyu feel a little embarrassed. She pressed her hand down and said softly, "Just listen to the lesson. That's enough." Shi Tingyu didn't waste time and went straight to the main point. "I know you all don't have a clear understanding of microexpressions and some psychology concepts. Now, I will call someone to help me with a small experiment." Everyone in the audience looked at Shi Tingyu eagerly, clearly saying, "Choose me, choose me." Lu Weiguo saw this and was the first to raise his hand. "Teacher Shi, I can help you." Shi Tingyu rolled her eyes at him and finally pointed to a young soldier sitting near the outside of the middle row. The young soldier was excited and quickly went onto the stage, saluting Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu nodded and then turned to face the students in the classroom, saying, "Now I will shake hands with him and ask a few questions to guess what he is thinking at this moment." The crowd was a bit skeptical but remained disciplined, not whispering to each other. The young soldier's eyes showed curiosity. Shi Tingyu shook hands with him. The young soldier looked slightly red in the face, and his palms were a little sweaty. Shi Tingyu smiled and asked the first question, "Are you nervous?" The young soldier nodded. Shi Tingyu gently moved his hand, feeling the slight pulling force from him. She asked, "Are you looking forward to today's lesson?" "Yes," the young soldier replied with a firm face, looking straight at Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu smiled and said, "No need to ask any more. I already know what you're thinking." As soon as she finished speaking, the young soldier loosened his grip, smiling, and looked at Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu said, "You just thought that by shaking hands and asking a few questions, you could tell what I was thinking. I find that a bit hard to believe." The young soldier's mouth opened slightly in surprise, clearly caught off guard. Shi Tingyu explained to everyone, "When I shook hands with him, I noticed his palms were slightly sweaty. That's a sign of nervousness. When I shook his hand, he didn't follow the force I used. Instead, he had a pulling force that pulled back. This shows he has a strong personality. Usually, such people are not easily influenced by others' words." I asked him if he was looking forward to today's class content. He said yes, which is true. But when he answered questions, he looked straight at me. That was an unconscious action. She was trying to see if I believed his recent answer by observing my expression. Why did he want to confirm if I believed his answer? The answer is simple. He was indeed looking forward to the class content. But deep down, he didn't think I could tell what he was thinking just by a handshake and a few questions. Also, after I said I understood what he was thinking, he immediately let go of my hand. That was a bit of an evasive action. He was afraid I would see through his thoughts. What kind of thoughts was he afraid I would see? It was his distrust of me. The young soldier blushed a little when Shi Tingyu spoke to him. They had come specifically to give them a lesson, but deep inside, he still didn't fully trust them. Being told this face-to-face made him even more nervous. Now, He didn't dare to look at Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua's expressions. Lu Weigua didn't show much reaction to this. This was his wife's territory. He could help her, but he couldn't go beyond her authority to lecture the students. Shi Tingyu signaled the young soldier to go back to his seat and said, "Actually, you don't need to be surprised. The previous experiment also had some techniques. Knowing I wanted to find out what you were thinking, you would subconsciously tense up when shaking hands with me. The questions I asked were also suggestive. Otherwise, your thoughts would be wild and free, making it hard to pinpoint your true feelings. When people are nervous, their thoughts tend to follow the other person's thinking unconsciously. Coupled with observing microexpressions, you can accurately understand their mind." After Shi Tingyu's analysis, everyone nodded in understanding. This small experiment sparked enthusiasm among the soldiers present, making the classroom atmosphere much livelier. The distrust from earlier also disappeared. That was the reason Shi Tingyu conducted this experiment. If they didn't psychologically accept it, the teaching would become mechanical and complicated. Only by accepting it psychologically could they learn better. Next, Shi Tingyu gave a lecture to the colleagues present, based on her own organized content. She interacted with them from time to time, guessing each other's thoughts. The class lasted 2 hours and then ended. When Shi Tingyu announced the conclusion, everyone felt a little disappointed. After the soldiers packed up the temporary classroom and left, Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua headed home. On the way, Shi Tingyu asked Lu Weigua, "How do you think I did in the lesson? Is there anything I could improve?" Honestly, she felt a bit shy about teaching in front of Lu Weigua. He hugged her tighter, and in the night breeze, his voice carried a bit of pride. "My wife, you did very well. Just look at how the kids behaved. I think they learned a lot this time." Shi Tingyu relaxed and said, "That's good." Although she was a teacher, the students here in the school and the military camp were very different. The subjects she taught also varied. Art was her specialty, and she was confident and skilled at it. But psychology and microexpressions were different. She was far from an expert in those fields. She only knew these because she had the advantage of the times. Now, with Lu Weigua's approval, she felt more confident about her future lessons. Even if these courses helped the soldiers just a little, it was worth it. Meanwhile, Shi Tingyu's late-night small class continued smoothly. Over there, Han Wei tried several times to work with clay and finally brought the prepared clay to the classroom. This was his first official lesson, and Shi Tingyu sat in the audience as an observer. After these days of interaction, the children no longer disliked Han Wei as much. Seeing him bring so much clay, they were very curious. Usually they played with mud too, but they were often scolded by their parents for it, being told it was dirty or that it would stain their clothes. If caught, they would get a scolding and sometimes a meal of bamboo shoots and meat. Now, they could play with mud openly at school, and their happiness was obvious. The positive feedback from the students encouraged Han Wei. His initial nervousness about teaching had eased considerably. Shi Tingyu watched from below and noticed that Han Wei had a real talent for clay modeling. His techniques were original, always starting in unexpected places. Though still a bit inexperienced, his skills were impressive. After class, Shi Tingyu went to the podium and took a piece of clay, practicing herself. She pointed out some of Han Wei's mistakes in his clay modeling. Han Wei listened carefully, and in just a few minutes, he felt enlightened. Looking at Shi Tingyu, her eyes shine with light. With Shi Tingyu's guidance, Han Wei spends all his free time on clay sculptures. His sculptures are becoming more realistic, with good attention to structure and texture. Only then does he slowly return to normal. After hearing about Han Wei from sister-in-law Shi Tingyu, she can't help but feel amazed. Han Wei is truly an extraordinary person. He has the obsession and passion of an artist, but living in this era, he has to wait a few more years to shine. It was Lu Weigua's rest time, so Shi Tingyu went with him to the town post office. The remittance slip for the second story of Loyal Dog arrived, but since both were busy, they hadn't had time to deposit it into the bank book at the post office. This time they happened to go. Shi Tingyu wore the cotton coat she bought last time. Lu Weigua looked at himself in the mirror in front of the wardrobe for a while before tidying up. His wife has good taste. The cotton coat she picked fits him well. This time, they didn't take the supply truck. The truck's bed isn't enclosed, and sitting inside it is very cold when the wind blows. It's better for him to ride his bike with his wife, which is more comfortable. The speed isn't fast and the wind isn't so strong. As long as they wear thick clothes, it's fine. Shirtingyu put on her down jacket, which she bought 2 years ago at Friendship Store. Back then, down jackets weren't popular among the general public. They only became fashionable in the 1980s. After putting on the down jacket, Lu Weigua also helped her with a scarf and a handmade dark gray wool hat. That wool hat was knitted by his neighbor, Sister Zhang, with yarn he bought. It looked especially good on his wife. After confirming that her outfit was warm enough, Lu Weigua rode his bike with Shirtingyu. Shirtingyu sat on the back seat, her face buried in the scarf, feeling much warmer. After transferring the money into the bank book, she also called Shirmuhan at the post office. Shirmuhan was very happy to hear his sister calling and ran quickly to answer the phone. When the call came again, he was still catching his breath. Hearing her voice on the other end, Shirtingyu couldn't help but say, "Why are you in such a hurry?"
Just walk slowly.
Shirmuhan replied, "I'm afraid you'll wait too long." Considering the time, Shirtingyu didn't continue the conversation. She asked, "Brother, during the new year, I plan to go back to our hometown with Weigua. Do you want to come with us?" Going back to the hometown means being able to reunite with their parents. Shirmuhan immediately understood what his sister meant. As a relative, it wasn't unreasonable for him to visit his sister-in-law's family for the new year. However, he was worried that both of them going to the Front West Brigade might raise suspicion and cause trouble for his sister-in-law's family. So he said, "I won't go this year. It's my turn to be on duty." Listening to him, Shirtingyu sensed the deeper meaning in his words and heard his hesitation. But she didn't insist. She believed that within 2 years, their family would be reunited. Later, Shirmuhan asked her about her recent situation, and only then did they reluctantly end the call. She was not someone who would be stuck in her current situation. She quickly adjusted her mindset. After leaving the post office, the two strolled around the city. Shirtingyu even bought a pair of gloves for Lu Weigua, specifically for riding his bike. Lu Weigua felt he wasn't cold, but his wife thought riding made him cold, so in the end, he accepted the gloves. But deep down, he felt warm inside. At this moment, ahead on the road, 3 people were running with a bag in their hands. Behind them, an out-of-breath middle-aged man was chasing after them. The middle-aged man shouted, "Catch the thief." They stole money. Due to current national conditions, some young children who didn't need to go to the countryside or wait for Radish Hill had become idle. Some petty thefts and pickpocketing started to appear. Even though Lu Weigua wasn't wearing his military uniform, he couldn't just stand by and watch when he saw such a situation. He pushed Shirtingyu into a nearby department store to wait inside, then chased after them. He ran very fast. With many people on the street, riding a bike was inconvenient. He quickly locked his bike by the roadside and ran after them. The 3 seemed familiar with the area and quickly ran into a small alley. As soon as they entered the alley, Lu Weigua followed right behind. The middle-aged man saw someone helping to chase the thief and felt a slight relief. He had been shouting all along, and passers-by saw 3 thieves and dared not approach. The money was their machinery factory's payroll for this month. If it was lost, how could they pay the workers? How could he explain to the factory staff? Inside the alley, Lu Weigua looked at the 3 robbers with some surprise. They didn't run further, but instead waited in the alley for him. His sharp eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. Did they think they had enough people and he couldn't handle them? Sure enough, the 3 men across the street saw someone chasing into the alley. They pulled out small knives and looked angrily at the man approaching them. The tall man leading the group shouted at Lu Weigua, "If you want to stay alive, I advise you not to interfere." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Weigua was only 5 meters away. His face, previously obscured by backlighting, became clear. He had deep, narrow eyes, and his fierce gaze made people feel cold. The scar from the corner of his eye to his cheekbone showed he was not someone to mess with. With his tall stature, the 3 men immediately stepped back. The leader instinctively swallowed hard. thinking it's over. We've run into a rival gang member. They weren't afraid of brave, kind-hearted people trying to help, but they dared not offend those involved in the underworld. They usually only stole small amounts of money, unlike those who had committed serious crimes. Although he threatened with a knife, he had never actually killed anyone. Yes, they didn't doubt he had blood on his hands, just as cold, water-dripping eyes were enough to make people imagine the worst. The man next to the leader leaned in and whispered, "He's only one person. The three of us might still win." The leader clenched his black bag tightly, feeling the solid weight inside, and decided to fight. He shouted to Lu Weiguo, brother in the underworld, meeting his fate. "We'll share some of this money with you. Just pretend you didn't see us." Lu Weiguo frowned. "Who are you calling brother?" Hearing the confident, insulting tone, they became even more certain he was involved in the underworld. "Big brother, we're all in the same line of work. Why push things so hard?" The leader tried to reason. Lu Weiguo didn't bother to argue. He reached out his hand and said, "Give me what you took." The leader, seeing that Lu Weiguo wouldn't back down, got annoyed. "I call you big brother, but don't think you're invincible. If my three brothers and I really fight you, you probably won't win." Lu Weiguo remained calm and took a few more steps toward them. These few steps seemed to cross into their safety zone. The leader glanced at his two men and signaled them to attack. The two men rushed at Lu Weiguo, shouting, "Since you don't value your life, we won't hold back." Lu Weiguo saw the person rushing toward his face. He quickly grabbed the attacker's wrist holding a knife and used his other hand to hold the attacker's shoulder, throwing him to the ground. He twisted the attacker's wrist, causing the knife to fall with a scream. One of his younger brothers saw his comrade being knocked down and stabbed toward Lu Weiguo's back with a knife. Lu Weiguo seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, blocking the attacker's stabbing hand. Then he quickly stood up, reaching forward with his hand, flipping the attacker over, and making him fall heavily to the ground. The leader of the gang saw his two younger brothers already defeated. He hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to step in. Finally, he remembered the bag in his arms, clenched his teeth, and turned to run away. Lu Weiguo took a running start, leaping off the wall beside the alley. In an instant, he swung his leg out, knocking the attacker to the ground. The man fainted after hitting the ground. The two younger brothers, seeing this, struggled to get up and tried to run in the opposite direction. Before Lu Weiguo could chase after them, they stopped in their tracks. They looked toward the alley entrance and slowly backed away. Lu Weiguo looked up and saw 5 police officers approaching the alley. Compared to Lu Weiguo, who was experienced in the underworld, the police were more afraid of the police. With the police present, they felt they naturally aligned with the person involved in the illegal activities. Lu Weiguo saw this and didn't say much. He kicked each of the 2 men forward toward the police officers. 4 police officers moved in, holding down the 2 men. Lu Weiguo handed his bag to another officer and said, "This is the stolen bag." The police officer looked at Lu Weiguo. If it weren't for the female officer who called the police saying her husband was a scarred soldier, they wouldn't believe that this helpful person was involved in illegal activities. He didn't look like a good person at all. But he still had to say, "Thank you, comrade soldier, for your help." Otherwise, these 3 might have run away. The 2 robbed men, stunned, looked at each other.
A soldier?
Is this a joke? Who has a soldier with such a fierce look? Thinking back, they realized they had mistaken him for someone trying to steal from others. They regretted it so much they wished they could disappear. If they had known he was a soldier, they would have waited here to avoid trouble. At this moment, Shi Tingyu and the victim, who had finished everything inside the alley, came out. Shi Tingyu looked at Lu Weiguo nervously and asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Lu Weiguo held the person and comforted him. "I'm fine, don't worry." The 2 robbers were stunned again. What was going on? A person who looks like that must have a very beautiful partner. As for why they are definitely a couple, it's because the way Shi Tingyu checked was too intimate. Nowadays, anyone holding hands on the street might be called inappropriate. The owner looked at the recovered bag, and tears suddenly came. "Luckily I got it back, or I really wouldn't want to go on living." Several police officers quickly comforted him, saying, The bag was recovered by that soldier. Check if any money is missing. The owner looked at the people in the alley and finally fixed his gaze on Lu Weigua. In his opinion, none of the people involved, whether caught, fainted, or the tall man standing, looked like good people. He saw someone helping to chase the thief but couldn't see clearly because the thief was too fast. It's also not realistic to tell people apart by clothing color, since many are wearing similar colors. He could only judge, based on the woman who called the police, that the man who didn't look like a good person was the soldier the police mentioned. He walked over to thank Lu Weigua by trying to shake his hand, but when he got close, the strong pressure from the man made him hesitate. The owner withdrew his hand, looking grateful, and said, "Soldier, thank you for helping me recover my wages. I don't know how to thank you. You really saved my life." Just as the owner was about to say more, Lu Weigua spoke at the right moment. "Check if the amount of money in your bag is correct." The owner's gratitude was stuck in his throat. He opened his black bag and counted the money, confirming the amount is right. The police officers relaxed, relieved that the money matched. One officer approached the fainted thief and looked hesitantly at the lead officer, asking, "Captain, should we take him to the hospital?" The captain was also unsure and was about to go check, but Lu Weigua interrupted, "I'll wake him up." He was closer to the fainted young man and saw his hand move slightly. When the young man was knocked out, he didn't land properly and one arm was pressed under him. He was quietly trying to move his hand, so he should be awake. Lu Weigua pushed Shirtingyu toward the police and stepped forward to kneel in front of the fainted young man. On a very cold day, the young leader's forehead broke out in a thin layer of sweat, and his eyelids trembled wildly as Lu Weigua approached. Lu Weigua grabbed the other's hand and pinched his philtrum. He didn't hold back, causing the young leader's face to twist in pain, and he immediately shouted out. Lu Weigua calmly stood up, brushed imaginary dust off his hand, and said in a steady tone, "See, this is all taken care of." At this moment, everyone realized something was wrong. It turned out the thief was pretending to be faint, trying to use the hospital as an excuse to escape. Police officers quickly moved in and restrained the person. The team leader of the police said to Shirtingyu, "Comrade, you and your partner need to go to the police station to give a statement." One was the person reporting the crime, and the other was the one making the arrest. They still needed to explain the situation. They were short-handed. 2 people were holding one suspect, but they still needed one more. If 3 thieves took the chance to run away, it would be very bad. So, they also asked a military officer to help the suspect. Lu Weigua looked at Shirtingyu, saw her nod, and didn't refuse further. As for the owner of the item, the police didn't think he could hold the suspect. This time, the police arrived in an old Changjiang 750 tricycle, which could seat 2 people, with 3 others riding bicycles. Back then, this was considered good equipment. Sometimes, when the police had many calls and not enough vehicles, they had to walk to catch suspects. Since this was in Jinling, which was better than some remote areas, they had more resources. In some remote places, police stations rarely had even a bicycle, let alone a tricycle. Because many people were returning this time, the police locked the tricycle and bicycles in place. The 3 suspects only had 2 sets of old-fashioned handcuffs, and one was simply with a rope. The group then marched toward the police station, attracting the attention of passers-by who gathered to watch, with many curious people following behind for fun. The police team leader saw this and called out to the people following, "Police work, everyone disperse." At this time, the police still held a lot of authority, and gradually, the crowd stopped following. The police station was not far, and they arrived after a short walk. They quickly took statements, and Lu Weigua was about to take Shirtingyu back. The owner of the item hurried forward and said, "Comrade soldier, I will honestly report your act of bravery to our factory leaders. When the time comes, they will send a letter of praise to your unit." Now, this letter of praise is a valuable thing. Usually, when a production team receives such a letter, they broadcast it and encourage everyone to learn from it. However, Lu Weigua said no need. "This is something I should do." Shirtingyu thought Lu Weigua was silly, but that is the quality of a soldier at this moment. But the person who lost something said it was not okay. The letter of praise must be sent. In the end, Lu Weigua and Shi Tingyu left amid the many thanks from the owner. The owner said that sending the letter of praise to Lu Weigua was not empty words. When they recorded the case, they saw the other person's military unit number and name. The next day, the letter of praise was sent to the unit. Han Tuan saw the letter and smiled happily. "Old Lu really makes our camp look good," he said, looking at the content of the letter. Finally, he pounded the table and muttered, "No, I must give him credit." The letter not only praised Lu Weigua for bravely fighting 3 villains, but also complimented Shi Tingyu, a military family member, for staying calm and calling for help in danger. The machinery factory was willing to give 5 job opportunities to military family members, trusting their noble qualities to contribute to modernization. Because they received 5 job opportunities from the factory, Han Tuan broadcasted Lu Weigua's brave act. Now, the family members all knew about the factory's recruitment. Some military family members who hadn't yet arranged jobs were very excited. On the way back from training, Lu Weigua met many smiling military family members, all kind and friendly. He roughly understood the reason and didn't want to face such a warm response. He took long strides and quickly left. Behind him, a few sisters-in-law were still talking about Lu Weigua. "I've realized now, this little Lu looks fierce, but he's very kind-hearted." "That's right. Usually we are misled by his appearance. Look at him, calm in the face of 3 villains and even helping us get a job opportunity at the factory. He's really impressive." Lu Weigua, who is sharp and observant, heard their comments behind him and walked even faster. Lu Wenchan, who heard about the 5 job opportunities from the factory, felt depressed again. Half a year had passed, and she was still just a minor assistant behind the scenes. Hearing about the new recruitment information outside, her heart ached terribly. "I wish I had known earlier." She had thought about this many times, but in real life, there are rarely such clear signs. If it weren't for the team leader saying that their new recruits might get a chance to be promoted next year, she felt she couldn't hold on much longer. The excitement lasted until the factory over there finished hiring workers, then it settled down at the family compound. Time quickly moved into December, and Shitinjia's school had already started winter break. The military's holiday schedule was also announced. Currently, the base only has single days off, with the New Year holiday counting as 2 weeks of rest, totaling 5 days off. But traveling from Jinling by train to Huai County in the eastern province takes 2 days and 1 night, almost enough to use up the holiday time. Fortunately, Lu Weigua has a family visit leave, which allows him to visit his parents once every 2 years for 30 days. His last visit was 2 years ago, right after returning from the battlefield. He will never forget how he felt during his first family visit. He just wanted to breathe the air of his hometown and see if the trees at the gate of the steel factory compound had grown stronger. At that time, he hadn't been home for 8 years. When he finally returned to the village, he almost couldn't find his grandparents' house. The village had changed a lot in those 8 years. Trees had grown taller, the river ditch had been widened, and the old house where he spent his childhood had been renovated. Everything looked both familiar and strange. This time, his feelings for the family visit were just as nervous and excited as before because he would be bringing his wife with him to the place where he grew up. The feeling of revealing his deepest, hidden self to his loved one made him look forward to it eagerly. Lu Weigua and Shitinjiu discussed it and planned to leave on the 20th day of December, so they could also celebrate the Lantern Festival at home. After confirming the plan, Lu Weigua went to ask Captain Han for leave. Knowing that Lu Weigua was taking his wife back to his hometown for the first time, Captain Han happily approved the leave. Lu Weigua's holiday was quite short, especially since he hadn't gone back in the past 8 years. Once the leave was approved, Lu Weigua bought train tickets, but this time it wasn't easy. Soldiers have priority, but they also had to bring a dog, which made things complicated. The dog, a large breed called Wei Jian, is not supported for shipment by the railway, as there are no special pet transport services. Pets can only travel with their owners on the train, but trains are crowded and busy, and staff are worried that large dogs might hurt someone. Lu Weigua had to come back and figure out another solution. They both definitely wanted to bring the sword with them. Even if they entrusted it to someone else, they wouldn't feel at ease. The sword is different from a regular dog. It has more delicate emotions and is more sensitive. Such a sword isn't suitable to be cared for by others. When Shi Tingyu heard this, she thought about the muzzle used for dogs in later generations. She figured she could make one to reduce people's fear of the dog. She took out a pencil and paper and drew a picture of the dog's muzzle. She asked Lu Weiguo, "Is this easy to make? If it is, we can make one for the sword to wear on its mouth. Then, we can cover a soft bed car so the sword won't go out." Lu Weiguo thought this idea was good. The muzzle didn't look too hard to make. The military area has engineering soldiers, tools, and materials, so making one wouldn't be difficult. Because time was tight, Lu Weiguo quickly went to borrow the tools and materials. Nowadays, few people keep pets and take them on trains for long trips, so few know the proper procedures. At this moment, Shi Tingyu remembered someone, Qin Dajie, the owner who once helped catch a thief with the sword. Qin Dajie works for the Railway Bureau. She wasn't asked to help with negotiations. She was just asked about the proper procedures for bringing pets, and they would cooperate well. Thinking this, Shi Tingyu started to search her bag. She remembered that Qin Dajie had written down their work phone number for her, and she had casually stuffed it into her bag. Finally, she found the note with the phone number in the inner pocket of her bag. Time was tight, so Shi Tingyu didn't go to the post office. Instead, she borrowed a school phone and called Qin Dajie. When the call connected, she felt a bit regretful and awkward. Qin Dajie had even given 10 pounds of meat to the sword back then. Asking for help again now seemed a bit impolite. Just as she was thinking this, the call was answered. Qin Dajie's lively voice came through. "Hello, this is Jinling Railway Bureau. Who are you looking for?" Shi Tingyu cleared her throat and said, "Is this Qin Dajie?" "I am Shi Tingyu." She was worried that Qin Dajie might not remember her, but to her surprise, Qin Dajie still remembered. Her voice became much warmer. "Oh, Comrade Shi. Hello. Shi Tingyu let out a sigh of relief. After considering her words, she said, "Qin Dajie, you work at the Railway Bureau. I have something to ask you about. Is it convenient?" Convenient. Just ask." Shi Tingyu told the other person about the situation of taking the sword on the train and also shared some of her preparations. She asked, "Can I bring the dog on the train like this?" Sister Qin loved the sword very much. In modern terms, she had a positive view of it. When she heard that the dog might need a muzzle, she quickly said, "No need for a muzzle. I will call the train station in advance, and you can just bring it in the soft sleeper car." However, Shi Tingyu insisted on the muzzle. For dog lovers, they are not afraid of dogs, but some people are. She couldn't only think from her own perspective, she also had to consider others. Sister Qin thought it was easier this way. Since the dog already had a muzzle, what was there to worry about? There are even chickens and ducks on trains. Why can't brave dogs get on the train? In the end, Sister Qin took charge. "Leave this to me. When you buy tickets, just tell the staff. I will contact them in advance." After hanging up, Shi Tingyu still felt a bit dizzy. Is it really settled? When Lu Weiguo finished making the muzzle, Shi Tingyu told him about Sister Qin. Lu Weiguo also breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't mind spending a bit more money for safety as long as they could take the sword away. He wasn't unwilling to ask for help. As long as he got a military dog certificate for the sword, he wouldn't need to buy extra tickets. Based on the sword's past achievements in catching spies, this wouldn't be considered abusing power. But since he could handle it himself, he didn't want to trouble the army. Once the problem was solved, Lu Weiguo tried the muzzle on the sword. The sword was obedient. It wore the muzzle when told, but the size wasn't perfect. Lu Weiguo took it off and adjusted it, carefully wrapping the wire with cotton. This was the best muzzle he could make for the sword in a short time. Shi Tingyu sat nearby, watching Lu Weiguo carefully put the padded muzzle on the sword, her eyes showing admiration. She thought her husband was really impressive, seeming to know everything. Maybe because of the times, many modern tools haven't been invented yet. Nowadays, many people can fix electrical wiring, water pipes, build houses, do simple carpentry, or detailed manual work. What impressed her most was her husband, Lu Weiguo, who seemed to be good at everything. If the stove is usually out, She won't light a fire herself. At most, she would borrow fire from a neighbor and bring back a piece of burning coal to put in her own stove. But if asked to restart the fire with wood or straw, she truly wouldn't know how. There was a small stool in the kitchen for cooking, which was bitten and broken by a dog named Wei Jian. He fixed the legs himself by carving a new piece of wood. This time, Wei Jian's muzzle also surprised her. She drew a simple diagram, and in no time, he made it exactly as she sketched. She said she couldn't do these things because she was too weak. She can live well on her own, but life always has small surprises. Without anyone to fix or adjust things, she could just throw them away and buy new ones. If the stove really broke, she could pay the neighbors to borrow fire every day. But having a life where she doesn't need to ask for help and can handle everything smoothly is very good. Many women in later generations don't want to get married because being single can be more fun than the combined effect of two people. They have to work and take care of children, often without understanding or support, which makes them exhausted physically and mentally. Anyone would feel hopeless about life in such a situation. If the result of 1 + 1 is happiness and both partners are satisfied, that is the best situation. Even if they argue sometimes, it's just a small disagreement. Lu Weiguo felt his wife's intense gaze and turned to look at her, asking, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yu raised her eyebrows and praised, "I just think my husband is so amazing. He can do everything." Lu Weiguo couldn't help but smile and leaned his face toward her. Yu softly kissed his face. The man felt very happy. After putting on the muzzle, Wei Jian shook his head uncomfortably. Lu Weiguo gently patted him and said, "Wait until we get to the train station to put it on. You'll have to endure a couple of days." Wei Jian wagged his tail and whined softly, then buried his head under Lu Weiguo's hand. Lu Weiguo looked at him with a gentle expression. In the eyes of soldiers, military dogs are silent comrades. Even if Wei Jian wasn't officially enlisted, it didn't change Lu Weiguo's love for him. Yu felt the same. They didn't give Wei Jian a hard time just because taking him back would cost more money. It was already late, so Lu Weiguo didn't rush to buy tickets. By the time he reached the train station, most ticket sellers would be off work. The next morning, Yu gave Lu Weiguo money to buy the tickets. She started preparing some food to bring on the train. She baked a loaf of European bread and made a jar of spicy beef sauce. She also prepared fried small yellow fish and fried tofu balls. These are dried foods that can be eaten cold. She also made some cornmeal pancakes made from a mixture of cornmeal and white flour that has fermented. The bottom is crispy and fragrant, while the top is soft and tasty. Even when cold, they taste good with spicy beef sauce or fried snacks. At home, she also brought a bag of milk powder, which she can use to make milk to go with the bread later. She fried some wild chestnuts from the nearby forest. Maybe because of the environment, the chestnut trees keep producing fruit. While many outside have finished their season, the trees here still have plenty of nuts. She also brought apples and tangerines she picked from the space last time, which she bought in name only. These items are quite delicate, so she brought quite a few. Once everything was ready, Lu Weiguo also returned. "Is everything done?" Yu asked. Lu Weiguo handed her the tickets and the remaining money. "Yes, everything is ready. Thanks to Sister Qin. When I went, I said I would bring a large dog and they understood." Yu felt relieved after hearing this. She looked at the vegetables in the garden with some worry. "Weiguo, what should we do about the vegetables in the garden?" Lu Weiguo looked around. Their yard had quite a few vegetables: cabbage, radishes, cilantro, lettuce, green peppers, garlic, spinach, and celery, all available. All these vegetables were carefully cared for by his wife, growing well and tasting great. The quality outside couldn't match theirs. "Maybe we can share the ones that are ready to eat with neighbors and friends. The smaller ones can be left for another 20 or 30 days, and they should be fine. It would be a shame to leave these vegetables in the ground unused." Yu thought for a moment. That's quite a lot of vegetables. Our good neighbors and friends probably won't need so many. Her vegetables grew better than usual, so there are fewer small ones, and most are much better than what you buy outside. She considered their close neighbors. mainly the nearby Zhang battalion commander, Feng Jiao's family, and Han Tuan's family, plus the upcoming deputy battalion commander's family. Maybe, besides giving some to neighbors and friends, we can give the rest to the kitchen staff as a New Year treat, she suggested. Lu Weigua didn't mind at all. The camp was like a second home, and sharing food with everyone was no problem. Since they all grew the vegetables themselves, there was nothing to hide. After making the decision, Lu Weigua first removed the portions he had given to neighbors and friends. He then went to the military camp to discuss the food with Commander Han. Commander Han had tasted his family's food before and liked the taste. He was polite and said, "All right, you can forget about the ones you gave us, but for the ones for the canteen, I'll ask logistics to give you some extra support." He called it support, but it was really just paying for the food. Logistics also had to spend money on procurement, and their quality wasn't as good as Lu Weigua's. Why not buy directly from Lu Weigua? Moreover, the camp couldn't let officers suffer losses. Lu Weigua was stunned and said, "Captain, you really don't have to." Han replied, "Just trust me." He then said, "Later, I'll have the kitchen staff come to you to pick up the food." Han had his own reasons. Lu Weigua's military achievements were enough for a promotion, and with his work in catching spies, he might be promoted next year. If that happened, his name would be on the list. Someone might dig up that he had given free vegetables to the camp, and he could be criticized unfairly. It was better to get some support from logistics. Even if he didn't get promoted next year, it wouldn't be a loss. In the end, Han sent Lu Weigua out and told him to wait at home. Soon, 2 soldiers from the kitchen staff would come to pick up the food. Lu Weigua first went home. He delivered some vegetables to the neighbors, and the rest would be given out in the evening. Sister Zhang saw Lu Weigua handing over many vegetables through the wall and looked surprised. Why so many? She had heard Lu Weigua say that the vegetables at home were running out, so he was giving some to them.
But this was quite a lot at this time.
"Tomorrow, my wife and I will go back to our hometown. The vegetables at home are running out, so I'm sharing some with you." Sister Zhang then took the vegetables. Not long after delivering to Sister Zhang, the kitchen soldiers arrived. Seeing the lush vegetables growing happily in the yard, they quickly prepared to leave. Those who needed to be given vegetables had already picked them, and the remaining vegetables were all taken away by the soldiers. The soldiers pushed a unicycle cart, which came in handy. After all the vegetables were moved, the yard was left with only the plants along the wall, which had already shed their leaves, making the yard look much emptier. Lu Weigua, being restless, saw the yard and used a rake to level the ground. Shirtingyu also took a military shovel and dug a hole near the plants. Lu Weigua said, "Wife, you can leave it. If you want to do something, just tell me and I'll help you." Shirtingyu listened without raising her head and said, "It's okay. I'm just adding some fertilizer to these flowers, preparing to bury some fish intestines." Today, when she fried small yellow fish, she removed many of the fish's internal organs and buried them near the flowers. Next year, these flowers will bloom more abundantly. This method of planting flowers she learned from later generations. Of course, fish intestines shouldn't be buried in hot weather, or else you might get a bad smell, insects, and possibly damage the plants. Lu Weigua doesn't know much about flower planting, but he knows that fish intestines are good fertilizer. When he saw Shirtingyu bringing the fish intestines, he put down his rake and helped her bury the fertilizer. His wife is always very clean, so it's better for him to do this. Actually, for someone who cooks often, these fish intestines smell a bit fishy, but since she handles them regularly, she doesn't find it as unpleasant as one might imagine. After burying the fish intestines, Shirtingyu took advantage of the free time to do some winter pruning on the flowers. She cut off dead branches and weak, diseased ones, and tidied up the shape of the plants. In spring, when they sprout and leaf out, they will look full and healthy. Of course, she didn't prune the hydrangeas because their flower buds are at the top. Pruning them in winter would be like cutting a plum blossom. They finished tidying up the house, and Lu Weigua and Shirtingyu started preparing dinner. They had a train at 8 a.m. the next day. That evening, they kept it simple and cooked noodles. After dinner, Lu Weigua washed the dishes, while Shirtingyu checked what they needed to take the next day. Besides the prepared food, She packed clothes for her parents, full sets from head to toe, and a wool scarf for her sister-in-law, leather shoes for her eldest brother, a rabbit fur hat for her grandfather in the countryside, cotton shoes for her grandmother, and some health supplements for her parents. As for Lu Erming's family, they bought some cakes from Jinling and also some cigarettes and malted milk. The gifts were quite substantial. Usually, their relatives' gifts weren't this heavy, but since her parents often received more help from Uncle Lu, they gave more generous presents. There was so much stuff that Lu Weigui used his organizational skills to pack everything tightly into 2 large suitcases. But even then, it wasn't enough, so he finally packed the remaining gifts into a big military-style bag. The food items were packed into a canvas bag for easy access in the car. Along with these, Shi Tingyu specially prepared dog food for Wei Jian. Looking at all these things, Shi Tingyu thought she might start worrying even before leaving. But now, with Lu Weigui here, she felt much more at ease. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the Lu family's gate was knocked on. Amid the barking of the guard dog, a young soldier's voice came from outside. "Captain Lu, I'm here to take you to the train station." Lu Weigui went to open the door. They were all ready. The young soldier followed inside to help carry the luggage. Both of the Lu family's suitcases belonged to Shi Tingyu. They were brought back from abroad, as her family had many things to take home. Her 2 large suitcases, made of brown genuine leather, still looked stylish even by modern standards. The handles were wrapped with the same leather as the suitcases, with 2 straps and small locks on each side. These suitcases didn't have the modern rolling wheels yet, because they were packed full. Lifting them was a bit heavy. The young soldier was surprised when he carried them. Lu Weigui calmly picked up one of the suitcases along with a large travel bag and headed outside. The young soldier followed closely behind. Shi Tingyu held onto the guard dog with one hand and carried a canvas bag with the other, walking behind them. After placing the luggage, Lu Weigui took the bags and the dog leash from Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu turned to lock the gate. Lu Weigui sat in the front passenger seat, while Shi Tingyu and the dog sat in the back. They drove almost smoothly all the way to the train station. The young soldier parked the car and helped Lu Weigui and Shi Tingyu load the luggage onto the train. Shi Tingyu held the dog leash tightly and followed them onto the train. The appearance of the dog caused a stir among the passengers. Shi Tingyu tightened the leash, keeping the dog close to avoid frightening anyone afraid of dogs. But she underestimated people's bravery, especially when they saw the dog had a muzzle on its mouth. The passengers were less afraid. Lu Weigui, worried about Shi Tingyu, quickly came out to meet them after settling the luggage. He was dressed in military uniform this time, both to intimidate troublemakers and to reduce people's prejudice against the dog. When Lu Weigui appeared in his uniform, everyone guessed that Shi Tingyu's dog was a military dog. They wanted to get close and pet it, but all were scared off by Lu Weigui's stern face. No one dared to approach, only watching from afar. At this moment, a young man around 18 or 19, with shining eyes, looked at the dog and excitedly shouted, "Chasing wind." The dog instinctively turned its head and met the young man's excited gaze. It lifted its head proudly, secretly thinking, "Is the book my owner mentioned so amazing? I can even meet a fan here." It remembered that the little kid once called it Chasing Wind. From now on, this name is just another code for himself in his ears. Wow, this is really chasing the wind. Seeing Wei Jian turn around, the young man stepped forward, his tone full of excitement. Perhaps because he called out Chasing the Wind so sincerely, the readers who had previously read Loyal Dog didn't think much of the comic at first, but now they all reacted. The comic Listening to the Rain is new. Most previous comics were adaptations of classic stories. This fresh story makes people more eager to read, so the comic has many fans. Not everyone on this train saw it, but even just 1 in 10 had seen it, which is quite a lot. Wei Jian immediately became the center of attention. Listening to the Rain was worried that Wei Jian might feel uneasy with so many people watching. She reached out and patted Wei Jian's head. Lu Weigui said, "Give me Wei Jian, let's get into the carriage quickly." Listening to the Rain handed the leash to Lu Weigui. Wei Jian was now in Lu Weigui's hands. Although everyone admired Lu Weigui's military uniform, No one dared to step forward anymore. After listening to the rain and Lu Weiguo walked away, with Wei Jian, the surrounding voices still discussed. People who hadn't seen the comic asked those who had, "Is this dog very famous?" Some even carried comic strips to pass the time on the train and immediately took one out to show others. "Look, it's this dog from the comic." The comic they showed was the second story, where the dog looked more like Wei Jian in size, especially that distinctive right front leg. Almost everyone who had seen it could recognize it. "Really?" The person looked at it twice, feeling quite surprised. Now, seeing the characters in the comic was like watching movie stars in later generations. People started discussing excitedly. That dog was chasing the wind. So do you think the soldier and the woman are the authors of this comic? Someone shook their head. "I don't think the soldier is likely." Another said, "The woman looks like she can draw. She's pretty and has a graceful presence." Although people didn't understand what being pretty and graceful had to do with drawing, they thought it was more likely that the author was that woman. "Definitely the woman," said someone holding up the comic. "The author's name on it is Shirtingyu, which sounds like a woman's name." Everyone nodded after hearing this. Listening to the rain and her companions entered a private room. Once the door was closed, the noisy sounds outside were shut out. The young soldier saw that Commander Liu and his wife had both come in, so he decided to say goodbye. Just before Commander Liu went to pick up his wife, he asked to check the luggage here. Shirtingyu saw the other person was about to leave, so she quickly called him back. She took 2 bread rolls from her canvas bag and handed them to him. "These are homemade, not worth much. Since you came so early to see us off, you probably haven't had breakfast. Take these to fill your stomach." The young soldier shyly scratched his head and said, "No need, sister-in-law. I'll go back and eat at the canteen later." Lu Weiguo said, "Take them if I give you something. Now you're going back to the camp and the canteen's food is probably gone." Hearing this, the young soldier took the bread rolls from Shirtingyu and kept thanking her. After the young soldier left, Shirtingyu finally relaxed and felt completely at ease now that everything was quiet. Lu Weiguo said, "You woke up early this morning. Rest here for a while. I'll watch over you." Shirtingyu had never taken this kind of train before and didn't know how powerful it was. Once the train started, the broadcast in the carriage would turn on. The sound was very loud and would play all day from 6 a.m. onward. If you turned it off, fellow passengers would complain. So, if you wanted to sleep, the best time was now, before the train started moving. Shirtingyu was indeed a bit sleepy, so she lay down on the bed and took a nap. Each carriage had 11 compartments, and their compartment's door was now locked. Seeing his wife lying down, Lu Weiguo took off the muzzle from the sword. The sword was well behaved. It didn't bark and obediently lay on the floor beside the bed. Outside the carriage, occasional sounds of passengers arriving, shouting, and moving luggage could be heard. After resting for a while, Shirtingyu couldn't fall asleep anymore. Once the train started, the broadcast also turned on again, and the volume was very loud. About an hour later, Lu Weiguo said, "Let's go to the bathroom now. If we go too late, the toilets will be dirty, and there might be no water left." Hearing this, Shirtingyu quickly prepared to go. Lu Weiguo also got up, put the muzzle back on the sword, and tied it inside the compartment. The train was quite chaotic at this time, especially during the holiday season, with pickpockets and thieves often around. Shirtingyu was very beautiful, so Lu Weiguo didn't trust her to go alone, so he went with her. Their carriage had a shared bathroom, unisex. Their compartment was in the middle. After walking past 5 or 6 compartments, they reached it. Even though they arrived early, the bathroom still had some smell. If there is no water left later, the waste won't go down, and the smell will be unbearable. After using the toilet, Shirtingyu quickly came out. Lu Weiguo also went in for a quick break. When they returned to the compartment, Wei Jian wagged his tail eagerly. Shirtingyu hesitated and asked, "Should we take Wei Jian to go again now?" Lu Weiguo looked at Wei Jian and took him outside. The sleeping carriages like theirs are quite good. Some people sit directly in freight compartments, where the toilet is just a simple wooden bucket with a hole, covered with a torn mat and wooden boards, placed in the corner of the large carriage. Using the toilet there, apart from the makeshift screen and boards, is almost done in full view of everyone so people eat and drink less on the train. After this toilet experience, Shirtingyu eats even less. Lu Weigua tried to persuade her, but to no avail. They spent the day listening to noisy broadcasts. When it was time to sleep at night, the broadcast finally stopped, and Shirtingyu felt a moment of peace and quiet. She quickly washed herself and then went to sleep. Lu Weigua slept on the lower bunk on the other side. The compartment door was locked, and with Wei Jian there and him wearing his military uniform, most people wouldn't dare to bother them. So Lu Weigua didn't stay awake on guard. Around 3 in the morning, the door of their compartment was suddenly knocked loudly. The sound was very urgent. Lu Weigua's eyes snapped open. Wei Jian had already arrived at the door, ears upright, making a low growl. Lu Weigua first looked at Shirtingyu, noticing her frowning, and gently patted her back twice, whispering, "It's okay, continue sleeping." Later, at the door, he quietly asked, "Who is it?" Outside, a train attendant's voice said, "May I ask if it's Comrade Lu and Comrade Shi? We need your help with something." The noise outside was loud, and their voices could be heard clearly. Because of the knocking, other compartments also peeked out. Shirtingyu sat up on the bed, now more awake. Seeing her awake, Lu Weigua told her to get dressed first. Once she was dressed, Lu Weigua opened the door. When the door opened, a group of people standing outside saw that Wei Jian was not wearing a muzzle inside the compartment. The person speaking outside was a uniformed train attendant, and the young man next to her was the one who had called Li Jianfeng this morning. The train conductor said, "Sorry to bother you both while you're resting. Someone's money was stolen inside the train, and we haven't found the thief yet. The person next to me, Comrade Li, says your dog is a military dog. Do you think it can help find the thief?" Lu Weigua didn't explain that the dog wasn't a military dog. He glanced at Shirtingyu. Helping wasn't a problem, but he felt a little uneasy about her. Shirtingyu said, "I'll go with you. When the time comes, just lock the private room door." Everyone outside could tell the matter was settled and quickly thanked them. "Thank you both so much," they said gratefully. Lu Weigua didn't waste words. He put a leash on the dog, but this time, he didn't put a muzzle on it. Shirtingyu was familiar with this process. Seeing Lu Weigua holding the dog, she asked the owner to let the dog sniff the bag containing money. Because of the theft, the owner didn't dare to leave his luggage on the seat anymore. He kept everything close. He took out his cloth bag and handed it to Shirtingyu. Honestly, with such a big dog, she didn't dare to get too close. Shirtingyu opened the cloth bag and saw inside a man's blue boxer shorts. She couldn't help but twitch her lips twice. She didn't know whether to say the man was too careless or that he didn't see her as a stranger. The boxer shorts weren't only seen by Shirtingyu. Others nearby also saw them. The owner felt embarrassed and quickly took out the shorts, rolled them up, and stuffed them into his pocket. Lu Weigua frowned, handed the leash to Shirtingyu, and took the bag from her, placing it in front of the dog. The dog turned its head away in disgust. "Everyone, is this dog becoming a genius?" Shirtingyu patted its head and softly said, "Good boy, Wei Jian. Sniff around and help find the person's money." The dog enjoyed Shirtingyu's gentle touch, sniffed a few times, then turned away. Lu Weigua returned the cloth bag to the owner, locked the private room door, and led everyone outside. Wei Jian led the way, occasionally sniffing the air, while the crowd behind watched curiously. Comrade Li, a big fan of the chasing wind, was at the front. They moved from the sleeper car to the hard seat area. Passengers saw a soldier walking a dog, followed by a group of people, all sitting quietly, not daring to stand up. They knew the dog was there to help find the stolen money. When the man realized his money was missing, he shouted loudly. Everyone heard him. Because the other person was robbed, they also realized there was a thief on the train, and each kept their own belongings close. At this point, less than 10 minutes remained until the next stop. If they couldn't find the thief now, and the thief got off at the next station, it would be very hard to find them later. This is why they didn't knock on the door to wake Lu Weigua and the others in the early morning. Having a military dog help would make the search much faster. The dog, Jian, sniffed carefully, almost checking every person on the train. Some people complained, but whenever this happened, the owner of the lost item would look distressed and beg for help. Most people are still honest, and when they see someone like that, they can only hold back their dissatisfaction. When Jian sniffed halfway, a young girl tremblingly said, "Are your dogs going to bite? Hurry up and go." At this moment, a simple-looking man sitting by the window stood up and said, "Comrade, your dog looks scary." "Don't scare the young girl. Everyone in this carriage hasn't moved. You're wasting time here. Go check the other carriages." His words seemed to ease the fears of those afraid of dogs. Honestly, people feel sorry when someone loses money, but their safety comes first. Comradely heard them say the dog was scary and couldn't help but say, "Look carefully. This is a military dog. Military dogs are trained and won't bite randomly. Plus, there are soldiers nearby, so there's no problem." Shirtingu took a deep breath, signaling the dog's fans to stop talking. Everyone has different opinions. It's normal to be afraid of dogs. At this moment, the owner of the lost item stepped forward, tearfully complaining about how hard it was to earn money. She had saved up some to visit her parents, and now her money was gone on the train. The person who was just supporting her softened and stopped arguing. Shirtingu kept an eye on the simple-looking man who had spoken earlier. Seeing that no one else was agreeing with him because of the owner's tears, his face briefly looked tense. Shirtingu, pretending to pet Jian's head, turned away from the man and quietly whispered to Lu Weigua, "The man by the window just now looks suspicious." Lu Weigua also noticed. Most passengers are just afraid of dogs and would only ask them to hurry. Only that man earlier suggested they check the other carriages. The train was approaching the station quickly. Once they went to the other carriages, most people would already be getting off. It would be very difficult to find the thief then. With a suspicious target in mind, Lu Weigua pulled out his sword and headed toward the man. The man didn't wait for them to get close. Suddenly, he opened the nearby window and tried to jump outside. The train still used steam engines, moving at an average speed of about 50 kilometers per hour. It wasn't very fast, but jumping out could cause injury or worse. However, the station was just ahead, and the train was already slowing down. The longer he stayed outside, the safer his jump would be. On the two sides of the aisle, there were hard seats, 2 seats on one side and 3 on the other. The man was in the innermost seat of the 3-seat row. He was confident he could successfully reach the window before the others arrived. But just as he opened the window slightly, the sword lunged forward and bit into his arm. The 3 passengers across and the 2 beside them quickly jumped back in fear. The seat was now empty, and the sword was more effective at biting. The man remained calm. He wore a thick cotton coat, and his bitten arm wasn't as badly hurt as he feared. Instead of hitting the dog with his other arm, as others might do, he forcefully opened the train window wide. He saw the escape window and thought he could still run if he seized the chance. But Lu Weigua wouldn't give him that opportunity. When he released the sword's leash, he had already locked onto the man. In an instant, he grabbed the man's neck with one hand, pressing his head against the outside of the window. The man struggled but couldn't break free. Lu Weigua loosened the sword and pulled the man down. The man cried out in pain, still shouting, "Let me go. Why are you arresting me?" At that moment, the sword pulled out the man's bag from under the seat and started rummaging through it, finding a stack of money in a compartment. The owner of the money no longer cared about the dog and immediately started checking the bills. His surname was Chen. He had written his name on the money with a pencil. Actually, he didn't need to look for his name. Just seeing the money told him it was his. To prove it, he showed everyone the small writing on the bills. "This is my money. I even wrote my name on it. Look." Seeing the stolen money found, the man being held by Lu Weigua struggled less. Now, it was clear he was caught with stolen goods, and the train police came to take him away. Just as everyone relaxed, a figure quietly moved toward the open window. It was the little girl who had been afraid of dogs and had spoken earlier. Shirtingu was not far from the window. She was the first to notice the little girl's actions. When the girl crossed the window with one leg, Shirtingu stepped onto a hard seat, reached out, and grabbed her collar, pulling her down. The girl was small and thin, or perhaps in this era, there were few overweight people. Shi Tingyu had been training constantly, and with the large physique of the sword, she had some strength, enough to pull the girl down. Lu Weiguo moved faster than his thoughts. He stepped forward, one arm protecting Shi Tingyu, and with the other, he grabbed the girl's wrist as she tried to climb through the window. At that moment, he realized the girl might be an accomplice of the man earlier. These people were experienced, and it was unlikely they didn't carry weapons, so the first priority was to control her hands. With Lu Weiguo there, Shi Tingyu relaxed her grip. The train conductor, who had just been about to leave, returned and also brought the girl down. The girl shouted loudly, "Why are you arresting me? Let me go." The conductor's grip did not loosen. "Your behavior is suspicious. We'll decide whether to let you go after we take you to the police station for questioning." Lu Weiguo looked at Shi Tingyu and asked, "Why were you so impulsive just now? Are you hurt?" Shi Tingyu shook her head.
I'm fine.
The girl almost tricked her earlier. Her fear of dogs seemed genuine. Her expressions, movements, and eyes clearly showed she was afraid of dogs. However, she was narrow-minded. Who says a thief can't be afraid of dogs? Thinking back, it was this girl who started the conversation earlier. It wasn't surprising if she was an accomplice. At this point, the passengers in the carriage finally realized that the young girl might be a thief's accomplice. Everyone felt a bit relieved, but also worried. Looking back now, Shi Tingyu thought everything had a reason. The girl was young but traveling alone on the train, and her clothes were not good, with patches on them. People like her usually kept a low profile on the train and rarely took risks. But she was different. She dared to speak out and tell them to leave when facing Lu Weiguo's face, which was clearly unusual. However, since the girl had already been taken away, Shi Tingyu didn't think much more about it. The owner of the lost item and the train conductor thanked Lu Weiguo, his wife, and the sword for their help. Only then did everyone prepare to continue their journey, as the train was about to stop at a station. Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu returned to the compartment with their swords, took a large teapot, and prepared to go downstairs to wash up and use the bathroom. When getting off the train, Lu Weiguo suddenly covered Shi Tingyu's eyes. The sword also leaned closer to Lu Weiguo. Shi Tingyu was confused. After walking about 10 steps, Lu Weiguo explained that someone couldn't hold their bladder and was relieving themselves in a quiet corner after getting off. Having grown up with modern toilets, Shi Tingyu still found this a bit hard to accept. But now, most trains are like this, and she had no choice but to try not to think about it. She looked again at the sword, who had also hidden to the side, and asked with a smile, "What are you hiding for?" The sword wagged its tail and made a few whining sounds. It seemed a bit annoyed. As a well-cared-for dog, it had no fleas, no bad smell, and wasn't dirty. Seeing people relieve themselves anywhere naturally made it dislike the sight. After the two humans and the dog went to the bathroom, they washed quickly and returned to the compartment. The train didn't stay long at this station, and soon it started moving again. It wasn't until 3:30 in the afternoon that the train stopped at Huaixin Station. Lu Weiguo still carried the luggage, and Shi Tingyu was responsible for leading the sword. The platform was crowded, but everyone kept a distance from the sword, thanks to its presence. There were buses at the station, but waiting times were long. Before coming, Lu Weiguo had contacted his family and informed them of the train's arrival time, so a car would pick them up. The vehicle was a tractor. The driver was from the steel factory, and Lu Weiguo recognized him immediately. Lu's father had given the driver some cigarettes, and he had come out on this trip for some errands. "Uncle Mao," Lu Weiguo called out. Uncle Mao saw Lu Weiguo right away. He was tall and easy to spot in the crowd. Shi Tingyu, wearing a hat, was recognized by Uncle Mao once they approached. He saw her face partly covered by the hat and was stunned. "Wow, she's so beautiful." He looked at Lu Weiguo with obvious suspicion, as if asking, "Is this really your wife?" Lu Weiguo understood and introduced them. Shi Tingyu called out to Uncle Mao, "Uncle Mao." He quickly nodded and smiled kindly. After exchanging greetings, Uncle Mao helped load Lu Weiguo's luggage into the truck bed. She said while placing the blanket, Your mom is worried you'll be cold, so she found a quilt and put it in my truck bed. When the time comes, I can cover you with it to keep warm." At first, Yu wondered where the quilt in the truck bed had come from. It turned out her future mother-in-law had prepared it. All the luggage was loaded, and Uncle Mao looked at Wei Jian, thinking about how this dog was going to get in since its leg seemed to be injured. Wei said, "Uncle Mao, it's fine.
It can get in by itself."
He then lowered the back panel of the tractor bed, and Wei Jian jumped in almost without a run-up. Uncle Mao's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but praise, "This dog is good." Wei smiled, but said nothing. He helped Yu into the car and then climbed in himself. He shook out the quilt, laid a piece on her seat to cushion her, and wrapped the rest around her. Yu struggled a bit, wanting to share the quilt with him. Wei said, "You keep it. I'm used to it and not afraid of the cold." The northeastern part of the province is colder than Jinling. When she got out of the car, she already felt it, though not as cold as in the 3 eastern provinces. Finally, at Yu's insistence, Wei also curled up under the quilt. Wei Jian. Feeling Wei Jian's resentment, Yu called him over. Uncle Mao shouted toward the people in the truck bed, "Hold on, I'm starting the engine." As their voices responded, Uncle Mao started the tractor, and a loud vroom-vroom sound filled the air, instantly ringing in their ears. The truck bed also trembled. Wei Jian shivered and stood up, feeling the vibrations under his paws. He whined at Yu, clearly startled. But when Yu heard Wei Jian's whimper, she couldn't help but laugh. Wei also held back his laughter. Because of the tractor's shaking, Wei Jian's whimpering sounded like it had a tremor device, and his voice trembled rhythmically. After about 10 minutes, Yu couldn't keep laughing, even with the quilt. She was jostled so much, she felt numb. Now, she had to speak loudly to Wei, and her voice trembled several times, making her reluctant to speak at all. The tractor stopped near the steel factory dormitory. If they went closer, they would run into someone from the factory, which wouldn't be good if they saw. Usually, if someone needed help, they would secretly ask Uncle Mao for assistance, but those were private matters. Wei and Yu had many things to talk about. Uncle Mao didn't take their quilt away. He just said, "Your parents know you're back today," and asked for leave from the factory. "Your things are hard to carry. I'll take this quilt back to the factory for your older brother, so he can bring it back after work. It's not convenient for me to deliver it now." Wei nodded as if he understood, and then took out some fried small yellow fish from his canvas bag, handing them to Uncle Mao. "Uncle Mao, these are fried by my wife. We brought them on the train to eat. Don't dislike them.
Take some back for your grandson to try."
Uncle Mao's little grandson is 5 years old and loves to eat snacks. Uncle Mao kept refusing. "Oh, I shouldn't. These fried goodies are for your parents to try." After some insistence, Uncle Mao finally accepted the food. In a time of scarce supplies, these fried small yellow fish are a real treat. And since Wei and his wife are honest people, Uncle Mao wouldn't mind at all. Seeing Uncle Mao drive away in his tractor, Yu quietly relaxed, feeling relieved that Wei was there. She was most afraid of all the small talk and refusals. Wei followed his memory toward the steel factory dormitory. At the gate of the dorm yard, he met some old neighbors, many of whom were retired workers from the steel factory. He called out to his grandparents and introduced his wife, which caused a burst of surprise among the neighbors. "Wow, Wei, your wife is so pretty. Look at her, so lively. You're lucky. I told you before about the girl I introduced to you, but you weren't interested. Turns out you were waiting for such a beautiful wife." Wei knew these neighbors meant no harm. They just liked to chat, especially since he hadn't been back for a long time. Seeing him again made them even more enthusiastic. Most of these neighbors had watched him grow up, so they were used to his appearance and joked around without hesitation. Perhaps the noise was too loud, and a woman around 50 came out of the corridor. She wore a gray-blue cotton-padded jacket, black pants, and an apron tied around her waist. Her hair was short and styled simply. She looked capable and practical. When she saw Wei and Yu, she exclaimed and ran over. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief as she looked at Yu. After a moment, She finally reacted, patting Lu Weiguo on the arm. Weiguo, is this your wife? Why didn't you come inside when you got back? The neighbor saw this and wisely stepped aside. Old Lu's second son hadn't come back for so long. He must have missed home. Mrs. Lu was not afraid of dogs. When she saw Shi Tingyu holding the leash, she quickly wanted to take over. Xiuyu, you must be tired from the ride. This dog is fine for Mom to handle. Let me hold the leash. Seeing Mrs. Lu so enthusiastic, Shi Tingyu glanced at Lu Weiguo. He smiled and nodded at her. She then handed the leash to Mrs. Lu and said, "Thanks, Mom." Shi Tingyu's voice was clear and bright, but not cold. When she called her mother, Mrs. Lu's heart filled with happiness, and her face lit up with a big smile, wrinkles spreading across her face. "No need to thank me. We're all family." Shi Tingyu looked at her husband's hands full of bags and reached out to help him. Before Lu Weiguo could refuse, Mrs. Lu spoke up. "It's okay, just let him carry it. He's a big guy. These little things won't tire him out." Lu Weiguo was speechless. This was truly his own mother. The Lu family was on the second floor in a 2-bedroom apartment. When they reached the hallway, Mrs. Lu called out, "Old Lu! Old Lu! Open the door quickly. Our son and daughter-in-law are here." Shi Tingyu heard the sound of the door opening and saw a man in his 50s walking down the stairs. He was at least 1.8 meters tall, slightly hunched but still looked very tall. This man was Lu's father. Lu Weiguo called out, "Dad." His father nodded and looked at Shi Tingyu with anticipation. The hallway was dim, so Lu's father didn't see Shi Tingyu's face clearly at first, but he knew she was his daughter-in-law. Shi Tingyu also called out, "Dad." Lu's father responded happily, much louder than when he answered Lu Weiguo, and his tone was full of joy. Once everyone was inside, Shi Tingyu took off her hat. Her pretty little face appeared openly in front of the elders. Lu's father and mother had met her before. They thought their son's wife was very beautiful, but they hadn't expected her to be this stunning. They couldn't find many words, only feeling she was beautiful, like a fairy. Shi Tingyu also saw Lu's father's face clearly. It looked very much like Lu Weiguo's, especially those fierce eyebrows and eyes. But after spending more time with Lu Weiguo, she had gotten used to Lu's father's face. Today, Lu's father was dressed up. He was probably worried his face might scare his daughter-in-law, especially since he had been married to Lu's mother for nearly 10 years and still felt a bit shy when seeing her. Mrs. Lu joked that he was overthinking. She said her daughter-in-law wasn't afraid of her son's face, so she wouldn't be afraid of her father-in-law's face either. That simply wouldn't happen. Seeing Shi Tingyu's calm expression, Mrs. Lu couldn't help but feel proud and shot a proud look at Lu's father. "Look," she said, "that the young daughter-in-law probably isn't afraid." Father Lu picked up Lu Weiguo's luggage from the ground and moved it to the south room. Lu Weiguo hurriedly said, "Dad, it's fine to put the stuff in the north room. Isn't that where you've always stayed?" Father Lu replied, "Your wife is used to living in Jinling. It's colder here, and there's no heated bed in the apartment. Sleeping in the south room is warmer. Your mother and I will stay in the north room." But in the end, Lu Weiguo stopped him. "The main room has a stove, right? Just put the stuff in the north room. Plus, a warm water bottle at night will keep it from being cold." Shi Tingyu also said, "Yes, Dad and Mom, I am in good health. I exercise regularly and am not afraid of the cold. You should stay in the south room." They would only stay here for a few days before going to the village, where there would be heated beds. She could manage these few days. In the end, she couldn't outmatch the strong and healthy Lu Weiguo, so they changed the bedding to the north room. The north room had one bed, a wardrobe, and a table. It was simple but very tidy. Shi Tingyu sat on the bed, touched the blanket, which felt soft and new. Lu Weiguo explained, "This blanket was made by my parents after they found out we got married. It's for us to use when we come back home during the new year." Only then did Shi Tingyu finally relax. She had been a little nervous when she first sat on the tractor. It was her first time meeting her husband's parents. Seeing how Father Lu and Mother Lu behaved, whether their warmth was temporary or lasting, at least for now, she felt at ease. And from their expressions, it seemed they genuinely liked her. Thinking about how they even helped prepare cotton clothes for her parents who were sent away, she felt warm inside. All the luggage was in the north room, and Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua started tidying up. Lu Weigua organized the toiletries. Shi Tingyu took out the cotton clothes she bought for father and mother Lu and brought them to them. Seeing the young daughter-in-law come out with the clothes, father and mother Lu put down their vegetable picking and stood up. Shi Tingyu said, "Mom and Dad, these are the clothes that Weigua and I bought for you.
Try them on and see if they fit."
Mother Lu smiled so much she couldn't close her mouth but still muttered a few words. "We're already this old. Why do we need new clothes? Save the money for you young people." He listened to you say, "Usually Weigua and I are not around to take care of you, so I wanted to buy you some clothes to show my filial piety." Mother Lu felt a little guilty about spending money, but she was very happy when she saw the new clothes. At this moment, Lu Weigua came out of the room and said, "Mom and Dad, try them on and see how they fit. These were bought based on the previous sizes. Don't let them be too tight or too loose, or it would be a waste of money." Hearing this, Lu's father and mother quickly tried on the clothes. Seeing the well-fitting padded jacket, Mother Lu's face showed pure joy. The jacket was a shade of purple red, not very bright, but it made her face look fairer. Unlike the current floral padded jackets, this one had a detachable gray rabbit fur collar, with beautiful traditional knot buttons, making it look very stylish. "Fortunately, I haven't gained weight these past 2 years, or I wouldn't be able to wear such a beautiful jacket," she said, then turned to Lu Daming in front of her and spun around. "How is it? Does it look good? The fur collar looks expensive." Lu Daming happily looked at Mother Lu and nodded repeatedly. "It looks great, just like the style of city ladies." Mother Lu was so pleased by her husband's compliment that she happily urged him, "You should try on your clothes too. That padded jacket looks very neat. Wearing it will make you look spirited." Lu's father took off his old padded jacket and put on the new one that Shi Tingyu brought. Lu Weigua helped him fasten the buttons, patted his shoulder, and tugged at the hem, saying, "Looks good, fits perfectly." Not only did it fit well, but because of trying on clothes, Lu's father's posture straightened, and he looked very spirited. Mother Lu looked at him and reached out to adjust his sleeve, exclaiming, "This is really from the city. The style is so nice." Lu's father's jacket was a black Zhongshan-style padded coat. He looked very energetic in it. Quality shows in the price. This jacket wasn't cheap, and the craftsmanship was good. It looked like something from a department store. Lu's father carefully touched his pockets and cuffs, satisfied that the size was just right. Lu Weigua handed his parents 2 pairs of pants and shoes from Shi Tingyu, saying, "Go back to your room and try on the pants and shoes." Lu's father and mother no longer declined and took the clothes and shoes back to their room. When they came out again, they looked very different because their daughter-in-law was coming back. They wore their best clothes from the wardrobe, but they still couldn't compare to the brightness of the new clothes. Mother Lu paced back and forth and said, "Yes, they look good. The sizes fit perfectly. I have to say, new clothes are really warm." Father Lu said, "Can it be the same? These are all new cotton padded clothes." Mother Lu hesitated a little and took off her cotton padded jacket, saying, "I'll wear this on New Year's Day when I go visiting." Then she asked Father Lu to take off his clothes as well, saying, "Hurry up and change your clothes. Don't get them dirty. Wear them when you go back to the village for the new year, and you'll look good." Father Lu obediently took off his jacket and said, "Even if you don't wear new clothes, taking our daughter-in-law back will still make us proud." Mother Lu immediately smiled happily. "That's what I like to hear." Even now, she still felt a little proud. She was thinking, is this such a beautiful girl really her daughter-in-law? In this 10-mile area, there's no one whose looks can compare to her daughter-in-law. If she didn't know her son's good character, she might even worry that her son had taken this daughter-in-law by himself. Father Lu and Mother Lu went to change clothes. Meanwhile, Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua went back to their room to continue tidying up. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Lu Weigua said, "The door isn't locked." Mother Lu pushed the door open carefully, holding a small bowl in her hands. As she approached, Shi Tingyu saw it was a bowl of brown sugar and eggs. Mother Lu placed the hot bowl of brown sugar and eggs on the table nearby and said to Yu, "Xiao Yu, I made this for you. It's cold outside now, so come and eat something warm up your body." Yu didn't hesitate and sat down at the table.
Thank you, Mom.
"I'm a bit hungry." Mother Lu nodded happily, thinking she liked this child. She was bright and open. The eggs were from free-range chickens. They weren't as big as modern Western eggs, but they tasted very good. After eating one egg and drinking some hot brown sugar water, Yu felt warm inside. Mother Lu had made quite a few eggs, 5 in total. If the bowl had been bigger, she probably would have made more. Yu ate 2 eggs and gave the rest to Lu Weigua. Lu Weigua picked up an egg and ate it, then looked at Yu and said, "I owe this to my wife." Mother Lu scolded him with a smile. "You little rascal, when have I ever not made you something to eat when you came home?" "Then why didn't you make anything this time?" Lu Weigua asked. Mother Lu was momentarily speechless. Their minds were all on their daughter-in-law, so they really forgot. But she quickly made up for it, saying, "You wouldn't have eaten the eggs if I hadn't made them for you." After the young couple finished eating the eggs and brown sugar water, Mother Lu took the bowls outside. When she reached the door, she couldn't help but turn back and say, "Xiao Yu, you guys are tired from riding in the car, so rest first. When the food is ready, I'll call you." Without waiting for the two to react, she closed the door. Yu's eyes carried a smile as she looked at Lu Weigua and said, "Your parents are very nice. Polite, straightforward, and warm." Lu Weigua corrected her, "Our parents." Yu replied, "I just said that to make it easier to tell apart." Lu Weigua stood up and took her to the bed, saying, "Rest on the bed for a while. I'll call you when the food is ready." Yu obediently got into bed. She was quite tired after the day. Lu Weigua put away her down jacket and tidied her quilt before leaving. Not long after, he came back carrying an 4 bottle. "What's this?" Yu asked. Lu Weigua took out a new pair of socks, slipped them over the 4 bottle, and tucked the bottle into the quilt. "It's filled with hot water to warm the bed." Once the hot water bottle was in place, Yu put her feet on it and felt the warmth. But after a few seconds, she had to move her feet away because it was too hot. She then realized the 4 bottle could be used this way. In her previous world, she was born long before the 1970s, when rubber hot water bags in red, green, and other colors were common. She had never used this kind of hot water bottle before. The hot water bottle worked well, and before long, Yu fell asleep. She didn't know how much time passed before she was awakened by faint voices outside the door. The house at the Lu family steel factory wasn't very big, 2 rooms. The house in the military area housing compound was much larger. Since the house was small, the sounds easily carried inside. She vaguely heard children talking. She reached out, turned on the light, and looked at her watch on the bedside table. It's already 6 p.m. In winter, it gets dark by 5, so it was no wonder it was so dark outside now. Yu put on her clothes and got out of bed. As she left the bed, she couldn't help but shiver all over. She felt like having dinner in bed. But she hesitated because she wanted to respect her elders at home, so she didn't do that. In the main room, Lu Weigua's older brother's family had arrived. They also brought the quilt given by Uncle Mao. When she heard the door open, everyone stopped talking and looked toward the north room together. Because she had just gotten up, Yu's hair was not. She was wearing a beautiful down jacket, and her face still had a rosy glow from just waking up, which stunned everyone. Lu Weigua reached out and gently touched Yu's hand.
How are you?
Cold? Not too bad. I was a little cold when I first put on my clothes, but now it's better. Lu's mother moved a small stool near the stove and said to "Little Yu, sit by the stove to stay warm." On the other side of the stove was a boy who looked about 8 or 9 years old. Shitinjia thought, this must be Weigua's nephew. Lu Weigua introduced Shitinjia to his older brother's family. Shitinjia called out, "Big brother and sister-in-law." That call finally brought Lu Jiangwo and his wife back to their senses. Big sister-in-law Qin Ping felt like she couldn't say anything. Is this her sister-in-law she's never met before? She had never seen anyone so beautiful. In that moment, She deeply felt the difference between them. She was wearing her best clothes she changed into after work. She thought she looked good before, but seeing Shitinjiu, she realized clothes are just accessories. Beautiful people are just naturally attractive. Even if she wore rags, she wouldn't compare. Lu Jiangwo then came to his senses. He smiled and called out, "Sister-in-law," then gently poked his silent wife. Qin Ping woke up as if from a dream, forced an awkward smile, and also called out, "Sister-in-law." Lu Jiangwo took a red cloth from his pocket. Inside was 20 yuan. Similarly, Qin Ping also took out a red cloth with 20 yuan inside. This was a greeting gift. "Sister-in-law, this is a small token from my wife and me. Don't think it's too little," Lu Jiangwo said as he handed the cloth toward Shitinjiu. Different places have different customs, and Shitinjiu wasn't sure if she should accept the money. Lu Weiguo said, "This is a greeting gift from big brother and sister-in-law. Just take it." Shitinjiu took the red cloth but didn't open it. She remembered that it wasn't proper to open red envelopes in front of others at this time. "Thank you, big brother and sister-in-law. You've gone to trouble for me." Lu Jiangwo and his wife smiled and repeatedly said it was only right. Little Lu Zhen, who had been playing with a toy sword near the stove, saw the adults finish talking and called out to Shitinjiu, "Little aunt." Shitinjiu smiled and responded. Seeing her smiling face, Lu Zhen couldn't help but say, "Little aunt, you look really nice." Lu Weiguo patted his head and said, "Good eye." Seeing the children calling her, Shitinjiu got up and went inside to get the red packet she had prepared earlier. She handed the red envelope to Lu Zhen and said, "You call me Little Zhen, right? This is a greeting gift from Little Aunt." Lu Zhen looked at his parents, saw them nod, and then took the red envelope. "Thank you, Little Aunt." Shitinjiu nodded with a smile. Lu Jiangwo and his wife were a bit surprised. Their son had never said thank you before. This was the first time. Lu Zhen didn't open the red envelope, but handed it to Qin Ping. Qin Ping took the envelope and put it away. The soup was simmering on the stove, and other dishes were already ready. Lu Weiguo looked at Shitinjiu's loose hair, reached into her down jacket pocket, and found a hair tie inside. He helped gather her hair and was about to tie it up because they were close to the stove. He was worried her hair might catch fire. Shitinjiu hadn't thought much about it at first. Sometimes when she cooked, her hair was loose, and she would ask Lu Weiguo to help tie it when her hands were greasy. But suddenly, she felt the eyes on her from all around. She realized she was at her mother-in-law's house, and her uncle's family was nearby. She quickly reached to take the hair tie back. I can do it myself." Lu Weiguo responded with an "oh," and sat back down. Lu's mother quietly turned away. Her shoulders seemed to shake slightly, clearly trying not to laugh. She was surprised to see her youngest son interacting like this with his wife. Soon, the soup was ready. Lu's mother called everyone to eat. Her cooking was still good. Today, she had put in a lot of effort, fish and meat dishes. There was crispy fish fillet, braised prawns, sweet and sour pork, cabbage with tofu, stir-fried bean curd skins, and a radish and bone soup. All the dishes were on the table. Lu Zhen felt overwhelmed by how much there was, better than during the New Year. He wished his younger uncle and aunt would never leave, so he could eat these delicious foods every day. Northern people liked wheat-based foods. Their main staple was steamed buns. Since Shitinjiu might not be used to them, Lu's mother also made her a bowl of rice. Everyone else ate buns, but Lu Weiguo was worried his wife might feel awkward eating alone, so he ate rice with her. Lu's mother first put a large prawn on Shitinjiu's plate. "Xiaoyu, try my cooking," she said. The shiny, large prawns looked very tempting. They tasted fresh, rich, with a hint of salt and a touch of sweetness. She praised generously, "Mom, your braised prawns are really delicious." Lu's mother smiled warmly and said, "If you like it, I'll make it for you again next time." Qin Ping watched this, feeling a bit disappointed, but she remembered that when she first married in, her mother-in-law had also treated her this way. She told herself she shouldn't feel upset. The family was having a lively meal, making the cold winter night feel warmer. After eating, Shitinjiu and Qin Ping wanted to help clean up, but Mother Lu told them, You don't need to, I'll do it myself. Shi Tingyu noticed her expression didn't seem to want to refuse, so she didn't insist, and instead went to the room to take out a gift for Uncle's family. Looking at the small piece of clothing, Lu Zhan's eyes lit up. This size was definitely for him. Sure enough, his little aunt waved at him. Lu Zhan happily ran over and cheerfully called out, "Little aunt." Shi Tingyu handed the clothes to Lu Desa, saying, "Saw, these are for Xiaozhen. Try them on and see if the size fits." Qin Ping was a bit unsure, saying this is too much trouble, too generous. But since the clothes had already been bought, it was too late to return them. She helped Lu Zhan try them on. The cotton jacket felt soft, and the color was nice. Lu Desa thought to herself that this outfit probably cost quite a bit. Lu Zhan was very happy to receive the new clothes and eagerly put them on. Everyone thought he looked good, the size was perfect, and the child looked lively. Lu Jiangwo smiled and said to Shi Tingyu, "Your sister-in-law has been too generous." As long as the child looks good in it, Shi Tingyu was also satisfied with how Lu Zhan looked in the clothes. Qin Ping tidied up Lu Zhan's clothes, her eyes full of affection, but she couldn't help but say, "The clothes are good, but it would be even better if they were a bit bigger." Kids grow fast, and he could wear them for another 2 years. Shi Tingyu paused, forgetting about that. When she bought the clothes, she hadn't considered these things. Plus, she wasn't short of money. She thought the clothes should fit well since she bought them for the child. In her previous world, she was an orphan and had never worn well-fitting clothes. She once heard a classmate from a poor family say she had never worn clothes that fit properly. When her parents bought clothes, they bought them too big, and by the time they fit, the clothes were old and no longer exciting to wear. Mother Lu stepped forward, looked at Lu Zhan, and smiled happily. "I have to say, Xiaoyu has good taste. These clothes make Xiao Zhen look spirited." Then she looked at Qin Ping and said, "Old sister-in-law, you're usually too frugal. We work in a textile factory and every year we get fabric tickets. We can find plenty of good fabric with flaws. You and old brother only have one child, and you can't even afford proper clothes for him?" Lu Zhenxi lovingly touched his clothes and said to Qin Ping, "Mom, I like this outfit. It fits well and is comfortable. The ones you made for me before are a bit too big, and they're not as good as what Annie bought." Lu Zhen had no idea that his words might hurt his mother's feelings. He simply thought the clothes were comfortable and fit him well. Usually, his clothes were taken in several times by his mother. When he grew taller, she would let out some fabric so he wore the same clothes for a long time. Qin Ping realized her words might not have been appropriate. It was kind of her to buy him clothes, and they shouldn't complain if she didn't. She felt it was wrong to say what she did earlier. She awkwardly smiled and said to Shi Tingyu, "Sister-in-law, don't take what I said to heart. I just think these clothes look nice. I thought if they were a bit bigger, Xiaozhen could wear them for another year or 2. It would be a pity if he outgrows them too soon." Shi Tingyu smiled gently and replied, "It's okay. This is my first time buying clothes for Xiaozhen as his little sister-in-law. I just want to do something nice for him. In the future, big sister-in-law will mainly take care of his clothes. Whatever he wears, big sister-in-law will decide." Lu Weigua knew about this big sister-in-law. Because of the family's old tradition of valuing boys over girls, she was a little timid and insecure. She worried that after her younger sister-in-law came into the family, her status at home might decline. She had experienced being ignored and undervalued in her own family. Since she married into the Lu family, her life had improved greatly. Even though she and her older brother had moved out after marriage, she still cared a lot about her position in her husband's family. But she wasn't truly malicious or mean-spirited. He told Qin Ping, "The clothes are just a small gesture from us. As long as Xiao Zhen likes them, that's enough. During the new year, it's good to make the kid happy." Lu Jiangwo also said, "Mom's right. Our family isn't lacking in anything. Later, you can make a few more fitting clothes for Xiaozhen." Qin Ping awkwardly smiled and agreed. She was used to men saying whatever they thought, so when Lu Jiangwo spoke, she didn't say anything. Shi Tingyu raised an eyebrow, but didn't continue the topic. Qin Ping was easy to read, and Shi Tingyu wasn't worried she would cause trouble for herself. In the future, they would just meet during festivals or special occasions. If they got along well, that was good. If not, everyone could just get by. And with Lu Jiangwo around, Qin Ping as the big sister-in-law wouldn't cause any trouble. I thought of bringing scarves and leather shoes for Lu Jiangwo and his wife. Tingyu asked Lu Weiguo to go inside and get them. Lu Jiangwo was surprised and asked, "Are there also gifts for us?" "Yes, I bought a pair of leather shoes for big brother and a wool scarf for big sister-in-law," Tingyu said with a smile. Lu Weiguo brought the items over, handed the scarf to Tingyu, and directly gave the shoes to big brother. Tingyu opened the scarf and held it against Qin Ping's neck, and it looked quite nice. The wool scarf was a camel color, easy to match with clothes. Qin Ping looked at the scarf, and her eyes lit up. Many scarves on the market are bright red, and she liked them too, but that red was too bright. She wasn't newly married anymore, and even if she liked it, she wouldn't dare to buy and wear it now. Seeing this scarf from Tingyu made her very happy. Although the color didn't look very special, she felt confident wearing it outside without worrying about what others would say. When she finally wrapped the scarf around her neck, she felt the difference: soft, warm, thick, and of high quality. She went to the south room to look in the mirror. The color surprisingly made her skin look brighter, and she felt her complexion was fairer. At that moment, she truly realized how capable her younger sister-in-law was. She was better at shopping, and everything she picked looked fashionable. After all, she had just returned from abroad. Lu Jiangwo was also happily trying on shoes. When he put on the black leather shoes, he almost wanted to go outside and walk around. Qin Ping returned to the main hall. Mother Lu looked at the scarf her eldest daughter-in-law was wearing and praised Tingyu repeatedly. Nowadays, most families weren't well off, and just buying some candy for the children was considered good. Her young daughter-in-law not only bought clothes for Xiaozhen but also bought things for her older brother and sister-in-law. If she didn't truly value her family's Weigua, she wouldn't be thinking so much about her nephew and his wife. Everyone went to bed early in winter. With no TV to watch, after chatting for a while, Lu Jiangwo and his wife prepared to leave with Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen, reluctant, patted the puppy's head and looked up at Tingyu. "Little aunt, can I play with it again tomorrow?" Since reading the comic book, he had been completely captivated by Juefeng. He thought Juefeng was the most amazing dog. "Of course," Tingyu said. "Go home and get some sleep. You can see it tomorrow." Xiaozhen was clearly happier this time and didn't look as reluctant when leaving as before. On the way back, Lu Jiangwo still had a happy smile on his face. After putting the children to sleep, he finally looked serious and said to Qin Ping, "Wife, just now Xiaozhen was here. I didn't say much, but I need to make things clear with you." Qin Ping's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Lu Jiangwo, knowing his wife's personality, didn't show any anger but kindly explained the situation. "When your sister bought clothes for Xiaozhen, you should see that they weren't cheap, and they fit so well. It shows that the couple cares about us." Qin Ping lowered her head and pursed her lips, saying nothing more. Lu Jiangwo continued, "Besides, Weigua has been away so long but still knows Xiaozhen's size. That shows they pay attention. You shouldn't have said that thing earlier." Qin Ping opened her mouth, wanting to explain she didn't think much about it at the time. But deep inside, a voice told her she was wrong. Normally, with her cautious nature, she wouldn't have spoken those words, but she did. Lu Jiangwo sighed. "Look at Weigua and his wife. Not only do they care for Xiaozhen, but they also haven't neglected your and my things. And your family." He didn't need to say more. Qin Ping understood. Her parents believed that once a girl married out, she was gone. After paying a hefty bride price, they rarely contacted her. Not completely cut off, but they only visited during festivals. They accepted everything she brought back, and if she didn't bring anything, they wouldn't ask. But if she missed giving something during festivals, they wouldn't stay silent. However, when it came to giving her things, there was nothing. She remembered on the second day of the Lunar New Year, on a very cold day, she took Xiaozhen to visit her parents and brothers, hoping Xiaozhen would bow and pay respects, but she received no New Year money. She wasn't after money, just a token of kindness. She even gave her brother's son some money. That made her truly sad, feeling like an outsider in her own family. Her parents truly believed she was someone else's daughter. Knowing her family couldn't be relied on, she cared more about her status in her husband's family. Seeing that his wife hadn't spoken for a long time, Lu Jianguo said in a serious tone, "My goal in marrying you was to spend my life with you. My parents are easy to get along with, Weigua is promising, and today I see that your sister is also a good person. As long as you don't cause trouble, our life will be smooth." Qin Ping felt a little ashamed and said hesitantly, "I understand now." Lu Jianguo added, "You used to say that your younger brother's family are intellectuals who came back from abroad. Do you see any signs of looking down on your parents or us this time?" Seeing that his wife was silent, he patted Qin Ping's hand and said, "Look, your sister-in-law is quite easy to get along with. She's different from what you initially thought, so you should keep your feelings to yourself." This time, Qin Ping finally managed a small smile. Her worries about the new family members arriving eased quite a bit. Meanwhile, Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua had washed up and gone to bed. The northern room had a stove, a hot water bottle was filled, and with Lu Weigua, who was like a human heater, Shi Tingyu didn't feel cold at all. However, the stove had some smell, which she didn't like. To prevent gas poisoning, the windows and doors had to be left slightly open, which made her think it might be better not to have a stove inside at all. In the end, Lu Weigua carried the stove back to the main room. The quilt was made of new cotton, which kept warmth well, so even without the stove, she didn't feel cold. Even after sleeping for an hour or two, Shi Tingyu still curled up in Lu Weigua's arms and fell asleep. She originally planned to get up and make breakfast for her father-in-law and mother-in-law, but she ended up sleeping deeply. When she woke up, her father-in-law and mother-in-law had already gone to work. There was porridge and fried dough sticks left in the pot, which her mother-in-law had left as breakfast. Shi Tingyu felt a bit annoyed. Lu Weigua comforted her, saying, "My mom usually doesn't let the younger ones cook." His mother was quite strong-willed, took charge of household chores, and the kitchen was her battlefield. Once, he tried to cook a meal, but his mother scolded him thoroughly. He still remembered what she said. "Can you cook? Don't waste food for me. Growing up this old, it's not easy. I'm not going to risk my life for you." He wanted to say that even if he couldn't cook well, he wouldn't make food that could poison someone. Shi Tingyu listened and laughed happily. "You should keep your cooking skills to yourself and poison me instead." With Lu Weigua's words in mind, she no longer insisted on cooking for her in-laws. Actually, she was a bit anxious to visit her parents at the former West team, but since she just arrived at her in-laws' home and Lu Weigua had been separated from his parents for so long, she didn't want to be too selfish and demand to go back immediately. Lu Weigua understood her feelings and said softly, "It's okay. I'll take you back to our hometown tomorrow." Shi Tingyu shook her head and said, "No need. I can wait." Lu Weigua looked at her and raised his voice slightly. "How about we make a bet? What are you betting on?" Shi Tingyu asked, confused. Lu Weigua replied, "Just whether my parents will let us go back to our hometown tomorrow." Shi Tingyu looked suspicious. Lu Weigua said, "Just tell me if you're in or out." "I'm in." He looked at Shi Tingyu with confidence. Suddenly, Shi Tingyu remembered she hadn't asked about the bet, so she asked, "What's the prize?" Lu Weigua's gaze was deep, and he whispered something in her ear. Shi Tingyu glared at him and thought, this guy is quite playful. That evening, Lu's mother specially finished work early to cook for her younger son and daughter-in-law. With the holiday approaching, many people left work early, following the usual rules. When she arrived home, her daughter-in-law was chopping vegetables, and Lu Weigua was scraping potato skins with a broken piece of porcelain. She hurried in, eager to help in the kitchen. It really proved Lu Weigua's words. The kitchen is Lu's mother's battlefield. When dinner was ready, Lu's father also came home. The family sat around the table eating. Shi Tingyu didn't hear Lu's parents mention going back to their hometown the next day. She looked at Lu Weigua and saw he was completely calm, still with a relaxed expression. After everyone finished eating, Lu's mother put down her chopsticks and said, "Xiaoyu, I know you're worried about your family. Tomorrow, Lu Weigua will take you to visit them." Shi Tingyu's eyes brightened, and Lu Weigua unconsciously raised his eyebrows. This time, he had won. Shi Tingyu looked at Lu's mother and asked, "How about we stay a couple more days with you?" Lu's mother smiled and said, "We have plenty of time in the future. The relatives on your side are different from ours. As children, it's natural to worry. We haven't had a holiday these past few days. Since you're at home during the day with nothing to do, why not go back to your hometown to see your parents? It might also help you feel at ease." If it weren't for the worry that they had been on the train for 2 days and hadn't recovered, she would have brought this up earlier this morning. Thinking about it, if her own parents had been relocated, she wouldn't be calm now that they were at the relocation site. Shi Tingyu felt touched. Not everyone had her mother-in-law's broad heart. Her son and his family must have been thinking about her. According to the schedule, she and her parents had only been apart for half a year, but Lu Weigua and his parents had been separated for much longer. Although the bet was about something in bed, Lu Weigua was thinking about going back to their hometown tomorrow. He guessed his wife might be worried, so he didn't cause trouble. Instead, he held her in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps because she was thinking about visiting her parents, Shi Tingyu woke up early in the morning. When she moved, Lu Weigua also woke up. He looked at the time. Only 5 o'clock. Why so early? It's not even dawn yet. Shi Tingyu turned over, feeling a bit confused. Only 5? No wonder it's still dark outside. Lu Weigua pulled her into his arms and said, "Go back to sleep. I'll wake you when it's time." But Shi Tingyu couldn't fall back asleep. "I think I should get up. I won't be able to sleep anymore," she said. "The outside is cold." "If you really can't sleep, stay under the covers a little longer," Lu Weigua suggested. "Even if you get up now, there's nothing you can do." In the end, Shi Tingyu didn't leave the bed. It takes over an hour to bike from the county town to Qianqi Brigade. There are buses, but they don't run often at this time, and they're usually crowded. If lucky, she might catch a ride with someone going to Qianqi Brigade who has a cart for livestock, but there's no guarantee of a seat every time. Most people traveling between the county and the village rely on their own legs. Shi Tingyu asked Lu Weigua, "Are we taking the bus back?" His voice was a little groggy, clearly still sleepy. "No, we'll drive." Seeing him like that, Shi Tingyu didn't bother him further, and decided to let him sleep a bit longer. Since they weren't in the military camp, he didn't need to be so tense. But Shi Tingyu stopped talking, and Lu Weigua suddenly became more alert. To stay in bed a little longer with his wife, he didn't rush to get up. Instead, he told her about his plans from yesterday. "After breakfast, I'll go out for a bit. I need to borrow a car from a comrade at the county's militia office." Shi Tingyu hesitated. "Is it a government car? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to borrow it?" Lu Weigua chuckled softly. "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Seeing her look confused, he explained, "My comrade is a car enthusiast. The car belongs to him." His comrade, Zhu Ping, had used some allowances and bonuses to buy an old Jeep from the militia office that was about to be phased out. He was very interested in cars, often fixing and maintaining them himself. Eventually, he got that Jeep running quite well, and now it was in good shape. If it weren't for the close friendship forged through life and death battles on the battlefield, no one else could get close to his car. Hearing the rain, she felt relieved. She was happy that her husband treated her well, but didn't want him to be so obsessed with love that he lost his sense of principles and morality. After a warm breakfast, Lu Weigua first went to the People's Armed Forces Department to find Zhu Ping. Zhu Ping was very surprised to see Lu Weigua. He happily stepped forward and patted his strong arm. "When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me in advance? At least I should go to the station to pick you up." People at the Armed Forces Department looked at Lu Weigua with surprised eyes. He was wearing a military coat, but many others also wore similar coats now. Just because someone wore a military coat didn't mean they were soldiers. Only after Zhu Ping introduced Lu Weigua as his comrade did everyone stop staring. So he really was a soldier. No wonder he had such a commanding presence.
"Come on, sit in my office."
"Tonight, we brothers should get together and have a good time." Lu Weigua quickly stopped him. "Brother, I came here for something. This leave is long, so we have plenty of time to meet." Zhu Ping didn't insist. Soldiers knew how rare this leave was. If Lu Weigua had something urgent, he wouldn't push. What is it? Zhuo Ping asked. Lu Weigwa said, Is your car available? I want to borrow it for a few days. Zhuo Ping sighed. I thought it was something important. That's why I was so serious about it. Lu Weigwa smiled. You value your car more than your wife. I should tell you about mine too. That's for others. Zhuo Ping shot him a look. We're brothers who fought side by side on the battlefield. Then he went to his office and handed Lu Weigwa the car keys. Here the keys are. You should know my car. Lu Weigwa shook the keys and said, Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Zhuo Ping pointed at him.
Got it.
Next time, we'll eat together again. His wife was still waiting at home, so Lu Weigwa didn't stay to chat with Zhuo Ping. He just drove away. Suddenly, Zhuo Ping remembered that he had heard from Madame Lu that Lu Weigwa was married. He shouted toward the direction of the car, Next time, introduce your wife to me, okay? All he got in response was Lu Weigwa waving his hand out the window. Zhuo Ping clicked his tongue. That kid. When the car reached the steel factory staff housing, many people gathered around to watch. When they saw Lu Weigwa get out of the car, most people thought it was nothing special. After all, he was an officer in the military. Lu Weigwa went home and helped carry the things he planned to take back to his hometown into the car. These are gifts for the elders at home, along with some nourishing supplements secretly prepared for her parents. As for the cotton clothes for her parents, they were first taken home and modified by Aunt Lu before being sent over. Her parents already have clothes prepared by the Lu family, so there's no rush to wear them. However, she still plans to bring them some supplements to help them recover, thinking that being healthy is the most important. This time, she also wants to find a chance to bring them some spiritual spring water, ensuring they stay healthy before returning to the city. She doesn't show favoritism. Just last night, while chopping vegetables, she added some spiritual spring water from the kettle to give the elderly couple better health. Good health for the elders is a great blessing for their children. Otherwise, not only would the children worry, but their work could also be affected. Lu's parents are kind to her, and Weigwa is also good to her. She doesn't mind returning their kindness. Besides the gifts prepared by her and her friends, Lu's parents also prepared a gift for the elders at home. Since they have a car, they asked Lu Weigwa to bring it back together. The car was almost full with a lot of things and to go, the big dog. The road to the Qianqi Brigade is quite bumpy and made of dirt, and luckily, the car has a high chassis, otherwise, driving would be difficult. Although it's December 25th now, farmers don't have holidays. You can still see people working in the fields. In some places, they might rest until the 6th day of the new year. In others, they only get the morning of the first day off, and in the afternoon, they have meetings which also count toward work points. She doesn't know about these details. As the car entered the Qianqi Brigade, she saw even more people working in the fields and asked in surprise, Are there still people working in the fields now? In her previous life, by December 25th, there would be no more farming. Lu Weigwa glanced at the fields and said, Even during the off-season, farmers still work. They're asked to level and deeply till the land. Now, there's a popular saying. What saying? She asked curiously. Work hard for 3 9-day periods, and after eating dumplings, start working, he replied, sighing. Deep tilling the land doesn't really increase yields. In fact, sometimes it even reduces them. But now, to show the spirit of learning from Dazai, everyone is doing it. You never expected such days to come. Your impression of the 1970s was of collective farms, educated youths going to the countryside, and a time when tickets were needed everywhere. You didn't know the details, like when farmers took breaks. You didn't think farmers also worked during the new year. Lu Weigwa saw her interest and continued explaining, The task of plowing the fields is limited, but there are other jobs too. Wheatgrass needs to be weeded, farm manure carried to the fields, ditches cleaned of grass, roads repaired, and small water projects reinforced. Basically, work only stops on New Year's Eve. Hearing this, Shirtingu couldn't help but admire how hard farmers worked. As a teacher, she had 1 day off each week and winter and summer vacations. If she had truly been sent down with her parents or gone to the countryside as an educated youth, she wasn't sure if she could have kept going. Seeing her worried expression, Lu Weigwa seemed to understand her situation before they got married. It's not just her. Those city boys who went to the countryside as educated youths also couldn't handle it at first. But there was no choice. To get enough food, they had to work hard. Over time, they became familiar with the work in the fields and gradually adapted, but the process was tough. So, whenever there was a chance to become a teacher or get other jobs in the village, many people would compete fiercely for it. The jeep was very tall. In the old Western team, the most you'd see was a tractor. Seeing this jeep was like spotting a helicopter in a modern neighborhood. Everyone's eyes were on it. Children playing on the road saw it and chased after it, laughing and running. Some kids ran beside the car, which made Shirtingyu nervous. Lu Weigua shouted to the children around, "Make way, don't get too close, don't get run over." His face looked very stern to the children. When he stuck his head out of the window, many kids scattered quickly. A few older children, who had seen Lu Weigua before, nervously called out, "Second Brother Lu" or "Second Uncle Lu." Some clever kids ran straight to Grandpa Lu's house to tell him and Grandma that their grandson, who was in the army, had returned. The vehicle moved slowly as they entered the big team. When they reached Grandpa Lu's house, Grandpa Lu and Grandma had already come outside. Grandpa saw the car parked at the door and looked inside. Seeing this stern-looking old man, Shirtingyu glanced at Lu Weigua and finally understood where the old Lu family's appearance came from. She looked at the earnest face of the old man and cheerfully called out, "Grandpa." Lu Laoyizi immediately spotted the young girl sitting in the car, fair-skinned and handsome, and knew she must be the granddaughter-in-law brought back by his grandson. The old man rarely smiled but nodded happily in response. Shirtingyu also saw the elderly lady trying to squeeze closer and called out, "Grandma." The old lady smiled kindly and kept saying she must be freezing and should go inside to warm up. Lu Weigua got out of the car, called someone over, and carried the gifts for the elders inside. Shirtingyu also got out and brought down the sword. She held the dog's leash, startling the children who had gathered around. The sword looked at the children retreating to a safe distance and kept staring at them, baring its teeth, which made the children gasp. Shirtingyu gently patted its head and said, "Don't be naughty." The sword whimpered twice, rubbed against her hand, and obediently stopped scaring people. The old man and woman looked at the dog with surprise. "This dog is very understanding," said the old man. The sword tilted its head and looked at him. Perhaps because of the similar features to Lu Weigua, the dog liked this old man and felt the owner's affection for the elderly couple. It slowly approached, wagging its tail to show friendliness. The old man, braver, reached out to pet the dog's head, smiling happily. Lu Weigua carried the gifts and hurried everyone inside. Grandpa and Grandma Lu also reacted and followed Shirtingyu into the house. Outside, the children circled the jeep, but knew it was valuable and didn't dare touch it. Some older children looked at Shirtingyu's back, lost in thought. Second Uncle Lu's daughter was very pretty, more beautiful than the city girls who came as educated youth. When the children returned home, many people learned that Lu Weigua had brought back a beautiful girl. At first, when Grandpa Lu said Lu Weigua was married, no one believed it. After all, Lu Weigua had been engaged in the village after returning from the battlefield, but none of those engagements had worked out. But this time, he really brought his wife home, and she was stunningly beautiful. Curious elderly ladies looked into the yard of the old Lu family, but saw no one. They hadn't even seen a strand of hair. Inside the old Lu house, Shirtingyu and Lu Weigua had already been settled onto the kong, a traditional bed. This place still has good rural housing conditions, with plenty of space and a traditional heated brick bed. When Shirtingyu first entered, she felt warm all over from the moment she stepped inside. The elderly woman reached into an old red wooden chest in the room, touched something inside, and took out a peach can. "Here, for Weigua, have some peach preserves to sweeten your mouth." Shirtingyu looked at the peach can and felt a little tempted.
"Thank you, Grandma."
The old woman gradually lost herself in the warmth of her sweet grandma words. The girl was pretty, which mattered a lot. Even if the other person didn't do anything special, she could stare at her for a long time. Lu Weigua helped Shirtingyu open the peach can and found her a pair of chopsticks. She greeted everyone once, and seeing that they all smiled and said they wouldn't eat, she boldly enjoyed the treat herself. The peach preserves were fresh, sweet, and full of peach flavor.
She couldn't stop eating.
But in the end, she still thought of Lu Weigua and shared a few pieces with him. He said he wouldn't eat, but when his wife fed him, he accepted everything happily. The old woman watched them and winked at Old Man Lu. "Look at that, old man. This young couple has such a good relationship." Old Man Lu also looked pleased. His grandson's marriage was almost a worry for him. He thought, what a good grandson he was, yet villagers called him fierce and intimidating. Now he was happy. His grandson was married and had found such a good wife. Seeing how his daughter-in-law looked at his grandson, he knew they would be fine in the future. At this moment, he couldn't help but think that he had been too conservative with his in-laws and should have paid more attention. After enjoying the food, Tingshu lay lazily on the heated brick bed. Lu Weigua didn't forget to bring some things for the elders. He brought their hats and cotton shoes to try on. The old couple was so happy, praising their granddaughter-in-law's good taste. Tingshu smiled and said, "It's because Weigua cares about you. He told me the sizes." The old man and woman felt even more at ease. They kept saying, "Everything is good. Everything is good." Seeing that it was still early, Lu Weigua decided not to visit his parents and thought about cleaning his old family house. When Lu Daming and Lu Erming got married, they each received a piece of land next to each other. Both families were well off, building large brick and tile houses. Later, Lu Daming and his wife got jobs at a steel factory and a textile mill. They initially commuted from the town, but after working enough years, they received their own houses and settled in town. The houses in the commune were left empty. When Lu Weigua said he wanted to clean the old house, Old Master Lu quickly stopped him. "This isn't your concern. When you took the train back that day, your father called to tell us. Your second aunt and your two sisters-in-law had already tidied up for you, and the quilts in the cabinet had been aired out. The bed was also cleaned and burned a few times in advance." Old Master Lu mentioned that his second aunt is Wang Yueji, the wife of Lu Erming, and the two sisters-in-law are the wives of Lu Ershu's two sons. Lu Ershu's two sons are the eldest Lu Weibing, a police officer who is 27 years old, 1 year younger than Lu Weigua, and the youngest Lu Wei Jian, 24 years old, who works as a team accountant. The families of Old Master Lu's two sons are on good terms. So, when Lu Daming couldn't take care of things, Lu Erming would help. The old house has been empty for a long time. If Lu Erming's family didn't occasionally help with cleaning and maintenance, it would have fallen apart by now. After hearing what Old Master Lu said, Lu Weigua didn't mention cleaning anymore. Their second uncle's family is probably working now, so they didn't disturb them. They planned to visit the second uncle's house in the evening. Seeing that there is nothing else, Old Master Lu told them to go back to the old house to tidy up. The new year is coming soon and they didn't need to go back to the county town. Moreover, the countryside house is much bigger and more comfortable than the one in the city. Tingyu and Lu Weigua said goodbye to the elders and returned to the old house. They parked the car in the open space in front of the gate. Tingyu got out first and looked into the yard through the door. The yard was very large, at least much bigger than their military district family courtyard. On one side of the yard, next to the kitchen, there was a neat pile of firewood stacked high. Many logs had already been chopped, and a waterproof plastic cover was laid over the pile. On the other side of the yard, there was probably a vegetable garden, but now it was empty. Lu Weigua took out the key from under a brick near the gate and unlocked the door. He also saw the firewood in the yard and knew it was probably prepared by the second uncle's family. The vegetable garden nearby was usually cultivated by the second uncle's family. They are farmers and no one minded the large area. Since their own yard's vegetable patch wasn't public land, Lu Daming decided to let the neighbor's second uncle's family use it for planting. Lu Weigua put the daily necessities back inside the house. Once inside, he could still feel the temperature difference. He made a temporary nest for Wei Jian with dry straw and told Tingyu to go to bed first. He then went to the kitchen to start a fire. The old Lu family house has 3 rooms. One is on the east side, separated from the kitchen by a wall, and the other 2 are connected, sharing one stove. Since Lu Weigua is usually not at home, Lu's father, mother, and Lu Jiangwo's family come back for the new year and stay in the two connected rooms on the west side. At that time, they only need to use the stove in the main hall. That stove is connected to the brick bed in those two rooms. However, the brick bed in the inner room isn't as warm as the one outside. But it's not as cold as in the three eastern provinces, so just heating the brick bed is enough to stay warm. Next to the kitchen stove, there's Lu Weigua's room. Usually, the family prefers to cook at the main hall stove, but now that they've returned, both stoves are being used, so cooking will be faster. Soon, you heard the warmth from the brick bed, and Lu Weigua also came in. After tidying up his toiletries, he planned to go to Second Aunt's house to get some vegetables. But before he could leave, Second Aunt arrived early from work. Seeing a car at the door, she knew Lu Weigua and his wife had arrived. She had left work early this time to bring vegetables to Lu Weigua. Their family has grown vegetables in their garden for many years, and they never asked for a penny. So, every time the oldest family comes back, they bring vegetables for them. When they grow a lot, they sometimes send some to the town to give to the oldest family. Second Aunt carried a bamboo basket filled with a large cabbage, some potatoes, a few radishes, bean sprouts, tofu, and a piece of meat. She also brought some scallions, garlic, and other seasonings. Their family doesn't have these seasonings, so she brought them all at once, enough to last over a month. When she heard someone at the door, Wei Jian immediately called out. Lu Weigua recognized his voice and quickly went to open the door. Second Aunt hadn't seen Lu Weigua for a long time, and she looked at him with curiosity. After handing the basket to Lu Weigua, she couldn't help asking, "Where's your wife?" Lu Weigua moved her inside and said, "Xiaoyu is on the brick bed. It's too cold here." Second Aunt was about to go see her, but since she didn't want to disturb the younger generation coming down from the bed, she hesitated. Before she and Lu Weigua reached the main hall, Yu came out. She had just heard Lu Weigua call her Second Aunt and called out to her when she saw her. Second Aunt looked at Yu's face and was stunned. She didn't even hear Yu call her Second Aunt. Lu Weigua smiled gently and cleared his throat, saying, "Second Aunt, Xiaoyu is calling you." Second Aunt Lu patted her thigh and said, "Oh, I've never seen such a beautiful girl." I was stunned for a moment. "Look at her, so pretty." Shi Tingyu said, "Second Aunt, come in quickly to warm up." At this moment, Second Aunt Lu remembered she still had to go home and cook for her family, so she decided not to sit any longer. "The men in the fields are waiting for their meal. I won't sit now. Come over tonight to eat at our place," she said, then hurriedly left. Lu Weigua looked on with a happy smile. "My Second Aunt is very much like my mother, straightforward and quick to act. That's also why the two sisters-in-law get along well." "That's good," Shi Tingyu said. "It's easier to deal with people like that." Seeing the things Second Aunt Lu brought, Shi Tingyu knew that Lu Weigua's family probably had a good relationship with theirs. Now that everyone was working, the women would come back around mealtime to cook, so there was no time for a gathering at noon. Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua could only cook and eat alone. They worked together in the kitchen, making stir-fried potatoes with sliced meat and cabbage tofu stew. Both dishes were quite large in portion, and they ate happily. Shi Tingyu was excited to eat on the Kong, a heated bed, feeling it was a new and enjoyable experience. After finishing, she cleaned the Kong carefully, worried about oil drops staining it. By around 2 in the afternoon, Lu Weigua noticed Shi Tingyu seemed distracted and realized she missed her parents. He stood up, dressed quickly, and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see them from afar." Shi Tingyu's eyes lit up. She quickly got ready to leave at any moment. Lu Weigua took Shi Tingyu first to the brigade office, where they found his cousin Lu Wei Jian, who was the accountant. When Lu Wei Jian saw them arrive, he smiled happily. They had played together as children, always following Lu Weigua around. Seeing Shi Tingyu, he immediately knew she must be the second sister-in-law. He hurried to call someone, pouring water and preparing roasted peanuts. Lu Weigua quickly held him back and asked, "I just want to know where the people from the cattle shed are working now." Lu Wei Jian, the accountant, usually kept track of villagers' work points, so he knew exactly where everyone was working in the fields. He glanced at Yu and understood that second sister-in-law was probably thinking about their parents. He didn't hide it and said, "They are at that piece of land near the Western River ditch." "Second brother, you know that land, right?" "Yes, I know it." He was familiar with the Western River ditch. Wei Jian added, "My father also has a place nearby, for convenience. If someone asks on the road, just say you're going to see my dad." Wei Jian nodded, indicating he understood. Wei Jian looked around and, seeing no one, whispered to the two, "Just watch from afar. Don't get too close. If you want to meet, go at night." Although they hadn't been criticized publicly in the old Western team for a long time, they still had to be careful. "Okay, I understand, and will keep it in mind," Wei Jian said, feeling reassured by his cousin's carefulness. "You also thanked Wei Jian." Wei Jian scratched his head and smiled, saying, "Second sister-in-law, there's no need to thank me. We're all family. Usually, uncle and aunt haven't suffered much, and we haven't been criticized either. Just watch and stay calm." You nodded, finally feeling relieved. What Wei Jian said made her feel more real than the vague message of safety in the letter. After saying goodbye to Wei Jian, Wei Jian took you and headed toward the Western River ditch. Sure enough, on the way to the fields, farmers working there greeted them from afar. Everyone in the big team was friendly, neighbors from the village. Seeing a child who hadn't returned for a long time, they asked a few questions. Hearing that Wei Jian was going to visit Uncle Lu'er, everyone nodded. "It's been a long time, so you should go see him." A kind villager said, "Does Wei Jian know the way?" "Just head west, and you'll reach the Western River ditch." Wei Jian thanked the villagers and continued west with you. As soon as they passed, villagers started talking in small groups. They were working and chatting at the same time, not stopping their hands or mouths. "Did you see clearly just now? Wei Jian's wife has such a fair face." "Yes, I haven't seen anyone so pretty in 10 miles around." "Who said it was hard for Wei Jian to find a wife?" "I never said that. Wei Jian definitely didn't want someone from the village. Look, now he's brought back such a beautiful wife." Originally, Wei Jian came back to his hometown for a blind date because he didn't succeed in the town. There were a few high school students in the village, and the matchmaker introduced them. Lu's family was well respected, and the girl's parents agreed to meet. The girl had no choice but to come and see. People from the same village have seen each other since childhood. They thought it had been almost 10 years since they last met. They believed that as people grow older, they become better. But when they finally saw each other again, they found that the other person looked even more intimidating, with a scar on his face. They immediately disagreed with the idea of marriage. The Lu family was used to this kind of result and didn't insist. To be honest, Wei Jian from their family only looked fierce. His other qualities were far better than these people's. Those who judge only by appearance didn't find him suitable. If it was just a failed matchmaking, that would be fine. But there was more. Old Master Lu had an older brother who looked quite similar to him. Their grandson, Lu Jianhua, also inherited some of these features, though not exactly the same as Wei Jian's. Still, he wasn't considered handsome. The main problem was that Lu Jianhua was not successful, like the grandchildren of second Uncle Lu. He was just a farmer, already 32 years old, and still unmarried. Seeing this example, everyone said it was hard for Wei Jian to find a wife. But they didn't think it was as certain as Lu Jianhua's case, because Wei Jian was still a military officer. Wei Jian didn't know what the villagers were saying about him. Soon, they saw second Uncle Lu working in the fields. He called out, "Second Uncle." Second Uncle Lu looked up, saw the two people at the edge of the field, put down his, and came over. Seeing his big nephew and his niece-in-law, he looked very happy. Honestly, when Wei Jian was looking for a wife before, not only his older brother's family was worried, but he also got anxious and upset. Now, seeing that Wei Jian not only married but also married someone so proper, he felt a little relieved. He knew the two of them probably came to see the two in the pigsty, so he didn't talk much. Instead, he subtly pointed toward Shifumu and Shirmu. "The in-laws are over there." Shirtingu looked in the direction he pointed and saw an old, worn-out couple working in the field. They blended into the land almost seamlessly. They didn't stand out. but Shirtingyu couldn't hold back her tears. Maybe her memories of the original owner influenced her feelings. At this moment, seeing her parents bent over working in the field, she felt very sad. In the past, they earned a shocking high salary each month, doing experiments and collecting data every day. Now, their labor in the fields was very different from those days. Wei Jian quickly blocked Shirtingyu's view and quietly wiped her tears. Shirtingyu tried to keep a smile on her face. Uncle Lu looked quite sad. He softly said, "Daughter-in-law, don't worry. Your parents are doing well, healthy, and strong. Many young people sent to the countryside get sick, but your parents haven't. Don't worry." Shirtingyu took a deep breath, relaxed her expression, and looked again at the two working in the field. If the people sent down were okay, then her parents should be digging the river, which is the hardest part of the work. Being able to work in the fields now is already easier, even though the land near the West River ditch is harder to till than usual. This is thanks to the quiet help from the Lu family. Maybe Shirtingyu's gaze was too intense. The parents, who had been bending over working, suddenly looked up and looked in her direction. When they saw Lu Weiguo and Shirtingyu, they stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Mother Shi even put down her and instinctively took a few steps forward. Fortunately, Father Shi reacted quickly and quickly grabbed Mother Shi's hand. His hand was trembling as he held her, and even from a distance, they recognized their daughter immediately. News from the relatives said that the young couple was coming back for the new year. They had been looking forward to this day, but it came so suddenly. Mother Shi's gentle face was now filled with tears. She had been sent here to work hard and tired, but she hadn't shed a single tear. Seeing her daughter's figure from afar, she couldn't hold back her emotions. "Let's pretend we don't know her now, so we don't cause trouble for Xiuyu and them," Father Shi said, trembling. Mother Shi quickly wiped her tears and picked up her again, not looking in their direction anymore. Only the water droplets on the ground showed her inner turmoil. Shirtingyu watched them silently. She saw Mother Shi's reaction and knew they saw her. They just dared not acknowledge her as family. Lu Weiguo looked on but couldn't help much. Uncle Lu sighed, looked at the sky, and thought that they had been living like this for almost 10 years. He wondered when it would end. Lu Weiguo glanced at his red-eyed wife, then asked Uncle Lu for his. "Uncle, let me help you for a while." Before Uncle Lu could respond, Lu Weiguo had already taken the. Lu Weiguo didn't know how to comfort his wife at this moment. He could only stay a little longer, so she could see her parents more. But standing here was too obvious, so he decided to let second uncle rest and help out for a while. He asked you to go to the west side of the field to rest, closer to her parents' land. Second Uncle Lu understood quickly and hurried to grab his. "You haven't done much farming. What can you do? Give me the." Lu Weiguo winked at second uncle. "Who says I can't? Before I joined the army, I was good at working in the fields." Second uncle frowned. "What's wrong with your eyes? Did a bug bite you?" He thought it was strange. It's winter, and there shouldn't be small flying insects. Lu Weiguo couldn't help but chuckle. He subtly looked toward her parents. At this moment, second uncle finally understood. He muttered, "You're so nosy." You wanted to stay longer with her parents, even if only from a distance. It was still good. But everyone in the field was busy working, and she didn't think it was appropriate to stand there, so she bent down to pick up stones and dirt to carry out. Second uncle saw this and quickly said, "Weiguo's wife, just watch from there." But you didn't listen. She kept doing the simple tasks she could manage. Seeing this, second uncle had no choice. Half an hour had passed, and Lu Weiguo was still turning the soil. Second uncle couldn't sit still anymore. He confidently walked over to Lu Weiguo and, without a word, took the back. "All right, you should take your wife home now. Don't let her catch a cold." Then, second uncle lowered his voice. "You two are here, and your parents can't relax either. They've already looked over here several times." Lu Weiguo looked west, and indeed saw her parents glancing over now and then. Seeing his wife holding a clump of dirt, he felt both amused and worried. He didn't argue with second uncle anymore and stepped toward you. He helped her put the dirt on the ground, patted her hands to remove the soil, and felt her cold hands. He quickly decided to take her back. Let's go home. You can't stay here. Your parents can't relax. Yu's gaze returned to her parents. Just then, her mother looked over. Her body was hidden behind her father, and she waved to the two of them, an obvious gesture to tell them to leave. Finally, Yu nodded to her, indicating she understood. Lu Weigua greeted his second uncle, who was still working in the fields, and then took Shitinjiu back home. At 4 p.m., second Aunt Lu finished work and returned home. Today, Lu Weigua brought his wife back, and everyone planned to have dinner together tonight, so she needed to prepare in advance. According to tradition, no matter what, the Lu family always shares a meal when Lu Weigua gets married, just like a small celebration. Since it's still a special time, there's no formal wedding, but having a simple meal is good enough. It's also a way to introduce the new wife to the family. A few days ago, the village team slaughtered a pig, divided the meat, and there's enough meat now. While second Aunt Lu was tidying up, Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu arrived, carrying fish, homemade sorghum wine, and some meat they received. The main Lu family includes Grandpa Lu's uncle, who is the oldest relative in the family, followed by Grandpa Lu's two brothers. But Grandpa Lu's wife passed away early, so now only he and his son's family are left. Second Aunt Lu counted. 1 uncle, 2 grandparents, for people in the eldest uncle's family, plus a little grandson, 7 people in total. Adding Lu Weigua and his wife, there are 16 people altogether. They decided to set up 2 tables. Cooking now focuses on quantity rather than fancy dishes. They planned 5 dishes, each with a bowl. Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu brought a big fish, weighing about 10 pounds, which was enough. The old couple discussed the dinner menu with second Aunt Lu. They decided on cabbage and pork stew with vermicelli, braised fish, 2 chickens with potatoes, a stir-fried lettuce, and fish head tofu soup. For staples, they would steam a few baskets of buns, and when cooking chicken with potatoes, they'd add some cornmeal pancakes around the pot. Second Aunt Lu had told Lu Weigua and Shitinjiu about the dinner plans, so when they heard the noise, they also went to help. Second Aunt Lu saw them and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Just a few dishes. Your grandparents and I can handle it." Lu Weigua didn't want the 2 elders and second Aunt Lu to do all the work, so he helped kill chickens, peel potatoes, and do some manageable tasks. Shitinjiu also wanted to help, but second Aunt Lu refused, saying, "You're the new wife, no need to do anything." Worried she'd be bored or uncomfortable staying inside, Lu Weigua pulled her to sit beside him, watching him peel potatoes and occasionally telling her about the family members. When it was time to steam the buns, Shitinjiu finally helped out. "Second Aunt, I'll just sit here and help shape the buns. It's like playing." Aunt Lu looked around and noticed that everyone was busy. She felt a bit out of place staying only with Weigua's wife, so she simply nodded and smiled. Shitinjiu was very skilled, especially at making steamed buns. Her buns were round and beautiful. Lu's uncle's stove was reserved for cooking, so they decided to steam the buns in Lu Weigua's kitchen. As night fell, workers gradually returned home, and the household became lively again. Everyone helped out, busy preparing everything. Lu's uncle's 2 daughters-in-law were there. The eldest was working at the police station's logistics department, and the second was a primary school teacher in the village. They were very friendly to Shitinjiu, especially the eldest daughter-in-law, Shun Tsue, who probably interacted a lot with men at the police station. She was cheerful and straightforward, and she even reached out to gently touch Shitinjiu's soft hands. "Second sister-in-law, your hands are so soft," she said. Second daughter-in-law Chen Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. Big sister-in-law just likes to see pretty people. Shitinjiu had never been teased like this before. She kept a calm and composed face, but inside, she felt a little embarrassed. Lu Guowei's eyes kept drifting toward Shitinjiu. When he saw her awkwardness, he took her away under the pretense of going to steam the buns, making everyone laugh. Meanwhile, the cooking was almost done, and the steamed buns were ready. They looked plump, soft, and white, very appealing. As soon as they came out of the steamer, the aroma filled the air. Lu Guowei carefully placed the buns into a basket and carried them to the neighbor's house. At that moment, The people from Uncle Lu's family arrived, bringing a large table and 4 long benches, similar to this kind of furniture. 16 people could sit comfortably at 2 large tables. Everyone had worked all day, and now the delicious smell of food made everyone hungry. The oldest uncle raised his glass first. Everyone nodded in agreement and raised their cups, except for the women, who drank warm water instead. Lu Guowei was not allowed to drink alcohol in the military camp, whether on regular days or holidays. He could have some during leave, but he had to stay sober. If he drank too much and revealed military secrets, he would face punishment. He had training in controlling his drinking, so he knew his limits. After taking the first sip, the uncle was about to say a few words. He looked at Lu Weigua and Shi Tingyu with a face full of wrinkles and a look of relief. "Weigua, you finally got married. I've also let go of a big worry. You chose a good wife. I just hope you both live happily and prosperously in the future." Lu Weigua nodded and took Shi Tingyu's hand. "Uncle, don't worry. Xiao Yu and I will live a good life." Uncle Lu smiled and nodded. Old Master Lu looked at Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua, took a sip of wine, and felt a bit stuffy in his chest. Next to him, Lu Jian also watched silently. Now, only he remained unmarried in the Lu family. He had said everything he wanted to say, and everyone started eating. Aunt Lu's cooking was very good and suited local tastes. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone began chatting again. Lu Jian had drunk a little too much. He raised his glass towards Lu Weigua and said, "Weigua, you are really lucky. I'm happy for you. Come on, let's toast." Lu Weigua understood that Lu Jian was feeling down, so he didn't hesitate and drank his glass. Seeing this, Lu Jian also tilted his head back and finished his drink. Old Master Lu couldn't stand to see his grandson like this and pulled him to sit down. "Drink less, eat more food." Lu Jian shook his head, grabbed Old Master Lu's arm, and his eyes turned red.
"Drink."
"I must drink more. Today, my cousin brought his wife back, and I'm so happy. I have to drink." He poured another glass of strong sorghum wine. The wine was quite strong, and it was clear that Lu Jian was already drunk. His parents saw how he was and couldn't help but tear up. Their family wasn't doing as well as Uncle's. Their children weren't as successful as Uncle's grandchildren. Although the village's team leader often looked after them, their family was small and life was tight. Jian hadn't found a wife yet, and people in the village looked at them a bit differently. Jian always kept his worries inside. Now, seeing his younger cousin, who hadn't married yet, finally settle down, made him feel even worse. Everyone watching Lu Jian also felt a bit sad. Their current life seemed to have no end. Because of family conditions in earlier years, Jian only finished elementary school. He didn't have any special skills and spent his days working in the fields. To make money, he had to take risks, either through the black market or speculative ventures. But the Lu family has a police officer, a military officer, and a squad leader. If he takes the wrong path, he could cause trouble for many people. So, they could only keep him hanging like this. People who judge by looks don't like him, and those who judge by money say he has none. Lu Jianxi feels hopeless about life. Uncle Yi sees the situation, but can do nothing but sigh. Lu Jianxi sits down sadly and refills his glass. He isn't really drinking, he's pouring it down quickly, which makes others worried. Lu Weigua walks over and takes the bottle away. If he keeps drinking like that, something bad might happen. Lu Jianxi struggles to take back the bottle, but the next moment, he pushes Lu Weigua away and vomits. He spends the whole night drinking, and what he vomits is mostly alcohol with some blood. Everyone sees this and is shocked. "Jianxi, you can't drink anymore." Jianxi's mother can't help but hold him back. Lu Weigua frowns. "First, let's help him inside to lie down." Jianxi's father tries to help, but before he can, Lu Jianxi's eyes roll back and he faints. Everyone's face changes in shock. Lu Weigua, who is holding Jianxi, says firmly, he needs to go to the hospital. Then he tells Jianxi's mother, "Auntie, go home and get some money, and bring warm clothes. I'll drive him to the county hospital." He knows that drinking too much can cause alcohol poisoning. Jianxi's condition likely involves stomach bleeding and coma. Jianxi's mother feels like she has found her support and quickly runs back. Lu's second aunt, worried she might have trouble on the way, also takes a flashlight and follows. Lu Weiguo and the eldest cousin, Lu Weibing, help put Jianxi into the car. Shirtingyu also hurries over. When she sees Lu Weiguo about to drive, she quickly stops him. Driving after drinking is almost instinctive for modern people. There was no law against drunk driving at that time. It wasn't until 1984 that the road traffic safety law made drunk driving illegal. So Lu Weiguo thinks he can still drive. Weiguo, you've been drinking. It's unsafe to drive at night. Let me drive. Everyone looks at Shirtingyu. Lu's second uncle asks, Weiguo's wife, can you drive? They rarely see women drive, let alone a woman from their family. Shirtingyu knows that the Lu family is very aware of her background, so she doesn't hide it. I got my driver's license when I was 16, after I went abroad. Of course, she got her license in her original world, where she was also an experienced driver, comfortable with both manual and automatic cars. Everyone looked at each other, unsure whether to trust her driving skills. Instead, Lu Weiguo spoke, okay, you drive. I'll sit in the front passenger seat and watch. At this moment, Construction Mom also returned with some things. Construction Dad took the items and got into the car. The back seat was almost full of Lu Construction. After he got in, it was hard to bring more people. Construction Mom was anxious, saying, maybe I can sit in the back too. By back, she meant the trunk. Construction Dad was worried. You wait at home for news. There's no room in the back, and the child's health is the most important. At this point, Construction Mom had no other options. Shirtingyu looked at the driver's seat, compared the car parts to those of future cars, and then confidently started the engine. Before driving off, Shirtingyu also asked Aunt Lu to help take care of the family sword. Aunt Lu agreed, and Shirtingyu pressed the accelerator. Until the car smoothly reversed, turned, and got on the road. Everyone finally relaxed.
Wow, she really knows how to drive.
It wasn't that they didn't trust Shirtingyu at all. They just felt it was too risky with a patient on board. Seeing her driving so skillfully, they finally felt relieved. Construction Mom's heart was anxious, but Aunt Lu simply took some people back to the main house to sit and chat, offering some comfort. Over at the Old Western Brigade, there was only a barefoot doctor at the brigade's pharmacy. Usually, he could treat colds, fevers, or small cuts, but for cases like vomiting blood or fainting, he wasn't capable. Lu Weiguo saw Shirtingyu's actions and knew she was an experienced driver, so he relaxed a lot and focused on giving directions. The road was clear, and Shirtingyu drove quite fast. She was worried about Lu Construction behind her, especially since he had an accident during their family gathering. The car smoothly reached the county town and headed straight to the county hospital. After parking, Lu Weiguo carried the person into the hospital quickly. Shirtingyu and Construction Dad followed closely behind. This whole process took until late at night. Lu Construction was hooked up to 4 fluids and was still asleep, so there was no serious problem. Construction Dad and Shirtingyu's family waited nearby. Shirtingyu checked her watch, almost 9 o'clock. Now that Lu Construction's condition was stable, Construction Dad started to think about other things. He looked at Lu Weiguo and the others with a guilty expression. He clearly brought his new wife home to visit his family for a meal, but now things have turned out this way.
He feels very guilty about it.
It's late at night, and he's still busy helping out. Weiguo, it's all my fault. Uncle was too drunk, and I apologize to you. This good day was spoiled by him. We are very grateful to you and your wife for helping today. Lu Weiguo has nothing to say. He understands his cousin's family situation and knows how frustrated Lu Jian feels. He was treated the same way before, but he is more open-minded and doesn't care much about what others think. So, even though he's often criticized, he doesn't turn to alcohol to forget his worries. It's okay. I understand that Jian feels upset. Jian Shi's father sighs, it's my fault. I haven't been a good father. He always feels he hasn't created a good family environment for his son. If he had 2 capable brothers like the second uncle's sons, even if Jian Shi wasn't as handsome, he wouldn't be unable to find a wife by now. Looking at Weiguo, he sees he's successful and even more handsome than Jianxi, and he's happily married. Though he feels regretful, Jianxi's father looks at the dark sky outside and feels the cold air around him. He says, Wei Guo, take your wife home. I'll stay here and watch over Jianxi. Our place is not like the south. It's very cold. Don't let your wife catch a cold. Lu Weiguo is a bit worried about Shi Tingyu, so he replies, All right, I'll take Xiaoyu back to my dad's place. I'll bring breakfast to you tomorrow morning. Jianxi's father feels even more embarrassed and offers to give him money, knowing food is expensive and he shouldn't let them come all this way for free. Lu Weiguo knows his family isn't well off, so he politely declines. After they leave, Shi Tingyu drives Lu Weiguo back to the steel factory's family housing. Lu Daming and his wife hear the noise and come out dressed quickly. Seeing Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo, they are startled, thinking something serious has happened. Aren't you guys at your hometown? Why are you back now? Did something happen? Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu sit by the stove to warm up before telling their parents what happened today. Lu Daming sighs deeply. After changing his clothes, he comes out again. He asks in detail about Jianxi's condition. When he learns that he's okay, he finally relaxes and says, Your big uncle's family isn't easy either. Seeing Shi Tingyu seems curious, he explains further. Construction dad's name is Lu Quanxue. When he was 8 years old, Lu Daniu fell ill and passed away. After that, Grandpa Construction raised him. The family had no one to help, so he had to do everything himself. As a grown man, he couldn't always take care of everything, so Lu Qianxue's childhood was quite hard. In the end, Grandpa Construction managed to get him a house and a wife. At that time, old Master Lu was still the village chief and could speak for him. He was kind to his nephew, Lu Quanxue. But when the old village chief stepped down and Lu Erming became the team leader, old Master Lu had less influence. Although they were relatives, once Lu Erming took over, family matters were his concern. They still looked out for each other, but there were always some things they couldn't help with. This ongoing support wasn't something that ended quickly. Lu Qianxue's family was not well off. The children had no special talents, and the family only had Lu Construction's son. Without Lu Erming's help, they would have been bullied and suffered. At that time, everyone liked having many children, thinking it brought good luck. More brothers meant fewer enemies in the village. The brothers would stick together. Families like Lu Qianxue's, with fewer resources, weren't attractive to the better families in the village. If Lu Quanxue and Lu Erming were real brothers, it would be different. At this moment, Shi Tingyu finally understood these family matters. She only knew about Lu Construction's family size before. She didn't know anything else. No wonder she drank so much at dinner. She was feeling upset and frustrated inside. Lu Daming finished telling his story. Seeing that it was about time, he urged Shi Tingyu and the others to go to bed quickly. Tomorrow, they would go to the hospital together. It's better not to know some things, but once you do, you have to see for yourself. They hurriedly sent someone to the hospital, forgetting some toiletries. Luckily, Lu's mother works as the logistics director at the textile factory, so the family had towels and other essentials. Last time, they bought toothbrushes and slippers for the new wife, but Shi Tingyu and the others brought their own, so they hadn't used them yet. Now they could finally use those items. After a day full of worry, Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo washed up and went to sleep. But Shi Tingyu felt a little sad inside. She was supposed to visit her parents tonight, but now she couldn't. She wondered if Uncle Lu and the others would remember to tell her parents, so they wouldn't wait too long. Since she came here, she definitely wanted to visit her parents. She knew her parents were probably aware of her situation. It's no wonder Lu Erming became the team leader. He is very careful in his work. That night, before going to bed, he quietly went to the cattle shed and explained the situation, telling them to rest peacefully that night and not to worry anymore. Father and mother understood. No one likes unexpected problems. The next morning, Lu's mother got up to prepare breakfast. She steamed buns, cooked rice porridge, and served radish dried strips and fried dough sticks. The breakfast was quite hearty. Since there was no thermal container, Lu's mother took her own thermos to fill with porridge, packed some buns and fried dough sticks in a bag, and headed to the hospital. Lu Weiguo said, "Mom, let's eat first. After we finish, we'll drive you there. It's not easy for you to ride a bike." The key was that the thermos was full of hot porridge, which couldn't be tilted or spilled, making it quite troublesome. Lu's mother thought about it and quickly finished her meal. After breakfast, not long before dawn, the family was ready. The car was still driven by Shi Tingyu, which amazed Lu's mother. She kept praising her daughter-in-law for being capable. Lu Daming quickly pulled his wife aside. "Stop saying so much. Don't disturb our daughter-in-law's driving." Shi Tingyu smiled and said, "It's okay, Dad." Lu's mother glared at her husband, showing with her eyes, "See, even she says it's fine." Lu's mother looked at Shi Tingyu driving ahead and immediately changed to a cheerful face. "I really didn't expect women to be able to drive, too." Shi Tingyu also smiled. "Great people say women can hold up half the sky." "I like hearing that," Lu's mother said proudly. "If it weren't for us women, men wouldn't even know how to manage life." The two men listened and didn't dare to speak. Suddenly, Lu's mother asked Xiuyu, "Do you think Mom can learn to drive too?" Shi Tingyu raised her eyebrows and thought to herself, "Wow, my mother-in-law is quite modern." "Of course. My parents can drive, and you're still in your prime age," Shi Tingyu said. In the old world, the maximum age to get a small car license was 70, and they were still far from that age. Lu's mother had just asked out of curiosity, not expecting her in-laws to also know how to drive.
Now she was really interested.
Lu Weiguo looked at his mother's sparkling eyes and didn't want to hurt her feelings. When the country's policies change and private cars become available, you can learn then. Nowadays, private cars are rare. Most cars are public. Getting a driver's license is very difficult. To pass, you need to go through 3 stages: recommendation from your workplace, political review, and health check. Usually, only party members, model workers, advanced workers, and role models are approved. It's like choosing a marshal from generals. Someone with their current status definitely wouldn't have a chance. His wife's family situation is special. After all, he didn't get his license in the country. When the Lu family arrived, Lu Jiaxing was already awake. Lu Quanxue saw Lu Daming and his wife and felt a bit embarrassed. "Daming, sister-in-law, you've come. Sorry about yesterday." He then glared at Lu Jiaxing. "Jianxi, you should apologize to your uncles." At this moment, Lu Jiaxing was sober. Last night's events were still fresh in his mind. He wished he had gotten so drunk he forgot everything. He apologized to Lu Weiguo and others for what happened last night and promised not to drink again. This time, Lu Jiaxing was sincere. He didn't have a drinking problem. He just felt upset inside and drank a little more. This morning, his father said he had to take medicine and get 4 fluids, and he lost 5 yuan. That made him very upset. 5 yuan was a lot for their family, and he felt ashamed for causing trouble for Weiguo and the others. Lu Daming sighed and told Lu Jiaxing, "A real man should do good work and live properly. Life will get better. You can't give up or lose your spirit. If you do, even if you get a chance, you won't succeed." Lu's mother tugged on Lu Daming's arm, poured porridge from the thermos into the teacup brought by Lu Quanxue and his family, and took out the buns and fried dough sticks she had been holding. "Jianxi, big brother, come have breakfast. Don't let it get cold." The father and son of Lu Quanxue gratefully ate their breakfast. Lu Jiaxing was crying quietly. After finishing breakfast, Lu's parents had to go to work. They asked about the doctor's opinion. Lu Quanxue said, "Jianxi's condition isn't too serious. The doctor said he should stay in the hospital for a day and see. I talked with Jianxi and will be discharged soon." Lu Weiguo frowned and said, "Health is the most important. Stay in the hospital for a day if needed. When you're discharged tomorrow, I'll come pick you up." "No need, no need. I already asked the doctor this morning. We'll take the water home and go to the pharmacy at the brigade to get some medicine. Hospital stays are expensive here." Lu Quanxue was a bit anxious. Their family didn't have many workers, so to have enough food, they needed to work hard. Today, they couldn't go to the fields, so they earned 1 less day's work points. Usually, as long as they worked diligently, Wei Jian would give them the highest score when recording work points. Even if there were small imperfections, he would overlook them. This was his way of caring for their family, but there was little they could do about it. In the end, Lu Quanshui and his son were discharged from the hospital. Lu Weigua and his wife took them back to the team. When the car reached the village entrance, the workers in the fields had already been working for a long time, and many people were resting at the field edge. Seeing the car driven by Shiryu, everyone looked at it curiously and started talking. They said that Daming's daughter-in-law was impressive. It was the first time they saw a woman driving a car, which was usually a man's job. Not only villagers but also some young educated youths were discussing this. Among them, Bai Chiyue, who had a fair face, 2 braided pigtails, and a petite figure, asked an older young educated youth next to her, Brother Su, is the woman who just drove the car from the house with the empty tiled roof? The young man called Brother Su had been in the Western Brigade for 6 years. Now he was married and had a son who was already grown up. He knew a lot about the team's affairs, and everyone liked to ask him questions about things they didn't understand. Many young educated youths had their eyes on the house next to the team leader's house. The space at the youth settlement was limited, and it was crowded, which often led to conflicts. Some who had money didn't want to stay at the youth settlement and wanted to rent local people's houses instead. That was why they were interested in the vacant house next to the team leader's house. It was a rare blue brick and tile house in the village, close to the team leader's home. If they could get along well with the team leader, they thought they could build a good relationship, making life easier in the future. However, more than one person had asked the team leader about the house, but he only said it belonged to his older brother's family and that he couldn't decide. Asking again yielded the same answer. At first, Lu Erming thought about renting it out to earn some extra money and asked his older brother if he wanted to rent it. But Lu Daming refused outright. He clearly said he didn't want to get involved with those young educated youths because there were too many issues. Lu Erming felt it was a pity. Otherwise, his older brother's family could earn some extra money each month. At that time, Lu Daming gently patted his shoulder and said, "Your family's guards just got engaged, and the military personnel haven't married yet. If the girl from the nearby village is trying to avoid work and gets close to them for that reason, do you still want to find 2 young women as daughters-in-law?" They didn't have issues with the young women, but there had been previous incidents where girls from the village married local men to escape labor, and when they had a chance to return to the city, they left without looking back. In those days, villagers didn't pay much attention to wedding customs. Just having a feast at the brigade was enough, and there was no need to get official marriage certificates. There were also cases where young women from the village relied on local men to help with chores. Some men thought these women were their girlfriends, only to find out later that the women had no such intentions and didn't want to marry them. There were many such stories. Whether to avoid trouble or to help their younger brothers have a peaceful life, Lu Daming refused to agree. Over the years, young women from the village came and went, but the people interested in their houses never stopped. Bai Chiyue was one of those who didn't believe in superstitions. She thought the brigade leader just wanted to keep the vegetable garden next door for himself, which was why he refused. As for the house owner, she was sure they would be willing to sell. Who wouldn't want to make money? This time, after hearing about the situation with Shiryu and others, she planned to visit the owner in person after work and discuss it face to face. She believed that as long as the money was right, they would definitely agree. Construction Mom was also working in the fields. When she saw the car arrive, she immediately put down her and ran home. No one said anything to her now. Everyone knew what had happened to Construction last night. As soon as the car stopped at Construction's door, she arrived. Seeing Lu Construction come out of the car, she finally relaxed and, feeling relieved, went up and punched him twice. "You're such a worrywart. If something happened to you, how would I live in the future?" Lu Construction was still weak, and her punch made him cough immediately. Lu Quanshue quickly held his wife back. "All right, if you want to scold him, wait until he's better." Then he looked at Lu Weigua and his wife and said, "Thanks to Weigua and his wife this time. We should thank them properly." At this moment, Shiryu didn't say anything and left it to Lu Weigua to handle. Lu Weigua exchanged greetings with the other side and then said he was worried about going home early. Lu Quanxue and his family watched the car leave before heading home. After settling Lu Jianxi on the bed, Lu Quanxue wanted to find the old man to watch over Jianxi, so he could go to work. Jianxi's mother felt sorry for her husband, who hadn't rested well all night, and she persuaded him to rest for a while in the morning and go to work in the afternoon. The family really couldn't afford to have anyone else get sick, so Lu Quanxue finally went inside to rest. When Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu returned home, they saw Li Jian happily playing in the yard. Shi Tingyu noticed that Li Jian's dog bowl seemed untouched, and worriedly went to check on him. "Why aren't you eating?" she asked. Li Jian wagged his tail excitedly and kept turning around happily. Lu Weiguo also went over to pet Li Jian's head. Seeing that the food in the bowl had cooled down, Shi Tingyu warmed it up for him. This time, Li Jian obediently finished all his food. At that moment, Shi Tingyu realized that because she and Weiguo weren't home, Li Jian hadn't eaten. Seeing him lift his head after each bite to look at them, Shi Tingyu sighed inwardly. They had been a bit neglectful of Li Jian lately. Not only was she in a strange environment, but Li Jian was too. With Weiguo always by her side, Li Jian lacked companionship. After Li Jian finished eating, Shi Tingyu held him and talked to him for a long time. She believed in the effectiveness of her spiritual spring water and thought Li Jian could understand her. Sure enough, after their conversation, Li Jian became much livelier. Last night's incident was sudden, and Lu Weiguo and the others hadn't had a chance to deliver the things to Uncle Lu's house. Taking advantage of the noon break when Aunt Lu was back home cooking, Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu carried the gifts next door. Aunt Lu looked at the big and small packages in their hands and scolded them with a smile. "Just coming to see me and Uncle Lu makes me happy enough. Why buy so many things? Don't you have enough money outside?" Lu Weiguo knew his aunt's personality and didn't argue. He simply put the gifts inside the house. "Annie, these are just a little token from me and Xiao Yu. Keep them to eat and strengthen your health." Aunt Lu wanted to say more, but Lu Weiguo said, "Let's not be so modest, family. If outsiders see us, they might gossip later." Aunt Lu stopped arguing and understood. The gifts were more generous than usual, probably because they wanted to show their gratitude.
Fine, she accepted them.
If they kept refusing, outsiders might see and turn it into village gossip. Those people don't talk much, but they often comment on how good life in Weiguo is, which isn't very polite. Aunt Li wanted to invite 2 people for lunch, but Lu Weiguo refused. It's fine to eat together just once, but they shouldn't always eat at his second uncle's house. "Second aunt, we've already prepared the food. It will be ready soon." Aunt Li didn't insist anymore. When they were about to leave, she asked, "What dishes do you want to take to the cellar?" This time, Lu Weiguo didn't hold back. It's an unspoken understanding between his family and his second uncle's family. Now, Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu didn't need to work. They just stayed warm and cozy all afternoon. Sitting on the warm Kong bed, watching the cold winter outside, they felt a special kind of happiness. In the evening, Shi Tingyu was preparing dinner when there was a knock on the door. "Is anyone home?" Shi Tingyu heard a woman's voice, but it sounded unfamiliar. Lu Weiguo put down the vegetables he was sorting and went to open the door. At the door was a young girl who looked about 20, with 2 braids, smiling. But as soon as she saw him, her smile froze, and she took a step back. "Who are you looking for?" Lu Weiguo frowned. He didn't recognize anyone in the village with that description.
"Ian."
Bai Chiyue's lips trembled, unsure whether to go in or back away. Just then, Shi Tingyu also came out. "Lu Guo, who is it?" Hearing a woman's voice outside, Bai Chiyue quickly looked up, as if her mind had been taken away. She considered herself from a big city, used to seeing beautiful girls, but this girl in front of her was the most unique she had ever seen. Could this be the woman who drives the car? This is... Shi Tingyu clearly didn't recognize her. Lu Weiguo said, "I don't know." Perhaps because Shi Tingyu was nearby, Bai Chiyue gained some courage. Her desire to stay alone overcame her fear. "Are you the owners of this house?" Bai Chiyue asked. "Do you need something?" Lu Weiguo replied. Bai Chiyue looked at Shi Tingyu and then asked Lu Weiguo, "Can I talk to her?" She felt it might be better to speak with Shi Tingyu. Although she looked like a cold beauty, her faint smile and the small dimples at the corners of her mouth made her feel relaxed. She also knew that this woman was the daughter-in-law of the family and could earn money. She would be willing, since the house couldn't generate income just sitting there. If she refused this time, next year when she asked her in-laws about rent, she probably wouldn't get any money at all. Now she found her. As long as the other person agrees, the money can be transferred to them. When the time comes, telling her in-laws how much is up to her. Shi Tingyu looked at Bai Qiuyue's clothes and guessed her identity. She was probably a young worker sent to the countryside. It was late at night. Standing at the door was not good, so she asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Bai Qiuyue swallowed hard and said, "I see your house has been empty for a long time. Why not rent it to me? I can pay 5 yuan a month." Shi Tingyu looked at Lu Weigua, who shook his head. She immediately refused. "Sorry, we don't plan to rent out the house." Bai Qiuyue got anxious. "Are you serious? You won't do this kind of money-making thing?" Suddenly, it seemed she thought of something, and her face looked unhappy. "You're not trying to raise the price just because I'm alone, are you? That's too much." Shi Tingyu was speechless. "Don't worry, we don't plan to rent the house, so you won't have to spend money every month." Bai Qiuyue couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. She thought this woman was lying just to raise the price. "I'm not going to play games with you. 7 yuan a month. Don't push your luck. That's the rent for houses in town." Lu Weigua saw his wife being upset and said coldly, "We don't need your few yuan. Just leave if you don't have anything to say. We're busy." Without waiting for her response, he tried to close the door. At this moment, Bai Qiuyue gathered some courage and reached out to stop the door. Lu Weigua didn't dare push hard, afraid of hurting her or making things worse. "What do you mean? I've been polite and friendly, and this is how you treat me?" Bai Qiuyue didn't believe anyone wouldn't rent the house, especially in this rural village. They didn't have many ways to make money, so they wouldn't miss this good opportunity. Even if she heard the other family was a military officer, it didn't change the fact that he came from the village. Background influences perspective. Shi Tingyu thought this woman was crazy. If she didn't want to rent the house, why not? Does she not understand Chinese? "Why do you want to rent my house? If I'm not mistaken, you're a young worker sent to the countryside, right? Why rent a house instead of staying at the workers' dorm?" Bai Qiuyue thought she had convinced her, and a smile appeared. "There are so many people at the workers' dorm. Several people sleep on one bed, the environment isn't good, and there's constant friction. Who would want to live in such a place?" Shi Tingyu was just waiting for her to say this. "Shouldn't you young educated youths go to the mountains and countryside to receive re-education from poor and middle peasants? Your attitude of avoiding difficulties is wrong. If other young educated youths can stay, why can't you? This is a sign of moral decline. You're engaging in capitalist pleasure-seeking behavior." Bai Qiuyue's face turned very pale this time, and she was frightened. If she was accused of enjoying capitalism, it would be a big problem later. She glared angrily at Shi Tingyu, saying, "You don't want to give money, but you'll regret it later." In response, Lu Weigua slammed the courtyard gate shut with a loud bang. Bai Qiuyue was so angry she was trembling. She had never been treated like this before. She thought about waiting until the new year when her husband's mother returned, so she could talk to her about renting the house. When the money reached her mother-in-law's hands, she wouldn't let that woman get a single cent. At that moment, the neighbor's courtyard gate opened, and Lu Er's wife heard the noise and looked over. Bai Qiuyue knew she was the village chief's wife and didn't dare to act rashly. She awkwardly forced a smile and left. Lu Er's wife shook her head helplessly. They had already decided not to rent the house anymore, but she kept going back, refusing to give up. This time, she had even found the main person involved. At first, Lu Er's wife thought the eldest brother had lost some money, but later her husband explained the big brother's ideas, and she thought it made sense. Now she saw clearly. This wasn't just reasonable, it was very reasonable. That young educated youth's attitude just now was not someone you could easily deal with. If she really had that person as a neighbor, even with her 2 sons married, she would still worry about other problems arising. After returning home, Bai Qiuyue was approached by a young educated youth from the youth point who sarcastically asked, Have you rented out your house? Bai Qiuyue glared at him. Whether I rent it or not has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. He wasn't angry but sneered mockingly. Anyone with some background in the house next to the village chiefs would have tried to take it, but none succeeded. They all failed and withdrew. Only this new person was causing trouble. Bai Qiuyue was angry at his attitude but dared not really confront him, as he was an old youth and still had some influence at the youth point. Seeing Bai Qiuyue turn to lie on the Kong bed, the youth said, "Today it's your turn to cook with me. Hurry up, everyone is hungry." Bai Qiuyue looked a bit unwilling. She had already been outside for a long time, expecting the other person to cook first. But she was surprised to find they hadn't done anything, and were waiting for her to come back to do it together. Under the other's gaze, Bai Qiuyue reluctantly got up, thinking to herself that in a few days, when the woman's mother-in-law returns for the new year, she will definitely be able to rent a house. Tingyu still doesn't know that Bai Qiuyue hasn't given up. At this moment, she and Lu Weiguo are finishing dinner and tidying up things for Shi's parents. When it gets late and quiet, she plans to check on her parents in the barn. The waiting feels torturous, but luckily, no one in the village wanders around at night in winter. She checked her watch. It was already 11 o'clock. The two of them wrapped up warmly and headed toward the barn. At this time, the entire village was silent, with the north wind howling. Lu Weiguo held a flashlight in one hand and put his arm around Tingyu's shoulder as they walked toward the barn. The barn is located in the north of the village, near the back mountain. The farther they go, the fewer houses there are. As they approached the barn, Lu Weiguo suddenly turned off the flashlight and covered Tingyu's mouth. At the same time, Tingyu's mind showed that there were two people not far from the barn. This was a space alert she had just received. She didn't know when her space had upgraded. Now she could detect anyone within 50 meters just by thinking about it. Earlier, walking on the road, she kept praying silently that she wouldn't be discovered this time, and then her space gave her the alert. She nudged Lu Weiguo's hand to signal that she wouldn't make a sound, and he loosened his grip. Neither of them moved. Lu Weiguo's brow furrowed. His long-trained intuition told him there was someone near the barn. They waited in the cold wind for a long time, but the feeling persisted. Tingyu's space alert also kept going. Finally, Lu Weiguo grabbed her hand and led her back along the path they came. Tingyu knew they wouldn't be able to see the scene tonight. On the way back, it was much slower than when they came. Without the flashlight's light, in the pitch-dark winter night, they moved very carefully. Once home, Lu Weiguo first made Tingyu lie down on the bed. Tingyu was a bit anxious. "Is someone watching my parents?" Lu Weiguo was silent for a moment and said, "Maybe. Could my parents be in danger?" Tingyu was truly worried now. However, Lu Weiguo had a different opinion. When he felt someone near the barn, he immediately thought that her parents might be targeted. But then he reconsidered, thinking it might not be the case. Seeing his wife worried, Lu Weiguo shared his thoughts. "If that person is really watching your parents, I think they're probably not bad people." "Why do you say that?" Tingyu asked urgently. "Looking back, it seems that relocating my father-in-law and mother-in-law to the Front West Brigade was too smooth. Our marriage was not a secret, and if someone had been watching them closely, they would definitely know that the Front West Brigade is my hometown. It's impossible for them not to realize that the people were assigned here intentionally. Moreover, if someone was really keeping an eye on them, my uncle and others' special attention would have been noticed. They even sent them warm clothing, which is a big sign. Anyone watching would surely be aware of what's happening." Listening to the rain, Yuezi's eyes narrow slightly, and her mind races. This means that the person watching might not be from the enemy side. Lu Weiguo nods. "When we went to catch Wei Jian last time, I saw marks on the floor and bedboards of your old house. Someone was definitely looking for something, and that thing is probably still in the hands of your parents." He pauses suddenly. "If the Watchers weren't enemies, then they might be from our side. If important information is with your parents, it's possible they are being secretly protected." Then he thinks of something else. "Your parents were brought back from abroad with great effort. A simple report shouldn't have been enough to send them away. Maybe everything was part of a plan, and things are just happening smoothly. In recent years, the struggle at higher levels has become more intense, giving foreign hostile forces more opportunities. If what your parents hold is very valuable, and it's a chaotic time now, they might be targeted. Using their reassignment to keep them away from the chaos could be a good strategy. Lu Weiguo's thoughts match Yuezi's. If someone is secretly protecting her parents, then their reassignment might not be just because of a report. Thinking back to how her parents were sent here, with the help of a leader's intervention, Yuezi feels there are some hidden secrets. When they were reassigned, there wasn't enough evidence, and everything seemed to happen too smoothly. Lu Weiguo says, "Tomorrow night, I'll check again to see if anyone is around." It's still uncertain whether the person watching is from the brigade or someone in the shadows. Yuezi worries, could there be danger? It's okay. Even if there is, I can run away, he replies confidently. Hearing this, Yuezi feels a bit more at ease. The next night, at the same time, Lu Weiguo goes alone to the cattle shed. The moon is high, and the faint light makes it possible to see things clearly. As I approach the cattle shed, Lu Weiguo sensed someone nearby. This time, he deliberately moved a bit closer. Under the moonlight, his eyes fixed on two shadowy figures hiding behind a tree. At that moment, Lu Weiguo's mind raced. Surprised, the two figures looked at him, and he suddenly charged toward them. If they were on his side, they could talk face to face later. If they were enemies, he thought they might be sneaking around or causing trouble, and he was worried about some bad guys causing trouble in the area. He believed no one in his team would suspect him. The two figures didn't expect him to rush at them suddenly. By the time they reacted, he was already close. Lu Weiguo didn't give them a chance to speak. The fight quickly broke out. He fought against two opponents and kept his ground. But during the fight, both sides looked surprised. Because their fighting styles were very similar, they had learned them in the army, though Lu Weiguo's moves were a bit more fierce, since he had battlefield experience. The two opponents stopped fighting first. "Comrade, are you a soldier?" Lu Weiguo withdrew his hand and asked back, "Who are you? Why are you here in our team?" The two exchanged glances, but didn't reveal who they were. "Are you spying on the cattle shed?" Lu Weiguo asked suspiciously. They instinctively denied it, saying no. Lu Weiguo secretly relaxed a little. He slightly turned his body to face the moon, his face lit up by the moonlight. The two, who couldn't see his face clearly before, now saw him clearly. One of them paused for a moment, uncertain, and asked, "Are you Lu Weiguo?" Lu Weiguo raised an eyebrow. It seemed they knew him, and he suspected there was something suspicious about his in-law situation. He didn't hide anything and directly asked, "Are you protecting Professor Shi and his wife?" This surprised the two. They thought Lu Weiguo might see them as enemies, especially since he had just attacked them without warning. Now that things had come to this, they had nothing to hide. "We are secretly protecting Professor Shi and his wife," they admitted. Lu Weiguo didn't ask more. He understood this was enough. He probably wouldn't get much more information. At this moment, Shi's father and mother, who had heard the noise, came out dressed. The two hidden figures quickly hid when they heard the commotion. Shi's father and mother saw Lu Weiguo. First, they looked around to see if anyone else was there. When they found no one, they called him inside. "Why are you here at this time? Where is Xiaoyu?" Shi's mother asked. Lu Weiguo hid the recent fight and said, "Last night, Xiaoyu and I came here. We met some people from the team along the way, so we decided to go back for safety. Today, I came to check things out first, and later I will bring Xiaoyu over. That way, it's safer." Mother Shi didn't doubt him. Right now, caution was the best choice. Lu Weiguo sat briefly before leaving again. This time, he brought Shi Tingyu along. On the way, Lu Weiguo didn't talk much to Shi Tingyu. They walked in silence toward the cattle shed. Only when they reached near the shed did Shi Tingyu see inside clearly. It wasn't really a cattle shed, but more like a small shelter. There were no cattle and no bad smell. Inside, there was a mud brick house, which was where Shi's parents lived. Shi's parents had been sent away, so she only then realized that the cattle shed wasn't literally a place for cattle during this special time. Places that detained and reformed people labeled as beasts and snakes, including offices, schools, goose houses, basements, farms, etc., were all called cattle sheds. The old cattle shed of the former West Brigade once held some stinky old scholars. Back then it was a real cattle shed. But now the brigade leader had it cleaned out and secretly added some things, so it looked different now. When they entered the house, Shi Tingyu saw the furnishings inside. Surprisingly, there was a Kong, a heated bed platform. Seeing Shi's parents, Shi Tingyu couldn't help but feel tears well up. Her parents, seeing her, also looked touched. "Mom and Dad, how have you been?" Shi's parents weren't emotional people. They quickly wiped their tears and comforted her. "We're fine, really fine. Come, let's have a good talk." Lu Weigua pulled out a slightly broken stool near the door to sit, so he could keep an eye outside. Shi Tingyu was pulled onto the Kong to sit with her parents. Mostly, she asked questions and they answered. When she learned her parents hadn't been persecuted, she finally felt at ease. Her parents didn't ask how she was doing after marriage. First, because her son-in-law was here, asking such questions was awkward. If she was doing well, she'd say so easily. If not, it would be hard to answer in front of her husband. Second, she didn't look like she was unhappy now. Her face was rosy, and she seemed energetic. Tonight, her husband was the first to come and check the situation. Before returning, Lu Weigua wanted to ask if her parents had any important documents. Now that he knew their relocation wasn't real, there was nothing more to ask. These matters are handled by the higher-ups. If he intervenes rashly, he might cause more problems. Also, judging by their expressions, they probably don't know someone is secretly protecting them and are unaware of it. This is good because his father-in-law and mother-in-law are not good at pretending. Thinking that his parents would have to get up early the next day to work, Shi Tingyu secretly added some spiritual spring water to their water jar, then went back with Lu Weigua. Knowing that his parents were safe, Shi Tingyu felt relieved. After the couple left, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared again near the cattle shed. The tall one asked the short one, "Should we report this?" The short one shook his head, "No need. Our job is to protect Professor Shi and their safety. As for Captain Liu, he's Professor Shi's son-in-law. It's normal for him to come and check." They never doubted Lu Weigua's identity. After all, he was a respected figure who had come down from the battlefield. If enemy forces had infiltrated this far, their military system would be finished. The tall one thought for a moment and said nothing. Besides them, there were two others protecting Professor Shi, who took turns with them weekly. During the day, they didn't need to watch over Professor Shi because he and his wife went out with the team members every day. They only kept watch at night. At dawn, they returned to their rented house in town to rest. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the brigade headquarters received a phone call. Someone looking for Lu Weigua. Shi Tingyu also went along. To everyone's surprise, the call was from Lu Weigua's mother. Lu Weigua answered, and her loud voice came through. "Year's almost over. I still have some bath tickets. Ask Xiaoyu if she wants to come for a bath. I'll take her to our factory's bathhouse. We can wash together. Then we can help each other scrub." Since 1966, the bathhouse service had stopped, and people washed themselves or with family members. If no one was around, they'd find a stranger nearby to help. Lu Weigua refused immediately, without asking.
"No need, Mom.
We have enough hot water for the stove, and the room is warm. She can just wash in the room." He was sure his wife wouldn't agree if she knew that going to the bathhouse meant facing a bunch of women with nothing on and helping each other scrub. Lu's mother felt a bit disappointed but stopped arguing since her son had already said so. Seeing that only a minute was left, she timed it carefully and hung up the phone. Lu Mu sighed and left the post office. The people at their textile factory had never seen Weigua's wife. She was a little proud and wanted to show off. Before, because Weigua hadn't married yet, her colleagues often secretly envied and made jealous remarks. She just wanted everyone to see that Weigua not only found a wife, but found the best one. When Lu Weigua hung up the phone, Shi Tingyu looked at him. Lu Weigua cleared his throat and said, "Let's go outside to talk." There was still someone on the phone at the team office. After leaving the team office, Lu Weiguo said, "My mom wants you to go to her factory's bathhouse for a wash." Shi Tingyu was shocked when she heard this. She knew about bathhouses in the north. People are honest there, and those who grew up in that environment don't find it strange, but she was still a bit uncomfortable. She didn't want to be honest with her mother-in-law in such a place. Just thinking about it made her shy. She thought, luckily Wei Jian helped her refuse. Wei Jian also had his reasons for refusing. His wife's skin was as white as milk, dazzlingly fair, and her figure was graceful. He didn't want others to see her. Recently, because he was worried about his parents-in-law, they hadn't been intimate for a while. Now, thinking about it, his heart was burning with desire. Feeling the man's intense gaze, Shi Tingyu didn't need to look to know what he was thinking. She had a lot on her mind these days, and now that she was free, she really started to think. They say a full stomach leads to, and the ancients weren't lying to me. That night, the two of them washed up early and went to bed. When they were in the military camp, Lu Weiguo almost came to her several times every night. Now back home, he was more restrained. But with his wife in his arms, he couldn't hold back anymore. Tonight was very beautiful. On the warm bed, his movements were bold and unrestrained, even more so than before. Yes, this bed was much sturdier than a four-legged bed. Shi Tingyu's voice sounded like a singing bird, soft and gentle, like water, amazing in its softness. On this windy night, everything was silent except for the man's deep breathing and the woman's tender voice echoing in the warm room. The next day, they slept until late morning before lazily getting up. Today, they planned to clean the house thoroughly. Nowadays, families no longer put up spring festival couplets or lucky characters, but a big cleanup before the new year was still necessary. Worried that his wife was tired last night, Lu Weiguo took charge of cleaning. But Shi Tingyu wasn't idle either. She didn't do high-up work, but wiping and washing was fine. The man felt sorry for her, and she felt the same for her husband. Giving and receiving love was the way to last long. At around 3 in the afternoon, the two of them finished cleaning the house. Father Lu, Mother Lu, and the Lu Jianguo family also returned. Seeing the clean and tidy home, everyone felt relieved. In previous years, they had to take leave early to come back and do the cleaning, but now it was all done. This time they brought back many things, mostly New Year benefits given by the factory. Lu Jian, being very energetic, saw the toy sword and ran over to play with his friends. They had already started their winter vacation, and he spent his days running between his parents' 2 factories. The children of factory workers usually played together happily. Qin Ping had initially thought that her younger brother and his wife were at home and could help watch the children, but they returned to their hometown the next day. She didn't feel comfortable letting Xiaojun go back with them, so she decided not to. After learning her thoughts, Lu Jianguo scolded her. It was hard to get a rare leave to visit family, and she wanted someone to watch the children. Wasn't that asking for trouble? If her older brother's children were entrusted to her, would she be happy to take care of them? Taking care of children isn't easy. You have to ensure their safety, prepare food and drinks, and have no personal space at all. Qin Ping was scolded so much, she couldn't speak. She only thought that since they were close relatives, it was fine. Lu Jianguo explained clearly that when Wei Jian and his wife didn't come back before, the children were looked after just like this. Children from colleagues' families were the same. There was no need for special treatment. The house didn't need cleaning anymore, and the family started preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. This time, Father Lu and Mother Lu brought plenty of meat and vegetables. Since the cleaning was done by the second son and his wife, Mother Lu didn't let Shi Tingyu and her help with the dinner. Now that she had 2 daughters-in-law, she had to consider everyone and keep things fair. Qin Ping had no objections. She was used to doing these things. Shi Tingyu watched them busy and felt it was inappropriate to sit idly, so she decided to go for a walk. Lu Weiguo took her outside to look around. This afternoon, the weather had become a bit gloomy, and she wondered if it would snow. Outside, most children were playing wildly, while their parents were busy at home. Even though many traditional New Year customs had faded, celebrating the New Year was still deeply rooted in Chinese culture. Within their means, They all hoped the new year would be a good one. As they wandered around, they unknowingly arrived near the Jiqing site. There was a crowd gathered there, and Shi Tingyu seemed to hear the sound of a toy sword. She was a bit worried and pulled Lu Weiguo over to see what was happening. At the center of the crowd, the leash of the sword was held in Lu Zhen's hand. Around him, children gathered, and the sword sat among the crowd, with a few young workers gently touching its head. One young worker even held a piece of dried meat, offering it to the sword. The sword completely ignored it, turning its head to the side. Lu Zhen proudly said, "Our sword is very smart. It never eats things offered by strangers." The young worker looked a bit sad. Usually, he didn't even eat the dried meat himself. He only offered it when he saw the sword. The sword was the first to notice Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo. It suddenly stood up and barked in Shi Tingyu's direction, wagging its tail happily. The young worker was startled by its sudden movement and asked instinctively, "What's wrong, Pursuit Wind? Is there a thief here?" Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu overheard this and finally understood what was happening. It turned out the story of Pursuit Wind from the comic had been exposed. Lu Zhen knew the sword better. Seeing its actions, he looked in the direction it was facing and saw his uncle and aunt. He quickly called for people. He was a little nervous, worried that bringing the sword here might upset his uncle and aunt. Shi Tingyu walked over and patted Lu Zhen's head. "Why did you come here to play?" Lu Zhen honestly replied, "I was originally playing with the sword and my friends, but this young worker saw us. He said he liked the sword and wanted to invite it to play here, so I came with my friends." The young worker's name was Xia Jia. He usually had no other hobbies, just liked reading comic books. This time, he brought 2 copies of Loyal Dog. He often shared these comics among the young workers. He saw the sword from afar and was immediately captivated. Its appearance was exactly like Pursuit Wind from the comic. He asked Lu Zhen to bring the dog to the young workers' camp to play. Some other young workers also gathered around after seeing the sword. Xia Jia looked at Shi Tingyu, his face slightly red, and his eyes seemed full of admiration. "Are you Teacher Shi? Are you the author of Loyal Dog?" Shi Tingyu was a bit surprised. Had her comic books reached this place? Faced with Xia Jia's eager gaze, Shi Tingyu nodded. When she published her work, she used her real name, Wei Jian, and Jue Feng, along with her own name. Trying to deny it would just make her seem pretentious. Now, the people from the youth village looked at Shi Tingyu differently when they saw her. Although these people had gone to the countryside, they still felt a sense of superiority as intellectuals. To them, Shi Tingyu publishing a comic series made her a celebrity. The young villagers were very friendly, chatting eagerly with Shi Tingyu. Even Lu Weiguo's cold face couldn't stop the conversation. As time went by, snow started to fall. Lu Weiguo said, "It's snowing. Let's go back." He then took the leash from Lu Zhen's hand, and the 3 of them and the dog headed home. Xia Jia looked a bit reluctant. This was the first time he had met a real comic artist. When they reached the door, they saw the young village girl who had wanted to rent a house last time, probably named by Bai. As they got closer, Shi Tingyu overheard their conversation. Bai said, "Auntie, it's not my fault that I chose your son's wife. She really doesn't know how to manage daily life. When I said I wanted to rent a house, she wouldn't even discuss it and just pushed the idea away. So I had to wait until you came back to visit." Lu's mother frowned and responded sharply, "You young woman are quite something. My daughter-in-law said she wouldn't rent the house, so why do you think I would rent it to you? Are we family or not? I'm already this old, and I can tell good from bad. You're clearly trying to stir trouble between us. If I went along with you, I'd be the biggest fool in the world." Bai Qiuyue was caught off guard. Aren't mother-in-law and daughter-in-law supposed to have such conflicts? Why does it seem different here? Lu's mother's harsh words left Bai Qiuyue speechless. She was a city girl, and being scolded like this by a rural woman was embarrassing. She couldn't keep pretending to be polite. But she didn't speak, and Lu's mother kept going. Did she really think she was easy to bully? Back when the factory was choosing a logistics director, she had many rivals, but in the end, she was the one selected. "I really admire my daughter-in-law's foresight. If she had rented the house to you, with your tendency to stir trouble and twist facts, who knows how many problems might have arisen. I'd rather not earn that money than let some troublemaker ruin my peaceful home. Looking at how the other person just now tried to undermine her daughter-in-law, it shows she holds grudges. If they continue to have contact in the future, she might keep gossiping when she's around, which could harm family unity. Their youngest family member's job isn't one that allows constant family care, and she already feels that her daughter-in-law has a tough life following her son. If she listens to others' gossip, her daughter-in-law might even be driven away. Everyone knows how hard it is to be a military spouse. She hasn't been a military spouse herself, but she is a military family member. When her son was on duty or on the battlefield, she was always worried, afraid something might happen to him. As the wife of a soldier, her daughter-in-law's life is probably just as difficult. Wei Jian has a bad temper and has never been insulted like this before. Her face immediately turned red with anger. She glared fiercely at the other person, thinking, "Today's humiliation, I will remember it. I will make them pay later." She turned to leave, but saw Lu Weiguo and his wife with a child and a dog standing nearby, listening for a while. Yu slightly curled her lips, but didn't say a word. Her expression made her feel as if her pride had been trampled on. She couldn't stay there any longer and hurriedly ran away. Lu Weiguo approached Lu Mu with a smile, saying, "No wonder you're the logistics director. Your awareness is top-notch." He then gave his mother a thumbs up. Lu Mu, who had just been proud and confident, blushed a little at the compliment. She pushed her son aside and greeted Yu and the others with a smile, inviting them inside. "I was just thinking of looking for you. It's snowing outside, and it probably won't stop soon." The family happily entered the house, where dinner was already prepared. Lu Mu took out another set of dishes and handed them to Lu Weiguo. "Later, while everyone is eating, you can quietly take some to the pigsty." On such a big day, her daughter was nearby but couldn't join the family for a reunion dinner. Just thinking about it made Lu Mu sigh. Yu was touched and said, "Thank you, Mom." Lu Mu gently patted her hand and held it warmly. Her hand was rough but warm, giving her a special feeling. When most families started eating, Lu Weiguo got up to bring food to his mother-in-law and her family. Yu didn't ask to go with him. She thought it was safer not to go at night, so she wouldn't cause trouble for her parents. Plus, Lu Weiguo was very alert. If there was any danger, he could hide better alone. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Weiguo returned. He sat beside Yu and said comforting words. Father-in-law and mother-in-law are very happy. After dinner, Mother Lu started making dough and preparing fillings to make dumplings. On the first morning of the new year, they got up early and went straight outside. Sitting on the Kong, heated bed, they joyfully made dumplings. Among them, Mother Lu and Yu are the best at making dumplings, with Lu Weiguo coming second. Lu Weiguo learned this skill during his time in the army, where he learned from the mess team during the new year. After the dumplings were made, the snow outside had covered the ground with a shining white layer. There were no entertainment activities now, so everyone tidied up and went to bed. Yu lay in bed, feeling very emotional. Once tonight passed, tomorrow would be truly 1976, and she was one step closer to her parents. In just over half a year, this movement would end. A new year, new hopes. She silently wished that everyone would have a smooth and healthy year ahead. Early on the first day of the new year, Mother Lu got up to cook dumplings. Yu, feeling a bit reluctant to leave the warmth of her bed, didn't get up. Lu Weiguo brought the dumplings into the house. The first day of the year is usually quiet, and everyone is quite relaxed. Seeing Yu not coming out, no one said anything. Mother Lu even secretly wondered if the little troublemakers fought last night and if her daughter-in-law was tired. But she wouldn't say anything. Her grandson would come eventually. After breakfast, Yu got up to wash up and then lay back in bed. Lu Weiguo found the big tea jar at home and took a smaller cup that fit inside the jar to scoop water from the water tank. Lu Jiangwo saw this and smiled knowingly. They were preparing to make ice lanterns, a game they played when they were children. They placed small cups inside the big tea jar, filled the gaps with water, and put stones in the cups so they would sink but not touch the bottom. Lu Weiguo evenly distributed some pine tree leaves around the water and placed the jar on the snow to freeze. By midday, Lu Weiguo quietly checked and found the ice had formed. He didn't take it back, but continued to let it freeze. After lunch, the Lu family, including Lu Jian and his family, finished eating and prepared to leave in the afternoon because they had to go to work tomorrow. Lu Jian felt a bit sad, not only because he was leaving his friends but also because the ice lantern his little uncle was making wasn't for him. He was about to leave, and the big tea jar was still freezing in the snow. That evening, only Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo were at home, having dinner. The lively atmosphere from yesterday was gone, but the two of them felt warm and cozy. After dinner, Lu Weiguo told Shi Tingyu to go to bed quickly. He quietly took out a teacup from the snow. Carefully, he used hot water to free the cup and teacup from the ice. One cup, decorated with green pine leaves, was revealed. Lu Weiguo used wire to make a hole at the bottom, inserted a small candle and fixed it. Then, he drilled 2 holes in the ice, threaded wire through them, wrapped cloth around the wire to make candles. He lit the candle with a match. The orange flickering light danced inside the ice lantern, with tiny green accents nearby, creating a fairy-like scene. This kind of ice lantern, Lu Weiguo was very proud of his work. He couldn't wait to bring it inside. On the bed, Shi Tingyu was reading. Hearing the noise, she looked up and saw the lantern in Lu Weiguo's hand. Lu Weiguo handed the ice lantern to Shi Tingyu. "Honey, this is for you." Shi Tingyu was surprised, more so delighted. "You made this?" Lu Weiguo, rarely showing shyness, nodded.
Yes.
"Do you like it?" The countryside doesn't have as many fancy things as the city. There aren't many ways to celebrate the new year, so I thought I'd make a little toy for you to play with. Shi Tingyu's eyes sparkled with tiny stars, her gaze gentle and full of affection. This rough man, who usually sweated on the training ground, had made such delicate things. Not only that, but he did it very well. In this cold winter, with everything around dry and bleak, he even used green leaves as decoration. The ice lantern was clear and transparent, the green leaves shiny, and the candlelight flickered brightly. Shi Tingyu thought this ice lantern was more beautiful than countless flowers. "I really like it, truly, I like it so much." Her tone was full of praise and love. She wanted to give him enough emotional value in return. She wanted him to know that everything he did for her, she could feel it deeply. Worried that the ice lantern might melt indoors, Shi Tingyu placed it outside and blew out the candle inside. She hoped the ice lantern could last as long as possible. Seeing her careful manner, Lu Weiguo said, "It's okay. When it melts, I'll make you another one." Shi Tingyu just shook her head with a smile. "One is enough." Because of this romantic gift, Shi Tingyu was especially enthusiastic that night. Lu Weiguo was full of energy, and the two of them seemed evenly matched, playing happily until dawn. Unsurprisingly, they woke up late again. Perhaps because they were on holiday, they let loose and enjoyed themselves without restraint. But not long after they got up, someone knocked on the door of the yard. Lu Weiguo opened the door and found Xia Jie, whom he met on New Year's Eve at the Educated Youth Station. Standing beside him was a tall man. Lu Weiguo also recognized this man, who was an orphan from the village.
His name was Zhou Yan.
He was originally the child of a landlord but later experienced many family troubles, leaving him alone. He grew up eating meals from many households in the village. Because the Lu family often took care of him, he frequently helped with their chores. "Anzi, Xia Jiqing, why are you both here?" Lu Weiguo asked. Xia Jie looked at Zhou Yan, knowing he had a good relationship with the Lu family, so he didn't hide anything. He said, "This morning, I forgot to bring water during work. When I was thirsty, I went to the Educated Youth Station to get some. I saw Bai Qiyu holding a letter and about to leave. I took a quick glance, and it seemed to be a report letter. Actually, he didn't look very clearly at the time, but he remembered that last night Bai Qiyu had been asking other educated youth about the Lu family. He also remembered that Bai Qiyu wanted to rent the Lu family's house, which seemed to have caused some disagreement. This morning, Bai Qiuyue asked for leave, saying she was going to the county town to send some things to her parents. He felt something was off. If she was going to the county town to send things, why didn't she bring anything? She only carried a letter. Although she was very cautious, he still saw it. He still remembers her tense expression from then. Better safe than sorry. Xia Jie had a bit of hero worship for you, so he came to warn them. Zhou Yian looked at Xia Jie in surprise. He had also come today, because of this matter. After Xia Jie finished speaking, Zhou Yian said, "My wife said she overheard Bai Jiqing insulting you, saying she wanted to report your capitalist ways, accusing you of occupying the house without living in it and wasting national land resources. At this moment, you came out and happened to overhear Zhou Yian's words." She was speechless. Could Bai Qiuyue be mentally ill? Can she succeed just by reporting casually? Lu Weigua frowned. It's hard to say. It depends on whether the Red Committee wants to make some profit, Zhou Yian replied. If they encountered reasonable people, it probably wouldn't succeed. But if they met greedy ones, even without real issues, they might still cause trouble. People are already on their way, Zhou Yian warned. Lu Weigua patted his shoulder. "Anzi, thank you." Then he looked at Xia Jie. "And Xia Xing, thank you for this time." Xia Jie waved his hand. "It's nothing. I just can't stand these little people. Well, I have something to do, so I'll go now." Then Xia Jie waved to Shi Tingyu, saying, "Teacher, sure, let's talk again next time." If the situation hadn't been inappropriate, Lu Weigua would have given him a stern look. Zhou Yian and Xia Jie left. Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua exchanged glances. Lu Weigua said, "I'll go check." Shi Tingyu thought for a moment, but decided to go with Lu Weigua. She wasn't very afraid. If Bai Qiuyue had reported her for having contact with the people in the barn, she might have worried a little. But she wasn't afraid of the house's situation at all. Bai Qiuyue dared to report because she did it anonymously. No one knew it was her. Also, Bai Qiuyue thought their family didn't get along well with the captain's family. You could tell from her few words before. So, she probably thought that even if they guessed who reported her, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Overall, she was a spoiled person, petty, vengeful, but not very smart. But when she thought of Zhou Yian, Shi Tingyu remembered the heroine of this world. Zhou Yian said his wife accidentally overheard Bai Jiqing planning to report them. She believed this was the heroine knowing the plot and helping them. After all, the Lu family had helped Zhou Yian. If it weren't for their support, Zhou Yian, an orphan from a landlord family, wouldn't have survived until now. Was the 100 family meal really that delicious? Especially during the years when food was scarce, grain was life. Because of that, Zhou Yian often helped the Lu family with chores. A long time had passed since she read the novel before her crossing, long enough that she only remembered the main characters and the general story outline, but not the details. She had no impression of Bai Jiqing either. But based on the heroine's attitude toward her, she guessed Bai Jiqing's ending wouldn't be good. In the story, those who oppose the main characters usually don't end well. But Shi Tingyu couldn't just ignore it. Things could be changed by people. She couldn't leave everything to the plot. Who knew what tricks the other side might play? Even if the main characters eventually won, the process might involve injuries or complications. Because of a heavy snow, the dirt road outside had frozen over, turning into ice and snow. With footsteps passing through, the ice and snow melted into mud. The snow in front of the Lu family had been cleared by Lu Weigua. Beyond the Lu family's area, the main road started to become muddy. Lu Weigua squatted down and waved to his wife nearby. "Come here." Shi Tingyu looked at her shoes and then went over. Lu Weigua easily stood up, and Shi Tingyu's view suddenly became much clearer. His big hand patted her on the back and said, "Wife, you should eat more. You've been married for a long time, but I haven't seen you gain weight." Shi Tingyu pinched his ear and asked, "Are you criticizing me?" Lu Weigua smiled and said, "No, I like you." Shi Tingyu finally let go of him. Lu Weigua didn't really dislike her being thin. He was just worried about her health. Nowadays, few people are overweight because of financial reasons. Many still think a little extra weight looks healthier. There were no people on the road now. Everyone was at work. It really was the saying, work hard for 3 9-day periods, then enjoy dumplings before resting. They crossed a muddy section of road. Shirtingyu patted Lu Weigua's shoulder and said, "Weigua, let me down now. The road here is easier to walk." Lu Weigua didn't put her down. "It's okay, I'll carry you." But Shirtingyu didn't let him. She was fine at home, but outside, the atmosphere was very conservative. It wouldn't be good if someone saw them, especially with a hostile outsider like Bai Jiqing nearby. Not wanting to argue, Lu Weigua finally put her down. They walked a little further and were about to turn onto the main road heading straight to the county town. Suddenly, a muddy figure turned from the road intersection. She had messy hair, was covered in mud, and was limping with a dragging leg. Shirtingyu was startled, wondering if she was from the team and whether to go help. Lu Weigua, with sharp eyes, recognized her clothes. That's Bai Qiuyue. Clothes back then weren't changed as often as now, especially winter cotton-padded coats, which were precious. Bai Qiuyue was wearing the same coat they saw at the door that day. In Shirtingyu's view, clothing styles were quite similar at this time, so Lu Weigua, a native of the 1970s, saw her more clearly. Bai Qiuyue also saw Lu Weigua and the others. She instinctively touched the pocket of her coat, where she had hidden a report letter to send. She checked the time and looked at her disheveled appearance, and Shirtingyu knew she probably hadn't sent the letter yet. She stepped forward, smiling gently at the ragged Bai Qiuyue. "Jiqing Bai, where are you going? Why do you look like this?" Bai Qiuyue's face flushed with embarrassment and guilt. She always felt that the other person was hiding something in their words. Could it be that the daughter-in-law of the Lu family knows something? Thinking this way, she suddenly stammered, "And no, it's nothing. I just fell." Shirtingyu couldn't help but twitch her lips. Her guilty-looking face was almost as if she was openly admitting to doing something wrong. Since she knew the other person hadn't sent the letter, Shirtingyu and Lu Weigua decided not to go to the county town anymore. That vengeful, white-educated youth was ultimately a troublemaker. She needed to think of a way to stop her from causing more trouble. Bai Qiuyue's nature was quite different from those gossipers in the family compound. Most people in the compound just enjoyed watching the drama and sharing gossip. They didn't intend to hurt anyone. If Bai Qiuyue couldn't get her way, she would directly report her, accusing her of engaging in capitalist activities. If she met someone greedy for money, their family could face serious trouble. Nowadays, a simple label could ruin a person's life. She didn't believe Bai Qiuyue didn't realize the serious consequences. Every year, those who were reported faced criticism and struggle meetings, often involving the entire production team. Bai Qiuyue passed by them, her face slightly twisted from the pain in her leg. Usually, when she saw someone on the road, she would look for help to get back home. But now, she just walked past Lu Weigua and his wife, showing obvious guilt. Shirtingyu kept watching her from behind. Bai Qiuyue felt a prickling sensation on her back. She clenched her teeth and quickened her pace. After Bai Qiuyue left, Lu Weigua and Shirtingyu also prepared to go back. At this moment, someone turned from the main road. The person was slender, fair, and elegant. When they saw the two, they froze in surprise. The visitor was He Ping, Zhou Yian's wife. He Ping looked at the two in front of her. She recognized Lu Weigua and knew that the person beside him was his wife. But this was the most unreasonable part. In her previous life, Lu Weigua had held a high position, but he never married. She didn't know what went wrong. Now Lu Weigua was married to such a beautiful wife. She suspected that Lu Weigua's wife might also be someone who had been reborn like her. But this thought only flashed through her mind briefly, and she quickly suppressed her curiosity. It doesn't matter if the other person is reborn. Anyway, she chose Lu Weigua, and they are not heading in the same direction. Seeing them come over, she knew that it had told them about the matter, and they came to stop Bai Qiuyue. Thinking of Bai Qiuyue, her eyes darkened. In the past life, there was a similar situation. Bai Qiuyue couldn't rent a house and ended up reporting the Lu family. At that time, the people from the Red Committee were difficult and greedy. Although the Lu family had a lot of influence in the Western team, it didn't stop others from taking advantage. In the end, Neither side backed down, and it caused a lot of trouble for the Liu family. Zhou Yian is a loyal person. He owed the Liu family protection to survive and was very grateful. After the incident, he took advantage of the night to beat up the small leader of the Red Committee. Later, the matter became very famous, and Zhou Yian almost got himself into trouble. Knowing that Bai Qiuyue might cause trouble, she was determined to stop her. She remembered the kindness the Liu family had shown Zhou Yian. She nodded toward Lu Weigua and the others, then Heping left. Shirtingyu looked at the others with confusion. She asked Lu Weigua, "Is this person also from the big team?" Lu Weigua thought for a long time before replying, "If I'm not mistaken, that should be Zhou Yian's wife." He knew Zhou Yian married the girl from the He family at the west end of the village, but he hadn't been back for a long time. His memory of her was a bit blurry, and only now did he match the face with the name. Zhou Yian's wife. Shirtingyu's eyes showed surprise. That means the person just now is the heroine of the story. Thinking about how she came over right after Bai Qiuyue, she suspected that Bai Qiuyue's current appearance was caused by the heroine, He Ping. Shirtingyu was not wrong. In her past life, He Ping knew about Bai Qiuyue's report, so this life, she kept a close eye on Bai Qiuyue, wanting to prevent Zhou Yian from sneaking out at midnight. After Bai Qiuyue was refused a rental by the Liu family, she started watching her. When Bai Qiuyue made her move, she quickly told Zhou Yian, saying she overheard Bai Qiuyue talking about reporting the Liu family and asked him to inform the Liu family. Thus, He Ping successfully lured Zhou Yian away and secretly followed Bai Qiuyue. She knew Bai Qiuyue was proud and vain, so she secretly planned to make her fall, dirty her clothes, and ensure she wouldn't go to town again. But the fall turned out better than she expected. Her clothes got dirty, and Bai Qiuyue twisted her ankle. She probably wouldn't be able to cause trouble for a few days. She also believed that after these few days of rest, the Liu family would handle the matter well. After all, the Liu family's foundation in the former Western Brigade is not just talk. Only Bai Qiuyue, who is mentally unwell, cannot see clearly. After Shitingyu and Lu Weigua returned home, Shitingyu took out paper and pen to report the incident. Not only Bai Qiuyue would do this, she would too. She wrote a long letter, then showed it to Lu Weigua. "How is it?" Shitingyu asked. Lu Weigua looked at the letter, which reported Bai Qiuyue for avoiding work, complaining about the difficult conditions at the youth station, and her serious capitalist-style enjoyment. "Very good." He said this and carefully kept the letter. "I'll send it out later." Because Bai Qiuyue had injured her foot, she probably couldn't deliver the report herself these days. They could arrange a time difference for her. This kind of matter should be done as soon as possible. Shitingyu urged him to send the letter quickly. Lu Weigua drove out and returned around 2 in the afternoon. Shitingyu quickly reheated the food for him. In the past few days, Bai Qiuyue had asked for leave from the brigade leader because her foot couldn't work. Lu Ershu immediately agreed. They didn't lack her labor, as she often played tricks, as long as she didn't earn work points. Bai Qiuyue's foot was sprained. She bought some Manhwa oil from the pharmacy and massaged it herself. It had improved a lot in these days. Without pain in her body, Bai Qiuyue's mind became lively again. She was determined to send the report this time, no matter what. Last time, because of snow, she couldn't ride her bicycle. Now that the snow had melted almost completely, she could ride there. But before she could act, the Red Committee came to the youth station. It was lunchtime and everyone was there. Seeing the Red Committee members, everyone became tense. In earlier years, the Red Committee often caught people. Now it was rare to see them, and no one expected this time. Everyone had different thoughts, unsure of who had committed a taboo. Bai Qiuyue. "Who here is Bai Qiuyue?" The young leader shouted as he entered the youth station. Bai Qiuyue was eating at the time. Seeing the Red Committee members, she looked confused until she heard her name called. Then she stood up in panic. I am." The young leader called 2 people forward to hold Bai Qiuyue. "Someone reported you for avoiding work, complaining about the tough conditions at the youth station, and engaging in capitalist-style enjoyment." He waved to his 2 subordinates, "Come with us." Bai Qiuyue's face was deathly pale. I didn't do it." Comrade, I am innocent. Bai Qiuyue already had few friends, and at this moment, no one came forward to defend her. She struggled as her two captors, annoyed by her resistance, kicked her leg. Be honest. Whether you did it or not isn't up to you. It's the evidence that matters. The young leader nodded with satisfaction. He went to Wei Jian to check Bai Qiuyue's work attendance records and her work points. Seeing her frequent absences and the very few work points, the young leader sneered, shook the ledger in front of Bai Qiuyue and the others, and showed it off. He made sure everyone saw it before returning the ledger to Wei Jian. He looked at Bai Qiuyue and snorted coldly. Is this what you call innocence? Bai Qiuyue opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Everyone was surprised. They knew Bai Qiuyue often took leave, but they hadn't seen such clear evidence before. Looking at the records, her absences nearly matched her work days. No one else was as lazy as she was. Perhaps because her family was relatively well off. Even without work points, Bai Qiuyue didn't go hungry. Seeing her speechless, the young leader ordered, "Take her away." Only when she was pulled away did Bai Qiuyue realize she was doomed. She couldn't understand who had reported her. Her gaze swept over the few female workers living with her. She knew they disliked the poor conditions at the workers' dorm, and it was probably one of them who reported her. She had complained about it in front of them. The other women's fierce looks didn't scare the workers, who shot back, "Don't look at us like that. We didn't do it." Exactly. Usually, Bai Qiuyue was used to bossing around at the workers' dorm. Now that she was taken away, the others felt a bit relieved. Living with someone like her was really bad luck. He ping-watched Bai Qiuyue being taken away, a faint smile on her lips. She didn't expect Wei Jian and the others to be so quick. That was good. No more trouble from Bai Qiuyue bothering others. On the way to being taken away, Bai Qiuyue cried loudly, still wondering who wanted to harm her. She kept feeling that the accusations from the Red Committee sounded familiar, as if she had heard them somewhere before. Because the report didn't mention that Bai Qiuyue was renting a house, the Red Committee's accusations didn't include that detail. This made her look confused. Sure Tingyu heard about this from Zhou Yian, who came to tell them. Zhou Yian paid close attention to the person planning to report the Liu family, and as soon as he got the news, he came to tell Lu Weigua and the others. He knew that Lu Weigua's family was definitely behind this. That was good. Retaliate with retaliation, eye for eye. Hearing the result, Shi Tingyu wasn't very surprised. Is she ruthless? She doesn't think so. She was just responding in kind. Besides, it was 1976 now, and the special period was about to end. She wouldn't suffer for long. Eventually, the other side wouldn't return to the Western Brigade, and they would have no more contact. As for whether she was afraid that Bai Qiuyue might suddenly guess who sent the anonymous letter and seek revenge, Shi Tingyu said she wasn't afraid at all. People with high power and status usually have their children working in the city. Not many go to the countryside. And from Bai Qiuyue's clothes, it was clear that although her family was well off, they weren't top tier. Also, given Lu Weigua's military achievements and her parents' status after the end of the special period, she naturally wasn't afraid of revenge. Without Bai Qiuyue bothering them, Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua's life in the Western Brigade was very relaxed. They slept until they woke up naturally, occasionally visited Shi's parents at night, and sometimes secretly used spiritual springs for them. Seeing their health improve made Shi Tingyu happy. Shi's mother couldn't help but tell Shi's father, "It's because our daughter is here. My appetite has improved a lot." Shi's father just smiled and said honestly, he also felt his appetite had gotten much better recently. Could this be what people call being in good spirits during happy times? But their peaceful days didn't last long. Lu Weibing came looking for them. He was dressed in police uniform and crossed his own gate to reach Lu Weigua's house. Lu Weigua was surprised to see Lu Weibing and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be working now? Why are you back?" Lu Weibing asked, "Brother, do you have a sword? Can I borrow it?" Lu Weigua was a bit surprised and then thought of something. He asked, "Is there a case?" Hearing about the case, Lu Weibing's face looked grim. There was a murder in the neighboring Wanghe Brigade. A young woman was murdered. We received the report early this morning. The victim was stiff. Hearing this, Shi Tingyu, who had come over, just happened to overhear. Her smile froze on her face. And murdered? Lu Weiguo reached out and covered her ears, but she had already heard everything. Shi Tingyu pulled Lu Weiguo's arm, shouted Li Jian, and Li Jian, holding the leash, came over. It wagged its tail eagerly, looking at Shi Tingyu, thinking she was taking it for a walk. Shi Tingyu patted its head and put the leash on. Li Jian, you need to work now. The word work seemed to excite Li Jian even more, and its tail wagged happily. Lu Weiguo went inside to put on his cotton coat, and was about to go with Lu Weibing. He had to go. Lu Weibing might not understand some of Li Jian's body language, and he didn't want to miss any clues. Shi Tingyu also put on her clothes. When she was about to leave, she looked at Lu Weiguo with worried eyes. Honey, maybe you should stay at home? This kind of thing can be scary for women. But Shi Tingyu didn't agree. I'm more familiar with Li Jian, and I'm not afraid. She had previously worked as a portrait artist and had seen a few crime scenes. Now it was winter, and the body shouldn't have decayed, so she believed she could handle it. With a big case ahead, Lu Weiguo didn't hesitate, and took Shi Tingyu along. Lu Weibing came on his bicycle. Lu Weiguo decided to let him leave the bike at home, since he could drive faster. Lu Weibing didn't expect such good news. He quickly pushed the bike back home, parked it, and ran out, worried that Lu Weiguo's car might leave if he was a moment late. The Wanghe Brigade was not far from the Qianqi Brigade, and Lu Weiguo arrived quickly by car. He parked at the Wanghe Brigade headquarters. The three of them and the dog got out, led by Lu Weibing to the scene. The person who reported the case found the woman's body on the mountain. He went into the woods to gather firewood because he didn't have enough at home and accidentally saw the body. Many people had already gathered at the scene. In the center was a body covered with a straw mat, with only some hair showing. Lu Weibing led Li Jian to find the investigator searching for evidence. Master, I brought the dog. Lu Weibing's master was named Xie Lin, an experienced police officer who had retired from the military. Years ago, after his father passed away and his elderly mother needed care, he left the army, then joined the police. Lu Weibing was under his guidance when he joined the police. Xie Lin had seen military dogs before and was surprised to see Li Jian's injured leg. He knew Lu Weibing was not careless, so Li Jian must have some special skills. But right now, he didn't have much confidence. This woman named Lu Li, a young educated girl, has been missing for 3 days. The local people told the team leader, who initially thought she had run away secretly, and reported the case to the youth affairs office. Unexpectedly, this morning, a villager saw her going up the mountain. Now, with the cold weather and the smell fading after 3 days, searching is very difficult. There is no clothing or evidence with the woman's body. We can only hope that the dog will be able to smell something that doesn't belong to her on the body. Li Jian sniffed around the body, but showed little reaction after a long time. Li Jian is facing the biggest challenge in its work so far. It sniffed again carefully, and besides the strong smell of decay, there seemed to be a faint, fishy scent. It was hard to tell for sure, and its head drooped in confusion. Xie Lin also checked nearby for any clues or items related to the suspect but found nothing. Seeing this, he realized it might be impossible to find more clues. However, he still thanked Lu Weiguo and his wife. Shi Tingyu, unable to help, returned home with Lu Weiguo. Back home, Lu Weiguo gave Li Jian a good bath. Although Li Jian didn't touch the body, it was very close, and his wife is very clean, so he needed to wash it. Lu Weiguo was worried that Shi Tingyu might feel uncomfortable or lose her appetite after returning, but she showed more strength than he expected. 2 days later, Lu Weiguo brought news that the woman's body was not found at the original crime scene, which was in an old hunter's cabin in the mountains. That old wooden house had been empty for many years after the hunter's death. Because the first crime scene was discovered, Lu Weiguo came to borrow Li Jian again. Li Jian, who had been a bit down, suddenly became energetic. It wanted to clear its name, but when they reached the cabin, Shi Tingyu looked inside and felt a chill. The house was too clean. For a place that had been empty for many years, it shouldn't be so spotless. On the simple bed, Unless Xiaolin reached out and touched it, you couldn't see any dust with the eye. It looked like the house had been cleaned within the last 3 days. It was likely the suspect had tidied up afterward. Wei Jian was almost depressed. The smell it detected this time was even weaker than the one on the woman's body. Xiaolin, an experienced police officer who had handled many big cases, looked at the scene and knew there weren't many clues. If it had been 2 days earlier, maybe a military dog could help, but now it probably wouldn't. Lu Weibing also found the case difficult. Was the perpetrator too clever? And their mental strength was too strong. They could calmly clean the scene after killing someone. Such a person must be caught, or many more people could be harmed. People watching the case said that Xiaolin found a faint drag mark leading to the cabin, which indicated that the location of the body was not the same as the first suspect seen. The cabin was unusually clean, which also proved this. Earlier, Xiaolin asked villagers if anyone had been to the cabin recently, and no one had. The cleanliness of the cabin suggested the killer was responsible. Moreover, with the cold weather now, no one would be crazy enough to do such things in the freezing snow. The killer doesn't care about the victim's life, but cares about their own. They wouldn't risk freezing to death just for a moment of pleasure. Currently, there are no luminescent reagents to detect blood traces, and some forensic methods and tools are incomplete, making investigation very difficult. The case that was making some progress has fallen into a deadlock again. Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua have gone back, but their thoughts are still on the case. The sword of justice is completely wilted. Its confidence has been seriously damaged. Even Shi Tingyu's comforting words no longer work. Now, it can only digest these feelings on its own. Just when everyone thought the case might be abandoned, the police station received a potential witness. More accurately, a suspected witness. It was a 7-year-old boy named Kong Hong, who was in the cow shed of Wanghe Brigade. Kong Hong lived there with his father, who used to be a teacher in Lian City, but was dismissed after some trouble. His mother divorced him and didn't want the child because her family was struggling financially. Lu Weibing kindly asked Kong Hong, "Your name is Kong Hong, right? Can you tell me what you saw that day?" Although Lu Weibing didn't inherit his grandfather's fierce face completely, some of his features were there, especially his height. When he approached, the frightened boy kept stepping back. Kong Hong's father, Teacher Kong, also came along. A few days ago, he caught a cold from the snow during the New Year and had a fever. Today, his condition improved, and he learned about the tragic murder of Lu Li. He was very upset because Lu Li was his former student and a very good and well-behaved student. Even when students rebelled before, Lu Li did not take part. At that age, when bravery and loyalty mattered most, she didn't want to criticize teachers, but when her classmates shouted, most of them followed along willingly. However, Lu Li managed to resist pressure and did not join in the mockery, which was very rare. This time, Kong Hong was able to come and testify, thanks to Teacher Kang's help. Kong Hong went to the foot of the mountain that morning to find food after Lu Li went missing. Teacher Kong had a fever, and Kong Hong sneaked out on his own because their food was running low. He thought he might find something to eat at the mountain's foot. That morning was foggy, and it wasn't very bright yet. During that time, Kong Hong saw a man coming down from the mountain. According to Kong Hong, the man looked angry and was heading straight toward him. He was very scared. Later, when he heard footsteps, the man ran away. Kong Hong never told anyone about this incident. Unexpectedly, the next day, he was pushed into the river. Fortunately, someone was passing by and pulled him out. Luckily, Kong Hong was rescued shortly after being pushed in, and he quickly drank hot tea at home, which prevented him from getting sick. When facing Teacher Kong, Kong Hong cried loudly and said someone pushed him. But he was just a child and from the cattle shed, so he thought it was better not to make trouble. The village chief of Wanghe did not investigate further, saying the child was just playing and accidentally fell into the river. Teacher Kong was angry. He knew his son would not lie. Even though the village chief didn't pursue the matter, he was determined to find the person responsible. Despite being sick, Teacher Kong asked his son repeatedly. He inquired about any conflicts or if anyone had been mean to him. He asked about any clues he could find. Kong Hong told many stories, both big and small, including the incident at the foot of the mountain. But Teacher Kong didn't pay much attention at the time. It wasn't until he heard about Lu Li that he connected the two events. His son seemed to have seen the culprit. The child said someone pushed him, and now he thought it was likely the culprit wanted to silence him. Thinking of this, Teacher Kong couldn't help but sweat cold. Now, he felt fortunate that his son was still alive. For the sake of his tragically dead student and to protect his son from harm in the future, he decided to visit the police station. Xiaolin saw that the child was afraid of the tall soldier Lu Wei, so he replaced him and asked questions himself. Xiaolin is getting older and looks quite kind. When Kong Hong saw him, his face relaxed a lot. He first talked with Kong Hong, gradually calling him Little Hong before officially asking, "Do you remember what the person at the foot of the mountain looked like?" Kong Hong opened his eyes wide, a hint of fear flashing in his clear eyes. He's very tall and scary. His eyes are big, and his fingers are so long. He might try to grab me. It seemed he remembered something bad, and tears started to gather in his eyes. Xiaolin quickly comforted him kindly, and Teacher Kong also encouraged him nearby. Once Kong Hong calmed down, Xiaolin continued, "Did you see what he was wearing? Are there any moles, scars, or anything that makes him look different from others?" Kong Hong thought for a long time, then nodded, but then shook his head. He was wearing black clothes. His face. He frowned, looking anxious, but he couldn't describe it well. It seemed he couldn't remember any specific features on the face. It was like he had a mole, but maybe not. A group of police officers nearby were anxious, eager to help him remember. But in the end, Kong Hong couldn't give any more reliable information. Lu Weibing returned home exhausted. Over the past 2 days, he had been very busy because of the kidnapping and murder case. They had some clues, but Kong Hong was too young to remember everything clearly, and his answers often missed the point. The only known details were that the man was tall, wore black clothes, had big eyes, and long fingers, though these descriptions were too broad. Aunt Lu looked at her son sighing and tapped his head with chopsticks. "Eat your meal properly. Only after you're full can you have the strength to work." Lu Weibing shrank his neck and sighed. "This case is still unresolved. I feel uneasy. Someone saw something, but they can't remember what the person looked like. Why not let the kid recognize someone in the team?" Aunt Lu couldn't help but suggest. Lu Weibing paused while eating and sighed again. "We already tried this afternoon. But he said neither of them looked like the person. So we had to send them back." Aunt Lu looked worried and said, "It would be great if someone could see what's in that kid's mind." At this moment, Uncle Lu, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke. "I remember Wei Jian's wife is good at painting. I heard she once used her drawing skills to catch a bad person. Maybe you should ask her if she can draw what the child described." This was something Lu Weiguo had boasted about. Wei Jian was caught, so his superiors didn't know that some spies were captured because someone drew their images, nor did they know that Shi Tingyu was the one who used drawings to catch spies. When he told his family, he only said that his wife could help by drawing to catch bad guys, not mentioning spies. He knew his family's personality well. Because someone in the family was in the army, they kept secrets very well. And looking at his wife's skills, she definitely wouldn't be stuck at home in the future. She was a woman with her own career. When it came to painting, Shi Tingyu was very talented. Maybe there would be many more such cases later, so he shared what he could. Lu Weibing felt energized, but then quickly became discouraged. The people listening couldn't visualize the drawings. Could she really draw what they described? But since he didn't want to miss the chance after dinner, he still went next door to find Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu was surprised that a witness of the suspect had appeared. After hearing Lu Weibing's request, she agreed to give it a try. The next day, after consulting with the police station leaders and getting approval, he prepared drawing paper, pencils, erasers, and other supplies. After lunch at home, Lu Weibing took Lu Gua and Shi Tingyu to the police station. Kong Hong and Teacher Kong also came along. Because of this case, the women in Wanghe village were all on edge. The village committee hoped the case would be solved soon. Only by catching the culprit could everyone feel at ease. Teacher Kong and Kong Hong worked with the police on the investigation, and their efforts weren't considered absenteeism but were given work credits. Otherwise, these two might not even have enough to eat. Shi Tingyu's presence was striking, and when she arrived at the police station, it caused quite a stir. Some young police officers even came over to see her. In the end, Lu Weibing chased them away, saying, "Go, go, go.
That's my sister-in-law."
You can't expect much." The young officers weren't upset. They just smiled politely. At this moment, Shen Suetsue brought over a cup of hot water. "Sister-in-law, have a sip to warm up." That's when Shi Tingyu remembered that Lu Weibing's wife was working in logistics here. Lu Guo looked at his empty desk and wondered, does that mean he doesn't deserve a cup of hot water? Kong Hong had never seen someone as beautiful as her before and was momentarily stunned. Listening Rain smiled as she spoke to him. Kong Hong only just came back to himself, and he appeared more relaxed than before. Listening Rain carefully discerned the limited information in Kong Hong's words. In the end, the rough sketch looked almost like a demon coming into the world. Kong Hong nodded and said that was exactly how it was. Everyone. Listening Rain's brow furrowed slightly, feeling that something was off. She asked again about the time and surroundings when Kong Hong encountered the suspect that day. Early morning, just before dawn, foggy, at the foot of the mountain. Based on all these details, Listening Rain thought Kong Hong might have a mistaken understanding. The lighting at that time, combined with the fog and the child's nervousness, made dark colors often appear black. Considering the common clothing colors people wear now, the suspect should have been wearing dark blue or navy blue. She picked up the information previously extracted from Kong Hong's words by the police. Seeing the marked height, Listening Rain doubted this detail. Kong Hong is only 7 years old, and due to poor nutrition, he is shorter than other children his age. His idea of tall might not be truly tall. Also, the suspect's eyes are big. From Kong Hong's perspective, he was probably looking up, so the angle should be. Thinking of this, Listening Rain picked up her pen and started drawing again. After a moment, next to the demon-like portrait, a single pair of eyes appeared, looking down as if peering through the paper at the person below. Kong Hong quietly looked over and, upon seeing those eyes, instinctively took a step back. His reaction didn't escape everyone's notice. They all felt a bit hopeful. This time, it looked very promising. Listening Rain asked Kong Hong to come over and look. Kong Hong was a bit shy. "Don't be afraid. When the bad guy is caught, they won't be able to bully anyone anymore," Listening Rain comforted him. Kong Hong nodded and mustered his courage to look at the sketch. After a long while, he spoke, "Annie, sure, his eyes don't seem that big. They look white and scary." Listening Rain nodded and redrew the eyes. This time, Kong Hong exclaimed loudly, "It's this one." He was more certain than ever before. On the paper, the downward-looking eyes were smaller than the previous ones, with more white showing, and they looked strangely wicked. Listening Rain asked some more questions that might help her gather useful information, and Kong Hong answered them all. She tried to see from a child's perspective and roughly drew a portrait. Lu Weibing looked at the sketch and felt it looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where. Seeing him look upset, Shi Tingyu spoke, "Don't worry yet. This is just a first draft. If you can't remember, it might be because some parts of the drawing don't look quite right. Incorrect features in the portrait can also mislead people." Lu Weibing decided not to worry about it anymore. Having eyes in the drawing gave some direction. Shi Tingyu's portrait had no further progress for now, and since it was getting dark, she and Lu Weigua decided to go back first. When the case happened, the men from Wanghe village were questioned, especially the tall men with big eyes. Shi Tingyu's drawing gave the police new clues. They planned to visit again. Early in the morning, Lu Weibing took his sword out again, as Shi Tingyu requested. Her family's sword had been feeling down these days. Thinking about how the sword worked before, she felt it might not have been able to smell anything, just that the scent was so faint even it was unsure. Maybe using it again could bring some unexpected luck. Seeing the police come again, the Wanghe team cooperated well. Anyone could hide a murder nearby, and everyone has daughters or sisters. Meanwhile, Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo went back to the police station. After a nap, she felt her mind clearer. She decided to modify the portrait again. Thinking of what Kong Hong said, he described his mouth as big, like a monster that eats children. She looked outside and heard children laughing. She saw the children on holiday at the police station. Looking at their smiling faces, she suddenly felt inspired. She picked up her brush and drew a smiling mouth on paper, with the corners turned up and showing a row of uneven teeth, with sharp canine teeth clearly visible. After Shi Tingyu finished this version of the portrait, police officers immediately came forward to examine it, but they were stunned upon seeing it. One officer looked grim and said, "Isn't this Wang Lizi from Wanghe village?" This young officer had previously gone on a visit with Xie Lin and knew the villagers well. Seeing that the police recognized him, Shi Tingyu knew Wang Lizi was probably the culprit. The police quickly found the records from their earlier visit. During the investigation, they focused on tall men with big eyes, but they also didn't overlook others, especially idle men. When asked for an alibi, Wang Lizi's mother provided one. Although family members testified, their evidence was weak, but it was still better than many others who had no alibi. Since it was early morning before dawn during the New Year holiday, there were many people active and most were still asleep, so quite a few people had no alibi. Their main target was a tall man, but Wang Lizi, who was of average height in the south, was not tall enough to stand out here. Additionally, he didn't have big eyes. Instead, he had more white in his eyes. This matched the eye shape that Shi Tingyu had drawn. With a clear suspect, the police quickly went to Wanghe village to inform their colleagues to arrest him. Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo followed after seeing this. Lu Weiguo borrowed a police bicycle to carry Shi Tingyu, while other police officers rode their own bikes. When they arrived at Wanghe village, it was noisy and chaotic. In the middle of the crowd, an elderly woman was crying loudly and calling out, "Unfair. The police's dog bit someone. Give me an explanation, or I'll go to the capital to complain. Compensation. You must pay." As she spoke, the elderly woman sitting on the ground clapped her hands loudly, causing dust to fly. In the center of the crowd, Wei Jian was trying hard to hold onto the leash, trying to make the dog loosen its grip. The villagers around pointed and talked, saying all sorts of things. Meanwhile, Xie Lin was staring deeply into Wang Lizi's eyes, not even noticing his colleagues calling him. At that moment, his mind recalled the eyes that Shi Tingyu had drawn yesterday. "What's going on?" Lu Weiguo's voice came from outside the crowd. As he approached, he heard the whimpering of Wei Jian, and just moments before, he had heard someone shouting that the police dog had bitten someone. Could it be that Wei Jian was bitten? The villagers knew Lu Weiguo. They wouldn't forget his face. They also remembered that the dog seemed to belong to his family. When the police came to investigate the case, it was him who took the dog away. A kind old man told him, "Your dog biting people and not letting go isn't a good sign. You should be prepared for trouble." Wang Lizi was notorious in their village for being a troublemaker, and his mother was known for causing problems. If the dog had bitten her son, she wouldn't hesitate to bite back. When they heard someone say the dog owner was here, the crowd made way for Lu Weiguo and his team. Lu Weiguo led the way, followed closely by Shi Tingyu and a young police officer. Seeing the person bitten by the sword, the three of them felt a sense of relief. If Shi Tingyu's words had helped them identify Wang Lizi, then the sword's firm grip confirmed their suspicion even more. Wang Lizi must have a problem. When the sword saw Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu approaching, its tail wagged happily, but its mouth stayed closed. Its eyes, which had been dull before, now shone with a different light. It bit Wang Lizi's arm and tried to pull him toward Shi Tingyu. The message was clear. It caught someone. Its proud, triumphant look after overcoming the embarrassment was full of confidence. Wearing a thick padded coat, Wang Lizi didn't feel much pain from the bite. But when the sword suddenly pulled, he felt a slight pain and started to struggle. Old Mrs. Wang also began to cry out again. This time, she aimed at a different target. She released her grip on Lu Weiguo's pants and reached out to grab Shi Tingyu. She knew that Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu were a couple, and she knew the dog belonged to their family. But she liked to pick the softest target. Seeing Lu Weiguo's stern face, she decided to go for Shi Tingyu's pants. She couldn't let the person paying the bill escape. But before her hand could reach Shi Tingyu, Lu Weiguo pulled him back to avoid her. Old Mrs. Wang missed her target. Seeing that old Mrs. Wang wanted to grab his owner, the protective instinct in the sword made it release Wang Lizi and turn to bite her outstretched hand. Shi Tingyu quickly shouted, "Stop, Wei Jian." The sword, which was already heading toward old Mrs. Wang, reflexively stopped. This almost caused Lu Weiguo, who was holding the leash, to fall flat. Seeing that the sword had stopped, Shi Tingyu let out a sigh of relief. It was okay for the sword to bite Wang Lizi, as it was acting on official duty to catch a suspect. But if it hurt old Mrs. Wang, considering her attitude, she wouldn't let it go easily. They had the ability to handle it, but dealing with such a person was very annoying. Finally, the sword released Wang Lizi, and Lu Weiguo held the leash tightly. The young officer who came with Lu Weiguo whispered to Xiaolin that Shi Tingyu's portrait matched Wang Lizi. Xiaolin, already suspicious of Wang Lizi because of Wei Jian, found that the officer's words confirmed his guess. He nodded, exchanged a glance with the officer, and in the next moment, both of them moved simultaneously, each pinning Wang Lizi down. The incident happened in an instant. The people around didn't understand what was going on until they saw two police officers arrest Wang Lizi. Some clever people had already guessed that Lu Jiqing's situation was probably connected to Wang Lizi. No wonder the police dog only bit Wang Lizi, and not others. The old lady saw her son being taken away and immediately panicked. She didn't know what her son had done. When the police came to ask questions earlier, she said she was getting breakfast and had just looked at her son, who was sleeping. She was lying, but only to protect her son from being involved in this matter. Her son's reputation in the village wasn't good, and she worried others might suspect the deceased young man was connected to her son. "Why are you doing this? Why are you arresting my son?" The old lady quickly got up and tried to rush forward to stop them, but other police officers held her back. Lu Weibing also reacted and looked at the confident, brave-looking sword dog with disbelief. He wondered why it was so strange. The sword dog was usually obedient, everything was fine, but during the routine questioning, it suddenly bit Wang Lizi. The bite was quite strong, and it wouldn't loosen its grip. It seemed they had found the real culprit. Thinking this, he patted the sword dog's head and sincerely praised, "Good job, sword dog." Wang Lizi was taken away amid the gossip of the crowd, despite his mother's loud crying. The villagers looked at her with subtle expressions. That was murder. Based on what they saw, Wang Lizi even had the mood to clean the scene after killing someone, which was chilling. Some people were already recalling if they had ever offended Wang Lizi before. Such a ruthless person. It was better for them to stay far away from his family in the future. Wang Lizi struggled all the way, his face showing no fear. He shouted loudly, "Let me go. I didn't commit a crime. Why are you arresting me?" The police officers were a bit confused by his confidence. Normally, when someone is caught by the police, they would be nervous, so what made him so fearless? After taking him back to the police station for detention, Xiaolin and others questioned Wang Lizi one after another. Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo also didn't go home. Since they were directly involved in this case, they didn't hide anything. "Did Lu Li die because of you?" Xiaolin asked directly. Wang Lizi sat in the interrogation room, wearing a mischievous smile. "So, what if I killed her?" Everyone was stunned. They had expected Wang Lizi to deny, get emotional, or even lie to clear himself, but he actually admitted it. They had even planned some interrogation strategies and considered asking Kong Hong to identify him, but none of that was needed. He simply confessed. Wang Lizi was smiling, but the others looked serious. How evil must a person be to laugh so fearlessly after murdering a comrade? Xiaolin suppressed his anger and said in a serious tone, "Tell me how you did it." "Doing it?" Wang Lizi looked as if he heard a joke. "That's not what I call doing it. I was just removing a harmful element of socialism." Everyone was confused, but no one interrupted him. "Before dawn that day, I was about to go." Wang Lizi paused. "I was going to the mountain to see if there was anything to eat." Xiaolin noted his words in his record book, adding a question mark after he said he was going to look for food. Wang Lizi continued, "At that time, I saw a woman heading toward the cow shed at the foot of the mountain." At this point, a strange light flickered across Wang Lizi's face. "Did you know? Lu Jiqing isn't a good person. She secretly had dealings with the people at the cow shed. She was going to deliver medicine to them. I caught her in the act. She begged me not to tell anyone, saying she was seducing me. She looked at me with tears in her eyes, begging me not to tell. You didn't see her little face then. If she hadn't begged like that, I wouldn't have had any thoughts about her." As he spoke, Wang Lizi's eyebrows furrowed, making his white eyes look especially fierce. "Who knows? That woman was ungrateful. She was just a little secretly dealing with some old man, and she looked down on me. She even kicked and scratched me, so I knocked her out. But she's not as pretty when she's quiet as when she's fighting. It's not fun anymore." Yu's face turned extremely grim when she heard this. Lu Weigua put his arm around her shoulder and whispered, "Maybe you should go outside and sit for a while." Yu shook her head. She found Wang Lizi utterly disgusting. Xia Lin's gaze grew colder. He asked, and then? Later. Wang Lizi looked up at the wall, his eyes rolling as if they had no clear focus. His voice was low and hoarse, with a faint trembling. Later, she woke up and shouted. I covered her mouth. She struggled, then stopped moving. Xia Lin quickly recorded the details, making sure they matched what Wang Lizi had just told him, then asked, "How did you plan to handle the scene?" She was bleeding underneath, and it got on the bed in the wooden house. "I didn't want anyone to find out, so I cleaned it up." "You're afraid of being caught?" Xia Lin asked, surprised. He thought that, given Wang Lizi's situation, he showed no remorse for killing Lu Jiqing, and he didn't seem to think he was guilty at all. Why would he be afraid of being caught? Unexpectedly, Wang Lizi gave a strange reason. "I'm already over 30 and not married. If others found out I was involved with Lu Jiqing, it wouldn't look good for me." At that moment, everyone's worldview was shattered. They had killed someone and still thought about marriage? "Do you know killing is against the law?" Xia Lin asked. Wang Lizi looked as if he was saying, "Are you joking? Why do you think it's not illegal? I only accidentally killed a criminal who was colluding with some old troublemakers." When they were criticizing those troublemakers, more than one person died. Everyone cheered. "I was just criticizing her. I didn't break the law." Everyone fell silent. They had thought about many things before, but never expected to hear such an answer. In earlier years, during the harshest times of criticism, some people had died because of it. But they never thought Wang Lizi would believe killing was not a crime. "Since you think killing Lu Jiqing was not wrong, why do we have to lie during the interrogation?" Xia Lin asked, puzzled. "Your police are never up to good," he said, especially since he had stolen from neighbors before. Seeing police made him uncomfortable. That day, he planned to go to the foot of the mountain to steal some money and notes, but he ran into Lu Jiqing first. Xia Lin was silent for a long time. Then Lu Weibing asked, "Was Kong Hong the one you pushed into the water?" Hearing that, Wang Lizi curled his lips, showing a crooked, unsettling smile. "Him? Just a kid of some troublemaker. I thought I'd push him in and be done, so he wouldn't go around talking." By now, Shi Tingyu should have known everything she needed to know. She turned and left the interrogation room, feeling a cold, unshakable chill in her heart. Wang Lizi's contempt for the people in the cattle shed was deeply ingrained. He didn't even consider the lives of the people there as valuable. A kind-hearted young person who brought medicine to someone in the cattle shed was also seen as being on the same level as the people there. He could even kill without showing any emotion. She also thought about her parents in the cattle shed. She couldn't imagine how terrible it would be if the former Shidao team had people like Wang Lizi with such thoughts. No wonder everyone avoided contact with the people in the cattle shed so much. At that moment, she finally understood how much effort Lu's family had put in to give her parents the life they had now. When she first arrived here, she felt sorry for her parents, but she never imagined that their current life was so hard to achieve. She always thought it was already 1976, and the Great Movement was about to end. But she realized that even when it ends, there is still a process. The cruelty of this era was shown to her in such a brutal way. Wei Jian's carefulness when he took her secretly to the cattle shed at midnight was so necessary. And Lu, the young worker, what did she do wrong? She only saw that the teacher had a fever and went to deliver some medicine in the early morning. She shouldn't have ended up like this. Wang Lizi confessed his crimes without hesitation, which saved the police station a lot of trouble. Xiaolin and his team gathered the evidence and submitted it to the local prosecutor's office for review and prosecution. 2 days later, the court verdict was issued. Wang Lizi was sentenced to death, and the execution was scheduled 3 days later. When Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo heard the news, they didn't feel happy. Even if Wang Lizi was dead, that young life could never be brought back. Teacher Kong felt very guilty when he learned that Lu Li was harmed because she was delivering medicine to him. His eyes filled with tears, and he couldn't help but hit his own head hard. That child was so young. Kong Hong also cried. He was old enough to understand that Lu, the young worker, was killed by Wang Lizi to protect their family. The Wanghe Brigade was full of rumors and gossip. Everyone felt sad about Lu, the young worker's death, and some even blamed Teacher Kong, saying that if it weren't for him, Lu wouldn't have died so young. Teacher Kong remained silent. No matter how harsh the outside voices were, his guilt inside was even harder to bear. Wang Lizi's mother fainted when she learned her son was sentenced to death. When she woke up, she cried and begged, insisting her son was innocent. Later, when no one paid attention to her, she started cursing the young woman who had seduced her son. People from Wanghe Brigade couldn't stand it, but if she cursed the people in the cattle shed, they wouldn't react so strongly. However, Wang Lizi's mother was cursing the victim. Finally, the village head of Wanghe came forward and said a few words, but for someone whose son was about to be executed, she was not rational. She cried and howled all day, becoming somewhat nervous. It wasn't until Lu Li's parents and younger brother arrived that Wang Lizi's mother finally calmed down. But although she quieted, Lu Li's family hated the Wang family deeply and didn't plan to let it go. They went to the Wang house, smashed it up, and neighbors watched but didn't step in to help. Their daughter had died so tragically, and anyone with a conscience wouldn't speak out at this time. After the destruction, Lu Li's mother was overwhelmed with grief and cried uncontrollably. She fainted several times, causing the crowd to feel sympathetic. They didn't leave immediately, but waited until the day Wang Lizi was executed. On the day of the execution, Wang Lizi was taken to the execution ground. Behind him, a white sign was stuck, with the words Wang Jian, convicted of and murder written in brush strokes. Wang Jian was Wang Lizi's real name. Lu Li's family and Teacher Kong came to watch. They wanted to see this beast die in front of them to honor Lu Li's spirit. With a gunshot, Wang Lizi's evil life came to an end. Wang Lizi's mother didn't get her son's body but only received a box of his ashes. Since executed prisoners can't have funerals or memorial services, Wang Lizi simply disappeared from Wanghe Brigade. His case was considered a major one in the area. Because the police station investigated quickly and solved the case accurately, they received praise from higher authorities. It should have been a happy event, but everyone involved was very sad. Only Xiaolin said a few encouraging words before dispersing the heavy atmosphere. Such murder cases rarely happened in their small town. Many local police officers experienced their first case like this and would never forget it. The report mentioned the case-solving process, and Shi Tingyu and Wei Jian were prominently listed. Higher authorities also sent a letter of praise. They rewarded Shi Tingyu with a thermos, a teacup, and a pen. They also gave Wei Jian a porcelain rice bowl with the words heroic printed in red. When Wei Jian learned that the porcelain rice bowl was its prize, it treasured it very much. It insisted on eating only from the porcelain bowl. Sometimes, when Uncle Lu and the others came over, the dog would carry its engraved brave character bowl and spin in front of them until they praised it, then it would stop. The brave performance of the sword earned praise from everyone in the former Western team. Now, the dog most enjoys pulling Shi Tingyu outside for walks. On very cold days, Shi Tingyu also had to take this ancestor outside to show off. Thanks to Shi Tingyu's excellent behavior, the higher authorities noticed how the portrait artist helped their police system. They thought about suggesting to find some skilled artists to join their police force. But they soon gave up because there are too few people who can draw well. They tried some artists, but no one could accurately draw based on their descriptions, even when the descriptions were very clear. At that moment, they realized how difficult it is to reach Shi Tingyu's level. One day, Lu Weibing just returned from field work and was called by the director. The director of the police station where Lu Weibing works is a middle-aged man in his 40s named Wei Jian. He is tall and looks kind. When he saw Lu Weibing come in, he immediately asked him to sit down. Lu Weibing sat down confused, not knowing what the director wanted. He had only worked at the station for a few years. Wei Jian looked at him straight and smiled. "Little Lu, don't be nervous.
I just want to ask you something."
"Go ahead, director. I'll tell you everything I know." Wei Jian chuckled. "I want to ask if the woman who drew the portrait is your sister-in-law?" Lu Weibing nodded. "Yes, she's my cousin's wife." Wei Jian relaxed a little. "What does your sister-in-law do? Is she planning to change jobs?" He didn't think such a talented woman would be farming in the village. Lu Weibing immediately understood the director's plan. The director wanted to invite his sister-in-law to work at their police station. But he was bound to be disappointed. "Director, if you want my sister-in-law to work at our station, I'm afraid it's not possible. My brother is in the army in Jinling, and my sister-in-law is with the military. She's a teacher at the military district's elementary school. She's here visiting family, but she'll go back to Jinling after the 15th day of the Lunar New Year." Wei Jian looked very disappointed. Such a talented person, and she's just accompanying the army? Seeing the director's sudden decline, Lu Weibing thought it was better to leave quickly. Director, if there's nothing else, I'll go now." Wei Jian waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Lu Weibing was granted amnesty, but as soon as he stood up, Director Zhuang stopped him. "Usually, you keep in touch with your cousin and sister-in-law. In the future, if there are any major cases, we might need her help." Lu Weibing nodded hesitantly. Director Zhuang added, "For cases she assists with in the future, I will help her apply for allowances. Currently, there are no bonuses, but allowances can be requested." The rewards from the higher authorities this time were indeed modest, but when handling cases later, he would make sure to get allowances for the others. Lu Weibing promised to pass on the message. Only then did Director Zhuang release him. Lu Weibing did deliver the message and expressed the director's good opinion of her and his recognition of her professional skills. Lu Weigwa said, "Your sister-in-law is with me in the military. No matter how capable she is, she can't reach everywhere." Lu Weibing said it was okay. "If it really comes to it, we can communicate remotely." Tingyu was just listening for fun. With the high phone bills and fax charges based on words, remote communication wasn't really feasible. But Tingyu didn't refuse. If one day they returned to their hometown and happened to meet, she could also take on a part-time job. Having received his sister-in-law's reply, Lu Weibing left. Tingyu and Lu Weigwa finally had some peace and quiet. Once things settled down, Tingyu started listening to gossip about neighbors. Lu Weigwa finished cooking and was about to call his wife for dinner when he noticed she was not in the house. He looked into the yard. Wow, his beautiful wife, looking like a little fairy, was standing on a small stool, leaning against the wall, intently listening to a neighbor's argument on the other side. Lu Weigwa's house is on the east side, sharing a wall with Uncle Lu's house. To the west of his yard is neighbor Lu Damao's house, where his wife was listening to a quarrel between Lu Damao's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Lu Weigwa walked over. He was tall and didn't need a stool to see far. "Wife, dinner's ready." Tingyu hushed him. "Quiet, I'm just listening to something exciting." She had never seen such a lively rural argument before. The mother-in-law called the daughter-in-law a hen that couldn't lay eggs, and the daughter-in-law called the husband a two-minute coward. Lu Weigwa stood by the wall and listened for a while, hearing the other side repeat their insults twice. The daughter-in-law's repeated provocations finally made the mother-in-law lose her temper. She reached out and slapped her daughter-in-law across the face. Tingyu almost gasped in surprise, but quickly covered her mouth. Lu Weigwa couldn't help but smile at her reaction. The scene where the daughter-in-law's actions directly made Tingyu's face show her embarrassment. After being slapped by her mother-in-law, the daughter-in-law turned around and slapped her husband, with a clear, crisp sound. It was a perfect reenactment of "you hit me, so I hit your son." Perhaps her husband really isn't good at household matters, so he feels insecure inside. After being hit by his wife, he didn't say a word and just stood there. Neither the mother-in-law nor the daughter-in-law wanted to back down. The scene of hitting each other and then hitting the son kept repeating. Shi Tingyu blinked and then asked Lu Weiguo, "Why doesn't the mother-in-law just hit her son directly, instead of making the middleman profit?" Lu Weiguo was stunned for a few seconds before understanding. He held back his laughter, gently lifted her up with his right hand, then kicked the stool lightly with his foot, catching the stool with his left hand, and carried her back into the house. "They're happy for the middleman to profit, let them be. It's time for us to eat." Shi Tingyu, holding his head, stopped watching the scene and no longer looked on. There are also disputes in this village, and nowhere is perfectly peaceful. Family quarrels and minor conflicts happen, and small people have their own lives. This time, Shi Tingyu mainly came back to accompany her parents, but she could only visit at night and couldn't stay too long, fearing it would disturb their rest since they had to work the next day. She overlooked her father-in-law and mother-in-law. Weiguo is their child, and he hadn't been home for a long time. He needed to spend more time with his parents. Thinking about how Lu Weiguo stayed almost the entire leave to visit her because of her, she felt a bit guilty and decided to return to the county town tomorrow. But tonight, she wanted to treat him well. In the county town, the house was small, and the bed wasn't as quiet as a Kong, heated brick bed. Old Lu couldn't eat spicy food, so this time, she wanted to give him a good feast. After washing up at night, Shi Tingyu's hands became a bit restless. Her hand touched Lu Weiguo's slim waist, causing him to tremble slightly. He glanced at the time, 7:30 p.m. This wasn't his wife's usual time. Shi Tingyu ignored his surprise and tried to move her hand downward, but was stopped by his iron-like grip. His face flushed slightly as he held her close, rubbing her waist where she wore her nightgown. Thinking about something? Shi Tingyu looked at him with a smile, her gentle eyes full of spring, making him feel weak. Normally, seeing her made him want to get closer, and now especially. The two of them were like fire and wood, unable to stop once they started. Usually, she found the room's light too bright and preferred the cozy lamp in the courtyard, so they would turn off the lights. But this time, unexpectedly, they left the lights on. Her graceful figure was fully revealed in front of him, and Lu Weiguo felt his heart surge with passion, making him work even harder. Shi Tingyu held him, and the joy she felt made her softly cry without meaning to. Her sweet, delicate voice almost made Lu Weiguo give in completely. When they both reached the peak, Lu Weiguo held her tightly and kissed her fiercely. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "Why are you so passionate today?" Shi Tingyu lazily rested in his arms and said, "I was thinking about going back to the county town tomorrow. The Lantern Festival is coming soon, and we'll have to leave Jinling not long after. You should go back and spend time with your parents." Lu Weiguo tightened his grip on her hand and softly said, "It's okay. You can stay with your parents-in-law. We just need to visit the county town before we go back to Jinling." Shi Tingyu replied, "No need. These days, we've been visiting them late at night. It not only disturbs their rest, but also makes them worried." "Have you made up your mind?" Lu Weiguo asked. Shi Tingyu nodded, "Yes. As long as they are healthy and safe, I won't worry. Plus, second uncle is here too." Lu Weiguo gently stroked her long hair and decided not to insist further. "All right, tonight we'll visit your parents-in-law again and tell them about going back to the county town." Shi Tingyu didn't object. After everything was said, Lu Weiguo looked at her with deep eyes. "Wife, the rooms in the county town aren't good for this. Maybe we should do it again." She responded by wrapping her arms around his tender arm. In the end, Shi Tingyu was so exhausted that she couldn't move, and Lu Weiguo helped her wash up. Seeing that his wife was too tired to keep her eyes open, Lu Weiguo gently kissed her lips. "Sleep first. When it's time, I'll wake you to go to the cattle shed." Shi Tingyu instinctively nodded, but she didn't remember what the man had said. She felt she hadn't slept much before being woken up by him. She forced herself to stay alert, almost putting her clothes on backward. Lu Weigua felt a little pity for her. Maybe I should go for a quick run, and you don't have to get up. But Yu still struggled to get up. I want to go. She even planned to add some spiritual spring water to her parents' water before leaving. Since their next meeting was uncertain, she wanted to tell them personally. Lu Weigua saw her determined will and did not stop her. He simply helped her put on her clothes and then embraced her as they entered the night together. Father Shi and Mother Shi heard their daughter and son-in-law say they would return to the county seat, then travel directly from there to Jinling without saying goodbye. Although they felt reluctant, they understood they also needed to go back and spend time with their relatives. They only reminded the young couple to enjoy their life together and then let them go back with peace of mind. After Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua returned home from the cattle shed, they found it hard to sleep. They curled up on the Kong, a traditional bed, and talked. Shi Tingyu said, I'm thinking about visiting my brother someday to tell him about our parents' situation. Currently, Shi Muhan does not know the truth about his parents' exile and is worried just like she was before. She wants to tell her brother that there are other reasons for their parents' exile and that higher authorities are still watching over them, so he can be at ease. But now, her parents' situation is special, and calling or writing feels unsafe. So she plans to go there in person. Lu Weigua thought for a moment and said, after the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, we won't go back to the camp first. We'll go straight to your brother's place. My leave for visiting family is still 10 days until the 15th, so we have enough time. Shi Tingyu calculated the time. Her leave was 30 days. They left the camp on the 25th day of the lunar month, and there were indeed 10 days until the 15th. However, she looked at him hesitantly, with a worried expression. Isn't that too little time to spend with your parents? Or maybe we could wait until the 20th of the lunar month to go. It wouldn't be too late. Lu Weigua patted her head and said, It's okay. There are only a few days left until the 15th. We're going back to the county tomorrow, right? There's enough time. If we stay longer, my parents will probably find me annoying. Suddenly, Shi Tingyu remembered the internet meme about students' vacations. On the first day of vacation, children are their parents' treasures. On the second day, they are their parents' little darlings. But by the third day... Oh. Still not getting up? What time is it? Seeing that Lu Weigua had no intention of forcing her, she also stopped worrying. With no other thoughts, Shi Tingyu gradually fell asleep. Lu Weigua woke up early in the morning and went to his second uncle's house. He told them about returning to the county today. Later, his second uncle's family would go to work or school. Second Uncle Lu was surprised and asked, You're leaving so soon? Yes, we won't be gone long. We'll go back to the county to spend a few more days with my parents before returning to the camp. Uncle Lu sighed, saying how quickly time passes, then gave a few more reminders. All right, be careful on the road. Don't forget to tell your grandparents before you leave. As for your father-in-law, don't worry, I will help take care of things. Lu Weigua agreed. Thanks for your concern, Uncle. Uncle Lu patted his shoulder kindly and said sincerely, You young ones take good care of yourselves. We'll be fine. No need to worry about the family. I'll handle everything. After saying goodbye to Uncle Lu, Lu Weigua went home to cook for Shi Tingyu. Later, after eating, they would go to say farewell to the grandparents. For breakfast, Lu Weigua made noodles. Shi Tingyu got up just as the noodles were ready. Lu Weigua ate quickly, finishing in a few bites. As he got up, he told Shi Tingyu, You eat slowly first. I'll tidy things up. Shi Tingyu waved to him to show she understood, but she didn't slow down her eating. When she finished and was about to help, Lu Weigua had already finished tidying up. They didn't bring many things. Mainly, they brought gifts for each family. Everything was packed up, and Lu Weigua took Shi Tingyu to visit the grandparents. Grandpa Lu saw them arrive and asked with a smile, Why are you here so early? Have you eaten? I'll ask your grandma to prepare something for you. Lu Weigua replied, We've already eaten. Grandpa, my wife and I will go back to the county later. Just wanted to let you know. Grandpa put down the broom he was using to sweep and looked a bit reluctant. You're leaving so soon? It feels like you just got here. Yes, I want to stay a few more days with my parents in the county. Grandpa didn't say much, just nodded. All right, take care on the way. At that moment, Grandma Lu, hearing the noise, came out holding a woven basket. She handed it directly to Lu Weiguo. I packed some peach cookies, peach jam, and half a jean of brown sugar for you. Take it back for your wife. Lu Weiguo knew it was Grandma's kind gesture and didn't refuse. Refusing would only make her unhappy. Grandma Lu saw her grandson accept the gifts and her smile deepened, showing more wrinkles. That's right. She then took a blue tie-dye handkerchief from her coat pocket, her aged hands trembling slightly as she unfolded it. Inside, there was rolled-up money. She counted out a few bills and handed them to Shitinjiu. This is from your grandpa and me. It's a little token of our love. Keep it, and when you're in the county, buy whatever you want to eat. Shitinjiu looked inside and saw there were tickets of all sizes. She thought that the old lady had saved money hard, so she refused to accept anything. But as a young girl, she couldn't push back against the old lady's skilled insistence. In the end, Lu Weiguo helped to decline the offer. Grandma, we have money. Keep this money for yourself. When you have great-grandchildren in the future, you can give it to them, she said. The old lady was happy to hear this. She didn't insist anymore. She put away her handkerchief and said, All right, then I'll save it for my great-grandchildren. You two should work harder. Although Shitinjiu wasn't very conservative and didn't mind how close she was with Lu Weiguo, she felt a bit shy when elders asked about having children directly. Lu Weiguo quickly changed the subject. After talking with the old man, they got back into the car and left. But just as they started driving, they met He Ping, who was carrying a. He Ping looked over and directly bumped into Shitinjiu in the car. At that moment, Shitinjiu suddenly felt like she had something to say. She said, Weiguo, stop the car for a moment. Lu Weiguo stopped as asked and looked back, confused. What's wrong? I just saw He Ping. She's leaving. I want to say something to her, Shitinjiu said as she unfastened her seatbelt. Lu Weiguo looked puzzled. When did his wife get so close to Comrade He? They hadn't interacted much before. After Shitinjiu got out of the car, she went straight to He Ping. He Ping saw Shitinjiu walking toward her, put down her, and asked, Comrade Shi, are you going back now? Yes, back to the county town. He Ping nodded, looked at Shitinjiu, and wanted to say something but hesitated, afraid it might be too much. Comrade He, do you have something to say? He Ping's gaze fixed on this radiant woman. She thought she was truly beautiful. She still didn't know if Shitinjiu was also reborn like her. Since they said they'd go back to the county, they probably wouldn't come back to the village before returning to the army. She hesitated for a moment and asked, When are you returning to the military area? Shitinjiu looked at her strangely, but didn't hide anything. She had a feeling that the woman in front of her, the heroine of the story, meant no harm. We plan to go see my elder brother after the Lantern Festival, and we'll return to the military area on the 25th. He Ping nodded again and asked, Are you taking the train? Shitinjiu replied, yes. He Ping secretly looked at Shitinjiu's face and found she had no special expression. She wasn't sure whether she felt relieved or disappointed. He Ping originally thought that Shitinjiu was also reborn. But after asking those questions just now, the other person showed no other expression at all, so she knew that the other was not a reborn person. Because on the 18th day of the lunar month, the train from Huai County to Jinling would derail due to wheel-bearing problems, causing many casualties. If the other person was reborn, they would definitely know about this incident, as it was a big event at the time. In her previous life, she had not lived well, so she had no intention of saving everyone. She didn't plan to stop this accident, but as the days passed after the new year, she started to feel uneasy. Until yesterday, she decided to write an anonymous letter with her left hand and carefully send it to the Huai County Railway Bureau after several rounds of consideration. She didn't say much, only mentioned that during her last train ride, she noticed the tire bearings seemed to be worn out seriously and hoped they could check carefully before the train departs. After sending the anonymous letter, she felt a lot more at ease. Whether she could stop the disaster was up to fate. Finally, He Ping confirmed the time with Shitinjiu again, and then she didn't say anything more. She couldn't tell the other person that the train on the 18th would derail. Out of gratitude for the Lu family's past help to Zhou Yan, she helped the other by watching the timing. Her gaze shifted back to the direction of the train. Suddenly, she felt that maybe her actions weren't necessary, because in her previous life, Lu Weiguo didn't take that train. But then she thought that at that time, Shi Tingyu wasn't with Lu Weiguo. So many things were uncertain. Shi Tingyu noticed that He Ping looked a bit strange, and He Ping knew her words might be a bit abrupt, but she didn't mind. "All right, I won't keep you any longer. Safe travels." Shi Tingyu nodded. "Thank you." She turned to leave, but just before getting on the train, He Ping suddenly called her back and said, "You have good taste in men. Your future days will surely flourish." Shi Tingyu smiled and waved her hand. "We're leaving now. See you again if there's a chance." Until the train left, He Ping withdrew her gaze. On the train, Lu Weiguo asked, "What did Comrade He just say to you? You look so happy." Shi Tingyu's lips curled slightly. She said, "I have good taste in men." She also thought she had good taste in men. It's not that women who are engaged to Lu Weiguo have poor judgment or only look at appearances. It can only be said that the women who had blind dates with Lu Weiguo were all quite capable themselves. The family members' wives introduced mostly decent workers, even in the former Western team, where they recommended educated women. Even if they don't end up with Lu Weiguo, they can find better conditions. Of course, they prefer men who match their taste, since Lu Weiguo isn't the only option. And since they haven't spent much time together, can they really expect one meeting to reveal Lu Weiguo's inner qualities? Come on, that's a joke. Lu Weiguo's eyes showed confusion. Why would He Tongji say this just to talk about his wife? Seeing Lu Weiguo's doubt, Shi Tingyu also couldn't help but want He Ping to explain why she asked about the return time. Is she the heroine of this world, or the reborn heroine? Why is she asking? Or is something about to happen, and she's helping them avoid risks? Thinking about it, Shi Tingyu felt it was quite possible. The incident with Bai Chiyue was thanks to He Ping's help. But she no longer remembers many details of the novel. If the other person is really helping them avoid danger, they must leave at the time He Ping said. Seeing his wife silent, Lu Weiguo didn't ask further. Halfway there, Shi Tingyu suddenly said, "Weiguo, let's go buy train tickets first. Tickets to Beijing on the 16th day of the lunar month. Sure, Muhan's unit is under Beijing's jurisdiction." Lu Weiguo responded with a yes. The station wasn't crowded. Lu Weiguo parked the car, and he and Shi Tingyu went to buy tickets. Because of the sword, they had to spend a bit more money this time. There was no Sister Qin to help, but last time, Sword helped catch Wang Lizi, so they were listed officially. Thanks to that, after consulting with the higher-ups, they managed to book a soft sleeper room just like last time. Seeing the train tickets for the 16th, Shi Tingyu let out a sigh of relief. It's good they can leave on the same day. When they arrived at the steel factory dormitory, Lu Weiguo took out the key hidden at home. While opening the door, he complained to Shi Tingyu, "My mom's key has been here for so many years. She has no sense of security at all." Shi Tingyu chuckled. That also shows the security in this family's housing area is good. If there had been several burglaries here, few families would leave their keys like this. At noon, they casually made some food. In the afternoon, they bought some meat from the supply and marketing cooperative and bought vegetables. Shi Tingyu took the opportunity to add some spiritual spring water to the water jar at home, while Lu Weiguo wasn't paying attention. She also hoped that Lu's parents would stay healthy. That way, Lu Weiguo could worry less about his family. When Mr. and Mrs. Lu returned home from work, they smelled the aroma of meat before entering the door. They were a bit surprised, wondering if Weiguo and his wife had come back. They opened the door and indeed saw Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu. Hearing the noise, Shi Tingyu saw the two elders return and cheerfully called out to them. Mr. and Mrs. Lu responded with a nod. Mr. Lu asked, "When did you come back?" "Just this morning," Lu Weiguo replied. Mrs. Lu went over to help with cooking, and Shi Tingyu smiled and said, "Mom, my dish will be ready soon. You can start eating after you finish tidying up." Mrs. Lu looked and saw that most of the food was ready, so she let her be. She quickly washed her hands and tidied up the table and dishes. This was the first time Mr. and Mrs. Lu saw Shi Tingyu's cooking skills. The braised pork was shiny, tender, and flavorful without being greasy, and they couldn't stop eating. Mrs. Lu looked at her son with surprise and said after a while, "Our family is lucky to have you marry Xiuyu." Lu Weiguo smiled proudly. After dinner, Mrs. Lu went to wash the dishes, and Mr. Lu helped clear the table. Once everything was done, the family gathered around the stove to keep warm. Mrs. Lu looked at Shi Tingyu and asked expectantly, "Xiuyu, do you want to visit my factory?" Seeing her earnest look, Shi Tingyu glanced at Lu Weiguo and replied, "Tomorrow, Weiguo and I will bring you lunch." Mrs. Lu patted her thigh and said, "I think it's better for Weiguo to make lunch today. His cooking is good enough now." Shi Tingyu didn't argue. It didn't matter whether she cooked or Lu Weiguo did later. Shi Tingyu understood Mrs. Lu's intention. She probably wanted her to visit her colleagues. She had heard Lu Weiguo say that his colleagues at the factory had been gossiping about his marriage. In Shi Tingyu's opinion, it was just jealousy. Lu Weiguo was doing very well in the military district, and everyone envied him. Because of this, some of his mother-in-law's colleagues had nothing else to criticize about Lu Weiguo except that he wasn't married yet. After hearing Mrs. Lu's words, Mr. Lu's eyes also brightened. Lu Weiguo then said, "The day after tomorrow at noon, Xiuyu and I will also bring food to Dad." Having received the answer he wanted, Mr. and Mrs. Lu went to wash up and sleep. Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo also washed up and went to bed afterward. Just as Shi Tingyu lay down, Lu Weiguo pulled her into his arms. She was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." Confident that his wife was not angry, Lu Weiguo picked her up and weighed her in his arms. "My wife is really wonderful." After they finished arguing, Lu Weiguo reheated breakfast and ate it with Shi Tingyu, even though it wasn't really breakfast anymore. After washing the dishes, Lu Weiguo took Shi Tingyu outside to buy groceries. This time, they bought a bit more because they needed to deliver meals to people at noon and tomorrow noon as well. For lunch, Shi Tingyu was in charge of cooking, while Lu Weiguo helped prepare the side dishes. She made braised shrimp, sweet and sour pork, and mapo tofu. The two of them hurried to deliver the meals to Lu's mother. When they arrived at the textile factory gate, they found Lu's mother already waiting there. They quickly went over. Lu Weiguo said, "Mom, why are you waiting here? We're not lost." His mother had worked at the factory for many years. When he was young, he had also been here, so she knew the place well. "You haven't been here in many years. I was worried you might not find it." Lu's mother looked at the things Lu Weiguo was carrying, knowing they were meals. He had wrapped the lunch boxes in an old cotton coat because it was cold outside. If not wrapped, the food might get cold before reaching. Even though the distance wasn't far, the food wouldn't stay hot. "Come on, I'll take you to the canteen to eat." The three of them headed into the factory. Along the way, some passing workers greeted Lu's mother. Lu's mother had become the director of the logistics department, so the workers still showed her respect. Sometimes someone would ask her a few words. "Director Chen, is this your young daughter-in-law? She looks so lively and beautiful. Such good luck." Lu's mother's name was Chen Xiaofeng. Every time she heard this, she would smile happily and look modest, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. My child is a bit shy, so don't praise too much." Before they reached the canteen, many people already knew that Director Chen's daughter-in-law had arrived. Everyone was curious about Lu Weiguo's wife. Lu Weiguo was once famous for being successful, but also for having no luck with women. But people had heard that Chen Xiaofeng looked like a fairy, so they found it hard to believe. Maybe she looked better because she was standing next to Lu Weiguo? When Lu's mother's daughter-in-law and son appeared at the canteen entrance, everyone was stunned when they saw Shi Tingyu's appearance. Wow, she really is a fairy. Look at her face, so white like a snowball, and her eyes, nose, and mouth. Everyone kept thinking, how can someone be so beautiful? Someone who was close to Lu's mother waved and called them over. Mrs. Lu also took her son and daughter-in-law with her and introduced someone to Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu smiled and greeted the other person, calling her Auntie. When her sweet dimples appeared, the woman called Auntie was so surprised her eyes widened. Mrs. Lu smiled and patted her gently, saying, "All right, get back to your senses." The woman blushed deeply and was so startled, she couldn't recover from the smile. When Shitinjiu wasn't smiling, she looked quite cold, but when she smiled, she was very charming and sweet. She looked young, and her voice was soft. When she called her auntie, the woman felt like her soul was almost leaving her body. At that moment, she truly envied Chen Xiaofeng. When Lu Weiguo opened the lunchbox, it caused a gasp from the people at the table. The food looked great, colorful, fragrant, and delicious. Mrs. Lu saw this and scolded Shitinjiu with a glance. "Child, didn't I tell you to let Weiguo cook? Why did you still do the cooking?" Shitinjiu replied, "Weiguo's skills are just okay, and since I had nothing to do, I thought I'd make some good food for Mom to nourish her. She's been working hard lately." Mrs. Lu felt happy inside, thinking, "My daughter-in-law is so thoughtful." The people at the table secretly felt a bit envious. Looking at her small mouth and pleasant words, they found her very charming. They didn't expect their daughter-in-law to cook for them, just a sweet word now, and then made them very happy. This time, Lu Weiguo also brought 2 lunchboxes from home, mainly to eat with his mother. Since there were many workers at home, they had plenty of these aluminum lunchboxes. Mrs. Lu was unusually generous this time, giving her colleagues a piece of tenderloin and a large shrimp. Fortunately, besides their family of 3, only 3 other people were at the table. After last night, Mrs. Lu knew her daughter-in-law's cooking skills and was sure she would impress these old friends. Indeed, when everyone tasted the food, their eyes were full of amazement. In an era where people just wanted to eat enough, Shitinjiu's generous and refined cooking made them realize what real delicious food was. While eating, they praised Shitinjiu's cooking skills. This made the people at the neighboring table keep looking over. At a table some distance away, Lu Weiguo's older sister-in-law Qin Ping was eating with her colleagues from the workshop. Colleague Xiaomin looked in the direction of Mrs. Lu and then at Qin Ping, speaking meaningfully. "That's probably your mother-in-law and her younger brother's family, right?" Qin Ping glanced and said, "Yes, today Weiguo and his wife came to deliver food for Mom." Xiaomin glanced at Qin Ping with a look of disappointment. "You're just too honest. From your mother-in-law's attitude, she seems to like you as a sister-in-law. I think your position in the family is in danger." Qin Ping tightened her grip on her chopsticks and looked at Xiaomin with a frown. She said, "Why do you think that?" "Usually, since your younger brother and sister-in-law don't come back often, your mother-in-law cares more about you." Xiaomin looked naive and lowered her voice. "You silly girl, your father-in-law and mother-in-law have good incomes. If you don't stand up for yourself and your sister-in-law, they might give everything to your younger brother's family in the future. Look how good they are at managing things, even bringing food to your mother-in-law." Qin Ping was unfazed. "That money belongs to my parents-in-law. They can give it to whoever they want. I have no say." She didn't care much about these things. What she cared about was her status in the family. Their family wasn't short of money, and life now was much better than back at her parents' home. Xiaomin was silenced. She had never seen someone so gentle and patient. Old people always love their grandchildren. "You'll regret it sooner or later," she said, sounding worried for her. Qin Ping said nothing. Family secrets shouldn't be shared outside. Even if she had opinions about her sister-in-law, she wouldn't say them in front of everyone. Besides, she didn't dislike Shitinjiu. She just thought that this younger sister-in-law was from a big city and felt she was a bit inferior. She looked at Xiaomin, who was gloomy, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Their relationship was no longer as close as when they first started working at the factory. Since her mother-in-law took a liking to her and she went on a blind date with her husband, Xiaomin had become colder to her. Sometimes she would make sarcastic remarks, saying things like having connections in the court makes things easier, or "Look at you now, flying high. Don't forget me, your sister," etc. She wasn't stupid and could sense the bitterness in her tone. But they were colleagues, and she was happy with her life. She didn't mind a few snide remarks now and then. As long as she didn't believe her words, she could ignore her. She could tell that the other person was trying to sow discord between her and her family. If she got into a fight with Shitinjiu over this, it would only make the Lu family look bad, and her mother-in-law would dislike her. She wouldn't do that. The other person kept trying to trap her, but Xiaomin stopped talking. They had started working at the factory at the same time and were assigned to the same workshop. They went in and out together and had shared many good times. Qin Ping is quite shy and quiet in daily life, unlike her lively personality at work. At that time, she often helped Qin Ping, but she didn't know how lucky Qin Ping was to catch the eye of Director Chen, and eventually, she ended up with Director Chen's son. Director Chen is a kind and easygoing person, much better than her own mother-in-law. Qin Ping's husband is also handsome, tall, and strong. Sometimes, when he came to see Qin Ping, she saw that he was a very good husband. Sometimes she wondered what she lacked compared to Qin Ping. When she first started working at the factory, she was better than Qin Ping in everything, but only in marriage was she much less fortunate. She, who always had high pride, found it hard to accept this. That's why she decided to talk to Qin Ping about these things today. She just looked at her sister-in-law, who was stunningly beautiful, like a star from a magazine. She couldn't believe that someone like her sister-in-law would make Qin Ping feel jealous. But it turned out her sister-in-law was timid and shy. She had been talking for so long, but she didn't react at all. Qin Ping ignored Xiaomin's little thoughts and left the cafeteria after eating. At this time, Mother Lu and the others had finished eating too. Lu Weigua packed up the lunchbox and carried it again, walking out with Mother Lu. As they passed a woman in a blue work uniform, Mother Lu stopped and turned to Shirtingyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, this is Aunt Li. Say hello to Aunt Li. She's very kind and has been worried about Weigua not finding a wife." Shirtingyu understood immediately. She linked her arm with Mother Lu's and smiled, saying, "Hello, Aunt Li. Thank you for caring about our Weigua. We're doing well. When you have time, come visit us." Aunt Li's smile froze slightly, and she awkwardly said, "Okay, if you have time, come visit." Mother Lu patted Shirtingyu's hand and smiled. "Well, Aunt Li will go now. Take your time eating." After leaving the cafeteria, Mother Lu finally laughed out loud. "Xiaoyu, you really made me proud today. Is there any trouble between you and Aunt Li?" Shirtingyu asked. Mother Lu slowly explained, "Back then, Aunt Li and I competed for the logistics director position. She secretly gave gifts to the factory leaders. If she hadn't been caught, she probably would have taken my position by now. She didn't oppose fair competition, but she disliked underhanded tactics. Since she didn't succeed, Aunt Li naturally held a grudge. After that, whenever they met, they looked at each other with disdain. Her eldest son has nothing to criticize, and her younger son is doing well at work, so she can only use her younger son's marriage to bother her. As her younger son grew older, she became a bit anxious and impatient, but she couldn't just find a wife for him casually. So, even when she looked for someone, she made sure the conditions were good. With good conditions, there are more options, but her younger son's marriage never worked out. However, her son was lucky to bring home such a good daughter-in-law, and now she feels proud in front of Mr. Li. She had previously praised her daughter-in-law's good qualities, but others didn't believe her. Now they finally see the truth. The arrival of Shirtingyu and Lu Weigua made Mother Lu feel proud. Even after they went home, news about Shirtingyu spread all around the factory. Everyone who saw her would praise her beauty, and those who hadn't seen her were anxious to see her. Most people in the factory were familiar with each other. They didn't know every detail about colleagues' families, but there wasn't much new they didn't know. So, the appearance of this new person, Shirtingyu, made many people excited. Some even directly approached Mother Lu and asked, "Director Chen, I heard your daughter-in-law is here? I missed her because I was busy earlier. Does your son's wife come to bring meals later? They wanted to see her." Mother Lu smiled and shooed them away. Go on, go on. My daughter-in-law is very busy normally. She can't come every day." But the person wasn't convinced. "Your Weigua just returned from leave, and his wife has no work here. Why wouldn't she have time?" Mother Lu's face showed a faint pride, a look that said, "You don't understand." She said, "My daughter-in-law is quite capable. Although she doesn't work as a teacher now because of the kids' winter break, she has other work. She's good at painting and has even published books. That kind of work is brain-intensive. People like us can't handle it. Only those with education and culture can do it. This made the visitor curious. Your daughter-in-law published a book? That's impressive. Mother Lu nodded, of course. That's why I say my Weigwa has good taste. Soon, Shi Tingyu became famous in the textile factory. Everyone was familiar with each other, and gossip was mostly old news, but now there was a new topic, and everyone wanted to hear more. Xiaomin also heard about it, and couldn't help but admire Qin Ping's sister-in-law's talent. Just this one visit made her famous in the factory. However, this gave her material to gossip about Qin Ping in front of others. Qin Ping's face gradually lost its color as the other person kept provoking her, and eventually, she argued back. Xiaomin never thought Qin Ping would be so firm. Her personality was usually shy and self-doubting. She was momentarily flustered, but quickly became annoyed. If they argued, they argued. She didn't want to be friends with her anyway. Qin Ping remained cold-faced throughout, and now she saw clearly what kind of person Xiaomin was. She was the kind of person who could be friendly, but not better off than her. At first, Qin Ping cared about Xiaomin. When she first arrived at the factory, Qin Ping was the one taking care of her. But as Xiaomin's life improved, she became increasingly dissatisfied. Qin Ping was determined not to let anyone disturb her family's peace and harmony. After work in the evening, Mother Lu learned that Qin Ping and Xiaomin had fallen out, and her smile grew a bit wider. That's right. I always said she was too petty, but you didn't believe me. Now you see what kind of person she really is. She didn't blame Qin Ping for speaking harshly about Xiaomin. When her eldest son got married, Xiaomin had subtly said some ambiguous things in front of her. Luckily, she saw through it. Otherwise, most people might dislike this daughter-in-law. Qin Ping nodded in agreement. She was a wife who listened to her mother-in-law. When they reached the entrance of the residential compound, they parted ways to go home. As soon as Mother Lu entered, she saw Lu Weigwa scraping potato skins with broken pieces of a bowl. She quickly told him to stop.
Put that down.
I'll do it, she said hurriedly. Knowing her temper, Lu Weigwa didn't insist. The lunch they had earlier was a chance for her to save face, and now was the time to show her care. She wouldn't compete with anyone for chores. When Lu's father returned home, he saw his wife cooking dinner and hurried over to ask softly, "How is today? Did your daughter-in-law bring you food and make you proud?" Mother Lu smiled and raised her voice slightly. You don't need to ask. Even if she didn't bring food, just her appearance alone would cause a stir. Lu's father smiled, looking hopeful. They should bring me food tomorrow. The next day, Lu's father woke early and searched his wardrobe for a long time before finding a nearly new jacket to wear over his padded coat. Mother Lu saw this but didn't say anything, knowing her son and daughter-in-law would bring him food, and he needed to dress up. As soon as Lu Daming arrived at the factory, someone greeted him. Lu Gong looks very sharp today. What's the good news, Engineer Lu? Lu Daming smiled and said, It's the first month of the lunar year. I just want to wear something nice. What's wrong with that? Everyone didn't say much, just smiled and walked away. At first, they thought something good might happen at the steel factory, but it didn't seem so. By noon, a colleague invited Lu's father to join them for lunch at the cafeteria. Lu's father cleared his throat and said, You all go ahead. My son and daughter-in-law are coming to bring me food today. Everyone found this strange. Which son and daughter-in-law? The eldest, of course, you see him every day. It's my second son. Everyone understood and looked at each other with curiosity. The daughter-in-law works at a textile factory. Last night, she told her family that the young daughter-in-law in Lu's family is not ordinary. She's pretty and capable. Now, they were eager to see her. When they saw the two arrive, they realized the daughter-in-law was just as described. There are many men at the steel factory, and they usually speak straightforwardly, so they haven't seen anything like this at the textile factory. Seeing the curiosity, Lu Weigwa said, They don't have conflicts. They just sometimes get into fights when they disagree. Shi Tingyu nodded blankly, surprised. It can be like that? The couple's arrival was a big compliment for Lu Daming. Even the factory director heard about it and teased Lu Daming a little. Lu Daming wasn't upset. He was very happy. He is a 7th-level worker at the steel factory, and the leaders always treat him well. Tomorrow is the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, and Lu Weigua and Shi Tingyu will take a train to Beijing the day after tomorrow. On the way back from the steel factory, Lu Weigua asked, "Should we call our brother-in-law first to tell him in advance?" Shi Tingyu refused. "My brother is the kind who only shares good news. Before our parents were sent down, he was fine. Since then, all his letters say is that he's fine and to not worry. I think I won't tell him in advance this time. It will be good to see how he's doing when we arrive." Lu Weigua immediately thought of himself. He also only shared good news with his parents and family, so he didn't insist on calling ahead. That night, Lu's mother came home a bit late. When she arrived, she was carrying quite a few things. There were pastries, malt extract, and some fruit. Shi Tingyu was very surprised. Buying fruit wasn't common now. "Mom, why did you buy so much?" Lu's mother said, "You're leaving for Beijing the day after tomorrow. I bought some fruit and pastries for you to take on the train. As for this malt extract, you can give it to your uncle when you visit." Just as Shi Tingyu was about to speak, Mother Lu interrupted her. "Our family has packed quite a few sausages before the New Year. You should also bring some to brother-in-law so he can taste our local flavor." Lu Weigua is a soldier. Mother Lu knows what soldiers are like, so she feels especially worried about Shi Tingyu's older brother. He is alone outside, and his parents have been sent away, so it must be a tough time for him. Lu Weigua took the things from his mother's hand and smiled. "Thanks, Mom." Mother Lu playfully slapped him. "You brat, still so formal with your own mother." Lu Weigua didn't get upset after the slap and quickly put the things away. Mother Lu brought in some of the sausages hanging outside. "Here, you also pack these. Tomorrow, check if anything is missing. Everything should be organized. The mountains are high and the roads are far. Losing something would be troublesome." Lu Weigua nodded in response. At this moment, Mother Lu felt a bit reluctant. When the holiday just started, she didn't realize how fast the time was passing. After a night, Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua also started to get busy. They needed to pack everything, including toiletries. Lu Weigua also went to the military office to invite Zhu Ping to have lunch at their home. He had been saying he wanted to meet his future wife. Zhu Ping was happy to agree and said he would definitely come at noon. On the way home, Lu Weigua bought some vegetables. When he returned with the groceries, Shi Tingyu started to tidy up. Since someone lent them their car for so long, they wanted to treat them well. When Zhu Ping arrived, he was carrying a bag of sponge cakes. Lu Weigua rolled his eyes and said, "Coming to my place for dinner, and you brought something? When did I ever ask you to bring anything?" Zhu Ping smiled. "This isn't the first time meeting my sister-in-law. I want to leave a good impression." When Shi Tingyu heard the noise and came out, she couldn't believe her eyes. She quietly nudged Lu Weigua beside her. "Buddy, tell me honestly, what tricks did you use to get her here?" Lu Weigua gave him a glare and let him figure it out himself. Shi Tingyu called everyone inside and went to prepare the dishes. Lu Weigua said, "Tomorrow, we're going to Beijing to visit my eldest brother-in-law. Do you have time in the morning? Can you give us a ride?" Zhu Ping replied, "Underestimate me? It's just a word. I'll take you to the station tomorrow morning." The two of them shared a deep friendship, so Lu Weigua didn't hesitate at all when asking for his help. Shi Tingyu's cooking skills were excellent. When Zhu Ping first tasted the dishes Shi Tingyu made, he almost swallowed his tongue because it was so delicious. He even licked the leftover sauce from the plate, and the plate was so clean it looked like it had been washed. Keep in mind, he was someone who usually stocked up on food during the New Year. Zhu Ping was very talkative and kept praising, pouring out compliments like water. Shi Tingyu didn't expect him to be so straightforward and almost couldn't handle it. It was Lu Weigua who finally stepped in to stop him. After Zhu Ping left, Lu Weigua checked the packed belongings again, making sure nothing was missing before he felt at ease. Since he was leaving the next day, he didn't waste time and cleaned the house thoroughly. He also tucked the New Year's gift money under the bedsheet. When he lifted the sheet, he found quite a few bills and notes underneath, just as he expected. The spot where the money was kept hadn't changed in years. That night, Lu's father and mother came home from work and started preparing a good meal for the children before they left. Early the next morning, Lu's mother made dumplings. Zhuo Ping arrived just in time and had a bowl too. After sending off the sword and other things to the car, Lu Weiguo told his parents, "I've left the money where you usually keep it. Don't forget to take it." Lu's mother exclaimed, "We have enough money ourselves, no need yours." She then went back inside to get her money. Lu Weiguo told Zhuo Ping, "Hurry and start the car." Zhuo Ping smiled and started the engine immediately, not giving Lu's mother any time to respond. Once the car drove away, Lu's mother quietly muttered a few words of complaint. "This kid, he won't even let me finish a sentence." Back inside, under the bedding and on the mat, they found the 120 yuan and some notes that Lu Weiguo had left behind. Lu's father said, "Let's go deposit it tomorrow." Their savings account really had quite a bit of money. So, the money given as filial respect from the older and second children was all kept in savings books. Zhuo Ping saw them off at the train carriage, even giving Wei Jian a pat on the head before leaving. Wei Jian's bowl was placed openly. Once everything was set, Wei Jian went to fetch his own bowl. Even on the train, the quality of his utensils couldn't be compromised. This train trip would take a full day and night. The journey was quiet, with nothing particularly unusual happening. By the time they arrived in Beijing, it was the morning of the 17th day of the Lunar New Year. They are all in the military system. Lu Weiguo knows where the supply trucks usually stop in the camp. He directly took Shi Tingyu and went to the procurement point. Sure enough, there was a military truck parked there. Lu Weiguo found the young soldier driving and showed his officer ID, saying he wanted to visit family in the military district and hoped to get a ride. Seeing Lu Weiguo's rank, the soldier quickly saluted and said it was no problem. So, the two of them, along with a dog and a lot of supplies, boarded the supply truck heading to the Beijing military district. Along the way, they also picked up several military family members going out shopping. The family members looked at Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo with curiosity, but with Lu Weiguo's formidable presence and sharp gaze, none dared to ask questions. Shi Tingyu was happy to stay quiet. When they reached the camp gate, Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu got off the truck. The family members also got off, but in small groups, not in a rush, seeming very curious about who Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu were looking for. The young soldier driving asked, "Captain Lu, who are you looking for?" "I'll go call someone." Lu Weiguo replied, "We're looking for Commander Shi from the 416th Regiment." Shi Tingyu added, "We are his sister and brother-in-law." When the soldier heard Commander Shi, his expression became hesitant. Shi Tingyu immediately sensed something was wrong. "Did something happen to my brother?" she asked. The soldier hesitated, then, seeing they had already reached the camp, couldn't hide it anymore and said, "Commander Shi was injured on his last mission and is still in the hospital." Shi Tingyu's face turned pale. Lu Weiguo reached out to support her and asked, "Which hospital is he in? How serious is his injury?" The soldier replied, "It seems to be Beijing First Military Hospital. Commander Shi was admitted the day before yesterday. I heard he injured his leg, but the surgery was apparently successful." Shi Tingyu finally let out a breath she had been holding. Lu Weiguo thanked the soldier, then arranged for the supplies to be left at the guard post at the camp entrance, thinking about seeing if they could request a vehicle to visit the hospital. There was no transportation nearby, and traveling without a vehicle was inconvenient. Just then, a military vehicle drove out of the camp gate. As it passed by Shi Tingyu, it suddenly slammed on the brakes. With a screech, the vehicle stopped right in front of them. The window rolled down, revealing a handsome, gentle face. It was Shun Ziming.